Chapter 1, Am I now a supporting character? The mountains and rivers seem to block the way, but then a village appears amidst the willows and flowers. The child's voice woke Chu Yingzhou. Brother Chu? Are you all right? Chu Yingzhou turned his head and focused his gaze on the boy who was only 14 or 15 years old. The lights were bright, the decor was minimalist, abstract paintings that I couldn't understand hung on the walls, and there was a faint woody fragrance in the air. The next second, a flood of memories rushed into my mind. He transmigrated into a modern fantasy novel he had already read. But he is not the main character. He is the villainous male supporting character in the book who shares the same name as him, Chu Yingzhou. He is the true young master of the Chu family in Jinghai, but he was lost after birth. After returning to the Chu family, he uses any means necessary to frame the fake young master, the real male protagonist. Fragments of memory flashed by rapidly. In the end, he tricked the male lead, Chu Ming, into going to an abandoned factory, but because of a pleading phone call from the female lead, Lin Qingxian, he eventually softened and let Chu Ming go. It was this moment of weakness that gave the male protagonist a chance to turn the tide. A year later, Chu Ming returned with a fortune, not only winning the heart of the beautiful woman, but also sending Chu Yingzhou to a dark and hopeless prison. Finally, on a cold, rainy night, he died of illness in prison. Brother Chu, you look so pale, are you sick? The boy beside him tugged at his sleeve again. Chu Yingzhou then came to her senses and looked at him. The boy's name was Chu Chenan. They are the students I'm currently tutoring. The employer is Chu Chenan's mother, a divorced wealthy woman named Qin Yan. She spotted herself at the tutoring center while she was still a student at Jinghai University. We asked him to come and provide one-on-one in-home tutoring for his son, who was about to take the high school entrance exam. I'm fine. Chu Yingzhou shook his head. I was just thinking about a problem. Oh, that's good. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, sat back down at his desk, and frowned at the pile of test papers. Chu Yingzhou was rapidly calculating the plot in his mind. Following the original story, Chu Ming already knew of his own existence. In order to prevent him from returning to the Chu family, the nominal protagonist would use extremely despicable means to send someone to throw him and Chu Chenan's mother, Qin Yan, into a hotel room. Then create a misunderstanding, making Qin Yan think that he has ulterior motives, causing her to feel disgusted and take the initiative to call 110, thus sending himself to jail. Judging by the timeline, it should be today. Brother Chu? Why are you spacing out again? Chu Chenan waved her small hand in front of Chu Yingzhou's eyes. You still haven't told me the question from last time. How can I be like you and have so many girls like me? Chu Yingzhou had taken him out to play before, and there were 7 or 8 guys on the street who would come up to him asking for green bubbles. Chu Chenan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chu Yingzhou couldn't help but reach out and flick his forehead lightly. What are you thinking about, little brat? Your task now is to study hard and get into Jinghai No. 1 high school. Chu Chenan covered his forehead. Is there a reward for passing the exam? I passed the exam. Chu Yingzhou laughed. I'll teach you. Real? Chu Chenan's eyes lit up instantly. You're not lying to me? I'm not lying to you. Chu Yingzhou nodded. Sure enough, learning still requires some motivation, like Cece. Just then, a slight click came from the door lock. The living room door opened. A figure walked in. The high heels clicked crisply on the floor. The woman was wearing a well-tailored women's blazer that perfectly accentuated her amazing waist and hip curves. Her legs, beneath the skirt, were covered by a thin layer of black stockings, straight and long. Despite her professional and capable attire, she exudes a unique charm of a mature woman. She looked to be no more than 27 or 28, in the prime of her life. She doesn't look like the mother of a middle school student at all. Qin Yan. Chu Chenan's mother, his employer. Almost at the same time Qin Yan appeared, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Chu Yingzhou's mind. Activate the goddess conquest system. Ding. Target detected, Qin Yan. Appearance, 95. Body, 96. Characteristics, 97 mature, intellectual, aloof. Bind the target character to unlock the new player gift pack. Bind now? Chu Yingzhou's breath caught in his throat for a moment. System? Qin Yan had already changed her shoes and walked over. She first glanced at her son, who was buried in his test paper. He nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then fell on Chu Yingzhou. Teacher Xiaozhou, thank you for your hard work today. The voice was somewhat cold. It's my duty. Xu Yingzhou stood up, his expression unchanged. How is Chenen's study going lately? Xin Yan pulled out a chair and sat down opposite the desk, elegantly crossing her legs. Xu Yingzhou's gaze swept over the small section of her fair ankle exposed to the air, then moved away. His foundation is good, but he's a bit restless and can't concentrate. But that's okay, he'll definitely improve before the high school entrance exam. That's good. Xin Yan nodded. Teacher Xiaozhou, to thank you for your dedicated tutoring during this time, I've booked a private room at the Grand Hyatt and would like to treat you to a simple meal. They've arrived. Xu Yingzhou's heart sank. The Grand Hyatt Hotel has a restaurant on the first floor and a hotel upstairs. This is where Chu Ming set the trap. Xin Yan saw that he didn't react. What's wrong, Teacher Xiaozhou? Is it inconvenient for you? Xu Yingzhou first silently recited the instructions to the system in his mind. Bind. Ding. Target Xin Yan successfully bound. New player gift pack has been distributed, would you like to open it? Start. Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic combat skills and basic danger sense. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and countless fighting techniques were integrated into his body. His senses also became more acute. Host detected facing a critical decision, options are being generated. Option 1, play along and take Qin Yan and Chu Chunen to the Hongmen banquet to sabotage Chu Ming's plan. Reward, Qin Yan's favorability plus 10, basic driving skill. Option 2, desert in the face of battle and refuse the invitation. Penalty, receive the title of coward, and this system will be permanently closed. Is there even a need to choose? Xu Yingzhou thought to himself, I'm so annoyed. A smile appeared on his face. Sister Yan, you're too kind. Tutoring Chenin is my duty. How about this? He looked at Chu Chenin, who was engrossed in writing. Shall we go together after Chenin finishes this set of papers? It would be a way to celebrate his recent progress and give him a reward. Xin Yan was clearly taken aback. Bring your son along? She had originally intended to thank Xu Yingzhou separately. But looking at his son studying so diligently, it's time to let him relax. Alright, then I'll trouble you to wait a little longer, Teacher Xiaozhou. I'll go change my clothes first. After saying that, she got up and walked towards her bedroom. The sound of high heels faded into the distance, but the faint scent of perfume still lingered in the air. Upon hearing that they were going out for a big meal later, Xu Chenin became even more motivated to finish his test. Less than half an hour later, he threw down his pen and shouted. Finished writing. Almost simultaneously, Xin Yan's bedroom door also opened. She changed out of her sharpsuit and into a black long dress. The dress had a simple design, but it perfectly accentuated her stunning curves. With light makeup on her face, her features appeared even more delicate, exuding charm. Chapter 2 Special Juice. Let's go. Xin Yan picked up her car keys and walked towards the door first. The Grand Hyatt Hotel is not far away, it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. Xin Yan drives a red Porsche, which attracts a lot of attention on the road. Chu Chunen sat in the back row, excitedly looking at the night view outside the window. Xu Yingzhou sat in the passenger seat, his senses already heightened to the extreme. The moment the car entered the underground parking lot of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, a feeling of being watched arose. Danger detection triggered. His gaze inadvertently swept over several people in security guard uniforms in the parking lot. They appeared to be on a routine patrol, but their eyes kept glancing at them out of the corner of their eye. It seems that Chu Ming has arranged for quite a few people to ensure the plan goes perfectly. After the car came to a complete stop, Xin Yan unbuckled her seatbelt. We're here, let's get in. She didn't notice anything unusual. Xu Yingzhou got out of the car and opened the back door, saying to Chu Chenin, get out of the car, stay close to me. The three of them took the elevator directly to the dining area on the first floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like the manager, immediately came forward. Although he wore a professional smile, his eyes subtly scanned Xin Yan's figure. It did not escape Xu Yingzhou's notice. Are you Miss Xin Yan? Your private room is ready, this way please. The manager's gaze swept over Xu Yingzhou and Xu Chunen. This is my friend. Xin Yan gave a brief introduction. This is my son. So it's the young master, welcome, welcome. The manager smiled even more broadly, bent down, and tried to take Xu Chenen's hand. Little friend, how about uncle takes you to the children's playground next door? They have the latest game consoles there. They've arrived. The intention was to divert Chu Chunin, this variable, away from the situation. Before Qin Yin could speak, Chu Yingzhou pulled Chu Chunin behind him and said to the manager with a smile, "No need to bother, this child is attached to me and can't live without me." Chu Chunin cooperated immediately, hugging Chu Yingzhou's leg and peeking out his little head. "Yes, brother Chu and I are best friends." The manager's smile froze for a moment. He straightened up. "In that case, please follow me." Led by the manager, the three entered a luxurious private room called Peony Hall. The private room was very large and decorated in a lavish, opulent style. But as soon as Chu Yingzhou stepped inside, the stinging sensation from the sense of danger became even more intense. He glanced around discreetly. Besides them, there was also a waitress in a cheongsam in the room. She had her head down, so her face couldn't be seen, but her tense posture betrayed her nervousness. "There's something in this private room. And it was on that waitress." Chu Yingzhou looked at the waitress. Danger sense activated. Her gaze was lowered, and her hands were folded in front of her. Chu Yingzhou's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the side pocket of her uniform. A green trace, visible only to Chu Yingzhou, appeared. Aphrodisiac. He made a decision in an instant. The waitress took a deep breath. He then stepped forward with the tray, forcing a smile on his face. "This is a special juice from our restaurant, a gift from our manager. We hope you three enjoy your meal." She placed 3 drinks in front of the 3 people. "Wow! It looks delicious." Chu Chunin couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up the cup and gulped it down in one go, then smacked his lips as he finished. Xin Yan picked up the cup and took only a small sip. She has to drive later, so she can't drink alcohol, but juice is fine. Chu Yingzhou's gaze shifted to the 3 drinks. They were all covered in green traces. It seems the waiter had already put the drug in it. Chu Yingzhou picked up his own cup and took a sip. The sweetness of the juice melts on the tip of your tongue. He didn't swallow it. He picked up a tissue, pretended to wipe his mouth, and spat all the drink out of his mouth into the tissue. He then crumpled it up and tossed it on the corner of the table. No one noticed the entire process. A moment later, Qin Yan rubbed her temples, her beautiful brows furrowing. A sudden wave of drowsiness swept over her, and the scenery in front of her began to appear double. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind, but her body felt heavier and heavier, and she eventually slumped onto the table, falling asleep. Chu Chunin, who was standing next to him, was already unconscious. Looking at the mother and son, Chu Yingzhou knew that the medicine had taken effect. He swayed and fainted, his head slamming heavily onto the table with a thud. The private room fell silent instantly. The waitress's heart pounded as she looked at the 3 people lying on the floor. She quietly poked them a few times to make sure they were all unconscious, then quickly walked to the door and opened the door to the private room. After a brief whisper, several burly men in security guard uniforms walked in. Although Chu Yingzhou's eyes were closed, his hearing was incredibly clear. TSK, this woman is really hot. That kid got lucky." A flippant voice rang out. "Brother, wait a minute, can I have a taste first?" Smack! A crisp slap rang out. "If you dare to ruin the young master's plans, I guarantee I'll send you to the sea to feed the fish tomorrow." The voice chuckled mockingly. "Brother, I was wrong. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously." The group approached Chu Yingzhou, preparing to carry the 2 men up to the room above, as Qin Ming had planned. At this moment, Chu Yingzhou quietly turned on the video recording function on his phone. The camera was pointed directly at the private room, recording everything. A hand slowly approached him. "Now!" Chu Yingzhou suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the other's wrist with his backhand, and rotated his body by using his waist and abdomen to exert force. With a forceful twist of the arm. Crack! The sound of bones misaligning was particularly jarring. "Ah!" A scream followed immediately. The burly man who tried to drag Chu Yingzhou had his entire arm twisted at an odd angle. He was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat, and his facial features were all scrunched up. The other people in the private room were instantly stunned by this turn of events. "Holy crap! This kid's faking it!" a short man exclaimed in surprise. A look of surprise flashed across the face of the man in the lead. "The plan has been disrupted. What the hell are you standing there for?" he roared. "Go get him, knock him unconscious. Then take him away." The remaining 4 burly men seemed to snap out of a daze and exchanged a glance. With a ferocious expression on its face, it lunged forward menacingly. The fist whistled through the air, heading straight for Chewing-Zhou's face and vital points. Basic combat skills activated. Danger perception remains active. Chewing-Zhou's body seemed to have its own consciousness, anticipating the opponent's movements in advance. He dodged a straight punch by sidestepping. The fist barely grazed the tip of his nose. At the same time, he kicked another person who lunged at him in the stomach. But the other side had more people, and they were all skilled fighters. They dodged a direct, unseen attack. A kick that came from the side landed squarely on his waist. A dull pain came over me. Chewing-Zhou groaned, staggered, and bumped his back against the dining table, making a crisp clinking sound as the bowls and plates on the table clattered together. But without pausing, he casually picked up 2 thick porcelain plates from the table. Seeing that he had made a mistake, a burly man grinned and threw a punch at him. Chewing-Zhou's eyes turned cold. Without flinching or dodging, he directly used the porcelain plate in his hand as a weapon. He slammed his fist into the other person's temple. Chapter 3, Plan Failure. Bang! With a muffled thud, the burly man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Just as another person was about to launch a sneak attack from behind, Chewing-Zhou didn't even turn his head. He then swung another plate at it with his other hand. Smack! The plate shattered, blood appeared on the man's forehead, he swayed twice, and then he collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 5 strong men remained. The remaining 2 looked at their unconscious companion on the ground. Looking at Chewing-Zhou's cold eyes, he didn't dare to step forward for a moment. An awkward standoff ensued in the private room. Chewing-Zhou gently wiped the corner of his mouth. A warm and sticky sensation came from my fingertips. It's blood. He frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on his fingers. Damn it, I still need to make a living with my looks. The sounds of fighting and screams over here are really too loud. Qin Yan, who was originally in a coma, may have ingested less of the drug. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, startled awake by the noise. She struggled to open her eyes, her vision was still blurry, and her head felt extremely dizzy. But she still managed to see the scene before her clearly. Chewing-Zhou had blood on his lips and was surrounded by 2 fierce-looking men. Several other people were lying on the ground. Teacher Xiaozhou. Qin Yan gasped in shock. The man in the lead changed his expression drastically upon hearing Qin Yan's voice. The woman is awake. The plan has completely failed. He glared fiercely at Chewing-Zhou and roared decisively. Retreat! Get out of here! After saying that, he was the first to turn around and rush out of the private room. The remaining burly man did not hesitate either. They helped up their companion whose wrist had been broken and scrambled away. In the blink of an eye, only Chewing-Zhou and Qin Yan, who was gradually regaining consciousness, remained in the private room. And Chu Chunin, who was still asleep, slumped over the table. Oh, right. And then there was the waitress who was slumped in the corner, her legs trembling with fear, unable to run at all. Shannon! Shannon! Wake up! Qin Yan had just escaped from the chaotic fight when she saw her son lying motionless on the table. She shook Chu Chunin's small shoulders forcefully. No matter how she called out, Chu Chunin didn't respond at all. A tremendous fear gripped her heart. She suddenly looked up at Chewing-Zhou. Teacher Xiaozhou, what exactly is going on? Chewing-Zhou did not answer immediately. His gaze passed over Qin Yan and landed on the waitress who was slumped in the corner. Tell me, what happened? The waitress trembled with fear when he swept her with his icy gaze. I don't know, I really don't know. She cried out, her voice trembling with sobs, almost incoherently. Someone, he gave me 30,000 yuan and told me to put the medicine in the juice, that's all I know. Please let me go. Chewing-Zhou understood. As expected, he was just a pawn bought with money. This kind of person has no right to know Chu Ming's subsequent plans. Upon hearing the word medicine, Qin Yan's face instantly turned deathly pale. She grabbed Chewing-Zhou's arm in a panic. What do we do now? Teacher Xiaozhou, what should we do now? I've already called an ambulance. Chewing-Zhou took out his phone, and the screen displayed an emergency number that was in use. He gently patted Qin Yan's hand in return, his tone calm and steady. The most important thing now is to go to the hospital and see if Chenin is all right. Yes, to the hospital. Qin Yan nodded repeatedly, as if grasping at a lifeline. At this moment, all she could think about was her unconscious son. Since her divorce from her ex-husband, Chu Chunin has been her whole life. The ambulance siren grew louder as it approached. While waiting, Qinyan forced herself to calm down, her brain racing. Are they business competitors? Do you want to ruin yourself with such despicable means? But even after thinking of all possible people, she couldn't think of anyone who would have such audacity. They dared to do such a dirty trick on her and her son in Jinghai City. This is no longer business competition, this is crime. Jinghai City People's Hospital. The lights in the emergency room were blindingly white. A doctor in a white coat walked out with a serious expression, holding the lab report. Who are Chu Chunin's family members? Yes, I am a doctor. How is my son? Xinyan rushed forward and asked nervously. The doctor adjusted his glasses, looked at the report, and said in a deep voice. The situation is not optimistic. The child has ingested an excessive amount of sedative drugs and needs to have his stomach pumped immediately. Stomach pumping. These two words struck Xinyan hard. Her vision went black, her body swayed, and she almost collapsed to the ground. A strong arm caught her just in time. Xu Yingzhou let her lean against him, and a faint fragrance wafted into her nose. But he had no romantic thoughts at the moment. He simply looked up at the doctor and said solemnly, "Doctor, please help me." The doctor nodded. "We will do our best." After saying that, he turned around and walked back into the emergency room, which was lit up with a red light. The door was closed, separating the two worlds. Xu Yingzhou helped Xinyan, whose body was weak, to sit down on a bench in the corridor. Sister Yan, don't worry, Shenan will be fine. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a convincing power. Xinyan nodded, her eyes staring blankly at the glaring red light, as if her soul had been ripped away. Xu Yingzhou sat quietly beside her, his gaze lowered, his mind lost in thought. A screen of light, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Option 1, use the plan against them. Plan completed, reward, Xinyan's favorability plus 10, basic driving skill. Bound goddess, Xinyan. Favorability, 40%. Next treasure chest unlock condition, affection level reaches 50%. My favorability rating has increased by another 10 points, bringing me closer to the next treasure chest. Xu Yingzhou's gaze lingered on the words basic driving skills for a moment. A massive flow of information instantly flooded my brain. From how to shift gears and depress the clutch, to driving skills in various road conditions, and even some basic drifting and tail sliding maneuvers, everything was imprinted in his mind. A fairly practical reward. He doesn't have a driver's license yet, but it seems he needs to get one soon. I don't know how much time passed. The glaring red light above the emergency room finally went out with a snap. The door opened. Xinyan rushed to the doctor almost immediately. "Doctor, my son." The doctor took off his mask, revealing a tired smile, and nodded to her. "Don't worry, he's out of danger. We just need to observe him for another night." The heavy weight that had been hanging over my heart finally lifted. Xinyan bowed deeply to the doctor. "Thank you so much, doctor." Because she bent over so deeply, the breathtaking curves of her chest swayed violently with the movement, almost bursting the buttons on her skirt. The doctor simply nodded, said, "It's my duty," and turned to leave. Chapter 4 doesn't need to continue operating in Jinghai. Xinyan slowly straightened up and let out a long breath. But that motherly fragility lingered on her face for less than 3 seconds. The next moment, her eyes turned cold again, and she reverted to the ruthless and decisive female CEO she was in the business world. She took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. "President Qin. Go to the Grand Hyatt and take control of all the surveillance cameras, the manager on duty, and the waiters in the restaurant today." Xinyan's voice was devoid of any emotion. "Tell them that my son had an accident at their hotel. If they can't give me a satisfactory explanation by tomorrow morning, then the Grand Hyatt Hotel has no reason to continue operating in Jinghai." After saying that, she hung up the phone decisively. Xu Yingzhou heard everything clearly from the side, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Goodness! He had always thought that this single mother was just an ordinary successful businesswoman. Unexpectedly, the energy she exuded in her words was so astonishing. A single sentence can decide the fate of a top-tier hotel in Jinghai City. But on second thought, it makes sense. In the original story, Xinyan managed to get the original owner of the body, Xu Yingzhou, into jail in a single day, demonstrating her extraordinary abilities. The goddess he had bound himself to was far more complex than she appeared on the surface. Teacher Xiaozhou. Xinyan put away her phone, the cold, murderous aura on her face vanished, and she looked at Chu Yingzhou with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, I was a little out of line just now. It's all right, Sister Yen. Chu Yingzhou waved his hand, indicating his understanding. Anyone would be unable to remain calm in this situation. Xinyan nodded gratefully, her gaze inadvertently falling on the corner of Chu Yingzhou's mouth. There was a small patch of broken skin with faint traces of blood. Teacher Xiaozhou, the corner of your mouth. Chu Yingzhou subconsciously licked the wound with the tip of his tongue, and a slight stinging sensation came from it. He grinned and made a serious joke. It's a minor injury, nothing serious. Luckily, I'm not disfigured. I still need this face to make a living. But Xinyan was taken aback at first, but then she was amused by his pretentious seriousness and burst out laughing. That smile seemed to dispel all the gloom and fear that had been there before. Her eyebrows curved into smiles, and her face, which had been tense all night, finally softened completely. Don't move. Xinyan suddenly spoke. She stood up, walked quickly to the nurse's station not far away, and asked the nurse on duty for a few cotton swabs and a small bottle of iodine. When she returned, she unscrewed the bottle cap and dipped a cotton swab in some brown liquid. Lift your head up a little. Her tone was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Chu Yingzhou obediently raised his head. Xinyan leaned down, instantly closing the distance between them. Her sweet fragrance wafted into Chu Yingzhou's nostrils. The cool cotton swab gently touched the wound at the corner of my mouth, bringing a slight sting. Xinyan's movements were very gentle. A stray strand of hair slipped from her ear and fell beside her cheek. The corridor light shone on her, bathing her in a soft glow. This is no longer the decisive and ruthless female CEO she once was. An ambiguous atmosphere silently fermented in the narrow corridor. A faint blush had crept onto Xinyan's cheeks at some point. She seemed to realize that their posture was inappropriate, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Just then, squeak! The heavy door to the emergency room was pushed open from the inside. The sound of wheels rolling over the ground grew louder as it approached. Family members, please move aside, the patient is coming out. The nurse's voice instantly extinguished any romantic feelings between the two. Xinyan seemed to be electrocuted, and suddenly sat up straight, dropping the cotton swabs in her hand to the ground. The blush on her face faded visibly, and she quickly went to meet him. Shannon. Chu Chunin was lying on a mobile hospital bed when a nurse pushed him out. His face was pale, and he had an 4 drip in his arm, but his breathing was steady, so he was obviously asleep. Xinyan followed the nurse and escorted Chu Chunin all the way to the VIP private room upstairs. After the nurse finished checking everything and gave a few instructions, she left, leaving only the 3 of them in the large ward. Xinyan sat on the edge of the bed, holding her son's cold little hand and pressing it against her cheek, her eyes reddening again. After a terrifying night, Xinyan was now completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Sister Yen, you should go back and rest. Chu Yingzhou looked at her tired profile and spoke softly. No. Xinyan shook her head without even thinking. I will stay here and watch over him. You're just sitting here doing nothing. Chu Yingzhou's voice was very calm and steady. You still need an explanation from the Grand Hyatt Hotel, right? There's a ton of work to do at the company tomorrow. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will handle it? He paused, then continued. Chenin has woken up. Seeing how haggard you look, will he be at ease? Xinyan's body stiffened for a moment. Chu Yingzhou walked to her side, his gaze falling on Chu Chenin's peaceful sleeping face on the hospital bed. I'll keep watch tonight. If anything happens, I'll call you immediately. Believe me. Xinyan slowly raised her head and looked at Chu Yingzhou. The boy's eyes were clear and without any impurities. The tension that had been building all night finally eased. A feeling of reliance quietly arises. She remained silent for a long time before finally nodding slightly. Okay, then thank you for your hard work, Teacher Xiaozhou. Almost the instant she finished speaking, the familiar light screen in Chu Yingzhou's mind unfolded once again. Ding! Xinyan's favorability +5. Current favorability rating, 45%. Next treasure chest unlock condition, affection level reaches 50%. Only 5 points left. After Xinyan was picked up by her female secretary, Chu Yingzhou lay down on the cot in the hospital room. As night deepened outside the window, the hospital corridor became completely quiet. Nothing was said that night. Chu Ingzhou woke up just as dawn was breaking. Actually, Chu Chunin woke up once in the middle of the night, clutching his stomach and complaining of hunger. The child was recovering from a serious illness and had a fragile stomach, so Chu Ingzhou only ordered him a bowl of light white porridge. After feeding him and coaxing him to sleep, I finally felt at peace. At this moment, Chu Chunin was still asleep. Chu Ingzhou picked up the basin next to him, preparing to fetch some hot water to wipe the little guy's face and hands. He had just reached the door. Bang! The ward door was violently pushed open from the outside, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. A middle-aged man with somewhat disheveled hair barged in. The man reeked of a hangover when he saw Chu Ingzhou holding a wash basin. He was clearly taken aback for a moment, his eyes filled with scrutiny. But he ignored Chu Ingzhou and looked directly at Chu Chunin on the hospital bed. "Chenin, are you all right?" The man rushed to the bedside in a few steps. Chapter 5 Chu Yinjiang. Chu Chunin, lying in his hospital bed, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. He groggily opened his eyes, and upon seeing who it was, his gaze became slightly timid. "Dad? What brings you here?" "Dad?" Chu Ingzhou stood there, holding the wash basin, understanding dawning on his mind. Qin Yan's ex-husband, Chu Chunin's biological father, Chu Yinjiang. In the original novel, he was a pure gambler and alcoholic. He married Qin Yan because he was attracted by the Qin family's social standing. Even after the divorce, he remained unchanged, constantly coming to Qin Yan to ask for money, making him a complete nuisance. Surprisingly, he was quite well informed. Chu Yinjiang bent down to look at his son's pale face, a look of heartache flashing across his face. He turned around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chu Ingzhou. "Who are you? Where is Qin Yan?" he questioned Chu Ingzhou. "She left my son alone in the hospital and ran away? And then hired a pretty boy like you to look after him?" The words were extremely harsh. Chu Ingzhou frowned slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. "There's no need to get angry with this kind of person. I am Chan An's tutor." "A private tutor?" Chu Yinjiang looked Chu Ingzhou up and down. "Ha, are private tutors this attentive these days? They even have to stay overnight at the hospital?" He took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a few red bills, and threw them directly on the ground in front of Chu Ingzhou. "All right, this is none of your business. Take the money and get out of here. I will take care of my own son." The gesture was full of a condescending sense of condescension. Chu Ingzhou didn't even glance at the money on the ground, his expression calm. "Mr. Gu, this is something Sister Yan asked me to do. I won't go anywhere until Sister Yan comes back." This address made Chu Yinjiang's face instantly turn even uglier. "Sister Yan?" Chu Yinjiang chuckled. "You're calling her that so affectionately. Kid, I advise you not to have any improper thoughts. Qin Yan is my wife. We're just temporarily separated. I've seen plenty of guys like you who want to take over." He deliberately blurred the lines between ex-husband and husband. Chu Ingzhou was too lazy to argue with him about such a matter, and simply gave him a light reminder. "Mr. Gu, you're speaking too loudly. You're disturbing Chan'an's rest. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to lecture me?" Chu Yinjiang was instantly enraged and pointed at Chu Ingzhou's nose, ready to start cursing. Teacher Xiaozhou is not a bad person. On the hospital bed, Chu Chunin suddenly shouted with all his might. He propped himself up from the bed with his small body, stared at Chu Yinjiang, and his eyes were red. "It was Teacher Xiaozhou who saved me. It was Teacher Xiaozhou who brought me to the hospital. And you? Where are you?" The child questioned Chu Yinjiang. Chu Yinjiang's expression froze. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Chu Chunin seemed to be tired of shouting. He lowered his head and said softly, "Dad, I want Teacher Xiaozhou to stay here with me." He looked at the younger and more handsome tutor in front of him, and a surge of jealousy rose to his head. "Good, very good." Chu Yinjiang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and deliberately put it on speakerphone. "Hey, honey, I'm at the hospital." His voice instantly became gentle and aggrieved. "I saw my son, thankfully he's all right. But, how could you let a stranger look after your son? And a man at that, what kind of logic is that? What if he has bad intentions towards Chenin? A blatant accusation, turning black into white. Xu Yingzhou listened from the side, with only 2 words in his mind. Childish. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yan's voice was devoid of emotion. Xu Yanjiang, you've been drinking again? I was worried about my son, so I drank a little bit. Xu Yanjiang's momentum weakened considerably. Teacher Xiaozhou is my guest and Chen An's savior. If you dare to disrespect him again, just try it. Qin Yan's voice suddenly turned cold. Also, I warned you not to call me wife anymore. We divorced 2 years ago. If you've forgotten, I don't mind having my lawyer remind you again. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Xu Yanjiang held up his phone, remaining in a stalemate for a long time. Kid, you're ruthless. Xu Yanjiang put his phone back in his pocket and gave Xu Yingzhou a vicious look from head to toe. Finally, he slammed the door and left. Bang! Another loud bang. In the ward, Xu Chenin shuddered in fright. Xu Yingzhou put down the basin, walked to the bedside, and reached out to touch his head. It's all right now. His voice had a calming power. Xu Chenin raised his head. Brother Zhou, does my dad really dislike you? He doesn't hate me. Xu Yingzhou said calmly. He hates anyone who makes him feel inferior. This explanation is a bit complicated for a child. Xu Yingzhou didn't say much and picked up the basin again. Wait here, I'll go get some water and wash your face for you, then we'll have something nice to eat. Soon, Xu Yingzhou returned carrying a basin of warm water. He wrung out the towel, and the warm touch felt comfortable on Xu Chenin's face. Xu Yingzhou moved very gently. Brother Zhou, you look just like my mother. Xu Chenin said in a low voice. Xu Yingzhou paused in his movements. Yeah? Yes, Mom is just as gentle when she wipes my face. As Xu Chenin spoke, his eyes dimmed again. Dad never would. Xu Yingzhou didn't reply, but simply wiped his hands clean. He took out his phone and ordered a children's meal on an app, specifically requesting that it be soft and tender. While waiting for his takeout, Xu Chenin felt much better. He seemed to have a lot to say, pulling Xu Yingzhou along and asking her all sorts of questions. Zhou Ji, is university life fun for you? It's alright, the library is very big and has a lot of books. While answering, Xu Yingzhou used his phone to find several interesting short science videos and watched them with Xu Chenin. The video talks about distant galaxies and strange creatures in the deep ocean. Xu Chenin watched intently, his little head resting on Xu Yingzhou's arm, completely forgetting his previous unpleasantness. Around noon, Qin Yan finally finished dealing with the matters at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The Grand Hyatt Hotel explained that it was the individual behavior of an employee and that a police report had been filed. The hotel will also investigate any security personnel who appear out of nowhere. In general, they only arrested some minor, insignificant people. The people behind the scenes were not brought to justice. Qin Yan frowned. At this moment, the secretary in the front passenger seat spoke. President Qin, we've arrived. After Qin Yan finished her treatment, she returned to the hospital. She stood at the door of the ward, about to push it open, when she heard laughter coming from inside. It was Chen An's voice. Crisp and full of vitality. She felt relieved and softened her movements. Chapter 6 Intermediate Medical Skills Mastery. Through the glass window in the door, she saw what was inside. Xu Yingzhou sat on the edge of the bed, feeding Xu Chenin a small piece of peeled apple. Xu Chenin leaned against the headboard, eating small bites while pointing at Xu Yingzhou's phone screen and saying something. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the two of them in a warm, golden glow. Harmony and tranquility. Qin Yan stopped in her tracks. She leaned against the wall outside the door, watching the slender and upright figure of the young man from behind. The fatigue of the night seemed to be soothed by this scene. She suddenly felt that by entrusting her son to him, she could truly have nothing to worry about. The feeling of reliability resurfaced clearly once again. In that very instant, Xu Yingzhou, who was explaining the dolphin habits in the video to Xu Chenin, suddenly had a light screen light up in his mind. Ding! Qin Yan's favorability +5. Current favorability rating, 50%. Ding! Affection level reached 50%, treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Intermediate Medical Skill Mastery. A massive flow of information instantly flooded into Xu Yingzhou's mind. Human anatomy, pathology, pharmacology, countless things about disease diagnosis and treatment are deeply imprinted in his memory. Xu Yingzhou's gaze unconsciously fell on Xu Chenin. At a glance, he could clearly see that although the little guy's high fever had subsided, his spleen and stomach were still weak, and there was still slight inflammation in his lungs, so he needed to rest and adjust his diet. This feeling is incredibly mysterious. He subtly withdrew his gaze and fed the last piece of apple to Chu Chenin. Medical skills. This is much more useful than simple fighting techniques. The top floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Xu Ming looked at the people kneeling on the ground. Waste. Those men were the ones who attacked Xu Yingzhou at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The burly man in the lead lowered his head and did not argue. Xu Ming stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the dazzling lights of the city below. Lu Zi, tell that waitress to shut up. His voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Nothing that is detrimental to me can come out of her mouth. The burly man at the head, Lu Zi, immediately nodded. Understood, young Master Ming. That waitress has only seen me, not you. She can't say anything. Xu Ming waved his hand. Go down. The group felt as if they had been granted a pardon and quietly slipped away. In the huge presidential suite, only Xu Ming remained. He took out a delicate cufflink from his pocket and fiddled with it in his hand. That's the Chu family crest. Xu Yingzhou. He murmured the name, a sinister glint in his eyes. A bastard dares to come back and steal things? He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The mission was botched. The men I sent were all taken down by him single-handedly. A male voice came from the other end of the phone. I told you long ago, don't underestimate him. Your father values him highly. So what if I value him? He's a bastard who's been out there running wild for 19 years. What makes him think he can come back and compete with me? Xu Ming's voice was filled with barely suppressed anger. You're just too hasty. The person on the other end of the phone sighed. Use your brain when you do things. That woman from the Qin family must be suspicious now, so don't do anything for the time being. Wait until things calm down. No. Xu Ming reluctantly hung up the phone. At the same time, at the People's Hospital. The door to the ward was gently pushed open. Xin Yan walked in and immediately saw Xu Yingzhou by the bedside and her son, whose spirits had clearly improved. Mother! Xu Chenin exclaimed in surprise. Sister Yan. Xu Yingzhou stood up and nodded to her. Xin Yan's gaze lingered on him for a moment, then she quickly walked to the bedside and touched her son's forehead. The fever has gone down, that's great. Have you felt unwell anywhere today? No. Brother Joe stayed with me the whole time, told me stories, and fed me apples. Xu Chenin said, as if presenting a treasure. Looking at her son's rosy cheeks, Xin Yan finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. She turned to Xu Yingzhou, her eyes sincere. Teacher Xiaozhou, thank you so much this time. I don't even want to think about the consequences if it weren't for you. It was just a small favor. Xu Yingzhou's answer remains simple. The little one's spleen and stomach are still a bit weak, and there are still some minor problems in the lungs. It's best to keep the diet light for the next few days and let him rest more. He added a sentence. Xin Yan was stunned for a moment. How could he know that Chenin had a chronic problem with weak spleen and stomach? She took it as a conclusion drawn from careful observation, and her opinion of the boy rose even higher. I will be careful. Xin Yan nodded. As a token of my gratitude, I. Before she could finish speaking, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. Her secretary, Zhang Lu, rushed in looking flustered. President Qin, something terrible has happened. Xin Yan frowned. What's the matter that you're in such a panic? The Grand Hyatt Hotel, the waiter who was arrested after the police were called. Sister Zhang was panting, her face pale. Just half an hour ago, she was in a car accident on her way home from get off work. The person died on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the ward seemed to freeze instantly. Xin Yan's face instantly darkened, her eyes sharp as knives. Accident? What a coincidence! This is clearly murder to silence a witness. She turned her head sharply and looked at Xu Yingzhou. But the boy showed no surprise on his face, only a hint of coldness lingered in the depths of his eyes. How could a teenager who had just come of age remain so calm upon hearing the news of a murder to cover it up? She gave Xu Yingzhou a deep look and waved her hand. Zhang Lu, you can go out now. Secretary Zhang Lu opened her mouth, but ultimately nodded, left the ward, and closed the door behind her. The ward fell silent again. The most direct witness is dead, and the trail goes completely cold. This became an unsolved mystery. The other party's methods were clean, efficient, and extremely ruthless. Sister Yan, I have class this afternoon, so I'll be leaving now. Xu Yingzhou broke the silence. Xin Yan nodded. Thank you for your hard work, teacher Xiaozhou. Xu Chenan also poked his little head out of the bed and waved his hand. Goodbye, brother Zhou. Xin Yan asked her secretary, Zhang Lu, to take Xu Yingzhou back to school. No need, the subway is very convenient. Xu Yingzhou refused her offer and left the hospital alone. He didn't want Qin Yan to attract Qin Ming's attention. The subway in Jinghai City is always crowded. The smell was mixed in with the stuffy air. Xu Yingzhou found a corner to stand in, put on his headphones, and shut out the noise from the outside world. The train swayed, and the lights flickered. He closed his eyes, and the image that floated into his mind was the brother he had never met, Xu Ming. Decisive and ruthless. He truly deserves to be the heir raised by the Chu family. A sound came from the subway station. Jinghai University has arrived. Xu Yingzhou walked out of the subway station. Suddenly, a hand roughly ripped off one of his earphones. Harsh, mocking voices filled my ears. Hey, isn't this the most handsome guy at Jinghai University? What, you're back from your poor day job? Chapter 7 School Beauty by Duo Duo. Xu Yingzhou turned around and saw a young man dressed in designer clothes standing in front of him. Chen Xiaoan. A rich second-generation heir with some money in his family, but his appearance is, well, let's just say it's not his best. It's as if God opened a window for him, but then sealed the door shut with cement. Because of his appearance, Chen Xiaoan could never find a girlfriend at school, even though he spent money like water. Xu Yingzhou, an orphan who earns his tuition by working part-time, is pursued by countless girls, and even some wealthy female students have publicly expressed their desire to sponsor him to complete his studies. Among them was Chen Xiaoan's childhood sweetheart whom he had pursued since childhood. The hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. Despite Xu Yingzhou rejecting everyone, Chen Xiaoan still regarded him as a thorn in his side. Xu Yingzhou looked at him without saying anything, but reached out to take back her earphones. Chen Xiaoan raised his hand and dodged it. He tossed the headphones in his hand and sneered. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? I heard you recently took on another tutoring job? How much is it per hour? Is it enough for you to have a decent meal? The surrounding students all turned their attention to the two of them, pointing and whispering. Chen Xiaoan enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. How about this, you kneel down and beg me, call me father, and I'll give you $1,000 today, how about that? His two henchmen behind him also burst into laughter. Xu Yingzhou's gaze slowly moved down from Chen Xiaoan's face. Then he smiled. Next time you go out, remember to zip up your pants. Chen Xiaoan was taken aback and subconsciously looked down. The zipper on my pants was zipped up properly. Are you kidding me? He flew into a rage, looked up, only to find that Xu Yingzhou had already snatched the earphones from his hand. Arriving at the school gate, Xu Yingzhou turned around, looked at him, and her lips moved silently. Chen Xiaoan cannot read lips, but he understood that look in his eyes. Grass. Chen Xiaoan cursed angrily and was about to chase after him when his ear was grabbed. Chen Xiaoan, you're causing trouble for Jojo again. Ouch, it hurts. Dodo, let go first. Chen Xiaoan begged for mercy, grimacing. Bai Duo Duo shook off his ear and glared at him fiercely. Chen Xiaoan, I'm warning you, if you dare to cause trouble for Jojo again, I'll tell your dad that you're bullying your classmates at school every day. After saying that, she didn't even look at Chen Xiaoan's ashen face. He turned around and jogged after Xu Yingzhou's retreating figure. Chen Xiaoan covered his burning ears as he looked at the girl he had been pursuing for over a decade, a girl he had never even held hands with. At this moment, she is like a joyful butterfly, fluttering around another man. He felt as if his heart had been squeezed by something and then violently thrown to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Jojo, don't walk so fast. Bai Duo Duo, dressed in a white dress, caught up with Xu Yingzhou, tilting her little face up, her eyes shining like shattered stars. Did you go to your part-time job again today? Was it hard? Xu Yingzhou didn't stop walking, he just grunted and moaned through his nose. He didn't dislike the girl, but he wasn't particularly interested in her either. Bai Duo Duo, however, paid no attention to his coldness and followed closely by his side. They chattered excitedly about the interesting things that happened at school. Just then, a mechanical voice that only Chewing-jo could hear rang in his mind. Ding! Target detected, by Duo Duo. Appearance, 96. Body size, 85. Characteristics, 88 lively, cute. Chewing-jo paused almost imperceptibly. Target? He glanced at Bai Duo Duo without making a sound. The girl was indeed very beautiful, radiating youthful energy, and was the dream girl of countless boys in school. But involuntarily, Qin Yan's mature and voluptuous curves appeared in his mind. Bai Duo Duo is good, but compared to Sister Yen, she is still too inexperienced. But a calculating glint flashed in Chewing-jo's eyes. Why not take advantage of a benefit that comes knocking on your door? He silently recited in his mind, bound. Ding! Target by Duo Duo successfully bound. Reward, newbie skill, photographic memory. Photographic memory, S-rank skill. Everything the host sees and hears is imprinted in their mind and never forgotten. A cool sensation instantly flooded his brain, and the whole world became clear in Chewing-jo's eyes. Nice one. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Chewing-jo's lips. Jojo, what are you laughing at? Bai Duo Duo curiously leaned closer, wanting to see his expression clearly. Nothing. Chewing-jo suppressed his smile and regained his usual composure. He glanced at the chattering girl beside him and suddenly realized that she wasn't so annoying after all. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined path of the campus, attracting the attention of countless students. One is the campus heartthrob, admired by all, the other is the lively and lovely beauty of the department. To others, this was a perfect picture of a golden couple. But this painting was like a knife, piercing Chen Xiuan's eyes from not far away. He stared intently at their retreating figures. Chewing-jo. He squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. I won't let you get away with this, absolutely not. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, cousin? It's me, Xiaowen. Yes, I'm at school. I've been bullied. Could you help me find a few people to teach this kid a lesson? Chewing-jo was naturally unaware that Chen Xiuan was already preparing to send someone to teach him a lesson. When he got to the dormitory building, he still had to deal with the chirping little sparrow next to him. Alright, I've arrived. Chewing-jo stopped and looked at Bai Duo Duo, who was still following beside him, raising an eyebrow slightly. What, is Bai, the school beauty, planning to follow me into the boys' dormitory? He rarely makes jokes. Bai Duo Duo had never seen Chewing-jo like this before. He always had a cold face and kept people at arm's length. The faint smile on his lips made her heart skip a beat. She paused for a moment, then mustered her courage and teased him back. Is it all right? I don't mind at all. It would be nice to take a look around your dorm. The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling, with an innocent yet bold air about her. Chewing-jo scratched his head. He still couldn't quite handle the girl's directness. Never mind. He withdrew his gaze, reverting to his usual indifference. I have class later, so I need to go back, take a shower, and change my clothes. Oh. Bai Duoduo's tone was filled with unconcealed disappointment. But as Chewing-jo's number one and most loyal pursuer, she was naturally aware of his class schedule. Then hurry up and go, don't be late. She nodded obediently, yet with a hint of regret. I have a major class in the afternoon, how annoying, otherwise I could audit it. Watching Bai Duo Duo leave, turning back every few steps, Chewing-jo finally turned and walked into the dormitory building. Pushing open the door to dormitory 404, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of instant noodles and a faint smell of sweat hit me. It was quite different from the refreshing atmosphere of the tree-lined avenue outside. Chapter 8: The Four Brothers in the Dormitory. Victory! Nice! Nice! Push! Push! Stop reckless, let's take down Baron. The three brothers in the dormitory were shirtless, fiercely battling it out in front of their respective computers, the clatter of keyboards and mice sounding like gunfire on a battlefield. Upon hearing the door open, a burly young man with muscular build shouted without turning his head. The third brother is back. Quick, let's finish this game and help the brothers climb the ranks. This is Jian Lei, the eldest in the dormitory, a hospitable big guy from northeast China, a passionate fitness enthusiast, but his gaming skills are terrible. A young man sitting opposite him took off his headphones, turned his chair around, and leaned over with a gossipy look on his face. Hey, Joe, you're back from your date with our department's most beautiful girl? That's great, you've really made 404 proud. The second son, Yushio, has a delicate-sounding name, but he is a native of Jinghai and his catchphrase is "a real man has to save face." Xu Yingzhou was the third oldest. The quietest one in the corner was the fourth brother, Hong Tao. He glanced shyly at Xu Yingzhou, then quickly lowered his head again, his ears turning slightly red. "We met on the road." Xu Yingzhou offered a casual explanation and tossed his coat onto the chair. "Shaw, who would believe that?" Yushio pursed her lips, then pointed at Hong Tao slyly. "Third brother, let me tell you, fourth brother is practically your opposite." Xu Yingzhou became somewhat interested. "What does this mean?" Yushio slapped her thigh, her voice rising 8 octaves. "Of course. The fourth brother blushes when he talks to a girl for a couple of minutes." He paused, pointed at Xu Yingzhou, and spoke in an exaggerated, aria-like tone. "And you? Girls blush when they say a few words to you." "Ha ha ha ha." Jian Lei, who had just finished his game, burst into thunderous laughter upon hearing this. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Hong Tao's face was so red it looked like it could bleed, and he wished he could bury his head in the monitor. Xu Yingzhou was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. He picked up a towel and a change of clothes, preparing to take a shower. It made him feel uncomfortable all over. Hot water poured down from above, washing away the fatigue in my body. When he changed into clean clothes and came out of the bathroom, the dormitory had already quieted down. Jian Lei and Yushio were watching funny videos with their arms around each other's shoulders, while Hong Tao was quietly reading a book. Xu Yingzhou's phone vibrated. It was a message from Baiduo Duo. "Jojo, your afternoon class is Advanced Mathematics, in classroom 301 of Building 3. Don't go to the wrong classroom. Cute." Xu Yingzhou replied with an mm. He had just put his phone down when Yushio came over and started winking at him. "Third brother, the most beautiful girl in the department sent you a message. Is this some kind of checkup? TSK, is the iceberg in our dorm finally going to melt?" Xu Yingzhou ignored him and opened the school's internal forum. The most popular post was, as expected, about him and Baiduo Duo. Breaking news! The seemingly aloof campus heartthrob and the sweet campus beauty are suspected of being in a relationship, the most beautiful sight on campus. Below are several candid photos, showing him and Baiduo Duo walking side by side on the tree-lined path. The comments section has already been filled with hundreds of posts. "Ah, my beloved boat. My youth is over. The perfect couple, I've locked them up, and I'll swallow the key. Why, even though they're a perfect match, it still breaks my heart." Xu Yingzhou rode quickly when suddenly, several discordant comments popped up. "A simp goddess paired with a man from a humble background, it's amazing. What school heartthrob? He's just a poor part-time worker, what's with the act of being aloof? I heard he tutors people for only 200 yuan an hour, lol. It's obvious whose alt account it is." Xu Yingzhou's eyes turned cold. He clicked on one of the IDs. The other person's profile was public and contained many reposts about boxing. There are also a few photos of him with a man wearing a Black Panther Fighting Club uniform, captioned, "Hiking up with my cousin." Xu Yingzhou smiled. "It's true, they don't even have a brain. That bastard really doesn't know what's good for him." Yushio looked at those comments and slammed her phone on the table in anger. "Trying to distort the truth on the forum, calling you a phoenix man? What is Chen Xiaoran anyway? Just a lackey and sycophant." Jian Lei stood up abruptly, his muscles tensing up. "Damn it, this kid's asking for it. Third brother, don't stop me, I'm going to their dorm today and teach him a lesson he won't forget." "Alright, boss." Xu Yingzhou remained calm. He casually tossed his phone onto the bed, and the screen went dark. It's not worth getting angry over such a minor character. Jian Lei's anger wasn't going to subside so easily. But this is too much. He can't win by Duoduo's heart, so he takes it out on you? And he even spreads such rumors. Let him say it. Xu Yingzhou picked up the advanced mathematics textbook on the table. "If a dog bites you, would you bite it back?" Yushio leaned closer and lowered her voice. "Brother Zhou, this isn't just insulting you, it's ruining your reputation. If this blows up, it will have a bad impact on you." Xu Yingzhou smiled but didn't reply. He glanced at the time. "Advanced mathematics class is about to start, let's go." Seeing that he really didn't take it to heart at all, Jian Lei and Yushio had no choice but to suppress their anger. Let's go to class." The four of them walked out of the dormitory together. As soon as I reached the square in front of the teaching building, several people walked towards me. The one in the lead was dressed in expensive trendy clothes, wore a luxury watch, and had an arrogant expression. Beside him, Chen Xuan was bowing and scraping as he spoke. His face was plastered with a fawning smile, making him look like a lackey eunuch. Xu Yingzhou paused for a moment. He knew that person. Xiao Yuhang is the only son of Chairman Xiao of the board of directors. He was notorious at school for being domineering and arrogant, and because of his family's influence, no one dared to mess with him. It seems this is the new backer Chen Xuan has found. Oh, isn't this young Master Chen? Zhang Lei has a fiery temper that flares up easily. He was already holding back his anger, and now that he's met the person in question, he can't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and stood in front of the group. What, being a keyboard warrior online isn't enough, you found a master in real life now? Chen Xuan's face instantly turned ugly. He glanced at Xiao Yuhang beside him, and as if he had gained confidence, he straightened his back. Zhang Lei, watch your mouth. I'm in class with brother Yu, it's none of your business. Yu Xiao crossed her arms and slowly began to speak. The men from Jinghai displayed their witty banter to the fullest. Hey, I knew it. He couldn't win over his goddess by being a simp, so he went online to call others Phoenix men from humble backgrounds who achieve success through hardship and accuses them of being pretentious. He looked Chen Xuan up and down, clicking his tongue twice. So your sycophancy is quite extensive, huh? You just finished licking the goddess, and now you're licking the young master? That's your specialty. You. Chen Xuan was so choked up that his face turned red, and he looked at Xiao Yuhang beside him for help. A suppressed chuckle rippled through the students watching the commotion. Chapter 9. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Xiao Yuhang stopped and looked Zhang Lei up and down. Hey kid, watch your mouth. Xiao Yuhang possessed an innate sense of superiority. Otherwise, you might easily get into trouble. His gaze passed over Zhang Lei and landed on Xu Yingzhou. Hey, who are you trying to scare? Zhang Lei straightened his neck and was about to charge forward. Xu Yingzhou reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Boss, let's go, time for class. He didn't even glance at Xiao Yuhang. This complete disregard is more damaging than any retort. For the first time, cracks appeared on Xiao Yuhang's composed expression. He stepped forward, blocking the four people's path. The students around them whispered among themselves. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Is that Xiao Yuhang? The son of school board member Qiao Lei? Damn, we've run into young Master Qiao. Those guys are in for it. Once Qiao Yuhang sets his sights on you, do you expect to have a good life at school? Xu Yingzhou finally looked at him directly. Then what? 3 simple words, carrying a lazy question. Xiao Yuhang was momentarily speechless. He was used to the respect, fear, and even flattery others showed him. He had never seen anyone like Xu Yingzhou before. A kind of indifference that comes from the bone, as if one's own status is worthless in his eyes. You've got guts. Xiao Yuhang laughed in anger, pointing at Xu Yingzhou and then at himself. You're very good, I'll remember you. After saying that, he didn't linger and, with a smug look on Chen Xuan's face, walked straight into the teaching building. Damn, that's so fucking arrogant. Zhang Lei spat. Third brother, who's this grandson? The son of a school board member. Yu Xiao added quietly from the side, her expression somewhat grave. Brother Zhou, this is troublesome. That guy is notorious at school for being vengeful. Xu Yingzhou patted Zhang Lei's arm, his expression remaining calm. He's just a clown, let's go. The 4 of them entered classroom 301, where quite a few people were already seated. Xiao Yuhang and Chen Xuan sat in the middle of the classroom. There was an empty space around them, no one dared to sit down. Upon seeing Xu Yingzhou and his group enter, Chen Xuan immediately cast a provocative glance at them. Xu Yingzhou ignored him and led his 3 roommates straight to the last row. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Lei couldn't hold back any longer. Third brother, this can't be left like this. That kid is clearly trying to make things difficult for you. Yes, third brother. Yu Xiao was also very worried. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Being targeted by the son of the school board member could cause problems with future evaluations, scholarships, and even graduation. Hong Tao, who was in the corner, also gripped his book tightly, looking at Xu Yingzhou with concern. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. He certainly knew the stakes involved. He didn't take Chen Xiuan seriously. But with Qiu Yuhang added to the mix, things get a bit interesting. A military threat. A form of power suppression. A two-pronged approach? That's interesting. Just then, Bai Duo appeared at the classroom door. Holding a few books, she peeked around curiously. When she saw Chu Yingzhou, her eyes lit up and she jogged over. "Zhou, I've brought you your notes." She placed a neatly written notebook on Chu Yingzhou's desk and smiled sweetly. "This is the content from the last class." The professor highlighted the key points, and I was worried you might fall behind. Her appearance instantly drew the attention of the entire classroom. Of course, this also includes Qiu Yuhang and Chen Xiuan. Chen Xiuan's eyes grew increasingly resentful. When Qiu Yuhang saw Bai Duoduo's intimate attitude towards Chu Yingzhou, his expression changed slightly. "Thanks." Chu Yingzhou nodded and opened his notebook. The delicate handwriting on it even carried a faint fragrance. "You're welcome." Bai Duo whispered. "By the way, I heard you had a conflict with Qiu Yuhang." Her face was full of worry. "Be careful, that person is not someone to mess with." "Yes, I know." Chu Yingzhou's answer remained concise and to the point. Just then, the class bell rang, and the calculus professor walked in carrying his textbook. Bai Duo stuck out her tongue, not daring to disturb them any longer, and left the classroom, looking back every few steps. The professor began his lecture on the podium, spitting as he spoke. Ring ring. The bell seemed to lift some kind of restraint, and the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom instantly eased. The calculus professor had barely stepped out of the classroom when Chen Xiuan approached Qiu Yuhang. "Brother you, that kid is too arrogant, he doesn't take you seriously at all." Chen Xiuan's tone was full of inflammatory intent. "I've already called my cousin, he's nearby, he'll make sure this kid is completely under his thumb." Qiu Yuhang wore a satisfied smile. He patted Chen Xiuan on the shoulder and glanced contemptuously at the back row. "Well done." After saying that, the two of them walked out of the classroom first, surrounded by a group of people. Holy crap! It actually called out to someone. Zhang Lei slammed his hand on the table and abruptly stood up. "Let's go, let's follow them and see." Chu Yingzhou picked up his phone, his expression remaining unchanged. Yu Xiu and Hong Tao exchanged a glance, their faces showing some worry. The four of them walked out of the teaching building and headed to the cafeteria. Just after turning a corner, on the main road leading to the cafeteria, a group of people walked towards us. The men at the head were all wearing matching black martial arts uniforms. A roaring black panther is imprinted on its chest. Each of them was tall and muscular, with a fierce and imposing presence as they walked. The surrounding students quickly moved away, not daring to approach. The group walked straight up to Chu Yingzhou and his three companions. They stopped in their tracks, completely blocking their path. Chen Xiuan emerged from behind the group of people, a smug look on his face. "Chu Yingzhou, aren't you good at pretending? Show me another one." The most burly man at the head of the group was about 25 or 26 years old, with a buzz cut and a sharp, menacing look in his eyes. He ignored Chen Xiuan's clamor and fixed his gaze on Chu Yingzhou like a hawk. "He is Chen Yao, the manager of the Black Panther Fighting Club, and also Chen Xiuan's cousin." "You are Chu Yingzhou?" Chen Yao spoke, his voice steady and powerful. Chu Yingzhou didn't speak, but just looked at him calmly. Chen Yao continued, "Chen Xiuan is my cousin. He was wronged at school, and as his older brother, I can't just ignore it." His tone didn't sound like he was looking for trouble, it sounded more like he was stating a fact. "How about this?" Chen Yao flexed his wrists, and his knuckles cracked. "You fight me. Win or lose, this matter will be settled. I guarantee he won't bother you again. Who the hell do you think you are?" Zhang Lei immediately exploded and took a step forward, ready to rush forward. "Want to fight? Yeah, right. I'll take you on." A hand rested on his shoulder, firmly pressing him down. It was Chu Yingzhou. "Boss, don't get involved." Chapter 10:8 Extremes. Chu Yingzhou looked at Chen Yao, his tone indifferent. "I'll handle my own affairs." A hint of approval flashed in Chen Yao's eyes. "He's still a man." He snorted. "To be honest, I don't want to bully the younger one. But my elders told me to take care of this good-for-nothing cousin, so I have no choice." Without another word, he suddenly assumed a standard fighting stance, one foot in front of the other. The students watching the commotion gasped in surprise and retreated even further, many of them already pulling out their phones. Chen Yao's demeanor suddenly changed. The next second, he lowered his center of gravity, and his right fist, like a cannonball, hurtled straight for Zhou's face with a whistling sound. A powerful and unparalleled punch. Jiang Lei and Yu Xiu were both on tenterhooks. However, just as that fist was about to strike Zhou Zhou's body tilted to the left by an extremely small amount, and his shoulders slumped slightly. The extremely fast-moving wind from the punch grazed his cheek and ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead. Basic combat technique activated. A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd. You managed to dodge it? Holy crap, that reaction speed! A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yao's eyes. But he kept moving, and when his first strike missed, he used his waist to generate power. He turned his body smoothly and unleashed a fierce whip kick aimed at Zhou's lower body. It was powerful and heavy, and even the sound of the wind it stirred up carried a sense of oppression. Zhou did not take the hit head-on. Using his left foot as a pivot, he stepped back with his right foot, rotated his body half a circle, and perfectly dodged the sweeping leg. At the same time, his body was already close to Chen Yao's inside. This is a blind spot in combat. Chen Yao was startled and reacted quickly, immediately pulling back his leg and thrusting his elbow backward, striking Zhou's chest. The speed at which he changes tactics is entirely due to muscle memory honed through countless hours of practice. Zhou's pupils contracted slightly. Basic combat techniques only provide theory and basic reactions. His opponent's practical experience far surpassed his. He didn't have time to dodge completely, so he could only cross his arms and forcefully block in front of his chest. Bang! A muffled thud. A tremendous force came, and Zhou felt his arms go numb. He staggered back 3 or 4 steps before regaining his balance. That's some real strength. Third brother. Jiang Lei and Yu Xiu both exclaimed in surprise, their hearts clenching. Chen Yao landed a successful blow, but did not pursue. He steadied himself, stretched his elbows, and his eyes became even more serious. That's interesting, it's not just about hiding. He no longer held back, his entire aura changed. He lowered his center of gravity again and rained blows at Zhou with both fists. Straight punch, hook punch, uppercut. Every punch lands with a visceral impact, powerful and swift. For a moment, all that could be seen was Chen Yao's furious, relentless attack. Zhou and his figure constantly dodging and blocking. Zhou's brain was working at lightning speed. The opponent's punch speed is 0.2 seconds, and the power is rated C+. The optimal blocking angle is 30 degrees to the left, with your arm raised. A weakness has been detected, under the right rib area, duration 0.3 seconds. The system's data stream flashed through my mind, but my body's reaction was always a fraction of a second slower. The gap between theory and practice is now fully exposed. After another close dodge, Zhou's left cheek was still struck by the force of a swinging punch, causing a burning pain. Chen Yao's offensive grew increasingly fierce, as he seemed to have discerned Zhou's weakness in lacking practical combat experience. The offensive continued relentlessly, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Suddenly, Chen Yao feinted, his right fist seemingly about to strike Zhou's face. His left leg, however, moved like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, delivering a low sweeping kick towards Zhou's supporting leg. That's too fast. Zhou's body reacted quickly, raising his knee to block. Click. The sound of bones colliding was clearly audible. A sharp, piercing pain shot through Zhou's knee, causing him to groan and his face to palen. Using that force, he suddenly leaned his body backward. He then kicked Chen Yao in the stomach. This is a strategy of trading injury for injury. Chen Yao hadn't expected him to be so decisive, and in his haste, he could only pull in his stomach and tough it out. Thump! Chen Yao was kicked back a step, his abdomen churning, and his attack was instantly interrupted. Now! Despite the excruciating pain in his knees, Zhou exerted force with his feet and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. He didn't use his fist. Instead, the moment he got close to Chen Yao, his shoulder slammed into the other man's chest. But Jiquan, leaning against the mountain. This is the most powerful move in the basic fighting techniques. Chen Yao had just caught his breath and had no time to prepare for the fierce and unparalleled collision. He felt as if he had been hit by a wild bull, his chest tightened and his vision went black. He was thrown backward uncontrollably. Bang! Chen Yao fell to the ground and slid several meters before stopping. He struggled to get up. But I felt my blood churning in my chest, and then I felt completely drained. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at the pale-faced young man in the center of the room. Did we win? Chen Xiuan's smug smile froze completely as he stared in disbelief at his fallen cousin. Cousin? Jiang Lei, Yu Xiu, and Hong Tao were all dumbfounded. They rushed over and helped Xu Yingzhou, who was swaying slightly. Third brother, how are you? Xu Yingzhou waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, but the pain in his knee made him frown slightly. On the other side, Chen Yao took a few deep breaths and finally stood up, supporting himself on the ground. He stared intently at Xu Yingzhou, his eyes burning with intensity. You've practiced this? Shen Yao's voice was a little hoarse. Your lean has the feel of Bajiquan, but it's more direct and ruthless. Xu Yingzhou did not answer. My name is Chen Yao, and I am the manager of the Black Panther Fighting Club. Chen Yao wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly. I take back what I said before. Are you interested in joining my club? I'll give you an A-level contract, the best resources, and I guarantee that you'll make it into the domestic professional league within 3 years. These words caused another stir among the surrounding crowd. They're not here to cause trouble, they're here to poach our people. Xu Yingzhou raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb. A trace of blood, the area had already turned blue. He looked at Chen Yao and shook his head. Not interested. After saying that, he didn't linger and turned to leave. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even glance at Chen Xiuan once more. Stop. Chen Xiuan finally realized what was happening, his face turning pale and then red as he screamed at Xu Yingzhou's retreating figure. You think you can just leave after you've injured my cousin? Let me tell you, this isn't over. He wanted to rush forward. A large, iron-like hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. It's Chen Yao. Elder brother? Chen Xiuan turned around, only to see a pair of cold eyes. Shut up. I said, this matter is settled. But he... If you're not as skilled as others, there's no excuse. Chapter 11 Willow Smoke. Chen Yao shook off his hand and said coldly. From now on, don't provoke him anymore. And don't cause trouble outside using my name anymore. If you're not satisfied, go practice yourself until you reach his level, then you can get your revenge. After saying that, Chen Yao glanced in the direction Xu Yingzhou had left. He really misjudged the situation today. The three of them looked at Xu Yingzhou as if he were a monster. Third brother, you. Jiang Lei's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and it took him a while to finally manage to utter a sentence. When did you become such a good fighter? Hong Tao nodded vigorously from the side. Yeah, that Black Panther Club. When you leaned against that, I could feel the ground shaking even from this far away. Xu Yingzhou waved his hand, the pain in his knee causing him to furrow his brow slightly. I practiced haphazardly before, and I just got lucky. He didn't want to explain further, and pointed in the direction of his knees. I bumped into something, I'm going to the infirmary. I have a part-time job later, I'll be going now. After saying that, he walked towards the school clinic under the concerned gazes of the three people. The students who had been watching the commotion hadn't dispersed yet, they were pointing and whispering about his retreating figure. Xu Yingzhou turned a deaf ear. His mind was now filled with replays of his battle with Chen Yao. Basic combat skills, indeed powerful. But ultimately it's just a technique, a dead theory. Without sufficient practical experience and physical fitness, one will still be at a disadvantage when facing truly skilled opponents. Today's victory was due to surprise and the opponent's underestimation of us. Next time, you won't be so lucky. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. The medical room at Jinghai University is very quiet. A figure in a white coat was standing with his back to the door, tidying up the medicine cabinet. Her slender figure, outlined by a well-fitting white coat, revealed her curves, sparking the imagination. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. A mature and alluring face came into Xu Yingzhou's view. With fair skin and captivating eyes, she was clearly dressed like a doctor. Yet it possesses a captivating charm. Her name tag read, School Doctor, Lu Yan. Xu Yingzhou's gaze swept across her face only briefly. Immediately, a cold system notification sounded in my mind. Ding. Target detected, Lu Yan. Appearance rating, 97. Body, 93. Charm, 95. Mature, alluring. Current favorability rating, 30%. They've arrived. Xu Yingzhou silently recited in his heart. Start the walkthrough. Ding. New player quest issued, medical. Mission objective, have your target, Lu Yan, treat your wounds and obtain her personal contact information. Task reward, intermediate piano mastery. Intermediate piano? That's a pretty good reward. As Zhou was pondering this, Lu Yan's cold voice rang out. Hey, are you feeling unwell? Her eyes held a hint of weariness. Hello doctor, I have sprained my knee. Zhou pointed to his right leg, his expression calm. Lu Yan's gaze fell on his slightly swollen knees, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. They got into a fight? Zhou neither admitted nor denied it. Sit down. Lu Yan pointed to the examination bed next to her. Roll up your trouser legs. Zhou sat down as instructed and rolled up his trouser legs. On the fair skin, there was a clear red swelling around the kneecap. Lu Yan put on disposable gloves and gently pressed her slender, cool fingers around his knee. Hiss. Zhou gasped. It really hurts. The bone should be fine, it's just a soft tissue contusion. Lu Yan quickly made a judgment. How old are you? Still fighting like a child. As she spoke, she turned to get the medicine. Zhou looked at her retreating figure and suddenly spoke. Dr. Lu, I heard you're Vice Principal Wan's wife? Lu Yan paused for a moment as she took the medicine. She turned around, placed the safflower oil and gauze on the tray, and her eyes turned somewhat cold. Is this related to your injury? It doesn't matter. Zhou shook his head. I'm just curious, what kind of man could be worthy of a beauty like Dr. Bai? His tone was very sincere. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. She had seen far too many boys using various excuses to strike up conversations at the infirmary. Smooth talking and pretentious. But Zhou is the first person to be so direct from the start. Mind your own business. She walked over with a tray, squatted down, dipped a cotton swab in safflower oil, and began to treat his wound. Her movements were very gentle. A strong medicinal oil smell mixed with a faint fragrance wafted into Zhou's nostrils. He looked at her lowered eyelids. Doctor, are you in a bad mood today? Lu Yan paused again, then looked up at him. You talk too much. I just think. Zhou's gaze fell on the corner of her eye. You don't seem very happy. Lu Yan fell silent. She didn't say anything more, but silently massaged his knees to improve blood circulation and remove bruises. Only the faint breathing of the two people remained in the infirmary. After a while, she treated the wound and bandaged it with gauze. All right. Avoid strenuous exercise for the next couple of days, and massage it with safflower oil every day. She stood up, took off her gloves, and threw them into the trash can. He didn't look at Zhou even once more throughout the entire process. Zhou also stood up and tried to move his legs. Thank you, doctor. He didn't leave immediately, but instead took his phone out of his pocket. Doctor, I have a part-time job later, so I might not have time to treat it myself. Could I add you on WeChat so I can consult you if there are any changes in the wound? Lu Yan was washing her hands with her back to him. The sound of rushing water was loud and clear. The clinic has a landline you can call during working hours. I refused. Zhou was not surprised. He smiled and continued. The signal is not very good where I work part-time, and the call often drops. And he then changed the subject. I know a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor who specializes in treating mental illnesses. I see you have a furrowed brow, perhaps he can help you. Lu Yan turned off the tap and slowly turned around. For the first time, she really looked at the boy in front of her seriously. What exactly are you trying to say? Nothing. Zhou met her gaze without flinching or avoiding it. I just feel that a blooming white rose shouldn't be kept in a glass greenhouse and get contaminated with the smell of disinfectant. Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Her favorite flower is the white rose. No one knew about this except her. She looked at Zhou, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Zhou didn't give her a chance to ask further questions. He handed her his phone's QR code. How about we become friends? The air froze for a few seconds. Finally, Lu Yan took out her phone and scanned his QR code. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's quest. Reward for the task, intermediate piano mastery, already awarded. Instantly, a massive flow of information flooded into Zhou's mind. Xu Yingzhou's phone vibrated. His friend request had been accepted. Chapter 12 7 Nights Bar. He put away his phone and smiled at Lu Yan. Dr. Lu, see you later. After saying that, he turned and left the infirmary, showing no trace of the limp he had just been. Lu Yan stood there, watching him disappear through the doorway. She glanced down at the new friend on her phone named Yingzhou, whose profile picture was completely black. After a long while, she murmured to herself. How did he know about the white rose? Xu Yingzhou glanced at the time on his phone. It was exactly 8 p.m. It's time for my part-time job. He turned into the back alley of 7 Nights Bar. He pushed open the door to the employee entrance with practiced ease. In the cramped locker room, he changed into a pure black bartender's uniform. The fitted vest accentuated her slender waist and broad shoulders. The white shirt sleeves were rolled up to the forearms, revealing strong, smooth lines. She had shed her youthful naivete from school and gained a unique sense of asceticism that came with the night. He straightened his bow tie in front of the mirror, and the bruise on the corner of his mouth was somewhat noticeable under the cold light. He touched it lightly with his fingertip, and it still hurt. Jojo, you're here quite early today. A lazy voice came from behind. Xu Yingzhou didn't need to turn around just by hearing that soothing voice. He knew it was his boss. The owner of this 7 Nights Bar is Su Yun. She is known as Sister Yun. If you don't have classes, come early. Every extra hour means extra money. Xu Yingzhou turned around as he spoke. Before he could finish speaking, a fiery red figure, like a boneless snake, slid from his side to in front of him. Su Yun wore a high-slit red dress today. Her long, black curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her red lips were like fire, and her eyes and brows were full of charm. She was a head shorter than Xu Yingzhou, and at that moment she was slightly tilting her head up, but her gaze was not fixed on his eyes. It was the corner of his mouth. Her face, which had been wearing a charming smile just a second ago, instantly turned cold. Who hit him? Her voice also turned 8 degrees colder. Sister Yun will stand up for you. Xu Yingzhou's heart skipped a beat. His boss's wife is no pushover. In Jinghai City, both the legitimate and underworld figures give Su Yun some face. I bumped into it by accident. Xu Yingzhou remained expressionless and casually made up a story. Su Yun extended her slender fingers, painted with nail polish, but her fingertips did not touch him. He only vaguely depicted the wound at the corner of his mouth. Did you bump into it? She scoffed. With your face like this, did you smash it against a steel plate or try to block a gun barrel? Her fingers suddenly fell, her cool fingertips gently pressing against his bruises. The force wasn't great, but it made Xu Yingzhou's muscles tense. To be honest. Su Yun stared into his eyes. In Jinghai, no one dares to touch my people, Su Yun's people. Xu Yingzhou took a half step back without making a sound, avoiding her hand. Sister Yun, it's really nothing. I was just joking around with my classmates and didn't know my limits. Classmate? Su Yun felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She crossed her arms and looked him up and down. Jinghai University? Who's so blind as to dare to mess with us? Tell me who it is, and I guarantee they'll be expelled tomorrow. Xu Yingzhou had a headache. He knew that Su Yun meant what she said. But he didn't want to involve school matters here. Sister Yun, do you think I, a grown man, would really be at a disadvantage? Xu Yingzhou twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing his usual faint smile. Don't worry about such a small thing. Besides, doesn't this injury on my face add to my wild beauty? Maybe I can even get a bigger tip tonight. Su Yun looked at his nonchalant expression, and her cold face gradually softened. Okay, it's your own business, just keep it in mind. She changed the subject. But Jojo, I'm telling you. This is the last time. If I see you coming to work with an injury again, you don't need to come anymore. She curled her red lips into a smile. I'll go to your school myself and help you solve the problem. Understood, Sister Yun. Xu Yingzhou nodded. This is already the biggest concession Su Yun has made. Go outside, there are already customers waiting outside. Su Yun waved her hand, turned around and leaned against the storage cabinet. I lit a slender women's cigarette. Xu Yingzhou didn't say anything more, pushed open the door and walked out. The world behind the bar was instantly filled with deafening music. On the dance floor, young men and women twisted their bodies wildly, releasing their excess energy. Xu Yingzhou stood in his familiar spot and began mixing drinks. The shaker flew up and down in his hands, tracing beautiful silver arcs. Soon, several stylishly dressed girls gathered in front of the bar. Handsome, the usual, 1-7 nights. Hey bro, what happened to your lip? Did someone bully you? My god, this battle-damaged makeup is amazing. It makes me even more charismatic. Shuing-zhou wore a formulaic smile and responded calmly. Shuing-zhou responded to the customer's advances with a smile. His sales performance remained excellent. Most people aren't there to drink, but rather to have a few words with him. The tip box is full again tonight. He rubbed his slightly sore arms, which were noticed by several maturely dressed young women. Their eyes lit up, and they eagerly offered to massage him. That's impossible, of course. As the time slowly slipped towards 3 or 4 in the morning, the crazy night gradually came to an end. The guests left in 2s and 3s. The dance floor was empty, with only cleaners tidying up the mess. A female customer was lounging over Shuing-zhou's bar. Her long hair was spread out, obscuring her face, so only her slender back could be seen. Her shoulders trembled slightly with suppressed sobs. Shuing-zhou recognized her. It was Wang Yuan, the most beautiful girl in the dance department of Jinghai University. She is also Qiu Yuhang's girlfriend. I don't know why, but I came to a bar alone to drown my sorrows today. The moment he saw her, that familiar mechanical sound echoed in my mind. Ding! Target detected, Wang Yuan. Appearance rating, 91. Body size, 90. Charm, 88. Delicate figure, supple body. Current favorability rating, 50%. Shuing-zhou paused for a moment. 50%? This is not the level of goodwill one should have towards a stranger. He walked over discreetly and gently tapped on the bar. Madam, we're closed. The girl lying face down did not respond. Shuing-zhou had no choice but to raise his voice slightly. Wang Yuan? The girl's shoulders jerked suddenly, and she slowly raised her head. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, and her eye makeup was ruined. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and the tip of her nose was also red, making her look pitiful. Her eyes were unfocused, as if she were trying to make out the person in front of her. Shu-ing-zhou? Her voice had a heavy nasal tone and smelled of alcohol. It's me. Shu-ing-zhou nodded. It's late, you should go home. Go back? Wang Yuan seemed to have heard a joke. He suddenly laughed, but his laughter was full of sadness. Chapter 13. Come with me to a hotel room. Where can I go back to? I have nowhere to go. She picked up the empty wineglass in front of her. He shook it and handed it to Shuing-zhou. Give me, just one more cup, please. You've had enough to drink. Shuing-zhou refused her, took the wineglass from her hand, poured her a glass of warm water, and pushed it towards her. Have some water, I'll call a car for you. Wang Yuan didn't touch the glass of water. She just stared at him intently, her eyes red. Why you? She murmured to herself, as if asking herself a question. Why you of all people? Shuing-zhou didn't speak, but just looked at her quietly. Drunk people often say things they wouldn't dare to say when they're sober. Sure enough, Wang Yuan's tears welled up again. I don't want to see him again, not even for a second. Large tears rolled down Wang Yuan's cheeks. Does that mean we have to have sex before getting married? She was sobbing uncontrollably, and her body slumped down towards the bar. Shuing-zhou instinctively reached out to support her. I got my hands on a warm and soft one. Wang Yuan leaned against him and gripped his clothes tightly with both hands. Please, take me away from here. She looked up, her tear-streaked face full of pleading. I don't know where to go. Shuing-zhou frowned slightly. What kind of nonsense is this? Qiu Yuhang's girlfriend cried to him and asked him to take her away. Ding! Random quest triggered, the fallen beauty of the department. Task description: as a responsible and caring man, how can you ignore a beautiful woman's plea for help? Please help Wang Yuan overcome this difficult situation. Task rewards: depends on completion rate. The system's voice sounded in my mind again. Shuing-zhou sighed inwardly. It seems there's no way to avoid this trouble. He looked at the girl in his arms, who was crying with tears streaming down her face, and asked, Where's your phone? I'll help you contact your family or friends. Don't want. Wang Yuan immediately shook her head, gripping his clothes even tighter. I can't let them know. If they know, they'll only make me suffer and endure it. Xiao Yuhang's family is rich and powerful, our family can't afford to offend them. Xu Yingzhou remains silent. This situation is indeed difficult to handle. Do you have time tonight? Wang Yuan suddenly stopped crying and stared straight at him. Her gaze puzzled Xu Yingzhou. What's wrong? He asked instinctively. The next second, Wang Yuan suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him towards her. Their faces were instantly inches apart. Warm, alcohol-scented breath sprayed onto Xu Yingzhou's face. Come with me to a hotel. Xu Yingzhou was stunned. Looking at Wang Yuan's resolute face, he seriously doubted whether he had misheard. Or is it that this woman is really just lusting after his body? Seemingly seeing through the doubt in his eyes, a hint of humiliation flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes. What? Do you think I'm a promiscuous person? Her voice carried a self-deprecating tone. Xu Yingzhou was about to shake his head. Wang Yuan had already closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and attacked his lips. The soft touch, with its strong smell of alcohol, instantly overwhelmed his senses. This kiss required absolutely no skill. It's more like a form of venting. However, it only lasted 2 or 3 seconds. Wang Yuan's body went limp. She lost all her strength and fainted in Xu Yingzhou's arms. Xu Yingzhou looked at the woman in his arms who was completely unconscious and shook his head helplessly. What kind of mess is this? He took out his phone and glanced at the time. 4 o'clock in the morning. Leaving her here alone is definitely not an option. Should I take her back to her dorm? He couldn't get into the girls' dormitory. Contact Xiao Yuhang? That would only cause trouble for yourself. Xu Yingzhou pondered for a moment, then walked to the staff lounge at the back, quickly changed out of his bartender uniform and into his casual clothes. Then, he came out and picked up the unconscious Wang Yuan in his arms. The girl was very light, she felt almost weightless when held in my arms. Her bare shoulders and snow-white skin were dazzling in the dim light of the bar. She didn't seem to be sleeping soundly, her long arms unconsciously wrapped around Xu Yingzhou's neck. She nuzzled her cheek against his chest, like a kitten seeking security. Xu Yingzhou carried her and quickly walked out of the 7 Nights bar. The streets were chilly in the early morning. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight towards the 5-star hotel across from the bar. The hotel lobby was brightly lit and magnificent. The receptionist was yawning listlessly. Seeing Xu Yingzhou walk and carrying a woman, he instantly sobered up. Her gaze lingered on Xu Yingzhou's handsome face. He glanced back and forth between Wang Yuan's unconscious state, his gaze becoming somewhat subtle. Xu Yingzhou remained calm and composed. He gently leaned Wang Yuan against the front desk and took out his ID card from his pocket. Book a room. The receptionist was very professional. She quickly returned to her standard smiling service within just a few seconds. She took Xu Yingzhou's ID card with both hands. Sir, we've prepared an executive suite for you, with the best view and privacy. She handed over a room key, her gaze sweeping between Xu Yingzhou and Wang Yuan. Xu Yingzhou nodded, took the room key, picked up Wang Yuan again, and turned to walk towards the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, revealing the 2 figures reflected on the smooth, mirror-like interior walls. The girl in his arms seemed very uncomfortable, her brows furrowed and her mouth uttering incoherent murmurs. Bastard, why? The few words, spoken intermittently, were filled with grievance. Xu Yingzhou held her in his arms and could clearly feel the softness of her body and the curves that rose and fell with her breath. Bite. The elevator has arrived at the designated floor. Xu Yingzhou swiped his card to open the door, and a pleasant fragrance typical of high-end hotels wafted out. The living room is spacious, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the dazzling nightscape of Jinghai City. The suite features a 2-bedroom design. Xu Yingzhou didn't think much of it and carried Wang Yuan into one of the bedrooms. He gently placed her on the soft bed and pulled the blanket over her. After doing all this, he turned and walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. In the bathroom of the other bedroom, the sound of running water could be heard. Xu Yingzhou took off his shirt, which reeked of alcohol. His well-defined abdominal and pectoral muscles are on full display. Warm water cascaded down from above. Just then, the bathroom door clicked open from the outside. Wang Yuan stood at the door, her wet hair clinging to her cheeks. She didn't know when she woke up, her eyes fixed on the man in the steamy mist. The previous dazed look was gone from his eyes. Xu Yingzhou turned off the shower, and the sound of water stopped abruptly. Water droplets slid down his hair, chin, and chest, disappearing into the towel around his waist. He looked at her, his tone indifferent. You should be in bed. Wang Yuan did not answer, but walked towards him step by step. The high heels clicked softly on the wet bathroom floor tiles. Chapter 14, Knees Can Touch Shoulders. Wang Yuan walked up to him and stopped. She tilted her head back and stared intently into his eyes. Xu Yingzhou could smell the lingering scent of alcohol on her body, mixed with her unique fragrance, creating a strange allure. Looking into her bloodshot eyes, he spoke in a low voice. You asked for this. The next second, he reached out and put his arm around her waist, pulling her towards him. Steam rose in the bathroom, and the temperature suddenly increased. The two figures gradually became entangled. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the dust floating in the room. Wang Yuan's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. My whole body aches terribly. My mind is a mess, and fragments of last night are flooding back. Was that still me yesterday? She covered her face, a strange emotion welling up inside her. Immediately, she felt a heavy arm around her waist, holding her tightly in its embrace. A warm chest pressed against my back, with a steady, strong heartbeat. Wang Yuan's body stiffened. She slowly turned her head. Xu Yingzhou's handsome face, magnified, was right in front of him. He was asleep, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow under his eyes. He has a high, straight nose and well-defined lips. In his sleep, he shed his daytime aloofness and nighttime domineering nature, appearing somewhat harmless. Yet he's still so handsome it makes your heart race. As Wang Yuan looked at the screen, she inexplicably stuck out a finger. She quietly and gently tapped the tip of his nose. Xu Yingzhou opened his eyes at that moment. His deep eyes, like a bottomless pool, held the languor and amusement of someone just awakened. He stared quietly at Wang Yuan's finger, which was frozen in mid-air. Exclamation point. Wang Yuan shuddered in fright, as if she had been electrocuted, and tried to pull her hand back, while desperately moving her body backward. However, she was fast, but Xu Yingzhou was even faster. A strong arm wrapped around her waist with lightning speed and pulled her in tightly. Wang Yuan, completely out of control, fell back into that firm, warm chest once again. Trying to run? The hot breath hit her earlobe, making half of her body numb. Wang Yuan's cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she stammered, unable to speak. Weren't you the one who took the initiative last night? A playful smile curved Xu Yingzhou's lips. Now, it's my turn. Before he could finish speaking, a passionate kiss landed on his lips. The temperature in the bedroom rose sharply again. A faint, sweet voice rang out. Xu Yingzhou then realized that a person's knee could indeed touch their shoulder. By the time everything was tidied up again, the sun was high in the sky. Wang Yuan, leaning against the wall, walked out of the bathroom with weak legs. After taking only 2 steps, his body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. A pair of large hands caught her waist just in time, holding her firmly in their arms. You! Wang Yuan was both ashamed and angry. She raised her fist and punched him in the chest, but it was weak and powerless. Why are you using so much force? Don't you feel sorry for yourself since it's not your own? Xu Yingzhou chuckled softly, the vibrations of his chest clearly reaching her. How can it not be mine? He lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers. From this moment on, you are mine. The domineering and unquestionable declaration made Wang Yuan's heart skip a beat. Her cheeks flushed, but then she suddenly remembered something. Not yet. She bit her lip. As for Qiu Yuhang, I can't break up with him yet. That guy, he'll cause you trouble? Xu Yingzhou's expression remained unchanged. Fine. The clouds drifted by, and Qiu Yuhang seemed like an insignificant passerby. Looking at his calm profile, Wang Yuan felt a sense of peace. She could only nod. The two walked out of the hotel together. I flagged down a car and headed straight for Jinghai University. With only a few hundred meters to go before reaching the school gate, Wang Yuan nervously said, "Driver, let's stop here." As she spoke, she reached for the car door. Afraid of being seen? Xu Yingzhou pulled her back. Wang Yuan didn't speak, but the expression on her face said it all. Xu Yingzhou shook his head helplessly. All right, you stay in the car and I'm getting out. As he spoke, he suddenly leaned forward. Before Wang Yuan could react, her soft lips were fiercely captured. The kiss was filled with possessiveness, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Xu Yingzhou only released her when she was almost suffocating, pressing his forehead against hers. He commanded in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Remember, you are my woman now. Don't let any other man touch you." Wang Yuan was feeling dizzy and could only nod blankly. Xu Yingzhou smiled with satisfaction, opened the car door, and got out. His figure quickly disappeared around the street corner. Xu Yingzhou returned to his dormitory, yawning. Even with his exceptional physique, he felt a bit sleepy. In the dormitory, the second oldest student, Yu Xiu, was scrolling through short videos with her legs crossed. He occasionally made tsk sounds of admiration. The eldest brother, Jian Lei, was shirtless, holding dumbbells in the corner of the balcony. His well-developed muscles rippled with each movement, and he was drenched in sweat. The fourth brother, Hong Tao, was wearing headphones and sitting quietly at his desk, writing something. "Third brother, you're back?" Jian Lei put down the dumbbells and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. Yu Xiu and Hong Tao also looked over upon hearing the noise. "Are you all right?" Hong Tao pushed up his glasses and asked cautiously. Xu Yingzhou looked around in surprise. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" "You still don't know?" Yu Xiu sat up in bed and handed over her phone. "Check the class group chat yourself." Xu Yingzhou took the phone. On the screen, the class's WeChat group was buzzing with activity. At the top were several mentions of him, but they've already been scrolled past. Yu Xiu traced her finger upwards and found the source. "Xiu Yuhang at Xu Yingzhou, kid, you're pretty arrogant, huh? You were quite capable yesterday, weren't you? Xiu Yuhang, I'm telling you this, you won't graduate smoothly at Jinghai University. Xiu Yuhang, if you know what's good for you, come out here right now and kowtow to me to apologize, or you'll regret it." A series of threats, filled with the arrogance and domineering nature of a rich kid. The group was deathly silent. No one dared to step forward at this moment. After Xu Yingzhou finished reading, he returned the phone to Yu Xiu and yawned again. "That's it?" He shrugged, looking completely indifferent. "Hey guys, we're only freshmen, okay? We still have 3.5 years until graduation. You guys are actually taking this childish nonsense seriously?" Seeing Xu Yingzhou's nonchalant attitude, Yu Xiu and the other two exchanged bewildered glances. "It seems, that makes sense. They definitely overreacted just now. Damn, this kid is too arrogant." Jian Lei was still somewhat indignant. "Don't worry, third brother, if he dares to make a move, I'll be the first to deal with him." Xu Yingzhou smiled, patted Jian Lei on the shoulder, turned around and climbed into his own bed, preparing to catch up on some sleep. Chapter 15. The School Beauty Makes a Move. Just as I lay down, I heard Yu Xiu exclaim in surprise. "Holy crap! Quick, check the class group chat." His voice was filled with surprise, doubt, and disbelief. Jian Lei and Hong Tao immediately went over. Xu Yingzhou had no choice but to take out his phone again and open the group chat with hundreds of unread messages. A message that had just popped up appeared prominently at the top of the screen. The sender was an avatar and nickname that he had absolutely no recollection of. "By Duo at Xiu Yuhang, why don't you try touching Jojo? By Duo, believe it or not, I can make sure your school board chairman father gets fired tomorrow." The entire dormitory fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. "Jojo?" Yu Xiu looked as if she had seen a ghost, turning her head to look at Xu Yingzhou. "Third brother, is Bai, the school beauty, calling you Jojo?" Xu Yingzhou was also stunned. How did she know? Before he could figure it out, the class group chat had already exploded with excitement. After a brief silence, countless messages flooded the screen. Xiu Yuhang, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was now as silent as if he had fallen silent, not daring to utter a single word. Everyone knows the Bai family's status in Jinghai, let alone the son of a school board member. Even the school board member himself had to bow and scrape before the Bai family. After a long while, Xiu Yuhang finally popped up, feeling frustrated. "Xiu Yuhang, all he does is hide behind women. What kind of man is that? Coward." He didn't dare to confront Bai Duo, so he could only turn his attention back to Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou looked at the message, yawned lazily, and tossed his phone onto the pillow. He had to go to Sister Yan's house in the afternoon to tutor Chu Chinen, so he couldn't be bothered with these farces on campus. In his words, this all belongs to the restless youth of college students. But he was no longer that teenager. As evening fell, the last rays of the setting sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dim, yellowish light across the dormitory room. Xu Yingzhou turned over in bed and slowly woke up. I slept soundly for days, and all my fatigue vanished. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. The class group chat was still bustling with activity, but the focus of the conversation had shifted from him to Bai, the school beauty. Various gossips emerged one after another, but Xiao Yuhang never dared to show his face again. Xu Yingzhou chuckled and casually put his phone into his pocket. It's just kids playing house. He stretched, his joints cracking and popping. She then got out of bed, quickly washed up, and prepared to go out. Third brother, are you still tutoring at night? Yu Xiu, who was watching a movie, took off her headphones and asked. Xu Yingzhou changed his shoes and casually gave a reply. Alright, be careful on the road. That Xiao Yuhang is no good, don't let him ambush you outside the school. Jiang Lei reminded him. No. Xu Yingzhou waved his hand, pushed open the door, and left. The subway was crowded with people, and the air was somewhat stuffy. Xu Yingzhou leaned against the door, watching the city lights rushing past the window, his thoughts drifting. I've already reached 50% favorability with Qin Yan, and I wonder what task the system will give me next. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at the station. Stepping out of the station, the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the heat inside the train carriage. He walked into the upscale villa area with familiarity and saw Qin Yan's small building in the distance. However, something seems off. The villa's gate was ajar, and the living room light shone through. The sound was also faintly accompanied by the sound of a woman crying. Xu Yingzhou frowned and quickened his pace. You fucking shut up. Qin Yan, do you still think you're the high and mighty President Qin? Without me, Xu Yinzhang, you're nothing. Cry? Cry louder. Let our precious son hear it too. The man's shouts and curses grew clearer and clearer. Immediately following was a loud banging on the door from upstairs, and a child's tearful shouts. Mom! Mom! Open the door! You bastard! Let go of my mother! Xu Yingzhou's face instantly darkened. He didn't even have time to ring the doorbell, he simply pushed open the heavy, carved wooden door and strode inside. The living room was a complete mess. At the expensive dining table, Qin Yan was held down tightly by a man. Her business suit was torn to shreds, revealing large expanses of her fair skin. The man was grinning maliciously as he reached out to tear off the already torn black stockings from her legs. On the sideboard next to them, a cell phone was propped up. The flashing red dot indicates that it is recording video. Xu Yinzhang. You've gone mad. You beast. Qin Yan struggled fiercely, her face filled with terror. Mad? I'll show you what madness really is today. Xu Yinzhang's face was contorted with rage. He held Qin Yan's hands in one grip and prepared to continue his assault with the other. Aren't you so high and mighty? Don't you look down on me? Wait until I release this video, then let's see who in Jinghai will dare to take a piece of trash like you. If you know what's good for you, give me half of the company's shares. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Upstairs, Xu Chenen's cries and banging on the door grew louder. Xu Yingzhou's eyes were extremely cold. He strode forward and kicked Xu Yinzhang hard in the lower back. Bang! A muffled thud. Xu Yinzhang flew off the dining table and crashed heavily to the ground. His body knocked over a bunch of chairs and decorations, which shattered into pieces on the floor. Ah! He clutched his back, letting out a blood-curdling scream, and curled up on the ground in agony. Qin Yan took the opportunity to struggle to sit up from the dining table. She frantically tried to gather her torn clothes together, her body trembling uncontrollably. When she saw Xu Yingzhou standing at the door, the fear in his eyes turned into a hint of astonishment and confusion. Xu Yinzhang lay on the ground for a while before turning around, grimacing, to look at the uninvited guest at the door. Who the hell is he? How dare he interfere in my business? It wasn't until he saw Yingzhou's excessively handsome face that he remembered. Ha, who do we have here? It's you, you pretty boy. Qin Yan, wow. You found someone new so quickly? And a college student who lives off a woman. Qin Yan's face turned deathly pale. She couldn't reconcile him with the gentle and refined husband she remembered. How did he become like this? Xu Yingzhou ignored the mad dog on the ground and quickly walked to Qin Yan's side. He took off his coat and gently draped it over her trembling shoulders. Sister Yan, don't be afraid. I'll handle it. After saying that, he turned around and looked coldly at Chu Yanjiang. Chu Yanjiang was consumed by jealousy as he watched the two exchanging glances. He suddenly scrambled to his feet, grabbed a broken wine bottle from beside him, and lunged viciously at Chu Yingzhou's back with the sharp glass shards. I'll kill you. Xinyan let out a short gasp. Chu Yingzhou didn't even turn his head. Just as Chu Yanjiang lunged forward, he suddenly sidestepped, precisely avoiding the wine bottle. At the same time, he slammed his right fist into Chu Yanjiang's stomach. Chapter 16. Cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Vomit. Chu Yanjiang's eyes bulged out instantly, and he curled up like a shrimp. The acid in my stomach gushed out uncontrollably. The wine bottle in his hand also fell to the ground with a clatter. Chu Yingzhou didn't even glance at him, and went straight to the sideboard, picking up the phone that was still recording. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he confirmed that the videos inside had not been uploaded to any cloud servers or social media platforms. Then he threw his phone on the ground. Lift your foot. Snap. The screen shattered instantly, turning into a pile of electronic waste. After doing all this, he looked down at Chu Yanjiang. How could Sister Yan have married such a scumbag like you? Chu Yingzhou walked step by step toward Chu Yanjiang, who was huddled in the corner. His eyes looked like he was looking at a pile of stinking garbage. As Chu Yanjiang watched him approach, he was so frightened that he used both hands and feet to desperately shrink back. Unfortunately, they were already pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. No. Don't come any closer. Murder is illegal. Stop. A slightly trembling female voice rang out. Qin Yan had recovered from her shock and regained her President Qin aura. She clutched the coat Chu Yingzhou had draped over her tightly, covering her disheveled body, and quickly stepped forward to grab Chu Yingzhou's arm. Stop hitting him. Her voice was very soft. It's not worth jeopardizing your future for such scum. In the current situation, you are acting in self-defense. If the fight continues, the nature of the situation will change. Chu Yingzhou paused, turned around and glanced at her. Xinyan's face was still pale, but the panic in her eyes had disappeared. He nodded and looked away. Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, released Chu Yingzhou, and took out her phone. My fingers were a little unsteady from the lingering fear, but I still pressed down 3 numbers accurately. Hello, is this the police station? I need to report a crime. The address is? She gave a clear and organized account of the address and details. After hanging up the phone, she immediately dialed the property management's number. I am Qin Yan, the owner of Villa number 3 in Building A. Get your security captain here immediately. Right now. I need an explanation as to why my ex-husband, someone I explicitly forbade from entering the community, is in my home. The property manager on the other end of the phone apologized repeatedly and promised to come and handle it immediately. After doing all this, Qin Yan felt as if all her strength had been drained, and her body swayed slightly. Chu Yingzhou stepped forward and supported her arm. Sister Yan, Shannon is still upstairs. Why don't you go up and check on him? He must be terrified. Chu Yingzhou seemed to possess a calming power. Qin Yan then seemed to wake from a dream, the heart-wrenching cries of her son upstairs still echoing in her ears. She glanced gratefully at Chu Yingzhou, nodded, and turned to walk quickly upstairs. In the living room, only Chu Yingzhou and Chu Yanjiang, who was lying on the floor, remained. Chu Yingzhou pulled over a perfectly good chair, sat down with an air of authority, and coldly stared at the man on the ground. When Chu Yanjiang heard that Qin Yan had called the police, he knew that he was completely finished this time. Once he's in jail, Qin Yan will definitely use all her connections to make sure he spends the rest of his life in prison. Driven by fear, he developed a frenzied madness, a willingness to fight to the death. He struggled to his feet and gave Chu Yingzhou an extremely fawning smile. Brother, don't be angry. Why bother with that between us men? He gestured towards the stairs with his lip and lowered his voice. I know Qin Yan, she pretends to be a saint on the surface, but she's actually very slutty at heart. I know everything about her, from her favorite positions to her most sensitive spots. If you let me off the hook today, I'll tell you all her secrets. I guarantee you'll have even more fun than I did. He didn't notice that Qin Yan stopped at the corner of the stairs. She leaned against the railing, listening to the man who had once shared a bed with her. They used the most obscene language to trade her privacy like a commodity. Her body began to tremble violently, her vision blurred, and her stomach churned. So, this was the man she had loved. It turns out he was such a beast. Yeah? Xu Yingzhou's face was expressionless. He slowly stood up. Xu Yanjiang thought he was interested and his smile became even more lewd. Of course. She has a little dimple on her left side, and it hurts when you touch it. He hadn't finished speaking. Xu Yingzhou had already walked up to him, suddenly raised her foot, and stomped hard on his face, silencing him. The sole of the shoe ground against his mouth, making him groan in pain. Shut up. Xu Yingzhou looked down from his high vantage point. If I hear another single insult to Sister Yan from your filthy mouth, I wouldn't mind cutting off your tongue and feeding it to the dogs. On the stairs, Xin Yan could no longer hold on and silently squatted down. He buried his face in his knees, his shoulders heaving violently, and suppressed sobs escaped from between his fingers. Just then, the door to a bedroom upstairs was suddenly flung open. Mommy! Mommy! Little Chu Chunin rushed out of the room barefoot, his face streaked with tears. When he saw Qin Yan squatting on the stairs, he rushed over to her, crying. Mom! Are you all right? Where's that bad guy? Qin Yan heard her son's voice and suddenly looked up. She hastily wiped away her tears and hugged him tightly. Mom's okay. Shannon, don't be afraid, Mom's okay. She shook her head, her voice choked with emotion, but pointed downstairs at Xu Yingzhou. It was Teacher Xiaozhou who came. He saved my mother. The words had barely left his mouth. The villa's door was pushed open with a bang. Several uniformed police officers and a terrified property security guard rushed in. They immediately saw the scene in the living room. In the messy room, a man was being trampled underfoot and whimpering, while a boy was slowly raising his foot, looking at them with a cold expression. The entire living room was deathly silent. The lead policeman's sharp eyes swept over the mess on the ground. His hand instinctively went to the pistol at his waist. Police! Don't move! Hands up and state your name. Xu Yingzhou slowly raised his foot, his expression unchanged. He was about to speak. Stop! A cool, clear female voice came from the stairs. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Yan had already changed into a set of appropriate home clothes. Her long hair was casually tied up, and her face remained pale. She walked gracefully down the stairs, her gaze landing directly on the police officer in the lead. Captain Wang. The middle-aged policeman, referred to as Captain Wang, was visibly taken aback when he saw Qin Yan, and his tense expression relaxed. Mr. Qin? What's wrong? His gaze shifted back and forth between Xu Yingzhou and Xu Yanjiang on the ground. Qin Yan walked up to Captain Wang and first pointed to Xu Yingzhou, who had a calm expression. This is Xu Yingzhou, my son's tutor. He saved me tonight. Chapter 17 Golden Treasure Chest. Then, she glanced with disgust at Xu Yanjiang, who was groaning on the ground. As for this. Her voice was as cold as ice. It was my ex-husband, Xu Yanjiang. He illegally entered my home with the intention of harming me. Xin Yan took a small memory card out of her pocket and handed it to Wang Jianbin. This is the surveillance video from the living room at the time of the incident. It should be enough to convict him directly. Wang Jianbin took the memory card, nodded, and his eyes sharpened. Without further hesitation, he waved to his subordinates behind him. Cuff him and take him away. Two police officers immediately stepped forward and swiftly twisted Xu Yanjiang's hands behind his back, as he was still pretending to be dead on the ground. The cold handcuffs clicked shut. Only then did Xu Yanjiang completely panic and begin to struggle frantically. Xin Yan! You bitch! How dare you! Gag him! Wang Jianbin frowned impatiently. A policeman immediately covered his mouth with his hand, leaving only muffled mmm sounds. Only after the person was taken away did Wang Jianbin speak to Qin Yan. Mr. Qin, let's go back to the station first. We'll need you to give a statement later. Okay, I'll send a lawyer over tomorrow. Xin Yan nodded. After the police left, only Qin Yan, Xu Yingzhou, Xu Chenin, and the trembling property manager remained in the living room. Xin Yan turned her gaze to the property manager. Managerly, I need an explanation. I don't want the same thing to happen again. You should know what I mean. The property manager broke out in a cold sweat and bowed frantically. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. There will never be a next time. I promise. I guarantee it with my position. Xin Yan waved her hand wearily. Go out. Yes. The property manager felt like he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the villa, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. The living room finally became completely quiet. Xu Chunin, who had been hiding behind Qin Yan, finally broke free and grabbed Xu Yingzhou's leg. He looked up at his tear-streaked face, but his eyes shone with admiration. "Brother Zhou, you were so awesome just now. Just like Superman in the movies." Xu Yingzhou looked down at the little guy, a rare smile appearing on his usually cold face. He reached out and patted Xu Chunin's head. "You are very brave, you know how to protect your mother, you are a real man." Xu Chunin, pleased with the praise, puffed out his little chest. As Qin Yan watched this scene, her tense nerves finally relaxed. She looked at Xu Yingzhou, her eyes carrying a hint of dependence that she herself was unaware of. "Teacher Xiaozhou, thank you for today. It's in such a mess here, it's not suitable to have classes anymore. You should rest today, and I'll pay you your salary as usual." "Good." Xu Yingzhou nodded and prepared to take his leave. He had just turned around. "Wait a moment." Qin Yan called out to him. Xu Yingzhou turned around and saw Qin Yan clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. "Tonight, could you stay and keep me company?" She seemed afraid that Xu Yingzhou would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. "I am afraid Chenin will be scared." Xu Yingzhou was stunned. Something inside me suddenly softened. Ding! Detected that Qin Yan has completely lowered her guard, favorability plus 20%, current total favorability, 70%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden treasure chest X1. You can open it at any time. The system notification in his mind brought Xu Yingzhou back to his senses. He hardly hesitated. Good. Upon receiving a positive reply, Qin Yan visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Yingzhou took out his phone, walked to the side, and dialed the number of the manager of Seven Nights Bar. He briefly explained the situation and asked for leave. After hanging up the phone, a subtle silence fell over the living room. Gurgle. An untimely sound shattered the tranquility. Qin Yan's cheeks flushed red instantly, and she awkwardly covered her stomach. She was starving when she got home from get-off work. Xu Yingzhou looked at her unusually embarrassed appearance and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Sister Yan, do you have any ingredients at home?" he asked. "I'll cook." Qin Yan stared at him blankly, then nodded subconsciously. Xu Yingzhou turned and walked towards the open kitchen, his tall figure appearing exceptionally reliable under the light. He skillfully took a brand new apron from the cupboard and put it on. Just then, a virtual light screen, visible only to him, quietly unfolded in front of his gaze. Open the golden treasure chest? The previous treasure chests seemed to be just ordinary ones. This was the first time I'd seen a gold level one. Xu Yingzhou silently recited in his heart. Activate. The treasure chest on the light screen suddenly exploded, radiating golden light. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a god-level skill, Heavenly Voice. Skill description: your vocal cords have been perfectly modified, granting you the ability to sing across all vocal ranges. Your singing will possess an emotional resonance effect, striking directly into the depths of the listener's soul. The next second, Xu Yingzhou felt a strange tingling sensation deep in his throat, as if countless tiny electric currents were reshaping his vocal cords. The feeling came quickly and went quickly. He subconsciously cleared his throat and felt an unprecedented sense of clarity coming from his throat. It seems that he can sing any note effortlessly, no matter how high. An interesting skill. Xu Yingzhou snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the refrigerator. Qin Yan's refrigerator was packed full, with all kinds of fresh ingredients. He grew up in an orphanage. After the director, Grandpa, fell ill, he had to raise money for expensive medical treatment. He works 3 jobs a day, braving wind and rain, and has long mastered the survival skill of cooking. Qin Yan crossed her arms and leaned against the wall in the living room, quietly watching the busy figure in the kitchen. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, and preparing ingredients, every step was done in an orderly manner, exuding a pleasing level of skill. The soft lighting also gave his figure a warm golden glow. All of this has brought life back to this home that had just been in chaos. Qin Yan's gaze gradually softened. This seems to be exactly what she imagined her husband to be like. Tall and reliable, capable of protecting oneself and one's children in times of crisis. They can also wash their hands and cook after the storm has passed. Perhaps, having a man in the house is actually not so bad. The moment the thought crossed Qin Yan's mind, a flush rose uncontrollably to her cheeks. Before long, the rich aroma of food wafted out of the kitchen, making one's mouth water. Chewing Joe was carrying a large soup bowl. It was placed steadily on the dining table. Have some soup to warm your stomach first. Then, he served 3 dishes and a soup. Sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a pot of milky white chicken soup. These are all the simplest home-style dishes, yet he made them look, smell, and taste amazing. Chapter 18: A Disastrous Defeat. Wow! It smells so good. Chu Chunin couldn't contain himself any longer and jumped off the sofa, circling around the dining table. Xin Yan also came over, and looking at the steaming food on the table, she was momentarily dazed. How long has it been since she had a meal like this at home? Xu Yingzhou served rice to the 2 of them, and then served Chu Chunin a small bowl of chicken soup, carefully blowing on it to cool it down. Drink slowly, be careful it's hot. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Chu Chunin took the bowl, sipped the water slowly, and squinted his eyes happily. Xin Yan picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork tenderloin, and put it in her mouth. It has a perfect balance of sweet and sour, and is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Teacher Xiaozhou, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Xin Yan exclaimed in sincere admiration. Xu Yingzhou simply smiled faintly. I used to live alone, and I just figured it out on my own. The meal ended in a warm and quiet atmosphere. Xu Chunin was frightened today, and then played around for a while. She was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, and Xin Yan coaxed her back to her room to sleep. Only Chu Yingzhou and Xin Yan remained in the living room. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate again. I'll clear the dishes. I'll do it. The 2 spoke almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and a rare, unnatural blush appeared on Xin Yan's face. She was the first to look away. You've already worked so hard today, I'll take care of it. Sister Yan, are you questioning my physical strength? Xin Yan was speechless at his words. This brat would never have dared to speak like that before. She gave him a light glare, her gaze lacking its usual coldness. Glib-tongued. She turned and walked to the wine cabinet, taking out a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Want some? After a crisp popping sound, the wine was poured into a glass. The air in the living room seemed to grow thicker and more ambiguous along with the aroma of the wine. Xu Yingzhou did not take the wine cup, but instead walked closer to her step by step. Xin Yan's heart raced under his gaze, and she subconsciously took a step back, only to find her back pressed against the cold wine cabinet, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. His cool, refreshing aura enveloped her. Xin Yan nervously gripped the wineglass in her hand. Xu Yingzhou stopped in front of her and looked down at her. Sister Yan, how about we skip the foreplay altogether? Xin Yan's mind went blank, as if fireworks had exploded. Her hand trembled, and the red wine in her glass almost spilled. That usually aloof and pretty face was now so red it looked like it could bleed. How dare he say such a thing? Looking into Chu Yingzhou's deep eyes. Her defenses crumbled completely at that moment. The words of refusal stuck in my throat. A strange heat seemed to surge through my body. After a long silence, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Go upstairs, Chenin is on the 1st floor. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Yingzhou reached out and swept her up in his arms. Xin Yan gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her soft, boneless body pressed tightly against his chest, and through the thin fabric, they could clearly feel each other's burning body temperature. The door to the master bedroom was gently closed, isolating it from the outside world. The atmosphere in the room quickly heated up, becoming incredibly ambiguous. This night was destined to be a fierce battle that would overturn Xin Yan's understanding of the world. Xu Yingzhou's performance far exceeded her expectations. Even with her resilient spirit, she was utterly defeated and routed in this fierce and relentless battle. In the end, they could only helplessly sing the song of conquest. When everything calmed down, she was so tired that she didn't want to move a single finger and fell into a deep sleep. Xu Yingzhou looked at the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he lay down beside her. Ding! Detected a breakthrough in relationship with target Xin Yan, affection level plus 20%, current total affection level 90%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a red treasure chest X1. You can open it at any time. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto Xin Yan's face. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. The seat next to me was empty and had a slight chill in it. Where are they? Xin Yan felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, and an indescribable sense of loss welled up inside her. She propped herself up and sat up, looking around. She was all alone in the room. A thought involuntarily popped into my mind. You brat! He almost drove me to my death. Did they take advantage of you and then run away? The thought made her both ashamed and angry, and she grabbed a pillow, wanting to throw it at him. But as she walked downstairs, a rich aroma of food wafted over. The tall figure was seen wearing an apron and busy in the open kitchen. They seemed to hear noises coming from the stairs. Xu Yingzhou turned around and looked at her with a refreshing smile on his face. He was holding a plate with golden fried eggs and perfectly toasted sandwiches. Awake? Won't you sleep a little longer? Those eyes were full of laughter, which made Qin Yan subconsciously look away. She adjusted the straps of her nightgown. Where is Chenin? You were so exhausted yesterday, how could you even get up? Xu Yingzhou's smile deepened. I took him to school. You. Xin Yan's cheeks flushed instantly, both ashamed and annoyed. That bastard is clearly mocking her. She gave a soft hum. It's all your fault, you don't even know how to care about others. As soon as she finished speaking, a warm chest pressed against her from behind. Xu Yingzhou wrapped his arms around her slender waist and rested his chin gently on her shoulder. It was my fault. Then I will try to be gentler next time. After saying that, before Qin Yan could react, he picked her up and carried her straight to the sofa in the living room. Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise and kicked her arms and legs wildly. But they couldn't break free from those strong arms at all. What are you doing? I haven't even had breakfast yet. It doesn't matter. Xu Yingzhou lowered his head and pecked her lips. Let's save it for lunch and eat together. The sofa's soft cushions supported two burning bodies. This time, Xu Yingzhou's movements were indeed much gentler. Even so, Qin Yan still failed to defend her city. When Xu Yingzhou looked at the somewhat messy sofa, finally, he sighed helplessly and decided to call it a day. He carried the limp Qin Yan into the bathroom. Warm water washed over the two of them. The short rest seemed to have restored some of Qin Yan's strength. She leaned against the bathroom wall, her eyes slightly watery. But a defiant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This time, it was Xu Yingzhou who raised the white flag first. He chuckled softly and pinched her flushed cheek. It was to give her some face as a queen. Back in the bedroom, Qin Yan fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. Xu Yingzhou covered her with the blanket. Put on your own clothes. He left a note on the bedside table. Then they left the villa quietly. The note was written in his elegant handwriting. I have class this afternoon, so I have to go now. The food is in the fridge, remember to heat it up before eating. I'll come see you in a couple of days. Chapter 19 Best Friendship. Xu Yingzhou was in a very good mood on the way. The beautiful moments from last night and this morning echoed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Then, he remembered the red treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with. Open the treasure chest, Xu Yingzhou silently commanded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the red treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10% of Galaxy Group's shares. In an instant, Xu Yingzhou stopped in his tracks. Galaxy Group? He knew this name like the back of his hand. It was a top-tier multinational conglomerate in China. Its business spans multiple sectors including real estate, finance, entertainment, and technology, and its market value has long exceeded 100 billion. 10% of the shares means that his net worth has now skyrocketed to the hundreds of millions. Xu Yingzhou took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart. But the next second, a very real problem was placed in front of him. He touched his pocket. There was only 2,000 yuan left in cash, which was the tutoring fee Qin Yan had given him last time. A billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions only has 2,000 yuan in liquid assets. Who would believe that if I told them? Xu Yingzhou was both amused and exasperated, wishing he could drag the system out and ask it a question. Could you perhaps offer a real cash reward next time to alleviate our immediate financial crisis? We need to get the money as soon as possible. As he walked, he pondered ways to make money. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Although the entertainment industry in this world is developed, it seems to have taken a completely different path from the earth he traveled to before. None of the songs he knew so well, the songs that were popular all over the country were here. With his photographic memory, the intermediate piano proficiency awarded by the system, and the seemingly decent vocal quality of this body, being a plagiarist couldn't be easier. Pick a few songs at random, and while you might not become rich overnight, you'll definitely make more than enough quick money. This idea ignited his passion, and he couldn't wait to rush back to his dorm and recreate those classic melodies. As I pondered this, the gate of Jinghai University was already in sight. Before he could get close, a heated argument broke out, attracting the attention of many students nearby. "Xiao Yuhang, I've had enough of you. Let's break up." A clear, yet tearful female voice rang out. It was Wang Yuan. Her eyes were bloodshot as she pointed at a young man in front of her who was dressed in designer clothes, fairly handsome, but with an air of arrogance between his brows. Her body trembled slightly with anger. Xiao Yuhang, whom she was pointing at, looked completely indifferent, even with a hint of contempt in his smile. He picked at his ear and said lazily, "Break up? Wang Yuan, have you thought this through? Do you really think you can still get your diploma smoothly if you break up with me?" A blatant threat. The students watching the commotion immediately erupted in an uproar, pointing and whispering at Xiao Yuhang, but no one dared to step forward. Xu Yingzhou shook his head. Another spoiled brat who does whatever he wants just because his family has some power. It's a cliché, but effective. However, Wang Yuan was his next target, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xu Yingzhou stepped forward and interjected with a calm voice. "Young Master Qiu, you're so arrogant. Is this the only way you can threaten girls?" The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Xiao Yuhang's smile froze, and he abruptly turned his head. When he saw that the person who came was Xu Yingzhou, his eyes instantly turned sinister. "Who do we have here?" "It's you, you pretty boy." Xiao Yuhang looked Xu Yingzhou up and down and said sarcastically, "What, playing the hero to save the damsel in distress? Don't think you can rest easy just because Duo is backing you up." He took a step closer, lowered his voice, and spoke in a volume that only the two of them could hear. "You just wait, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy sooner or later." Xu Yingzhou smiled and shook his head. "You really have an ugly way of eating. I don't know how you've survived this long. It's a miracle your dad didn't shoot you on the wall back then." These words were both venomous and sarcastic, and the students watching the commotion burst into suppressed laughter. Xiao Yuhang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. You. He was about to retort when a sharp voice rang out from behind him. "Who do you think you are, daring to insult young Master Qiu?" The person who arrived was Li Xian, Wang Yuan's best friend. Also a dance major, Li Xian was much taller and wore a low-cut bodycon dress with exquisite makeup, attracting a lot of attention as soon as she appeared. She completely ignored Wang Yuan, who was standing next to her with tears in her eyes, and walked a few steps to Qiu Yuhang's side. She intimately wrapped her arm around his, her full breasts brushing against him intentionally or unintentionally. Li Xian looked at Xu Yingzhou. She likes handsome men, but not handsome men who are poor. Compared to Xu Yingzhou, a poor student with only a pretty face, Xiao Yuhang, a rich second generation, is a better match for her. Although he is of average appearance, has a bad character, and is even not very capable in some aspects. But he can't resist giving himself money to spend. A single handbag and a single lipstick can cost more than an average person's monthly living expenses. Xu Yingzhou looked Li Xian up and down, and had only one opinion in his mind. It's burning hot. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuhang liked this one. With Li Xian backing him up, Xiao Yuhang became arrogant again. He wrapped his arm around Li Xian's waist and looked smugly at Xu Yingzhou and Wang Yuan. "See that? Wang Yuan, who do you think you are? Without you, plenty of women would want to throw themselves at you." He then turned to Xu Yingzhou and sneered. "And you, a gigolo who lives off a woman, do you really think you're someone important? Today I'll show you what happens when you meddle in other people's business." Before he finished speaking, two burly men who looked like bodyguards appeared behind him. They immediately moved closer to Xu Yingzhou. The surrounding students were so frightened that they all stepped back, clearing a large open space. Wang Yuan's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she subconsciously grabbed Xu Yingzhou's sleeve. "Go quickly, don't worry about me." She knew what kind of person Xiao Yuhang was, ruthless and capable of anything. Xu Yingzhou, however, seemed not to see the two burly men at all, and instead looked at Li Xian with great interest. "Your best friend is being bullied, and instead of helping her, you're siding with outsiders? Is this the kind of friendship that's popular among dance students?" Li Xian's face stiffened, then she let out a cold snort. She's ungrateful. It's her good fortune that young Master Chiu is willing to be with her, and she's still not satisfied. She looked at Wang Yuan with a disappointed expression on her face. Yuan, I advise you to apologize to young Master Chiu and stop acting like a child. Do you think you can still use the latest mobile phone and buy brand name cosmetics after you leave young Master Chiu? Looking at her former best friend with whom she used to share everything, Wang Yuan felt utterly alienated and disgusted. Li Xian, I really misjudged you. Chapter 20 Declaring Sovereignty. You've misjudged me? I think you're just too naive. Li Xian's voice rose several octaves. That's just how realistic this society is. Without money and connections, you're nothing. The surrounding chatter grew louder. Some people despise Li Xian's materialism, while others think she makes sense. Just then, Xu Yingzhou made a move. He gently patted Wang Yuan's hand to reassure her. Then, he walked up to the two burly men. A fight at the university gate? Young Master Chiu, are you trying to make tomorrow's campus headlines? The two burly men paused, instinctively looking at Xiu Yuhang. Xiu Yuhang's expression shifted between light and dark. He certainly knew what it meant to take action at the university gates. More importantly, the scene of Xu Yingzhou defeating Chen Yao all by himself last time is still fresh in everyone's mind. The two people next to me look intimidating, but if it really came down to it, they wouldn't even be enough for this kid to warm up. Just when he was in a difficult situation, a domineering female voice came from behind him. Xiu Yuhang, you've really grown bold, huh? Daring to bully my people right under my nose? The crowd automatically parted to make way. Bai Duo walked over, dressed in a well-tailored Chanel suit and high heels, exuding confidence. She didn't even glance at Li Xian, who was fawning over her, and walked straight to Xu Yingzhou's side. She took his arm very naturally. That was a gesture to assert sovereignty. Xiu Yuhang's pupils suddenly contracted. I thought Bai Duo was just joking around in the group, but I didn't expect her to actually stand up for this poor guy. Miss Bai, this is a misunderstanding. Xiu Yuhang's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. Li Xian was also stunned. She never imagined that this poor boy, Xu Yingzhou, would have a relationship with the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She stiffly released Xiu Yuhang's arm. She shrank back, trying to make herself less noticeable. Bai Duo sneered, her phoenix eyes slightly upturned, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Misunderstanding? It doesn't seem like it to me. If you dare to lay a finger on him again, don't blame me for kicking you out of Dinghai University. That was said without any politeness. Being reprimanded like that by a woman in front of so many people, Xiu Yuhang felt a burning pain on his face. He glared at Xu Yingzhou with resentment. He then took the two bodyguards and fled without looking back. Seeing this, Li Xian disregarded Wang Yuan and chased after her in her high heels. But all he got was a mouthful of car exhaust fumes, and in the end he could only stand there awkwardly, enduring the disdainful looks of those around him. The farce has come to an end. The students who had been watching the spectacle gradually dispersed. But what about the four-way relationship between the school heartthrob Xu Yingzhou, the department beauty Wang Yuan, the rich second-generation Xiu Yuhang, and Bai Duo, the eldest daughter of the Bai family? It has already caused a huge uproar on the campus forum. Are you all right? Bai Duo then released Xu Yingzhou's arm, looked him up and down, and made sure he hadn't been taken advantage of. Xu Yingzhou shook his head, smelling the faint perfume emanating from her, and said sincerely, "Thank you. No need to thank me." Bai Duo curled her lips into a sly smile. "I'm the one who's openly pursuing you, how can I let this scumbag bully you? Where would my pride be then?" Xu Yingzhou smiled but didn't reply. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Wang Yuan was still squatting on the ground, hugging her knees and burying her head deeply in her arms. His shoulders shrugged slightly, like a kitten abandoned by the world. Xu Yingzhou sighed and walked towards her. Bai Duo watched his retreating figure, her eyes flickering. In the end, he didn't follow, but just stood quietly in place. Xu Yingzhou squatted down in front of Wang Yuan. "It's not worth crying for that kind of scumbag." Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yuan slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her face was streaked with tears. She looked extremely disheveled. The boy's fair face came into her view, and the afternoon sun shone down from behind him. It gave him a warm golden edge. It was somewhat dazzling, yet impossible to look away from. Wang Yuan looked at him, forgot to speak, and simply nodded silently. At that very moment, a system notification sounded in Xu Yingzhou's mind. Ding! Random quest, the fallen beauty of the department, completed. Task reward, all of Jay Chao's songs with arrangements. It's done. Xu Yingzhou was overjoyed. With these songs, how could we possibly not make money? Xu Yingzhou reached out and pulled the still trembling Wang Yuan up from the cold ground. The girl's body was very light and carried a slight chill. After Wang Yuan regained her footing, she did not immediately let go of his hand, but instead leaned close to his ear. He spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Could you spend some time with me tonight? Xu Yingzhou nodded, his voice not loud, but very clear. I'll come find you tonight. Upon receiving a positive response, Wang Yuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She let go of his hand, lowered her head, and walked quickly toward her dormitory building, her back still looking slender. Xu Yingzhou watched her retreating figure and sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll have to take time off from work at 7 Nights Bar again tonight. He turned around and saw Bai Duo still standing not far away, watching him leisurely. Xu Yingzhou waved casually at her as a farewell, then turned and walked towards his dormitory. At the same time, Jinghai City, Black Panther Fighting Club. Inside the training field, there was a girl with a high ponytail, wearing a tight-fitting sports vest. He was circling around a sandbag, sizing up the man in front of him with a bruised and swollen face. It was Lin Momo, Chen Yao's female apprentice. She stared at the bruises on her master's face and clicked her tongue in disapproval. Master, did someone beat you up in the face? I've never heard of anyone in Jinghai having the guts to do that. Lin Momo knew very well that her master, Chen Yao, was last year's national fighting champion, and in one-on-one combat, he was almost unbeatable in Jinghai. Chen Yao touched his chest, which was still a little sore, and his lips twitched. My little apprentice is good in every way, except for his sharp tongue, which always seems to stab people in the heart. Chen Yao rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. Get out of here, you have no manners. Can't your master just be less skilled and lose to someone else? Lin Momo's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Really? He lost? Who was it? That guy was amazing. Master, give me his contact information, I want to become his apprentice. Looking at this little disciple who was concerned about him 1 second and was about to betray his sect the next, Chen Yao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He held his forehead and stared helplessly at the ceiling. People say that having a little apprentice is like having a warm, comforting daughter. My little apprentice is like a spiked mace. He likes to swing his fist at his master's chest whenever he has nothing to do. Chen Yao tried to calm himself down. That kid's name is Xu Yingzhou, a student at Jinghai University. Chapter 21, Doing a Small Business Worth $1 billion? Lin Momo's eyes lit up. Xu Yingzhou? Jinghai University? What a coincidence, my cousin studies there too. I'll ask her to ask for me. Chen Yao shook his head helplessly at her impatient look. On the other side, Xu Yingzhou changed into clean casual clothes and walked out of the dormitory building. As night falls, the city lights begin to twinkle. Wang Yuan was already waiting at the school gate. She changed her clothes too, into an elegant white dress, with her long hair flowing down her shoulders. She wore light makeup to cover the traces of crying. Her eyes were still slightly red. The streetlights cast a soft glow on her. It made her look like a lily quietly blooming in the night breeze. Upon seeing Xu Yingzhou, her previously uneasy gaze instantly calmed down. Xu Yingzhou walked to her side naturally. There was no awkwardness between the two of them. What do you want to do? He asked. Wang Yuan raised her head, her clear black and white eyes looking at him, her lips moving slightly. Think. A series of question marks flashed through Xu Yingzhou's mind in an instant. Is it really that direct? Are young girls these days playing such high-stakes games? This is not the bus to kindergarten. He coughed lightly to cover his momentary lapse in concentration. What I mean is, let's go eat first, I'm hungry. Wang Yuan paused for a moment, then realized the ambiguity in her words. A blush rose on her fair cheeks. She lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Xu Yingzhou chuckled inwardly at her shy expression. He led her to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Master, go to Fan Restaurant. This is a Michelin 3-star restaurant where he used to work part-time. It's expensive, but its advantage lies in the privacy of the environment. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the waiter respectfully led the two to a reserved window seat. Xu Yingzhou handed the menu to Wang Yuanyuan. He had thought Wang Yuanyuan would feel a little awkward. Unexpectedly, she only glanced at it and then skillfully ordered several dishes in fluent French. From appetizers to desserts, everything was perfectly arranged. They even ordered a bottle of red wine from a good vintage. That calm and composed demeanor clearly indicated that he was a regular here. Xu Yingzhou felt a sense of unease. This doesn't seem like someone from an ordinary family. After the waiter left, Xu Yingzhou asked, seemingly casually, "Hey Yuanyuan, what does your family do?" "My dad? He runs a small business." Wang Yuanyuan picked up a napkin and gracefully spread it on her lap. "They've only opened a few shopping malls." Xu Yingzhou paused in his action of picking up the water glass. "Shopping mall? Which shopping mall?" "Tianlin Square." Xu Yingzhou's mind went blank. "Tianlin Plaza? That one occupied all the prime locations in Jinghai City. A business empire where even the city center landmarks are named Tianlin?" Looking at Wang Yuanyuan, he felt his worldview had been shaken. Wang Tianlin, the richest man in Jinghai who has been on the cover of financial magazines for years, is her father? Am I going to start living off a woman again? And it's from a top-tier, wealthy family. Seemingly noticing his shock, Wang Yuanyuan's delicate nose twitched slightly. "You don't really think that Qiu Yuhang bought all these things I have, do you? The most expensive gift he ever gave me when we were together was still less than my monthly allowance." Xu Yingzhou could only nod awkwardly. "I was just being superficial." After the two finished their meal, night had completely enveloped the city. Wang Yuanyuan held Xu Yingzhou's hand. "There's a party in a few days, and my dad insists I go. Could you come with me?" Xu Yingzhou looked at her. After all, she's his woman now. This wasn't a big deal, so Xu Yingzhou nodded. "Good." Wang Yuanyuan excitedly threw herself into Xu Yingzhou's arms. Her soft body, carrying a warm fragrance, clung tightly to him. She buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled. "Then, can we stay outside today?" With the warm, soft body in his arms, Xu Yingzhou felt his heart skip a beat. He gently patted her back. "Let's go." The taxi stopped in front of a five-star hotel. Looking at the magnificent Golden Gate, Xu Yingzhou had only one thought in his mind. Spending money like water. This isn't even my own money that's being spent. Wang Yuanyuan seemed to have sensed his thoughts and took out a black card, handing it to the receptionist. Xu Yingzhou followed behind her. He began to seriously consider the feasibility of living off a woman. It seems, not bad? Presidential suite. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows lies the most bustling night view of Jinghai City. The lights, like a tapestry, converged into dazzling galaxies. Wang Yuanyuan took off her high heels and stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet. She took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, poured herself a glass, and then looked at Xu Yingzhou. "Do you want some?" Xu Yingzhou shook his head. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city below. This is a place he could only look up to in awe. Wang Yuanyuan gently hugged him from behind, pressing her cheek against his back. "The party in a few days is Tianlin Group's anniversary celebration." Her voice was very soft. "Many people will come, my dad's business partners, and Qiu Yuhang's family." Xu Yingzhou understood. "He's going too?" "Yes, his father is also one of Tianlin's shareholders." Wang Yuanyuan's body stiffened slightly. "I don't want to face them alone." Xu Yingzhou turned around and looked at her slightly red eyes. "Don't worry, I promise you." This instantly put Wang Yuanyuan at ease. She tiptoed and gently kissed his lips. It carries the rich aroma of red wine and the fragrance of a young girl. The room's lighting had become ambiguous at some point. The night view outside the window became the most magnificent backdrop. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xu Yingzhou opened his eyes, and the person beside him was already empty. There was a note on the bedside table, with neat handwriting. "I'm going to class now, breakfast is on the table. Love you." Xu Yingzhou picked up the note, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Next to the breakfast on the table was a brand new set of clothes. From the inside out, including the shoes, everything is from a top luxury brand. The labels weren't even removed. Zhou picked up the coat and glanced at the price. The zeros at the end made his eyes a little blurry. He silently put down the clothes and decided to wear his own instead. It's okay to be a kept man, but you can't take it for granted. Just as Zhou stepped out of the hotel, his phone rang. He looked at the unfamiliar number and answered it with some doubt. Hello, Zhou? The voice on the other end of the phone was crisp and cheerful. Zhou frowned. Who are you? I am Lin Momo. Shen Yao's apprentice. Did you beat up my master? Shen Yao's face instantly flashed into Zhou's mind. Trouble came knocking on his door faster than he had imagined. Young lady, watch your words. That's called friendly competition. Sparring? You beat my master so badly he ended up in the hospital, and you call that sparring? Lin Momo's voice rose 8 octaves. Chapter 22 Mysterious Shareholder. Zhou was taken aback. He's in the hospital? Did I hit myself that hard? He thought back and realized that he had clearly held back, and at most he had only suffered some superficial injuries. Are you sure? Nonsense. I just got out of the hospital. I don't care, you injured my master, you have to take responsibility. Lin Momo sounded indignant on the other end of the phone. Where are you now? I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. Do you dare? Zhou felt a throbbing sensation in his temples. What kind of nonsense is this? He sighed. Little sister, fighting is wrong. We are civilized people. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you if you dare. If you don't dare, you're a coward. Zhou ignored him and hung up the phone. This little girl is like a firecracker, she'll ignite at the slightest touch, he doesn't have time to play with her. Just then, another call came in from an unknown number. He glanced at it. The place of origin was Shanghai. Without thinking, Zhou assumed it was Lin Momo calling from a different number. Hang up immediately and add them to your blacklist. Completed in one go. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away in Shanghai, on the top floor of the Xinghe Group headquarters, Chairman Shi Tianhan stared at the other party has rejected the call message on his phone screen, his forehead veins throbbing. The blonde female secretary next to her didn't dare to breathe. This is already the second day. A new shareholder suddenly appeared in the group, holding 10% of the shares. But this shareholder is incredibly mysterious. They used all their connections to find this phone number that belonged to Jinghai. After finally getting through, I was hung up on and blocked. They simply don't take Xinghe Group seriously. Shi Tianhan took a deep breath. Go, book the earliest flight to Jinghai. I want to meet this mysterious Mr. Chu in person. Zhou knew nothing about this. He put away his phone and walked towards the First People's Hospital of Jinghai City. Last night, I just received my salary from 7 Nights Bar. He needs to quickly pay the outstanding hospital fees for the hospital director. The line at the hospital payment counter was very long. When it was Zhou's turn, he handed in his bank card. Hello, could you please continue with the bill for Chu Jiangwo in room 307? The nurse at the window performed her procedure, then looked up at him. Chu Jiangwo, right? You still owe 13,200 yuan. How much are you paying this time? Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He only has 5,000 yuan in his account. How could there be so many? The imported medications we used before, plus the cost of the expert consultation, have already exceeded the limit. If you don't pay, we will have to stop the medication. The nurse's tone was businesslike, but it sounded particularly grating to Zhou. He clenched his fist, then relaxed it. I'll pay 5,000 first, and the rest. I'll definitely pay the rest before this afternoon. Okay, hurry up then. The nurse took the money and handed over the receipt. Zhou held the thin payment slip in his hand. He desperately needs money right now. Gathering his chaotic thoughts, Zhou composed himself and pushed open the door to room 307. On the hospital bed, the old man lay with his eyes closed, but he was not sleeping soundly, his brows furrowed. His hair was gray, his face was gaunt, and there was an 4 needle in the back of his hand. The electrocardiogram monitor emitted a regular beep sound. This is where his only family is. Zhou tiptoed over and tucked the blanket around the old man. Just then, the ward door was slammed open. A girl wearing a white training uniform and with her hair in a high ponytail stormed in angrily. It was Lin Momo from the phone call just now. Two young men, also dressed in training clothes, followed behind her, clearly up to no good. Zhou. You really are here. Lin Momo's shrill voice broke the tranquility of the ward. The hospital director, who was lying in the hospital bed, was startled awake and shifted restlessly. Zhou's face instantly turned cold. He walked quickly to the door and lowered his voice. Let's talk outside. Why should I? You beat up my master, and now you think you can run away? Lin Momo persisted, raising her voice even louder. Curious patients were already peeking into the corridor. Zhou's eyes were as cold as ice. I'll say it again, get out. Seeing this, the two young men stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Momo, taking a fighting stance. Kid, be polite to our junior sister. You hit our master, we demand an explanation today. Zhou was too lazy to waste words with them. Get out. Lin Momo reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. She shoved her senior brother aside and swung a whip kick at Zhou's face. Zhou dodged to the side. This is a hospital, he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Young lady, you have quite a temper, but unfortunately, you're not very bright. You. Lin Momo was even more furious when her first attack missed, and she attacked with both fists and feet. Zhou dodged and didn't attack, weaving and shifting in the narrow doorway of the ward. Two young men tried to help, but found they couldn't get involved at all. Zhou always managed to dodge Lin Momo's attacks by the slightest margin. Seeing that Lin Momo's leg was about to brush against the old man on the hospital bed, Zhou's eyes turned completely cold. He grabbed Lin Momo's ankle as she kicked him. It feels good. This untimely thought popped into Zhou's mind. Lin Momo was startled and tried to pull her leg back, but found that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp. Let go. She was both ashamed and angry. Zhou didn't speak, but suddenly raised his arm upwards. Ah! Lin Momo gasped in surprise and lost her balance. The next second, she did a perfect split. She fell solidly into Zhou's arms. A soft body collided with a firm chest. The distance between the two instantly became zero. Zhou could even smell the delicate fragrance of a young girl on her body. Lin Momo was stunned. She was held in a very shameful position, being held in a man's arms. Bastard! Let me go! She struggled, her fists pounding haphazardly on Zhou's chest, but they were weak and powerless. Stop! Let go of our junior sister! Upon seeing this, the two youths flew into a rage and charged forward with a roar. Just then, a doctor in a white coat rushed over with two nurses, his face full of anger. What are you doing? This is a hospital. Don't you know that? The doctor roared sternly. If you dare to lay a hand on me here again, I'll call the police immediately. The two young men had only rushed halfway when the roar abruptly stopped them, their movements frozen in place. More and more patients gathered in the corridor, pointing and whispering about them. Young people these days really don't know their place. Fighting outside a hospital ward? Don't they have any sense of public morality? The two young men's faces turned pale and then red. They looked at the doctor, then at Lin Momo, who was being held captive by Zhou, and were caught in a dilemma. Zhou released his grip. Lin Momo's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, her senior brother behind her caught her in time. Chapter 23. Please accept me as your disciple. Lin Momo was able to stand up with difficulty. You just wait. She gritted her teeth and said those words, then grabbed her two senior brothers. Amidst the pointing and whispering gazes of the crowd, he slunk away quickly. Zhou didn't take her threat to heart. He turned around and closed the ward door, shutting out the noise from outside. He walked to the bedside and looked at the hospital director, who had been woken up. Grandpa, it's all right. I've already chased away those hooligans who mistook me for someone else. He offered gentle words of comfort. The old man was somewhat worried, a hint of fervor shone in his eyes. Zhou just wanted to resolve the trouble as soon as possible, and then figure out a way to make money. Just as he walked up to the three of them. Thump! A muffled thud. To Zhou's astonishment, Lin Momo bent her knees and knelt firmly in front of him. She lowered her head forcefully, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Master! Please accept me as your disciple. Zhou. All eyes immediately turned to them. Zhou's brain went blank for a second. Is there something wrong with this girl's brain? Just a moment ago they were shouting for war, and now they're kneeling down and begging to become disciples? Even schizophrenia doesn't happen that quickly. I don't accept apprentices. Xu Yingzhou's answer was crisp and concise. He's obsessed with money right now, he has no time to play house with young girls. After saying that, he lifted his foot to walk around it. Master, don't go. Lin Momo panicked, crawled on her knees, and grabbed Xu Yingzhou's leg. Xu Yingzhou felt his legs go weak. He looked down and saw the girl looking up, her pretty face already streaked with 2 clear tears, on the verge of sobbing. Master, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to fight you just now, I just wanted to test your skills. Please accept me. I promise to take good care of you in the future. Xu Yingzhou's temple twitched. What is all this about? The 2 young men behind him also realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward. One of the tall young men scratched the back of his head and explained. Brother, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister, she just wants to become your disciple, that's all. Another, slightly shorter young man nodded repeatedly and added. Yes, my junior sister has had 2 hobbies since she was little, martial arts and acting. She was actually in the hospital room just now, studying how to play a villain, wanting to give you a unique entrance. In the end, he couldn't continue speaking, and his voice grew softer and softer. Acting? Xu Yingzhou felt that his worldview had been slightly shaken. Was that all an act, that fierce, murderous look you were giving just now? Just to become an apprentice? What a bizarre thought process. I am not your master. Xu Yingzhou emphasized this again. Let go. I don't. Lin Momo hugged his legs even tighter. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Xu Yingzhou's gaze passed over Lin Momo's head and landed on her 2 senior brothers. Give me your master, Jinyao, his phone number. The 2 young men exchanged a glance, and the taller one quickly took out his phone and read out a number. Xu Yingzhou took out his phone with one hand and dialed the number. The call was answered quickly. Hello? Who is this? A hearty male voice rang out. I am Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou's words were concise and to the point. Your apprentice is clinging to my leg right now. Come over here and take her away. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a deafening burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Bro. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Chen Yao couldn't stop laughing. However, I really can't control this little girl. She's the precious daughter of an old friend of mine. She's been spoiled since she was little, and once she's made up her mind, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. The tone was more of a mischievous, gossipy enjoyment of the spectacle. I remember you've been a bit short on cash lately, haven't you? How about this, you teach her a couple of tricks, consider it extra money, you can name your tuition and let her pay for it. Xu Yingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. There's no reasoning with this unreasonable, martial arts-obsessed young lady. By the way, bro. Chen Yao's voice suddenly became more serious. Our Black Panther Fighting Club has a few idiots coming to challenge us tomorrow night. Do you think you could come and help us out? Shen Yao's tone carried a hint of probing. Don't worry, it's paid. The appearance fee is 100,000. Xu Yingzhou's eyes lit up. 100,000. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Okay. Xu Yingzhou agreed without the slightest hesitation. Half the deposit, pay now. No problem. Chen Yao was very pleased. Send me your card number via text message, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou quickly sent a bank card number. Less than a minute. Byte. My phone beeped with a text message notification. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 50,000 renminbi on X month X day at XXXX, with a current balance of 50,123 renminbi and 50 cents. The weight on Xu Yingzhou's heart instantly lifted. He was just about to turn around and go back to the inpatient department to pay the remaining medical bills. He felt a tightness on his leg. Only then did he remember that there was a human-shaped pendant hanging there. Xu Yingzhou lowered his head and met Lin Momo's watery eyes. I agree. Under the girl's surprised gaze, he added a sentence. Remember to pay your tuition. Lin Momo waved her hand, exuding an innate air of boldness. Master. Do you think 500,000 a month is feasible? Xu Yingzhou, who had just calmed down, almost choked on the thought of the 500,000. She's yet another rich heiress who doesn't value money. He waved his hand. A class costs 3,000 yuan. How much you learn depends on yourself. Chapter 24 looks like me. Xu Yingzhou's gaze fell on the girl who was still hugging his leg. Now, can you let go? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Momo snapped out of her daze, immediately let go of his hand, and sprang up from the ground as if electrocuted, brushing the dust off her knees. Xu Yingzhou ignored her and turned to leave. Lin Momo's strong voice came from behind. Take care, master. I'll come to you for lessons tomorrow. The two senior brothers also quickly bowed. Take care, brother. Xu Yingzhou didn't even turn his head. He went straight back to the inpatient department and paid off the outstanding 13,200 yuan at the payment window in one go. Looking at the receipt handed out through the window, he did not leave immediately. Deposit another 10,000 into this account. The teller looked at him with some surprise, but still quickly completed the transaction. Holding the new prepayment receipt, Xu Yingzhou finally felt that the suffocating feeling in his chest had been completely released. He returned to the ward door and glanced through the glass window. The hospital director was sleeping peacefully. He then turned around and prepared to go back to his dormitory. At the same time, Jinghai, Xu family manor. The atmosphere in the luxurious living room, comparable to a palace, was oppressive. On the expensive carpet, there were scattered fragments of a set of famille rose porcelain. Feng Songjun, wrapped in a Hermes blanket, curled up on the sofa, crying uncontrollably. The stern-faced patriarch, Xu Tianque, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his back to her. Didn't I already send people to gather information? Why are you still crying? Feng Songjun suddenly raised her head, grabbed a sofa cushion, and threw it at him. Xu Tianque. That's your own flesh and blood, isn't it? Don't you feel sorry for it? The cushion fell limply to Xu Tianque's feet. I didn't know that old bastard had such audacity. A few days ago, Xu Ming broke his leg in a car accident and needed a blood transfusion for surgery. This blood transfusion uncovered a shocking secret that had been hidden for 19 years. Xu Ming's blood type is completely different from both his and Feng Songjun's. The DNA test results were a slap in the face to everyone in the Xu family. Xu Ming is not his son. Xu Tianque walked to the table and slammed an investigation report on it. Our own son was switched with his own grandson by that beastly driver the day he was born. That bastard has lived a life of luxury in our Xu family for 19 years. Feng Songjun's crying stopped abruptly. My son, where is my son? Where did that bastard take him? Xu Tianque closed his eyes, his temples throbbing. Back then, the driver originally intended to kill the switched baby to cover his tracks. But looking at the baby in his arms, he was still afraid. In the end, he abandoned the child at the gate of Jinghai Welfare Home and disappeared without a trace. He didn't dare to kill him. Xu Tianque's voice was hoarse. They were abandoned at an orphanage. Feng Songjun suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his arm. Then we can find him, right? He's still here. He's still alive. I have already sent someone there. Xu Tianque helped his emotionally distraught wife up. Get me all the records of the baby boys who were sent to the Jinghai Welfare Institute 19 years ago, on that night. Check them one by one. Search them one by one. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Even if I have to turn the entire city of Jinghai upside down, I will find my son. As soon as he finished speaking, the living room door was pushed open. Xu Ming walked in, his face no longer showing his usual arrogance. He silently stood in front of the two of them. The air seemed to freeze. Xu Tianque frowned. What are you standing here for? Go back to your own room. The voice was devoid of any warmth. Xu Ming stiffened for a moment, then nodded and turned to walk towards the stairs. The moment he turned around, his previously expressionless face was now overflowing with resentment. It's all because of that bastard. Why? Why did he have to show up? Why did he steal everything from me? His 19 years of wealth and privilege turned into a joke because of a bastard child he had never met. Xu Ming held onto the stair railing, his back view appearing incredibly lonely. Watching his retreating figure, Feng Songjun couldn't help but pat her husband's arm. Tianque, he is still the child we've raised for 19 years. I know. Xu Tianque sighed. Don't worry, I will leave him an inheritance to ensure he has enough to eat and wear for the rest of his life. That's more than enough. Fong Songjun wiped away her tears. Just then, a bodyguard in a black suit strode in. He walked straight up to Chu Tianqua and bowed. President Chu, we've found it. 19 years ago that night, the Jinghai Welfare Home received a total of 3 baby boys. After investigation, one of them is the person we are looking for. As the bodyguard spoke, he handed over a document. Young master is currently studying at Jinghai University as a freshman. Chu Tianqua snatched the document and quickly flipped through it. The first page of the document contains a passport photo. The young man in the photo has delicate features and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Even though it's just a simple photo. But the contours of his eyebrows and eyes, and the straight bridge of his nose, were clearly a replica of Chu Tianqua when he was young. Like me. Chu Tianqua's fingers traced the photograph. Let me see him. My son. Fong Songjun pounced on him like a madwoman and snatched the thin document from her husband's hands. The moment she saw Chu Yingzhou's photo, tears streamed down her face again. It's her son. There's no mistake. That feeling of being connected by blood made her tremble all over. Qinghai University, Qinghai University. Fong Songjun muttered to himself, grabbed his shawl from the sofa, and was about to rush out. I'm going now. I need to see him. Stop. Chu Tianqua stopped her. Are you trying to scare him away by going there like that? I don't care about anything else. I need to see my son. Fong Songjun almost lost control of his emotions. Calm down. Chu Tianqua let out a low growl and grabbed her shoulders forcefully. This matter cannot be rushed. If we suddenly appear and tell a 19-year-old that he is the son of our Chu family, what do you think his reaction would be? We have wronged him for 19 years, and we can't disturb him in such a brutal way anymore. Chu Tianqua took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. We'll go see him in a few days, once we're all ready. He looked at the young man in the photo. I want to bring my son home in the most dignified and glorious way. Back in the dorm, a familiar smell of instant noodles mixed with the smell of sweat hit me. Yu Xiu, the second oldest in the dormitory, was wearing headphones and staring intently at the computer screen. Fingers clattered on the keyboard. The screen displayed colorful game graphics. Second brother. Xu Yingzhou spoke. Chapter 25 Music Club President. Yu Xiu didn't react, and kept muttering to herself. Jungler. Jungler, come gank. Can't you run? Xu Yingzhou walked over and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Yu Xiu was startled and took off her headphones. Holy crap, when did you get back, Lao-san? You walked so quietly. Just got back. I have a question for you. You have a lot of connections, do you know any places where we can record songs? Like recording studios or something. Yu Xiu was stunned for a moment, then looked him up and down. Recording a song? You've changed your ways? Decided to debut as an idol? I knew your looks were on par with those popular young male stars. Xu Yingzhou ignored his teasing. Do you have it? You've come to the right person. Yu Xiu immediately perked up and patted her chest confidently. I may not know him personally, but I know people in the school's music club, they'll definitely know. The club president is a beautiful woman too. Wait, I'll ask her for you. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and started tapping away on WeChat. Xu Yingzhou nodded, thank you, second brother. He didn't say anything more and went back to his desk to sit down. I took out paper and pen from the drawer. The noise in the dormitory seemed to be shut out. Countless familiar melodies and lyrics surged through his mind. Those classic songs that he knew by heart in another world are now his biggest trump card for changing his destiny. The pen tip scratched across the paper. The little yellow flower in the story has been drifting since the year it was born. The sky is the color of rain after a storm, and I am waiting for you. I still remember you saying home was the only castle, and we'll keep running along the rice paddy river. 1, 2, 3. By the time he stopped writing, it was completely dark outside the window. Yu Xiu had somehow come over and craned her neck to look at the sheet music he had written, looking utterly shocked. Holy crap, third brother, you wrote this? You can even write songs? Xu Yingzhou tidied up the manuscript paper, folded it, and carefully put it into his bosom. Nonsense. The next morning. With dark circles under her eyes, Yu Xiu slammed a piece of paper with a phone number on it onto Xu Yingzhou's desk. Got it. The music club president can use phone number. I've already told her, you can contact her directly. Zhou picked up the note, thanks. Without hesitation, he went to the balcony and dialed the number. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and a clear female voice came through. Hello. Hello, are you senior, can you? My name is Zhou, and I'm Yu Xiu's friend. Oh, it's you. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of curiosity. Yu Xiu said you're looking for a recording studio? Yes, I want to record a few songs. I know a private studio. The owner is my former teacher. The equipment is very professional, and the prices are much more reasonable than the market average. I'll send you the address, you can just go there. Thank you so much, senior. I'll treat you to dinner another day. You're welcome. When you become a big star, just don't forget to give me an autographed photo. Can you chuckled softly and hung up the phone? Soon, a text message with an address arrived. Zhou glanced at the address. It wasn't too far from the school. He went straight downstairs and headed towards the address in the text message. The sun is shining brightly. The studio is located in a somewhat remote area, hidden in the basement of a residential building. Zhou walked down the stairs. He pushed open the heavy wooden door with the silent sign on it. Inside the door, a middle-aged man with messy hair and black-rimmed glasses was leaning back in a chair, yelling into the phone. I said no, and that's final. At this price, you might as well go find a god to do your post-production. The man abruptly hung up the phone, slammed it onto the table piled with equipment, and his chest heaved violently. He then noticed Zhou at the door and frowned. What are you doing? Hello, I was introduced to this place by senior student Can You. Zhou spoke calmly. Upon hearing the name Can You, the man's expression softened slightly. He looked Zhou up and down. He was an excessively handsome young man. Oh, Ye's friend? What do you want to record? A demo? My fees aren't cheap. The man's name was Lu Wei, and he was Can Yu's former professor. I started my own studio. I've seen too many young people who think they can achieve instant success. Record a few finished pieces. Zhou said. Lu Wei chuckled, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms. The finished product? You wrote it? Alright, young people these days are pretty confident. Lu Wei believes this is just another young man eager to become famous. Let's go in and try it out. Did you bring the backing track? I'll try singing it a cappella first. Lu Wei raised his eyebrows even higher. A cappella? How confident is one in their voice? Or is it simply a case of ignorance breeds fearlessness? He was too lazy to say anything more and pointed to the recording booth inside. Go in, give me a signal when you're ready. Zhou nodded and walked into the small recording studio. The soundproof door closed, and the noise from the outside world disappeared instantly. He put on his headphones, faced the standing microphone, and adjusted the distance. Then he gave Lu Wei in the control room an OK sign. Lu Wei pressed the record button listlessly and slumped into his chair. I'm all set to listen to a nonsensical original song. The next second, a clear singing voice flowed into the control room. The sky is the color of rain after a storm, and I am waiting for you. Smoke rises gently from chimneys, thousands of miles across the river. Lu Wei sat up abruptly. His impatience froze instantly. What is this? This musical style, this blend of ancient and modern elements, is something he has never heard of in his 20 years in the industry. And the lyrics are so evocative, they bring the imagery to life. I inscribed Han Dynasty clerical script on the bottom of the bottle, imitating the elegance of the previous dynasty. Consider this a foreshadowing of my meeting with you. Lu Wei adjusted his glasses and leaned forward unconsciously. He gripped the edge of the mixing console tightly with both hands. This is a monster. Both her singing skills and the song itself reached an astonishingly professional level. No, it even surpasses most of the so-called gold medal kings on the market. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Zhou opened his eyes in the recording studio. Lu Wei, however, remained motionless in the control room. It took him more than 10 seconds to suddenly wake up and frantically press the call button. This song. Who wrote this song? Zhou looked at the middle-aged man outside the glass window. I write. You? Lu Wei practically jumped up from his chair, rushed to the recording studio door in 3 quick steps, and forcefully pulled it open. He rushed to Chu Yingzhou and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Do you even know what you just sang? Do you even know what you were singing? This is a gold mine. Lu Wei's breathing was extremely rapid. Should this song be sold? No. It can't be sold. You sing it yourself. I'll produce it for you. I don't want any money. I won't take a single penny. Just let me produce this album. Chapter 26, The Little Yellow Flower of the Story. Lu Wei was already rambling incoherently. He saw an opportunity, a chance for him, a musician who had been silent for many years, to stand at the top again. Chu Yingzhou looked at his excited expression. Teacher Lu, please calm down. We can sit down and talk slowly. Besides this one, I have others. Besides? Lu Wei's throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. Chu Yingzhou did not answer, but simply closed his eyes again. Another melody flowed from his lips. The little yellow flower in the story has been drifting since the year it was born. The swings of my childhood, they've stayed with me until now. If we say that blue and white porcelain is like ink painting, it has a long-standing ancient charm. That song is like the afternoon sun, warm yet tinged with a touch of melancholy. Lu Wei's mind went blank. Two completely different styles, yet both possess the power to strike a chord with people. What kind of monster is this kid? Just how many divine melodies does he have in his head? Chu Yingzhou didn't pause. The song changed abruptly. I still remember you saying home was the only castle, and we'll keep running along the rice paddy river. A slight smile plays on my lips. I know the dreams you had as a child. Warmth, healing, and carrying the deepest longing for one's hometown. Lu Wei slumped completely into the chair. All the top producers and superstars pale in comparison to this young man. This is no longer a gold mine. This is like delivering the dragon vein directly to his face. After Chu Yingzhou finished singing, the recording studio fell into a deathly silence. He calmly looked at Lu Wei, who was looking utterly dejected in the control room. Teacher Lu, can we talk now? Lu Wei jumped up from his chair and rushed to Chu Yingzhou. Talk. We must talk. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but his hands were shaking so badly he couldn't light it. He finally shoved the pack back in. You don't need to say anything, I'll say it. Lu Wei took a deep breath. These 3 songs, no. All your songs. I'll produce them. Arrangement, recording, mixing, mastering, I'll handle everything. I don't want money. I just want credit. Producer, Lu Wei. A contract. We'll sign the contract right now. All profits, you get 90%, I get 10%. No. You take it all. I just want this reputation. He's gone mad. As long as he can be associated with these songs, Lu Wei's name will once again resound throughout the entire Chinese music scene. Chu Yingzhou looked at him and shook his head. Teacher Lu, I'll leave the arrangement and production to you. I trust your expertise. Chu Yingzhou spoke slowly. As for the profits, we'll follow industry practice and split them 70-30. Lu Wei suddenly looked up, staring at Chu Yingzhou in disbelief. 73 points? What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? This young man is truly ignorant, or... Chu Yingzhou took out the few sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them over. This is the sheet music. I believe Teacher Lu can make the best arrangement. Lu Wei took the papers with trembling hands, feeling they were heavier than a box of gold bars. I have only one request. Chu Yingzhou's voice was very soft. ASAP. 3 days. Lu Wei blurted it out. I'll give you a demo of the arrangement within 3 days. Good. The contract was signed quickly. Lu Wei took out his studio's standard contract, changed the profit sharing to 70-30, and stamped it on the spot, as if afraid that Chu Yingzhou would change his mind. As Chu Yingzhou stepped out of the residential building, he let out a long breath. The first step is stable. He took out his phone, and the screen showed several missed calls from unknown numbers. He thought about it for a moment, then dialed back. The call was quickly answered, and Lin Momo's anxious voice came through. Master Chu. You finally called back. Where are you? Come to the club quickly. Something's happened. The Black Panther Club. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it was about to burst into flames. The manager, Chen Yao, stood in the center of the venue with a livid face. Lin Momo, who was standing next to him, had red eyes. Opposite them, a burly, bald man stood with one foot planted on the club's signboard that read Black Panther. A ferocious grin etched on his face as he ground his foot into the metal. The signboard creaked under its own weight. "Chen Yao, is this the rule you're talking about? I've arrived, the tea has been served, but where is your so-called expert?" The bald, burly man was named Xiao Hu. He was from the fierce Tiger Hall in the west of the city and was known for being unreasonable and ruthless in his fighting style. "What, are you scared and afraid to show your face? Or is it that your Black Panther Club is now just a bunch of old, weak, and disabled people who can only talk big?" Behind Xiao Hu, several equally sleazy young men burst into laughter. The members of the Black Panther Club glared angrily, but none of them dared to step forward. Just now, their strongest senior brother was kicked in the face by Xiao Hu and broke his ribs before he could even last 3 moves. He was just taken away by an ambulance. "Xiao Hu! Don't push your luck!" Lin Momo couldn't help but shout. "This is outrageous!" Xiao Hu chuckled. "Little sister, fists and feet have no eyes, I'm doing this for your own good. What a pity it would be if we got into a fight and your beautiful little face got scratched." Chen Yao reached out to stop the impulsive Lin Momo and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hu, what do you want? Draw up the terms." "Readily." Xiao Hu clapped his hands and took a new plaque from one of the people behind him. The 4 large characters carved on it in a flamboyant style are flowery fist and embroidered leg. "It's nothing serious." Xiao Hu threw the plaque at Chen Yao's feet with a loud crash. "Hang this at your door. Then, you, Chen Yao, in front of everyone, admit that your Black Panther Club is just a bunch of show-offs, and that'll be the end of it. Otherwise..." Xiao Hu's eyes instantly turned sinister. "I'll beat you all here until you can't get up." Chen Yao was trembling with anger. This is going to completely trample the Black Panther Club's reputation built up over the years. He would rather die standing than accept such humiliation. "Fine. I'll fight you." Chen Yao took off his coat and got into a fighting stance. "Master." "No." Lin Momo's face turned deathly pale. "My master was injured in his early years and his health has deteriorated significantly." Xiao Hu curled his lip in disdain. "You? Chen Yao, I advise you to save your breath and not get carried out." Just then, the club's heavy doors creaked open. A figure walked slowly in against the light. "Am I late?" Everyone looked towards the doorway. "Master." Lin Momo saw Chu Yingzhou and immediately ran over to him. Xiao Hu squinted and saw that the person who came was just a handsome young man. "Oh? This is your trump card?" He looked Chu Yingzhou up and down. Chu Yingzhou's thighs were not even as thick as his own arms. "Chen Yao, you're really something. Where did you find such a pretty boy? So delicate and fair-skinned, are you planning to have him sing a song to liven things up for me?" Chapter 27. If you break something, you have to pay for it. The thugs behind him burst into laughter again. In contrast, the members of the Black Panther Club looked utterly hopeless. "I thought some extraordinary master would come, but it turned out to be just a college student." Xu Yingzhou looked at the plaque that Xiao Hu was standing on. He slowly walked forward. Lin Momo tried to stop him, but he calmed her down. "Friend, that piece of wood under your feet isn't comfortable, is it?" Xiao Hu was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. "Kid, what the hell did you say? Whether I feel comfortable stepping on you or not is none of your business." "Of course it's my business." Xu Yingzhou walked up to Xiao Hu and stopped. "Because you stepped on someone else's things." He pointed to the Black Panther plaque that had already developed cracks. "You have to pay compensation." The entire club was deathly silent. Is this kid crazy? He couldn't see how his senior brother had his ribs broken and was carried out. Couldn't he see Xiao Hu's explosive muscles? The smile on Xiao Hu's face gradually disappeared. "Kid, you've got guts." He moved his foot off the signboard, clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked like popping beans. "I'll show you what happens when you're stubborn." Before he finished speaking, his fist, as big as a casserole dish, was already hurtling towards Chu Yingzhou's face with a whistling sound. That punch was both fast and ruthless. The students present gasped in surprise, and Lin Momo covered her mouth in fright, too scared to look. However, the expected sound of bones shattering did not occur. Xu Yingzhou merely tilted his head slightly, and the powerful punch grazed past his ear. Xiao Hu's punch missed its mark, and he staggered. Before he could regain his balance, he he felt a subtle force coming from his outstretched arm. Xu Yingzhou's hand had somehow landed on his elbow joint. With a gentle lift and a twist. Click. A crisp popping sound. Zhao Hu's thick arm drooped down at an odd angle in an instant. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the entire club. Xu Yingzhou released his grip, and Zhao Hu collapsed to the ground. The thugs, who had been laughing wildly, froze instantly. The students of the Black Panther Club were all staring wide-eyed. Zhao Hu, who was just arrogant a moment ago, suddenly lost an arm. You fucking. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhao Hu reached for his lower back with his other intact hand. There, a gleaming dagger was tucked away. I advise you not to move. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained calm. Otherwise, we won't be able to save the other hand either. Zhao Hu froze, his hand, which had been reaching for his lower back, stopped in mid-air. What, you're not playing anymore? Xu Yingzhou looked at him. I thought the people from the Fierce Tiger Hall were really that powerful. The excruciating pain prevented him from uttering even a harsh word. Xu Yingzhou stopped looking at him and bent down to pick up the new plaque engraved with flowery fist and embroidered leg. He gripped both ends of the plaque with both hands, applying slight pressure. Snap! The thick wooden plaque broke in two and he casually tossed it on the ground. After he finished doing all this, he turned to look at Chen Yao, who had completely turned to stone. Master Chen, shouldn't we call the police to deal with these troublemakers? Chen Yao suddenly came to his senses. He bowed deeply to Xu Yingzhou. Thank you so much, Master Chu, for saving me. The Black Panther Club owes you a huge favor. Xu Yingzhou waved his hand and said. If you take someone's money, you're obligated to solve their problems. Lin Momo ran to Xu Yingzhou's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Master Chu, you're amazing. Xu Yingzhou simply smiled faintly. He glanced at Zhao Hu, who was lying on the ground clutching his arm and groaning, and his group of silent, trembling subordinates. Take your boss to the hospital. By the way, let me tell your leader that the Black Panther Club is not a place where you can run wild. The thugs, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly helped Zhao Hu up and fled the club. The club erupted in deafening cheers. Master Chu, are you going to teach me martial arts today? Lin Momo tilted her little face up. Xu Yingzhou raised his hand and patted her head as usual. Not today, I have something to do tonight. He recalled that he had promised Wang Yuan he would attend the banquet. After settling matters with the club, Chen Yao transferred the remaining balance to Xu Yingzhou's account. Xu Yingzhou then took his leave. I took a taxi straight back to school. Jinghai University, male dormitory. Xu Yingzhou had just pushed open the door. Third brother, you're finally back. Jiang Lei suddenly turned around from in front of the computer, his voice booming. A really pretty girl just brought you something and left it on your desk. Xu Yingzhou looked in the direction he pointed. There was indeed a beautifully packaged rectangular gift box on my desk. An unfamiliar silver logo was embossed on the black box. What girl? What does she look like? Yu Xiu poked her head out, looking quite gossipy. She was quite tall, and she wore a skirt. She had a really elegant air about her. Hong Tao spoke softly. Damn, third brother, when did you hook up with a goddess of this caliber? Didn't you even tell the brothers? Yu Xiu jumped off the bed with a strange cry and went to the table to examine the gift box. Xu Yingzhou didn't speak. He probably guessed who it was. There would be no one else but Wang Yuan. He opened the box, and inside lay a neatly folded, pure black suit. In the adjacent compartment, there was a matching white shirt, tie, and a pair of gleaming leather shoes. Holy shit! Even Yu Xiu, a rich second generation, couldn't help but swear. He reached out and carefully touched the fabric of the suit, his eyes wide open. Is this Armani haute couture? Third brother, didn't you tell me you were an orphan? Tell me honestly, are you some long-lost young master from a powerful family? Jiang Lei also came over. Although he didn't recognize the brand, he knew from the quality of the clothes that they couldn't be cheap. Stop talking nonsense, third brother, hurry up and put it on so we can see for ourselves. Xu Yingzhou picked up the suit jacket. It seemed tailor-made for him. He took the jacket and went into the dormitory's private bathroom. A few minutes later, when the bathroom door opened again, the dormitory fell silent instantly. Jiang Lei stopped typing. Yu Xiu, who was scrolling through her phone, looked up. Hong Tao, who was reading a book, adjusted his glasses and looked over. Xu Yingzhou slowly walked out. The well-fitting black suit perfectly outlined his tall and slender figure, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and straight legs. At this moment, it has been replaced by a calm and dignified temperament. That already flawless face appeared even more defined against the backdrop of the pure white shirt. Oh shit. After holding it in for a long time, Jiang Lei finally uttered 2 words. The saying clothes make the man is really true. Third brother, you're simply not human. Chapter 28 Starlight Banquet Hall. Yu Shou walked around Xu Yingzhou, marveling at the sight. Oh no, third brother, if you go out wearing this tonight, I bet all the socialites in Jinghai will fight over you. He paused, then patted Xu Yingzhou on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Seriously, which rich woman has taken a liking to you? Any sisters want to introduce you to your brothers? Even the most shy Hong Tao couldn't help but whisper something. Brother Zhou, you're even more handsome than a movie star. Faced with his 3 roommates' exaggerated reactions, Xu Yingzhou simply smiled faintly. He checked the time. There was still an hour before the dinner party Wang Yuan had mentioned would begin. I'm going out for a bit. He picked up his phone and keys, and closed the door amidst gasps of surprise. Xu Yingzhou opened the MSI app, and the location sent by Wang Yuan was the Starry Night Banquet Hall on the top floor of the Jinghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The taxi stopped in front of the brightly lit building. As soon as Xu Yingzhou got out of the car, he saw Wang Yuan standing at the door. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. A long, moon-white dress accentuated her slender figure, her slightly wavy long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face was adorned with delicate light makeup, making her even more radiant than her usual innocent self. She was kicking at the pebbles at her feet, seemingly bored. Hearing the noise, she looked up. The moment he saw Yingzhou clearly, he stopped kicking the pebble. A blush uncontrollably rose on her cheeks. She quickly came to meet her. You've come. Her gaze lingered on Xu Yingzhou. You look very beautiful today. The same to you. Xu Yingzhou's answer was concise and clear. Wang Yuan awkwardly brushed a stray hair behind her ear. Let's go inside. Xu Yingzhou stretched out his arm. Wang Yuan shyly took his arm. The two walked side by side into the magnificent banquet hall. Melodious classical music flowed through the air as well-dressed men and women gathered together, holding wine glasses. Xu Yingzhou's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. His face really stood out in the crowd. When they saw Wang Yuan, who was arm in arm with him, many people gave up their ideas. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Hey, isn't this Yuan? The person who arrived was Qiu Yuhang. What, are you here to win me back today? No problem, just book a suite for me in a bit. Wang Yuan's face instantly turned cold. Qiu Yuhang, watch your mouth. Why is my mouth unclean? Qiu Yuhang looked at Xu Yingzhou. Yuan, your taste is getting worse and worse. What good is Xu Yingzhou, this pretty boy, besides being good-looking? Many people around were already looking over. Qiu Yuhang enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He pointed to Xu Yingzhou's suit. Xu Yingzhou, that Armani haute couture outfit of yours, it must be expensive to rent for a day, right? Is your part-time salary enough to cover it? In his view, Wang Yuan came from an ordinary family, while Xu Yingzhou was a well-known Cinderella at Jinghai University. She dragged me here today only to save face and salvage her image. Wang Yuan was so angry that she was trembling all over. Qiu Yuhang. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be polite to you. What? You want to hit me? Qiu Yuhang exaggeratedly took a step back. Are you willing to do that? Before he could finish speaking. Smack! A crisp, loud slap instantly drowned out the melodious music in the banquet hall. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. All eyes turned to them. Qiu Yuhang covered his rapidly swelling left cheek, completely stunned. Xu Yingzhou shook his hand. It's okay, I'm willing to. That slap woke Qiu Yuhang up completely. You fucking dare to hit me? Qiu Yuhang's facial features were contorted with anger. Security. Where's the security guard? Is he dead? He pointed at Xu Yingzhou and Wang Yuan, roaring hysterically. Throw those two penniless bastards out. You two who knows where snuck in here and dared to hit someone. You just want a freeload here, don't you? The surrounding guests whispered among themselves. Many people know Qiu Yuhang, and know that he is the young master of the Qiu group, who is usually arrogant and domineering. Two well-dressed security guards quickly walked over. Chu Yingzhou patted Wang Yuanyuan's hand reassuringly. Just then, a deep, steady male voice rang out from behind Xiao Yuhang. This is the first time I've ever heard of the Wang family needing to come to a place like this to freeload. Xiao Yuhang's roar came to an abrupt halt. There stood a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, his hands behind his back. The man was accompanied by several composed bodyguards. The moment Xiao Yuhang saw this man, all the color drained from his face. Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang. How could this be? Wang Tianlin is the richest man in Jinghai City. What is he doing here? The surrounding guests immediately erupted in a commotion. Isn't that Wang Tianlin? Why did he come in person? Oh my god, that girl's surname was Wang, could it be? That Xiao family kid has really messed up. When Wang Yuanyuan saw the person approaching, she called out softly. Dad, what brings you here? Dad? Xiao Yuhang felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Wang Yuanyuan is Wang Tianlin's daughter? How is that possible? His father worked for Wang Tianlin. He actually humiliated Wang Tianlin's daughter in public and even called her a poor wretch who came to freeload. Wang Tianlin's gaze fell on Chu Yingzhou. His scrutinizing gaze lingered on Chu Yingzhou's face for several seconds. This young man, he looks somewhat familiar. It felt like I'd seen it somewhere before, but I couldn't quite place it. Especially his eyes and brow bone, which always seemed to resemble a certain old friend. Wang Yuanyuan noticed her father's gaze and instinctively tightened her grip on Chu Yingzhou's arm. Dad, he's my boyfriend, Chu Yingzhou. These words caused another uproar in the audience. The boyfriend of the Wang family's daughter? This news is even more explosive than her public admission that she is Wang Tianlin's daughter. All eyes were fixed on Chu Yingzhou, filled with curiosity, envy, and a desire to see just who this man was who had captured the heart of the richest woman's daughter. Chu Yingzhou met Wang Tianlin's scrutinizing gaze and nodded slightly. He had seen too many young people trembling in his presence, and also quite a few who feigned composure. But someone like Chu Yingzhou is the first of his kind. Their gaze returned to Xiao Yuhang, whose face had turned deathly pale. Old Xiao has really raised a good son. He snorted coldly. Mr. Wang, I really didn't know Yuan was your daughter. Xiao Yuhang couldn't even straighten his tongue. Chapter 29 Lin Qingxian. Wang Tianlin snorted coldly. He glanced at his daughter, his tone softening somewhat. Yuan, come home early tonight. Then he looked at Chu Yingzhou. Young man, come over to my house sometime. After saying that, he turned and walked to the center of the banquet hall with his bodyguards. There, several prominent figures from Jinghai City had already gone to greet them. The storm has come to an end. He glanced down at the system panel. Ding! The original novel's female protagonist, Lin Qingxian, and male protagonist, Chu Ming, have been detected. A plot point has been triggered. Task issued: publicly humiliate Lin Qingxian and reduce her favorability towards you to negative levels. Mission reward: God-level driving skills, 5 million in cash. Chu Yingzhou's lips curled up in a smile. They've arrived. He looked up and saw a girl with a cool and aloof demeanor walking towards him from not far away. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy who stepped out of a painting, untouched by any worldly dust. It was Lin Qingxian, the female protagonist from the original novel, who drove countless men crazy and left her predecessor with nothing in the end. She and Chu Yingzhou were once in the same orphanage. Later, she was adopted by the Lin family, so she can be considered Chu Yingzhou's childhood sweetheart. Chu Yingzhou looked at the young man beside her, who had a tall and straight figure. As expected of the female lead, she can't possibly lack suitors. Only. Chu Yingzhou stared at the man curiously, but the man's gaze was fixed on her. What's wrong? Did I steal your pockmark? Wang Yuanyuan clearly knew this privileged young woman from Jinghai. She instinctively hugged Chu Yingzhou's arm tightly. Brother Chu, what are you doing here? Lin Qingxian walked up to the two of them. His clear eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. If it were the original self, they would probably be so excited that they would be incoherent by now. But the one standing here now is the new Chu Yingzhou. He didn't even bother to give a glance. He looked at Wang Yuanyuan with tender eyes. Yuan, let's go over there and get something to eat. After saying that, he pulled Wang Yuanyuan along and walked directly past Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian's expression froze. She watched helplessly as Chu Yingzhou walked past her. How is this possible? How dare Chu Yingzhou, who always followed behind him and was willing to do anything for him with just a word, ignore him? The surrounding guests were also stunned. Lin Qingxian is extremely famous, and many people know her. With another good show about to unfold, everyone's gossip-loving spirit was ignited. Stop! A cold shout rang out. The man blocking Chu Yingzhou's path was the one beside Lin Qingxian. My friend, Qingxian is talking to you. What kind of attitude is this? Chu Yingzhou stopped in his tracks. If you're willing to be a dog, then be one yourself. Why drag others down with you? The man choked for a moment. He took a deep breath and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Chu Ming. Chu Ming? The eldest son of the Chu family? Chu Yingzhou stared at Chu Ming in front of him with amusement. I see. Chu Yingzhou. He uttered his name. Chu Yingzhou? Chu Ming pretended to be thinking. So you're the campus heartthrob from Jinghai University. I've heard of you. The implication couldn't be clearer. He's just a pretty boy who makes a living off his looks. The surrounding guests also cast strange glances at them. So he was just a student. I thought it was some important person who could make Chairman Wang look at him differently. Ha, being handsome can indeed put food on the table, saving you 20 years of hard work. Every word of these words reached Wang Yuan's ears. Her face flushed bright red instantly, and she gripped Chu Yingzhou's arm even tighter. Chu Yingzhou acted as if he hadn't heard. Really? Then it seems I'm quite famous. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Chu Ming before returning to Lin Qingxian. Unlike some people who can't rely on their looks, if you really tried to make a living this way, you'd probably starve to death. Chu Ming's smile froze. Is this a disguised way of insulting one's own ugliness? Chu Yingzhou. Lin Qingxian finally couldn't hold back anymore. Watch your words. Chu Ming is my friend. A hint of smugness flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. She looked at Chu Yingzhou defiantly, as if to say, see? She's facing me. Oh? A friend? Chu Yingzhou nodded as if he suddenly understood, then spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. I misunderstood. I thought she was some rich girl with bad eyesight, who had a pet that only wags its tail and followed her around. After all, every pot has its lid, and the two of you do look quite well matched standing together. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Chu Yingzhou's words. He insulted both of them at once? Saying Lin Qingxian is blind. He called Chu Ming a dog. That's too ruthless. You. Lin Qingxian trembled with anger, her pretty face contorted with rage. She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life. Chu Ming's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. If it weren't for the occasion, he probably would have already rushed forward. Chu Yingzhou didn't bother to look at them again. He lowered his head and spoke gently to Wang Yuan. Yuan, let's go. Staying with them for too long might affect my appetite. After saying that, he grabbed the still somewhat dazed Wang Yuan and turned to leave. Lin Qingxian stared intently at Chu Yingzhou's retreating figure. Why is that? Chu Yingzhou, the one who would brave the heavy rain to run all over the city just to buy her a cake, just because of a single word she said. How did it turn out like this? Cold, harsh. Just as Chu Yingzhou turned around, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for publicly humiliating Lin Qingxian. Mission complete. Reward awarded, godlike driving skills. 5 million in cash already transferred to bank account. Chu Yingzhou did not pause in his steps. Wang Yuan's heart was still pounding. We're just leaving like this? Otherwise what? Chu Yingzhou countered with a question. Stay and watch the monkey show? Put. Wang Yuan couldn't help but laugh, and her tension immediately dissipated. But when they wanted to leave, someone wouldn't let them. Stop. Chu Ming blocked their way again. Kid, what kind of skill is it to be quick-witted? If you've got guts, let's try something different. Chu Yingzhou looked at him with great interest. Oh? How do you want to play? Chu Ming saw him respond. He knows where his strengths lie. In other respects, he may not have an advantage. But when it comes to spending money and playing with cars, Chu Ming has never been afraid of anyone among the younger generation in Jinghai City. Racing, do you dare? Xu Ming raised his chin slightly. On the most famous Taihua Mountain Road in Jinghai, the loser has to kneel down, kowtow 3 times to the other person, and call them grandpa 3 times. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guests immediately erupted in uproar. Chapter 30 Fair Competition. Taihua Mountain Racing? Isn't that a place only professional drivers dare to participate in? Young Master Chu was a well-known mountain road prince in the Jinghai racing circle. I heard he even won the Amateur League Championship. That kid surnamed Chu is doomed. Isn't he just courting death? This bet is too ruthless. Kowtowing and calling someone grandpa, how can they ever face anyone again? Amidst the discussions, Xu Ming's arrogance grew even stronger. He wanted to use his expertise to crush Chu Yingzhou. We'll make him get back the face he lost today, 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Xu Ming laughed dismissively. What? Scared? That's true. Someone like you probably can't even afford a decent car, right? You're not thinking of driving a Wuling Hongguang to Mount Taihua to race me, are you? Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he almost fell over. Lin Xinxian stood to the side without saying a word, but her tightly furrowed brows revealed her displeasure. She felt that Xu Ming's actions were somewhat beneath him. But she also wanted to see Chu Yingzhou suffer a setback. The man's actions today have thoroughly enraged her. Wang Yuanyuan's face turned red with anger, and she was about to retort. Chu Yingzhou patted her hand, signaling her to relax. Looking at Xu Ming, who seemed to be going crazy, I couldn't help but want to laugh. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. I just acquired God-level driving skills, and I have nowhere to test them out. If you walk right into the line of fire, then you can't blame me. Just as he was about to speak, a clear female voice interrupted from the side. Who said he doesn't have a car? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A woman with a graceful figure, wearing a red strapless dress, walked slowly towards them. Her temperament is flamboyant, like a blooming rose, with an aggressive quality that is impossible to ignore. It's Miss Bai Duo. Why is she here too? Why would she speak up for Chu Yingzhou? Xu Ming's smile froze instantly. The Bai family holds a position in Jinghai that is in no way inferior to that of the Chu family, and in some areas, it even surpasses it. Bai Duo is known as the Little Witch in Jinghai. He acts as he pleases, and no one dares to mess with him. Ignoring the gazes around her, Bai Duo stood directly in front of Chu Yingzhou. Young Master Chu is quite arrogant. Is he trying to force people to race against him? She smiled and looked at Xu Ming. Coincidentally, I also happen to be somewhat interested in racing. Since Chu Yingzhou doesn't have a car, I can lend him mine to play with. She took out a uniquely shaped car key from her handbag and tossed it directly to Chu Yingzhou. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, Taihua Mountain Road, see you there. Young Master Chu, do you dare? Bai Duo's words put Xu Ming in a very difficult position. Xu Ming never expected that Bai Duo would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Moreover, they clearly sided with Chu Yingzhou. Damn it! Xu Ming cursed wildly in his heart. It's that face again. Besides having a face that can deceive women, what other skills does Chu Yingzhou have? First it was Wang Yuanyuan, and now it's Bai Duo. Two of the most beautiful and wealthy women in Jinghai City are eager to support him. But the words had already been spoken, and if he backed down now, Xu Ming would truly lose all face. Good. Xu Ming gritted his teeth and spat out a single word. I can't refuse Miss Bai's request. Just like you said, tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, Taihua Mountain. I'll be waiting for him. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Chu Yingzhou, turned around, pushed through the crowd, and left angrily. Lin Xinxian gave Chu Yingzhou a deep look, then turned and left. The farce was temporarily quelled by the departure of Xu Ming and Lin Xinxian. The guests, however, were still reluctant to leave. His gaze swept back and forth between Chu Yingzhou, Wang Yuanyuan, and Bai Duo. Thanks. Xu Yingzhou shook the uniquely shaped car key in his hand and said to Bai Duo. That thank you was truly heartfelt. Although he possessed God-level driving skills as a reward from the system, he was not afraid of Xu Ming. But Bai Duo's intervention did save him a lot of trouble. Thank me? Bai Duo, however, did not appreciate it. She narrowed her alluring peach blossom eyes slightly and looked at Wang Yuanyuan, who was standing next to her with her head down. When did you become her boyfriend? She pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of sourness. This question instantly made the atmosphere awkward. Wang Yuanyuan's face flushed red instantly, and she buried her head even lower, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. What did she say? Am I supposed to tell everyone in front of all these people that I drank too much at the bar that night and, in a daze? How will she ever face anyone again? Xu Yingzhou also felt a bit of a headache and rubbed the back of his head. Well, that's a long story. He chuckled twice, trying to explain. The situation was urgent at the time. Her ex-boyfriend was as annoying as a fly, and I just blurted it out in a moment of panic. This explanation is worse than no explanation at all. Wang Yuanyuan nervously twisted the hem of her clothes with both hands. Bai Duoduo's eyes lit up. So, you two aren't really boyfriend and girlfriend? She didn't give Xu Yingzhou a chance to explain further, a confident smile playing on her lips. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Bai Duoduo stepped forward and pressed her warm, soft body against hers. She grabbed Xu Yingzhou's left arm, as if asserting her dominance. Since that's not the case, then let's compete fairly. Xu Yingzhou, I will definitely make you fall in love with me. The girl's voice was clear and assertive. Wang Yuanyuan looked at Bai Duoduo, who was hugging Xu Yingzhou, in disbelief. Xu Yingzhou was also taken aback, feeling the amazing sensation on his arm, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Is this, for real? In the banquet hall, for a moment you could hear a pin drop again. Everyone was stunned by Bai Duoduo's earth-shattering confession. The little princess of the Bai family in Jinghai confessed her love to a man in public and even wanted to compete fairly with the princess of the Wang family. This is an absolutely shocking revelation. While everyone downstairs was lost in their own thoughts and the atmosphere was strange. In a quiet corner on the second floor of the banquet hall, Fang Songjun, dressed in an elegant gown and exuding a graceful demeanor, was holding a handkerchief. Silently wiping away her tears, her shoulders trembled slightly. She was already a sobbing mess. Songjun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A deep, steady male voice sounded behind her. Chu Tianque walked over with a glass of red wine, and frowned slightly when he saw his wife's appearance. Fang Songjun did not answer, but simply raised his hand and pointed downstairs with trembling hands. There stood a young man, sandwiched between two stunningly beautiful girls, looking utterly helpless. It was the son she had been longing for day and night. Xu Tianque looked in the direction she pointed. When his gaze fell on Xu Yingzhou's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful appearance, his hand holding the wineglass suddenly froze in mid-air. Xu Yingzhou, his own biological son. How did he get here? Chapter 31 looks like you. Xu Tianque's mind went blank. Seeing that Fang Songjun was about to rush downstairs in a fit of emotion, Xu Tianque grabbed her wrist. Songjun, calm down. What is the occasion today? This is a banquet where the Chu family and Tianlin group are cooperating. There are so many eyes watching, we can't afford any trouble. Xu Tianque's voice was very low. Fang Songjun turned around abruptly, looking at him with teary eyes. Something's gone wrong? Xu Tianque, that's our son. Our own son. He's downstairs right now, and you're telling me we can't let anything go wrong? She flung Xu Tianque's hand away, her chest heaving violently. Do you think your son's affairs are less important than a business deal? Is it a small matter? Xu Tianque was speechless. Yes, compared to her long-lost biological son. All business deals and collaborations seemed so insignificant. He was silent for a moment, then his tone softened. I did not mean that. I'm just afraid of scaring him. If we rush down like this, it will cause him trouble. Look at him, there are two girls from the Bai and Wang families beside him. We must consider the children as feelings. These words finally calmed Fang Songjun down a bit. Over the years, my son has been living alone outside, and I don't know how much hardship he has endured. As his parents, they owed him so much. To suddenly appear now, especially in such a high-profile setting, is indeed too abrupt. Okay. I won't go down to acknowledge him. Fang Songjun took a deep breath and wiped away the tears on her face, but her gaze remained fixed on the figure downstairs, unwilling to look away for even a moment. I'll stay here. I'll stay here and watch him a little longer, okay? Her voice was pleading. Xu Tianque felt a pang of sadness and nodded, okay. However, at that moment, clatter. A soft sound. The lights in the entire banquet hall went out instantly. Only one spotlight shone on the stage in front of the hall. Wang Tianlin, the chairman of Tianlin Group and father of Wang Yuan, dressed in a well-tailored suit, has already stood in front of the microphone. Good evening, distinguished guests and friends. A deep, magnetic voice resonated throughout the venue through the speakers. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the cooperation dinner between Tianlin Group and Shu Group. The noise downstairs was abruptly silenced by the start of this speech. The guests who had been watching Chu Yingzhou and his companions also turned their attention to the stage. This sudden turn of events made Chu Yingzhou, who was sandwiched between the two girls, secretly breathe a sigh of relief. On one arm, there was a warm, soft white flower pressed against her arm, carrying an aggressive, rose-like fragrance. On the other side, although Wang Yuan had her head down, her body unconsciously moved closer to him. It carried a faint, almost imperceptible dependence. This feeling is just too exciting. Now that's good, at least he's been given a chance to catch his breath. Even in the dim light, Wang Yuan's face still showed signs of lingering redness. She secretly glanced at Bai Duo, who was tightly holding Chu Yingzhou's arm, and gently bit her lower lip. Bai Duo, however, paid no attention to the stares of those around her. He even provocatively pressed himself even closer to Chu Yingzhou. Second floor. The sudden dimming of the light made Fang Songjuan's heart tighten. She could no longer see her son's face. She could only try to make out the blurry outline in the dim crowd, as if he would disappear again in the blink of an eye. Chu Tianque stood behind her, his gaze also fixed on the ground floor. Wang Tianlin's speech ended amidst applause. The lights in the banquet hall came back on, instantly bringing the ambiguous atmosphere back to reality. The two distinctly different sensations on Chu Yingzhou's arm became exceptionally clear as a result. Yuan. A slightly authoritative call came from not far away. As Wang Tianlin stepped off the stage, he immediately spotted his daughter, and his brows furrowed instantly. Wang Yuan stiffened, like a student caught having a puppy love by the teacher. She glanced at Chu Yingzhou subconsciously, then lowered her head and walked quickly toward her father. Dad! What does it look like? Wang Tianlin gave a low reprimand, his sharp gaze sweeping over Chu Yingzhou, then lingering on Bai Duo for a moment before finally saying nothing. He grabbed Wang Yuan's hand and led her to the other side without saying a word, presumably to find her mother. With Wang Yuan's departure, the strange balance among the three was broken. Chu Yingzhou felt his left arm loosen, and then Bai Duo leaned even closer to him. Alright, now no one's going to take it from me. She tilted her head back and laughed like a cat that had just stolen some fish. Chu Yingzhou felt a bit overwhelmed. I should go back to school. He tried to pull his arm away. Bai Duo hugged him even tighter. I send you. Her tone wasn't one of discussion, but rather of notification. I drove here because it's hard to get a taxi here. Chu Yingzhou paused. He glanced at the entrance of the banquet hall, where guests were leaving one after another, and luxury cars were parked one after another. It can take quite a while to hail a ride-hailing car here. After weighing the options, he nodded. That's troublesome. It's no trouble at all. Bai Duo's smile deepened as she led him toward the parking lot. In a corner on the second floor. Fang Songjuan's gaze followed his son's figure until he disappeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. A piece of her heart felt empty. Tianque, he's gone. He's gone with that girl from the Bai family. Her voice was choked with sobs, and her palms were ice cold. I saw it. Chu Tianque gently patted her back. Songjun, don't panic. We already know where he is, at Jinghai University. We can go find him anytime. Now is not the best time. As you can see, he has his own life, his own relationships. When the words interpersonal relationships were mentioned, Chu Tianque's tone became somewhat complicated. That audacious Bai family girl, and that Wang family girl who looked so wrong just now. All of this shows that his son is no pushover. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Just then, Wang Tianlin walked over with a wineglass in hand and a beaming smile. Old Chu, after tonight, the cooperation between our two families will definitely reach a new level. Chu Tianque quickly composed himself. Congratulations to you both. The two clinked glasses. Wang Tianlin took a sip of his drink, glanced around at the crowd downstairs, and then lowered his voice. Hey, Lao Chu, let me tell you something interesting. I just saw a young man who looks exactly like you when you were young. The eyebrows, the nose, tsk. Chu Tianque's hand holding the wineglass trembled slightly. He knew that Wang Tianlin was referring to Chu Yingzhou. Chapter 32. Maybe she really will marry into our Chu family. Chu Tianque responded jokingly. Oh? Really? If he looks like me, then this young man is quite good looking. Not bad at all. Wang Tianlin slapped his thigh, as if he had remembered something. It's the one who was standing with my Yuan and that girl from the Bai family just now. She looks like a student, but her energy is extraordinary. As he spoke, he nudged Chu Tianque with his elbow and grinned mischievously. Old Chu, tell me honestly, did you have any romantic entanglements when you were young? Ha 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 ha. His facial muscles stiffened for a moment. Do you think it's possible? Wang Tianlin's smile froze. He looked at his old buddy of many years and felt that he was acting a little strange tonight. Just kidding, why are you taking it so seriously? Wang Tianlin laughed and left. He took a sip of his wine and looked downstairs again, where Chu Yingzhou was no longer there. He sighed. Honestly, Lao Chu, if it weren't for the fact that I really dislike your Chu Ming's personality, I would really like to become in-laws with you. Wang Tianlin's voice carried a hint of genuine regret. Chu Ming, that child, has been arrogant and domineering since he was a child. He is really not a good match for his son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianque's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Wang Tianlin's, but his gaze drifted toward the entrance of the banquet hall where Chu Yingzhou had disappeared. That's not necessarily true. His voice was soft, yet clear. Your little girl might actually end up marrying into our Chu family. Jinghai University, downstairs in the men's dormitory building. A bright red Ferrari car traced a dazzling arc in the night sky before coming to a smooth stop. The roar of the engine sounded particularly jarring in the quiet campus. This attracted several boys who were still awake to lean out of the window and look out. Chu Yingzhou pushed open the car door. Thanks. Bai Duo rested one hand on the steering wheel, tilting her head to look at him. Just that one dry sentence? She raised an eyebrow. I'll pick you up at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Bai Duo didn't wait for his reply and continued talking to herself. I believe you can beat that arrogant guy on the Taiyuan mountain track. Chu Yingzhou nodded, okay. He turned around to get out of the car. Chu Yingzhou. Bai Duo's clear voice came from behind. He turned around instinctively. A warm, soft touch instantly landed on his lips. Chu Yingzhou's eyes widened suddenly. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, they part ways in an instant. Bai Duo had already sat back in her original seat, her cheeks flushed with a suspicious blush under the dim car lights. But his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, like a cat that had finally stolen some fish. I've stamped it. She raised her chin at him, her smile sly and smug. From now on, you belong to me. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stepped on the gas. The Ferrari roared and instantly transformed into a red lightning bolt, disappearing into the night, leaving Chu Yingzhou looking completely bewildered. He stood there, raising his hand to touch his lips. The softness seemed to still linger on it. A moment later, he shook his head with a laugh. We were ambushed. Back in the dorm, the smell of instant noodles hit me. Compared to the exquisite atmosphere of the banquet hall, the ambience here felt incredibly authentic. Chu Yingzhou opened the dormitory door. Click. The dormitory was pitch black, except for the computer screen on Yusho's desk. The lighting flickers as the game screen changes. The snoring of Jian Lei, the eldest son in the upper bunk, rang rhythmically. Third brother, you're back? Yushio was wearing headphones, but she still caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of her eye. Chu Yingzhou nodded and walked to his seat. He took out his phone, the screen lit up, and an unread message lay there quietly. Sender, Lu Wei. Brother Chu, the song is finished. Listen to it and see if you're satisfied. File, blue and white porcelain finished product.mp3. Chu Yingzhou plugged in his headphones and opened the file. A melodious and gentle prelude instantly pulled him away from the noisy dormitory environment. The unglazed porcelain was outlined with blue and white brushstrokes, the ink thickening and then fading. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. A clear, melodious voice with a touch of classical charm flowed gently into my ears through the headphones. Lu Wei's production skills are indeed top-notch. The arrangement and music are just right, perfectly amplifying the unique qualities of his voice. As Chu Yingzhou listened, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. This song is going to be a hit. When the song ended, he was still reluctant to stop. Just as he was about to listen to it again, his headphones were suddenly ripped off. What are you listening to, so engrossed? Yushio had somehow gotten behind him, her face full of curiosity. Let me hear it, is it some kind of adult film? As he spoke, he put the earphones on his ears. Shu Ingzhou did not stop him. The melodious singing rang out again. Yushio's playful expression slowly froze. Holy crap! Third brother, this is you singing? His shout woke up Jiang Lei, who was snoring in the corner. What's wrong? Is it an earthquake? Jiang Lei sat up in bed with a start, still half asleep. Hong Tao, the youngest in the dormitory, was also awakened and groggily pushed up his glasses. Second brother, what's your name? Yushio pointed at Shu Ingzhou, her tongue almost tied in knots. Third brother. You just asked me about the recording studio yesterday? You actually went to record a song? Shu Ingzhou nodded calmly. Holy crap! That's awesome. Yushio cursed, snatched Shu Ingzhou's phone, and turned on speakerphone. This time, the entire dormitory was quiet. Only the slightly ancient-style melody and clear singing voice echoed in the room. After the song ended, Jiang Lei and Hong Tao were still in a daze. Third brother, did you really sing this? Hong Tao adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with admiration. Nonsense! Who else could it be but the third brother? Jiang Lei slapped the bed, making the bed frame vibrate. Third brother, you've been hiding your talent well. With this level of skill, you could easily debut as a pop star. He usually keeps a low profile, but when he does, he unleashes a game-winning move. Yushio had thought further ahead than he had, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Third brother, what are you going to do with this song? Are you just going to listen to it by yourself? Shu Ingzhou smiled and took back his phone. Let's post it on a music platform first and see the reaction. He paused, then added. In a couple of days, we'll shoot another music video and upload it to music. Shoot a music video? Yushio's eyes lit up, and she immediately took on all the responsibilities. Leave this to me. I know a professional team that will guarantee you a blockbuster movie effect. Do you have a choice for the female lead? If not, I'll find you a few of the most beautiful girls from our school. The female lead. Two completely different beautiful faces involuntarily appeared in Shu Ingzhou's mind. One is innocent and adorable, the other is passionate and fiery. Chapter 33 Plagiarism? Shu Ingzhou shook his head. I know who I'm looking for. Seeing the genuine excitement on his brothers' faces, he felt a warmth in his heart. Then it's settled. Jiang Lei made the final decision. Third brother, go for it with confidence. Our dorm will be your strongest support. Shu Ingzhou nodded with a smile. This matter still needs to be handled by second brother. Shu Ingzhou regarded Yushio as a brother and trusted his professional abilities. Yushio is the vice president of the photography club at her school, and she also runs a music note account. He shoots cool short videos with great camera movements and transitions, and has accumulated more than 300,000 followers, making him a minor internet celebrity. Shu Ingzhou felt reassured in trusting the music video to him. He sent the outline of the MV script he had written overnight directly to Yushio via WeChat. Yushio clicked on it and her eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! Third brother, you're a fucking genius. Ancient style, ink painting, Jiangnan, misty rain, and the sense of destiny of brushing past each other. Absolutely amazing. Don't worry, with this script in my hands, I'll definitely make it look like a blockbuster movie. Yushio patted her chest excitedly. Shu Ingzhou smiled and said nothing more. Lu Wei has helped upload the song to Cloud Music, the largest original music platform in China. The rest depends on the market's reaction. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Shu Ingzhou was still asleep when Yushio woke him up. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Yushio's voice came from below. Second brother, what's with your horny mood so early in the morning? Can't a person get any sleep? Jiang Lei, who was on the upper bunk, muttered something. Shu Ingzhou sat up and looked at Yushio. He had dark circles under his eyes and was staring intently at the computer screen. His fingers flew across the mouse as he muttered to himself. It's a hit, third brother, it's really a hit. Yushio turned around abruptly and saw that Shu Ingzhou had woken up. She waved to him excitedly. Come and see. Shu Ingzhou got out of bed and went over. On the computer screen is Tencent Music's new song rising chart. The seventh spot on the list is clearly marked with 3 words, blue and white porcelain. Singer, Ing. This is the stage name that Chu Ingzhou gave himself. Overnight, the number of views exceeded 500,000, and the number of comments reached more than 9,000. My God, what an amazing song! I've been listening to it on repeat all night. His voice is absolutely stunning. Who is this newcomer named Ing? Was his voice kissed by an angel? The ancient style music scene is about to be shaken up. This songwriting and composition is simply a game changer. The comments section was filled with positive reviews. Even Jiang Lei and Hong Tao were alarmed and came over, marveling at the data on the screen. Third brother, this isn't just your debut, it's your direct path to godhood. Jiang Lei patted Chu Ingzhou's shoulder forcefully. However, Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. He clicked on another webpage, which was Weibo, China's largest social media platform. A trending topic quietly climbed up the list. Hashtag blue and white porcelain plagiarism hashtag. Clicking through leads to a long article published by a verified senior music critic known as Music Probe. In the article, he extracted several melodies from Blue and White Porcelain. By comparing it with another instrumental piece by a niche foreign band, they asserted with certainty that Blue and White Porcelain was suspected of plagiarism. We welcome the rise of traditional Chinese music, but it should never be this kind of opportunistic Frankenstein's monster. Pretentious lyrics, plus a few stolen melodies, are packaged as so-called divine songs, which not only insult the ears of the audience, but also destroy the foundation of the Chinese music scene. At the end of the article, he also tagged the official NetEase Cloud Music account, demanding that the platform immediately remove the song. They also banned the singer Ing. The moment this long article was published, the tide turned instantly. I knew it sounded familiar, turns out it was copied. Heh, I was just about to say something complimentary, but it turns out he's a thief? The music scene these days is absolutely rotten. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can release songs. Countless follow-up comments and online trolls flooded in instantly. That son of a bitch. Jiang Lei was furious and slammed his fist on the table. The tune is completely different, yet he insists it's plagiarism? Is he deaf? Hong Tao was also so angry that his face turned red. They're slandering us. It's intentional. Yu Xiu's face was the most unpleasant. He was an internet addict and knew the ins and outs best. This isn't just an ordinary music review, someone is sabotaging us behind the scenes. He pointed at the screen, his voice deep. Look, as soon as this music probe was published, several marketing accounts immediately reposted it and stirred up trouble. The comments below are all copied and pasted phrases. This is a premeditated smear campaign. A bucket of cold water extinguished the lively atmosphere that had just begun in the dormitory. Chu Ingzhou remained unusually calm. He picked up the mouse and operated it himself, clicking on the so-called evidence, which was actually the instrumental music by that indie foreign band. He turned it off after listening for less than 30 seconds. Then, he looked up at his 3 indignant roommates, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. What's the panic? He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. It's a good thing that someone is getting anxious. Yu Xiu was taken aback. Good news? Third brother, we've been smeared, how can this be a good thing? Free popularity is offered to you, why not take it? A hint of amusement flashed in Chu Ingzhou's eyes. Didn't he accuse me of plagiarism and call me a Frankenstein's monster? He looked at Yu Xiu and gave the order. The script for the music video, now, let's go shoot it. Let's get right to it. Yu Xiu took the lead, heading straight for the school's activity center building with her 3 roommates. The photography studio is on the 3rd floor. Push open the door, and you'll find a hidden world inside. The club had all sorts of photography equipment, including long lenses, reflectors, sliders, and several high-end Apple computers, making it look far more professional than a student club. A slightly chubby boy wearing black-rimmed glasses is sitting in front of a computer editing a video. He saw Yu Xiu and immediately stood up. Brother Xiu, what brings you here? Old son, help is needed. Yu Xiu didn't stand on ceremony and put her arm around the other person's shoulder, pointing to Chu Ingzhou behind her. My brother wants to shoot a music video. Can I borrow your equipment and manpower? Sun Peng, the president of the company, who was known as Old Sun, glanced at Yu Xiu and then at Chu Ingzhou, who was standing calmly beside him. Without saying a word, he patted his chest. Brother Xiu, if you've spoken, then what else is there to say? He waved his hand. Take whatever equipment you want from our studio. As for manpower, I'll call over some of our top photographers, they'll be on call 24/7. Sun Peng's straightforwardness left Jiang Lei and Hong Tao somewhat speechless. They knew Yu Xiu's family was wealthy, but they didn't expect her to have such a wide network of connections at school. Thanks, Lao Sunday. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Yu Xiu nodded in satisfaction. With the equipment and team secured, the most crucial issue has now arisen. Chapter 34. Help me write a song. Yu Xiu turned to Chu Yingzhou and lowered her voice. Third brother, what about the female lead? Is it Bai Duo or Wang Yuan, the one you mentioned before? Bai Duo, the aloof and beautiful schoolgirl. Wang Yuan, a passionate cheerleader. They were all prominent figures at Jinghai University. Chu Yingzhou shook his head. They are not suitable. His gaze swept across the window. Everyone else has already declared their challenge openly this time. We're going to go big. Since the other party wants to use their expertise to smear him. Then he used even more extreme professionalism to completely crush the other party's face. Although Bai Duo and Wang Yuan are beautiful, they are ultimately modern beauties. It lacks the classical charm that can support the artistic conception of blue and white porcelain. He looked at Yu Xiu and asked. Second brother, you have a wide network of connections. Are there any more suitable candidates among our school or among the people you know? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiu was stunned for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh. Damn, how could I forget about her? There really is one. Absolutely top tier, a chosen one. Jiang Lei and Hong Tao also curiously came over. Yu Xiu said mysteriously. Can you, the president of the music club? Do you remember her? Third brother, she was the one who helped us contact the recording studio last time. Chu Yingzhou nodded, I remember. She's not just the president of a music club. Yu Xiu's tone was tinged with excitement. She's a popular influencer on the music platform with nearly 10 million followers, known for her ancient Chinese-style videos. She specializes in creating high-quality videos featuring ancient costume transformations and short situational dramas, each video being like a movie. She herself is a passionate lover of ancient Chinese style, especially fond of ancient Chinese music. If you can get her to be the female lead, not only will you shut down those haters, our music video will be a guaranteed hit. Yu Xiu became more and more excited as she spoke. It's a sure thing. This is definitely in the bag. After listening, Chu Yingzhou understood the situation. Professionals should do professional things. Can you is indeed the best option to break the deadlock right now? Then I'll give it a try. He took out his phone, found Can Yu's number, and dialed it directly. The phone rang a few times before being answered. A cool, clear female voice came through the receiver. Hello, who is this? Senior, it's me, Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Thank you for your help with the recording studio matter. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Soon, the other party's voice rang out again. It's you. I've listened to your song, Blue and White Porcelain, it's very good. Chu Yingzhou was not surprised. It must have been Lu Wei from the recording studio who mentioned it to her. You flatter me, senior. He didn't waste time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. I called this time to invite my senior to be the female lead in the music video for this song. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Yu Xiu and the others nearby began to get nervous. Just when they thought they were about to be rejected, Can Yu's voice rang out again. Can. Yu Xiu almost jumped up. However, I have one condition. Please go ahead, senior. Chu Yingzhou's tone remained calm. You have to help me write a song. Can Yu's voice came through the receiver clearly. A song that belongs only to me. Yu Xiu and the others gasped in shock. That's quite a demand. The song Blue and White Porcelain is already amazing, who can guarantee that the next song will be of the same standard? However, Chu Yingzhou smiled. Without the slightest hesitation, he uttered 2 words crisply and decisively. Make a deal. When will it be filmed? Can you ask about the filming date? Tomorrow. Chu Yingzhou glanced out the window. Okay, see you tomorrow. He then hung up the phone and looked at Yu Xiu, who was beaming with excitement. Second brother, could you help me check out the venue today and find a few alternatives? Keep track of how much it costs, and I'll pay for it. Yu Xiu waved her hand and smiled brightly. No problem. Leave it to me. He didn't make any grand promises about paying for it himself. Brothers may be brothers, but Chu Ingzhou needs money to make a name for himself right now. He can't be polite in this kind of situation. Even between brothers, accounts should be kept clear. Xu Ingzhou nodded. This was precisely what he appreciated about Yu Xiao. He looked out the window and saw that a light drizzle had started to fall from the sky, making it appear hazy. The distant teaching buildings were shrouded in a misty haze. It's evening. It's about time to meet that so-called little prince of the mountain road. As I walked to the school gate, the raindrops slanted across my face, bringing a chill. A black beast was parked quietly by the roadside. The sleek lines of the car body gleamed faintly in the rain. GTR 35. The deep hum of the engine at idle was like the breath of a giant beast, each beat brimming with power. The driver's side window slowly rolled down. A delicate and flawless pretty face peeked out. It was Bai Duo. She smiled at Xu Ingzhou, and the chill of the rainy day seemed to melt away with her smile. I've listened to your song, it's very nice. Xu Ingzhou scratched his head, somewhat helplessly. I'm using a stage name, how did you still recognize me? He felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he had just put on a disguise only to have it stripped away by an acquaintance. Bai Duo's lips curled into a smug smile, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. That's because. She deliberately dragged out her voice. Senior, you're in the same dorm as me. Xu Ingzhou sighed and rubbed his forehead. He feels that he's been doing this action more and more frequently lately. What's going on? It seems like all the women I know live in the same circle, and I see them all the time. Hello. Bai Duo suddenly puffed out her cheeks, looking like a fuming little pufferfish. Why don't you cast me as the female lead in your music video? Am I not pretty enough? Xu Ingzhou coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Good heavens, so this girl was listening in on Kenyu's phone call just now. His mind raced, and he came up with an impeccable reason. The MV script contains intimate scenes between the second male lead and the female lead. The implication is quite clear. Bai Duo was taken aback at first, then her cheeks flushed slightly, and her angry expression vanished instantly. She smiled and gave Xu Ingzhou a reproachful look. You're smart to know what's good for you. She turned and opened the passenger door. Let's go, let's take down that mountain road prince guy, and from now on you'll be the Taiwa mountain racing god. Xu Ingzhou sat in the driver's seat, feeling the enveloping sensation of the seat. Looking at Bai Duo, who was beaming with excitement, he suddenly smiled. You have that much confidence in me? Xu Ingzhou noticed that Bai Duo wasn't wearing a seatbelt, so he leaned over. A warm breath brushed against Bai Duo's cheek. She could smell a faint scent on Xu Ingzhou. My heart started pounding uncontrollably. She instinctively closed her eyes, her cheeks growing hotter. The atmosphere inside the car seemed to have changed somewhat. He wants. Chapter 35 Mount Taihua. However, the expected tactile sensation did not occur. All I heard was a crisp click. Bai Duo opened her eyes in confusion. Xu Ingzhou had already sat back in the driver's seat and gave her a meaningful smile. All right, let's go. Bai Duo's face flushed bright red, almost as if it could bleed. It turns out, he was just helping me fasten my seatbelt. What was I expecting just now? She wished she could disappear into a crack in the seat. You. She was both ashamed and annoyed, and glared at Xu Ingzhou. But I found his eyes were full of smiles. Focus on driving. Bai Duo snorted, turned her head away, and pretended to look at the rain scene outside the window. However, her bright red earlobes betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Xu Ingzhou chuckled softly and stopped teasing her. He gripped the steering wheel and lightly pressed the accelerator. The black GTR let out a deep roar and instantly merged into the traffic flow in the rainy night. Mount Taihua. Jinghai City is a well-known gathering place for sports car enthusiasts. Especially at night, this place becomes a paradise for underground racing. The rainy night amplified the frenzied atmosphere here to its peak. The slippery surface and extremely low visibility make every bend a deadly temptation. The open area at the foot of the mountain was now filled with all kinds of modified cars and luxury sports cars. The blinding high beams shimmered in the rain, creating a net of light. The roar of engines and heavy metal music mingled together, creating a wave of sound. A group of trendy-looking men and women gathered together. There's going to be a good show tonight. Young Master Chu is going to get involved himself. Who is their opponent? They're so brave to challenge young Master Chu's Taiwa mountain record in the rain? I don't know, just some kid whose name I've never heard of. An unknown nobody dares to challenge young Master Chu's Porsche 911 GT3. In the center of the crowd, a young man in a flashy jacket was leaning against a bright yellow Porsche 911. It was Chu Ming. Chu Ming held a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze occasionally sweeping toward the entrance to the mountain road. Several scantily clad, internet-famous girls surrounded him. Just then, a distinctive engine sound came from afar. A black beast, tearing through the rain, slowly entered everyone's field of vision with an unparalleled aura. It's a GTR. The previously noisy crowd fell silent for a moment. Everyone's attention was drawn to the car. Most of the people present were car enthusiasts, and they could detect something unusual in the standby sound of this R35. This beast was trained exceptionally well by its owner. The car door opened, and Chu Ingzhou and Bai Duo got out of the car. When everyone saw Bai Duo's face clearly, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Holy crap! Isn't that Miss Bai? How did she end up with this man? Chu Ming's face instantly darkened. He stubbed out his cigarette, threw it hard on the ground, and grounded with the toe of his foot. He had pursued Bai Duo before. But Bai Duo remained indifferent to him. Now, she's here in Chu Ingzhou's car. In what ways is this man better than me? Chu Ming, accompanied by several followers, walked straight toward Chu Ingzhou. You piece of trash, you actually dared to come here. Chu Ming glanced at the GTR beside him and sneered. You're really something, driving a woman's car to compete. His followers burst into laughter. Pretty boy, daring to race with Brother Chu? You're asking for it. Be careful not to damage it and not be able to afford the repairs. You might end up in debt for the rest of your life. They kept spewing trash talk, believing that it was shameful for a man to drive a woman's sports car to participate in this kind of underground racing. Moreover, even if we were to compare, this poor kid would definitely drive very carefully because he wouldn't dare to damage the car. Chu Ingzhou remained calm. Just then, a figure suddenly stepped out from the crowd. Under the lamplight, her pretty face showed a hint of anxiety. It's Lin Qingxian. She walked quickly to Chu Ingzhou and tugged at his sleeve. Ingzhou, stop fooling around. This is not a place for you. Come with me now and apologize to young Master Chu. Her demeanor suggested that Chu Ingzhou was still the backup option who listened to her every word. His words conveyed a tone of "I'm doing this for your own good." Yesterday's banquet was just Chu Ingzhou trying to save face. Look at the car young Master Chu drives, a Porsche, a machine built specifically for the racetrack. What do you have to compare with him? Don't get yourself into trouble over a petty argument. Lin Xingxuan's words reached the ears of those around her. This undoubtedly confirms that Chu Ingzhou is a penniless and powerless young man who lives off his wife simply because of his good looks. Chu Ingzhou finally reacted. He pulled his sleeve away from Lin Xingxuan's grasp, his brows furrowing slightly. Are we that close? One sentence froze the expression on Lin Xingxuan's face. She looked at Chu Ingzhou in disbelief. When had Chu Ingzhou ever spoken to her in this tone before? No matter how much she neglected him, he was always the same gentle and considerate person. Now, he's actually saying, they're not familiar with each other? Seeing this, Chu Ming's smile deepened. He pulled the stunned Lin Xingxian into his arms. He rested his chin on the top of her head, looking at Chu Ingzhou defiantly. Xingxian, why waste your breath on this piece of trash? Since he wants to humiliate himself, let him lose completely. Lin Xingxian stiffened for a moment when Chu Ming hugged her. But she quickly softened and obediently leaned into his arms. The embrace of the eldest son of the Chu family is far warmer than the future of a poor boy. Chu Ingzhou looked at them, his heart completely unmoved, and he even felt a little like laughing. For the sake of a crooked tree, he gave up an entire forest. The original owner was truly a devoted lover. However, before he could even speak, Bai Duo beside him exploded. She stepped forward and took Chu Ingzhou's arm. They covered themselves up completely, as if to assert their dominance. Bai Duo raised her delicate chin and gave Chu Ming a sweet yet prickly smile. Oh, young Master Chu, you really don't hesitate to pick up any wildflowers by the roadside? Aren't you afraid of lowering your standards? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's face immediately darkened. Lin Xingxian, who was in his arms, was trembling with anger, her pretty face flushed red. Bai Duo actually called her a wildflower. Although the Lin family is not as powerful as the Bai and Chu families, they are still a prominent family in Jinghai City. She has never suffered such an insult before. Bai Duo, what are you so smug about? Lin Qingxian broke free from Chu Ming's embrace and pointed at Chu Yingzhou. Isn't he just a penniless nobody? A good-for-nothing who needs a woman to drive his car. You're picking up my trash and treating it like a treasure? Faced with Lin Qingxuan's hysteria, Bai Duo simply blinked and laughed even more happily. She gently rested her head on Chu Yingzhou's shoulder. So what if he's a poor kid? My family is rich. I'll take care of him. Chapter 36. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. For words slapped Lin Qingxian and Chu Ming hard across the face. Holy crap, Miss Bai is awesome. Simply saying you're supporting her? Is that an open admission of the relationship? What luck this kid has to be able to get the eldest daughter of the Bai family to protect him like this. Young Master Chu's face turned green. This is going to be good. Every comment pierced Lin Qingxuan's heart. She was so angry that she was trembling all over. She wanted to yell back, to call Bai Duo shameless and despicable. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't utter a single one. She was jealous. Insane jealousy. On what grounds? Why can Bai Duo be so unrestrained and choose whoever she likes at will? Even if the other party has nothing. From the moment Lin Qingxian was recognized by the Lin family, her fate was already sealed. She was merely a tool for a political marriage. Even without the Chu family, there would be the Wang family or the Zhao family. Marry someone you love? Impossible. Marrying Chu Yingzhou, this poor boy? That's just wishful thinking. But Chu Yingzhou was clearly circling around her first. He was her backup plan, her devoted follower. Why did Bai Duo steal it away and treat it like a treasure? Just as Lin Qingxian was struggling with her inner turmoil, Chu Ming could no longer hold back. He interrupted the women's farce with a sullen face. Well said. Chu Ming laughed in anger, staring intently at Chu Yingzhou. If you have so much backbone, what's the point of just talking? Let's have a race. I'll bet your GTR in my 911. He patted the Porsche next to him. Whoever loses has to leave the car behind, kneel on the ground, and call the winner Grandpa 3 times. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Gambling on cars is one thing, but having to kneel down and call someone Grandpa is another? This bet is too big, and too humiliating. All eyes were on Chu Yingzhou, eager to see his reaction. In their view, the car belonged to Bai Duo, and Chu Yingzhou had no right to gamble with it. He will definitely refuse. However, Chu Yingzhou simply shrugged. Since you enjoy making up relatives outside so much, and you're so addicted to being a grandson, I have no reason not to satisfy you. Chu Ming was so angry at his nonchalant attitude that he felt a tightness in his chest and let out a cold snort. Good. Very good. Let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness. He turned and walked towards his Porsche 911, opened the door and got in. Chu Yingzhou also turned and walked towards the black GTR. As she passed by Bai Duo, the girl's face was filled with worry. His car was specially modified, you. Chu Yingzhou didn't stop walking, but simply said softly, don't worry. As Bai Duo watched his retreating figure, for some reason, most of her worries suddenly dissipated. The two men each got into the driver's seat. The car window rolled down. Bai Duo ran to the GTR's window, leaned half her body in, and nervously looked at Chu Yingzhou. Go for it. I believe in you. You have to win. The girl's breath carried a sweet fragrance. The warm breath sprayed onto Chu Yingzhou's face. He nodded, a confident smile curving his lips. I will win. After saying that, he rolled up the car window, shutting out the noise outside. The two performance beasts stopped side by side at the starting line, their engines emitting a deep roar in the rainy night. A girl dressed in light clothing walked between the two cars. The rain soaked her hair and clothes, adding to her wildness. She raised her hands high. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The next second, his arm swung down suddenly. Boom! Boom! Two distinct engine roars exploded on the quiet, rainy mountain road. There is no reciprocal. No signal. The moment the girl swung her arm down, the rear of Chu Ming's Porsche 911 swung violently, kicking up a large spray of water, and it shot off instantly. Its rear-engine, rear-wheel drive configuration, coupled with professional modifications, gives it a significant advantage from the start. The car's silhouette drew an arrogant arc on the slippery road, instantly leaving the black GT several car lengths behind. Holy crap, it's starting. Young Master Chu's start is too aggressive, how can we compete with him? It's over. They're not even in the same league. Amidst the gasps of surprise around him, there was also the flattery from Chu Ming's friends. Lin Qinxian clenched her fists instinctively as she watched the GTR being left far behind. She felt a strange sense of relief, followed by a twisted sense of pleasure. Look, duo. The man you chose is a complete waste. He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes, let alone comparing himself to Chu Ming. Inside the GTR cockpit, Xu Yingzhou's expression remained unchanged. The windshield wipers swung rapidly back and forth in front of my eyes. The torrential rain slashed open clear fan-shaped areas. Ahead, the red taillights of the Porsche 911 appeared and disappeared in the rain, like a fleeing wild beast. God-level driving skills activated. Analyzing road information, water depth, tire traction, wind speed. Optimal driving route planned. Countless streams of data flashed through my mind. The performance of this GTR, every bend of this mountain road. Even every crater formed a complete three-dimensional image in his mind. He simply gripped the steering wheel firmly, his right foot on the accelerator, maintaining a subtle pressure. It neither slowed the car down nor caused the tires to slip due to the rush to catch up. The four-wheel drive system provides unparalleled stability in this weather. The car was firmly attached to the ground, not fast, but frighteningly stable. Xu Ming, who was in front, saw this scene in the rearview mirror. A cruel sneer appeared on his lips. A piece of trash is a piece of trash, they don't even have the guts to catch up. He suddenly turned the steering wheel. The yellow 911 made a reckless S-shaped maneuver on the narrow mountain road, its rear end almost scraping the mountainside. This is a blatant provocation. It also serves as a warning to the cars behind, telling them not to try to overtake. Xu Yingzhou ignored it. He simply followed the other person's rhythm, always maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Xu Ming attempted several dangerous maneuvers to cut off the car, but found them completely ineffective. The other person was like a shadow he couldn't shake off, making him feel irritated. A bend in the road appeared before us. Xu Ming's eyes hardened, and instead of slowing down, he slammed on the gas. He wants to use his superior cornering ability to completely shake off this tag-along. Sizzle! The tires screeched as they rubbed against the wet, slippery ground. The Porsche 911 narrowly escaped into the corner in an almost drifting motion. The vehicle shook violently, almost crashing into the outer guardrail. Xu Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on his arms, barely managing to keep the car under control. Once he straightened his car and looked in the rearview mirror, the black GTR was already out of sight. Ha, trash. Xu Ming wore a victor's smile. He could almost see Chu Yingzhou kneeling on the ground, humiliatingly calling him grandfather. Chapter 37 Regret. At the entrance to the mountain path. Everyone witnessed this thrilling scene through live footage taken by a drone. Beautiful. Young Master Chu's turn was so cool. Where's that poor kid? I can't see him anymore. Did he get scared and stop the car? I think he was so scared he peed his pants. Lin Qinxian could no longer suppress the smile on her face. She looked at Bai Duo beside her. Miss Bai, do you see? This is the difference. Some people can't change their useless nature just because of a woman. Bai Duo ignored her. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled. On the screen, at the bend where the Porsche had just fished out, a black bolt of lightning suddenly shot out. It wasn't a normal cornering maneuver. That black GTR, in a posture that completely defies the laws of physics, had its body almost parallel to the mountain wall on the inside of the curve. The wheels left 4 clearly visible water trails on the ground. Its speed didn't slow down when cornering, on the contrary, it got faster. Holy crap! What is that? Drifting. It's drifting through the corner. Drifting in the rain? He's got a death wish. The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone stared in disbelief at the crazed black beast on the screen. That's not a race. That's dancing. On the edge of death, they danced the most elegant, yet most insane dance. Xu Ming's relaxed mood lasted only a few seconds. He then heard the familiar roar of an engine behind him, rapidly approaching from afar. How is that possible? He glanced sharply at the rearview mirror. The black shadow rapidly magnified in his pupils. Xu Ming instinctively slammed on the gas pedal. However, it was too late. The black GTR sped past him from the right like a ghost. The moment the two cars passed each other, Xu Ming could even clearly see Chu Yingzhou's calm profile in the driver's seat of the GTR, a profile so serene it was devoid of any emotion. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged into Chu Ming's mind. Ah! He let out a beastly roar and chased after it like a madman. But it's no use now. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, any struggle is futile. The black GTR was far ahead, leaving the yellow Porsche further and further behind. Finally, even the taillights disappeared into the distance behind the rain. Before the finish line, a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the black GTR that burst out of the rain, as if they had been choked. A beautiful drift. The car came to a smooth stop at the finish line and the engine was turned off. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of violent beauty. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar of amazement and discussion. They won? They actually won? My God, what am I seeing? How did he do that? Complete crushing. This is blatant crushing. Lin Xingxuan's smile froze, and the color drained from her face little by little. No, impossible. The car door opened. Xu Yingzhou stepped out of the car, his hair instantly soaked by the rain. A few strands of hair clung to his forehead, giving him a wilder look. He didn't even look at the people around him and walked straight towards Bai Duo. The girl stared at him blankly until he walked right up to her, at which point she suddenly realized what was happening. You won. You really won. Bai Duo threw herself into his arms, crying and laughing with excitement. I knew it. I knew you were the best. Xu Yingzhou patted her on the back and looked into the distance. There, the yellow Porsche 911 finally slowly crossed the finish line. The car door opened, and Xu Ming stepped out, looking utterly dejected. He looked at Xu Yingzhou, who was being hugged by Bai Duo. They suffered a crushing defeat. Xu Yingzhou released Bai Duo and slowly walked towards him. All eyes in the room followed his every step. He stopped in front of Xu Ming. Young Master Chu. Will you kneel down yourself, or should I help you? Xu Ming stared intently at Xu Yingzhou, rain streaming down his hair. His usual arrogant and conceited face was gone. Kneel down? Should we call him Grandpa? Everyone is watching to see how this farce will end. Xu Yingzhou's expression remained unchanged. I don't have much patience. The lackeys behind Xu Ming understood the fierce glint in their young master's eyes. The group exchanged glances and immediately took a few steps forward, subtly surrounding Xu Yingzhou. The blonde-haired youth at the head of the group was cracking his knuckles. He looked at Xu Yingzhou with a roguish air. Kid, don't be so arrogant. It's an honor for young Master Chu to play with you, don't be ungrateful. Quickly apologize to young Master Chu, and this matter will be over. Another accomplice joined in the shouting. Exactly, a worthless nobody who thinks he's something special just because he won a race? A crowd of people around were talking about it. Is this a case of going back on their word? I knew it, how could Xu Ming possibly kneel down? This is going to be interesting. Will that kid get beaten up and disfigured? Bai Duo nervously grabbed Xu Yingzhou's sleeve. Let's call the police, don't fight them. Lin Xingxian stood not far away, and a trace of color finally returned to her pale face. He's still just a reckless fool. So what if you win the race? In the face of absolute power, personal bravery is insignificant. Xu Ming is, after all, the heir of the Chu family. Xu Yingzhou's gaze swept over the group of thugs in front of him. It seems you chose the second option. Okay. He said to the group of young men who were eager to fight. Come on, let's go together. Damn it. You're asking for it. With a roar, the blonde-haired man threw a punch at Xu Yingzhou's face. The movements were swift, accompanied by the sound of wind. Yes, I've practiced. Xu Yingzhou simply turned slightly to the side. Easily dodged it. At the same time, his right knee shot up with lightning speed and slammed hard into the blonde man's lower abdomen. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened instantly, and he hunched over, almost vomiting up his dinner from the night before. Before he could fall to the ground, Xu Yingzhou's elbow had already moved from below and struck his chin precisely. A crisp snapping sound. The blonde-haired youth rolled his eyes back and collapsed limply, unconscious. In the blink of an eye, a person was rendered useless. The remaining people trembled in fright and froze in place. Xu Yingzhou didn't give them time to react. He took a step forward and rushed into the middle of the group. A chop to the neck. He kicked the other person in the back of the knee. The last one who tried to sneak up from behind was thrown over his shoulder without even turning his head. It slammed heavily onto the cold cement floor, splashing up a large spray of water. The entire process takes no more than 5 seconds. Several menacing young men were now lying on the ground. He curled up, groaning in pain. The only sound at the scene was the gasping of breaths. Bai Duo covered her mouth. Lin Xingxuan's body began to tremble uncontrollably as she looked at the man standing in the rain. Xu Yingzhou shook the blood off his hands and walked step by step toward Xu Ming. Chapter 38 Explosive Popularity. Xu Ming's legs went weak. You stay away. He shouted, his voice filled with bluster but his heart was filled with fear. Xu Yingzhou stopped in front of him, looking down at him. Then, without warning, he threw a punch. The fist slammed solidly into Xu Ming's stomach. Bang! A muffled thud. Xu Ming was bent over from the blow. Acidic fluid mixed with bile surged up my throat. With a thud, his knees buckled, and he collapsed into the puddle in front of Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou withdrew his fist and looked down at Xu Ming, who was kneeling on the ground. He didn't say anything. He turned around, walked back to Bai Duo's side, and took her cold little hand in his. Let's go. The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. Everyone stared at his retreating figure with nothing but awe in their eyes. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a bespectacled boy, with trembling hands, pressed the stop recording button on his phone. He watched the video as the black GTR traced a miraculous arc on the bend. He glanced at Xu Ming, who was not far away. He was so excited that he was trembling, his fingers flying across the screen. A god-level driver appears on Mount Akina. Extreme drifting in a GTR on a rainy night, beating a Porsche. Click to upload. Overnight. This video went viral across the entire music platform. A black GTR drove through the rainy night, the interior so quiet that only the sound of the windshield wipers could be heard. Bai Duo was still excited. I steal a glance at the man beside me who was focused on driving. That was so cool. I mean, when you're fighting. While the racing itself was thrilling, the scene of taking down everyone in the last few seconds made her heart race even faster. But please don't fight with anyone anymore, okay? What if you get hurt? Xu Yingzhou spoke calmly. They started it. I know, but there are too many of them, and Xu Ming will definitely retaliate. Bai Duo was somewhat worried. She knew better than anyone the power and influence of the Chu family in Jinghai City. Xu Yingzhou heard this. Revenge? He's waiting. I'll take you home. He did not continue the topic. Oh, okay. Bai Duo nodded obediently and said nothing more. But the hand gripping the seatbelt tightened even more. At the same time, the nightlife in Jinghai City is just beginning. In countless apartments, dormitories, and internet cafes, gasps of surprise erupted from in front of cell phones with their screens lit up. Holy crap! That drift! Is it real? Damn it, Takumi Fujiwara is in Keikai? GTR! This is the true god of war. What Porsche? Trash! On the short video platform Info, a video titled, "A God-Level Driver Appears on Mount Akina." Extreme drifting of GTR in the rain, destroying Porsche, was pushed to the top of the algorithm within just half an hour of its release. The number of likes skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. And it continues to grow at an alarming rate. The comments section exploded. Time, 8 p.m. tonight. Location, abandoned racetrack on the outskirts of the city. Event, a Porsche 911 challenged a GTR to a race, the wager being that the loser would kneel down and call him Grandpa. Result, the GTR pulled off a spectacular overtaking maneuver in the rain, completely dominating the race. I was there. I can vouch for it. The GTR owner is not only an amazing driver, but also an incredible fighter. He took down 5 people single-handedly. I need the car owner's full face. I'd call him my husband just from a side profile. Is that idiot Xu Ming driving the Porsche? My friend got ripped off by him last time, serves him right. Upstairs, watch out, you might get your water meter checked. You dare to gossip about the Chu family? Ha! What era are we living in? Does the Chu family still think they can control everything? The video's been released, let's see how they handle this. The person who filmed the video was the boy wearing glasses. He stared blankly at the 99+ notifications constantly popping up in his inbox, trembling with excitement. The man in the video is going to become an internet sensation. Jinghai City First People's Hospital, VIP ward. Ah! Shuming slammed the fruit phone in his hand against the wall. Mechanical parts were scattered all over the ground. My abdomen started to ache again. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Shuming pointed to several of his henchmen who were also injured. 5 people. And he beat them all up like this by himself. What am I keeping you guys for? The henchmen kept their heads down, not daring to utter a single word. That man's skills were far beyond what street thugs like them could match. Young Master Chu, that kid is too strange. It's yellow hair, Huang Mao said, trembling. What do we do now? It's all over the internet. Shuming's chest heaved violently. Now, he has become a laughingstock on the entire internet. What to do? The resentment in Shuming's eyes was almost overflowing. What should we do? Of course we should retaliate. The GTR came to a smooth stop in front of a high-end villa area. I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me back. Bai Duo unbuckled her seatbelt. Shuing Zhou. She looked at him. Be careful on the road. Target, Bai Duo. Appearance, 96. Body size, 85. Characteristics, 88 lively, cute. Favorability, 80%. Shuing Zhou looked into her bright, sparkling eyes. He gently ruffled Bai Duo's hair. Let's go back. Shuing Zhou withdrew his hand. Then, the GTR's engine let out a low growl. The car turned around and instantly disappeared into the night. Bai Duo stood there, her hand still unconsciously touching the top of her head where he had just touched her, her heart pounding. Jinghai University, male dormitory. When Shuing Zhou pushed open the door, the dormitory erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Third brother. You've gone to heaven, haven't you? Yushio was the first to jump up from her computer and rush over with a bear hug. Shuing Zhou pushed him away with a look of disgust. Before watching the video, I thought the eldest brother was the best fighter in our dorm. Yushio pointed at Zhang Lei, who was doing push-ups, with an exaggerated expression on her face. Zhang Lei stopped what he was doing, wiped his sweat, grinned, and revealed 2 rows of big white teeth. That boatman is a master of disguise. Those moves were clean and efficient, he's a trained fighter. Hong Tao, the 4th oldest student in the dormitory, also peeked out from the top bunk. Brother Zhou, your drift was so cool, everyone online says you're a racing god. Shuing Zhou pulled out a chair and sat down. Have you found a venue? He looked at Yushio. Absolutely. Yushio patted her chest confidently and picked up her phone to operate it a few times. There's a film and television base in the suburbs, a traditional Chinese-style area. I booked it for the whole day. I've sent you the bill, it's 20% off. Bite. Shuing Zhou's phone lit up. He didn't even look at it and just clicked the transfer button. That's great. By the way, I have a lot of equipment tomorrow, so I'll bring my Raptor over and take it all away in one truck. Where is Senior, can you? Shuing Zhou asked casually. Oh, my senior said that place is not far from her home. She will go there by herself and let us go and set it up first. As Yushio spoke, she clicked on the viral video again and watched it with great interest. Damn, even after watching it again, it still feels awesome. Chapter 39 Senior Sister, can you? The next day, early morning. Jinghai Film and Television Base, Hantang Street. A menacing black Ford Raptor was parked on the side of the road. The truck bed was filled with all kinds of photography equipment. Zhang Lei and Yushio were carrying the reflector and tracked down with great effort. Shuing Zhou looked at the few raindrops falling from the sky, thinking it was the perfect place to film the blue and white porcelain music video. Hasn't Senior, can you arrived yet? Yushio stepped forward and asked Shuing Zhou, but Shuing Zhou shook his head. Just then, a clear, tinkling sound of jade pendants came from afar. The 4 of them instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. At the end of the long street, a figure slowly walked towards them. She wore a flowing, wide-sleeved dress, the hem swaying with her steps as if she were walking on clouds. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, held in place by a simple jade hairpin. A few strands of hair fell beside her face, adding a touch of elegance. In the sunlight, that face, without any makeup, surpassed countless others in beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were pale. Aloof and detached from worldly affairs. The water bottle in Yoshio's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Lei's mouth opened into an O shape. Even the shy Hong Tao was stunned. Kenyu walked up to the group, glanced around, and finally focused her gaze on Chu Yingzhou before speaking softly. You are Chu Yingzhou? Target, Kenyu. Appearance rating, 99. Body size, 88. Characteristics, 96. Independent, perfectionist. Favorability, 40%. Chu Yingzhou met those cold, clear eyes and nodded calmly. It's me. This reaction surprised Kenyu somewhat. Yoshio and the others finally snapped out of their amazement. Hello? Senior. Yoshio stammered, her face turning red. Holy crap, Senior, your outfit is amazing. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a big star from some movie set. Kenyu ignored him, her gaze still fixed on Chu Yingzhou. She has extremely high standards for her work, and even higher standards for her collaborators. Although I know that this junior of mine is quite good looking. But in professional fields, you have to put them to the test to see what they're really made of. Ding, target detected, strategy mission initiated. Successful strategy, host will receive generous rewards and treasure chests. A system notification sounded in Chu Yingzhou's mind. Start the strategy. He silently recited it in his heart. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bronze treasure chest 1. Enable? Activate. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level acting skills. God-level acting skills, you can perfectly embody any role. Every expression and movement you make will be filled with indescribable charm, enough to drive even the most discerning director crazy. Just in time. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Chu Yingzhou's lips. Cough cough. Yu Xiuqing cleared her throat and forced herself into the role of director. The equipment is almost ready, senior sister, Joe brother, shall we rehearse our lines first? Need not. Can you politely decline? Let's get started, time is precious. She walked to a pear-wood table in the center of the set and sat down gracefully. She casually picked up the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone prepared by the props team and began grinding ink. Her movements were fluid and graceful, carrying a classical charm, as if she belonged to this era. Yoshio glanced at Chu Yingzhou and gave him a good luck look. This senior is a well-known perfectionist with an incredibly strong presence. Scene 1, Shot 1. Action. Yoshio picked up a megaphone and shouted in a very professional manner. With a loud shout from Yoshio, the camera focused on Kenyu in the center of the set. With a slight twist of her wrist, the ink stick traced a uniform circle in the inkstone. Raindrops fell, wetting the bluestone path, and the whole scene was shrouded in a layer of moisture. Everything is perfect. Yoshio watched through the monitor and nodded to herself. She's such a great senior, her style is just too perfect. According to the script, the male lead should enter the scene next. Yoshio's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Chu Yingzhou with some nervousness. Chu Yingzhou was still standing outside the venue, wearing a dark-colored outfit prepared by the production team. Her long hair was tied back with a simple strip of cloth. Third brother, it's your turn. Yoshio whispered a reminder. Chu Yingzhou made a move. He didn't go straight in, instead, he closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, Yoshio felt as if the images on the monitor had been infused with a soul. The moment he stepped into the frame, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. Her figure, which originally carried a touch of modern student air, now possessed a unique rhythm. His eyes held a sense of vicissitude, as if he were wielding a sword. He was just a wandering swordsman passing through this place, whose footsteps were temporarily halted by the misty rain of Jiangnan. His gaze slowly swept across the long street. Finally, the light fell on the woman grinding ink by the window. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In the footage, Kenyu also noticed the gaze and subconsciously looked up. Their eyes met. Kenyu's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. She had already completely immersed herself in the role, her mind completely at peace. But the moment she met Chu Yingzhou's eyes, her defenses crumbled instantly. Like a prodigal son who has been wandering for a long time, suddenly seeing the smoke rising from the chimney of his home. Kenyu's hand paused for a moment. They even forgot what their next line was. Is this the freshman? Is this really his first time acting? Outside the stadium, things have completely exploded. Holy crap! The grass root that Zhang Lei was holding in his mouth fell directly to the ground. He rubbed his eyes and stared intently at Chu Yingzhou in the arena. Is that still the same Zhou Zi he knew? That aura was even more captivating than the protagonists in the martial arts movies he had watched. Yu Xiu gripped the armrest of the director's chair tightly. With the aid of camera language, every subtle expression of Chu Yingzhou was magnified countless times. That kind of loneliness that blends seamlessly into the entire misty, rainy Jiangnan region. This is like a god descending to earth. Yu Xiu had only one thought in her mind. This isn't a student, this is clearly a born superstar. He was born for the camera. He even forgot to say click. The entire film set was deathly silent. Only the soft patter of raindrops falling on the blue tiles could be heard. It wasn't until Chu Yingzhou finished his scene that he slowly detached himself from the character. He returned to being the calm and collected Chu Yingzhou. Why didn't you yell cut? Ha! Oh. Click. Click. Passed. Perfect. Yu Xiu suddenly realized what was happening and jumped up from her chair excitedly. Third brother. Are you a monster? What were you just doing? Were you possessed by an Oscar-winning actor? Zhang Lei and Hong Tao also gathered around, their faces filled with shock. Third brother, tell me honestly, did you secretly go to film school for further studies? Third brother, you were so cool just now, really, I almost thought I had traveled through time. Chu Yingzhou was getting a headache from their noise and pushed Yu Xiu away. That's how the script was written. He spoke of it casually. But only he himself knows the truth at the moment he achieved god-level acting skills. The character in the script came to life in his mind. He wasn't acting, he simply became the character. Chapter 40 begins release. On the other side. Can you slowly stood up, her chest still rising and falling slightly? She had assumed it was just a normal collaboration. Now it seems that things are much more interesting than she imagined. Take a break and prepare for the next match. Can Yu's voice remained cold and aloof? She walked up to Chu Yingzhou. You are very good. After saying those two words, she turned and walked towards the rest area, leaving everyone with a cold and aloof back view. Yu Xiu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Holy crap, the Ice Queen praised someone? This is even rarer than the sun rising in the west. Chu Yingzhou watched Can Yu's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ding, target for romance, Can Yu, favorability +5. Current favorability rating, 45%. Indeed, for a perfectionist, this is the ultimate strategy. He completely won her over with her most prized professional skills. The subsequent filming was a dreamlike experience for Yu Xiu and the entire crew. Chu Yingzhou is like a bottomless treasure. Whether it's about portraying the unconventional and unrestrained nature of a wandering swordsman, or the chilling murderous aura when confronting an enemy, he can switch precisely the moment the director yells action. No NG, no good. Not even once. Every single one was perfect and completed in one go. Later on, Yu Xiu didn't even need to look at the surveillance cameras anymore. He only needed to look at Chu Yingzhou in the arena to know that this was absolutely correct. Can Yu, the aloof senior, also discovered that she didn't need any deliberate guidance at all. As long as you follow Chu Yingzhou's rhythm, you can be drawn into the most perfect emotions. The look in her eyes when she looked at Chu Yingzhou had become more curious. The third day after filming ended. The atmosphere in Lu Wei's studio was somber. He, along with Yu Xiu, Zhang Lei, and the others, were all staring intently at the computer screen. On the screen is the publishing interface of the Muin short video platform. The music video has been edited and the title has been decided. Original Chinese-style single Blue and White Porcelain, sung by Ying. Brother Wei, what are you waiting for? Send it now. Zhang Lei was more anxious than anyone else. Lu Wei took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly. This work cost him his entire fortune and reputation. Especially under the instigation of that musical probe. Online rumors about him plagiarizing and fraudulently investing have become rampant. If he fails again this time, he's completely finished. He glanced at Chu Yingzhou, who remained unusually calm beside him. For some reason, seeing Chu Yingzhou calmed his anxious heart. Hair. He pressed the mouse button hard. Video uploaded successfully. Dead silence. The studio was deathly silent. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The video's view count remains a paltry double digit. The comments section is empty. Yu Shou's face was a little pale. No. This shouldn't be the case. Where are the seniors' fans? Lu Wei's forehead began to sweat as he kept refreshing the page. Just then, an account with the ID Music Probe left the first comment in the comments section. Ha, the plagiarist's work is finally out? Everyone come and see the clown. Immediately afterwards, several echoing comments appeared. Yeah, I heard he's a scumbag who scams students out of their money. Boycott celebrities with bad records. How could Goddess Ye collaborate with someone like this? She must have been scammed. Lu Wei's face turned deathly pale instantly. It's over. The other party had been waiting for a long time. This first wave of controversy completely ruined his public image. However, Xu Yingzhou merely glanced at the comments section and said indifferently, "Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while." As if to confirm his words. Less than a minute after the Music Probe comment was posted, the comments section has suddenly shifted. Holy crap! Can you at least listen to it before you start criticizing? This song is absolutely amazing. Can you trolls just get lost? This quality is plagiarism? You try copying something yourself. Ah! The moon goddess's voice is as beautiful as ever. Who is this male voice? It's so full of stories. MV. Everyone go watch this MV. Is this quality for real? Is this really a student's work? It blows so many current historical romance dramas out of the water. That male lead. That guy named Ing. That last look he gave me, I was stunned. The brokenness in his eyes was absolutely priceless. Can Yu's large fan base finally came into play in the first few minutes? They rushed in, hoping to see their goddess's new work. As a result, I was instantly and completely captivated by the quality of the song and music video. Immediately afterwards, the recommendation algorithm of the Enin platform was activated. 5 minutes later, the number of views exceeded 100,000. 10 minutes later, the number of views exceeded 1 million. The number of likes, comments, and shares skyrocketed. It's skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Ding, congratulations host for completing the stage mission, a meteoric rise to fame. Reward, Master Level Director Ability, Golden Treasure Chest 1. The system's voice rang in Xu Yingzhou's mind. He didn't even lift his eyelids, his gaze remained fixed on the screen. On the screen, the account with the ID Music Probe is still putting up a stubborn resistance. It's all paid trolls. Such high quality must have been produced by a team that paid a fortune. How could a poor student possibly do that? But his comment was instantly drowned out by a torrent of positive reviews. Where did this sullen person come from? Is it so hard to acknowledge that others are excellent? I've already checked. Director Lu Wei's previous works were all of very high quality. This time he's clearly being targeted by a smear campaign. The main point is the male lead. Who exactly is this Ing? Has anyone dug into his background? I need all his information. Half an hour later, Blue and White Porcelain suddenly dropped to third place on the musical instruments platform's hot song chart. 1 hour later, we reached the top and took first place. Related terms such as hashtag the male lead's eyes in the Blue and White Porcelain MV are amazing, hashtag moon goddess and the newcomer Ing hashtag, and hashtag heartache for Lu Wei hashtag have successively topped the trending lists of major social media platforms. It's completely exploded. The comments section of the Music Probe account has been completely overrun. Countless netizens flooded in, taking screenshots of his previous posts that stirred up trouble and comparing them with the scenes from the Blue and White Porcelain music video. That's it? You call this plagiarism? Go get your eyes checked if you're blind. It's been exposed. This blogger has been paid to smear several original musicians before they're just a marketing account. I've already reported it. Let's all work together to send it on its way. In less than 2 hours, the Music Probe account was permanently banned by the platform due to numerous reports. The personal information of its operators was thoroughly exposed by angry netizens. In the studio, Lu Wei watched all of this with tears welling up in his eyes. This weathered man was crying like a child at that moment. Yu Xiu and the others had already gone wild, hugging Xu Yingzhou and jumping around. Third brother. You're famous. You're absolutely famous. I fucking knew it. Gold always shines. Chapter 41. The band on the verge of elimination. Chewing-Joe's phone had been vibrating incessantly since just now. Countless unfamiliar numbers called in. WeChat and SMS were overwhelmed with friend requests and collaboration invitations. Hello Mr. Ng, I am an agent from Tianyu Entertainment. I hope to discuss a contract with you. Hello, we are from the XX brand and would like to invite you to be our product spokesperson. Chewing-Joe, I am the director of Rising Star on Jinghai TV. Chewing-Joe simply glanced at it calmly, then put his phone on silent. Jinghai University, Girls' Dormitory. Duo was wearing headphones, and the music video for Blue and White Porcelain was playing on her small phone screen. When you see the wandering swordsman played by Chewing-Joe and the refined young lady played by Kinyu gazing at each other in the rain, her little mouth unconsciously pouted. Humph, you big pig's trotter, all you do is flirt with other women. She reached out and poked Kinyu's face on the screen. But when the music video ended, seeing the unanimous praise in the comments section and Chewing-Joe's name trending on social media, her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile again. This makes her happier than praising herself. She immediately opened her WeChat moments and shared the MV link with the following text. Impressive, right? He's one of my men. It was followed by a smug emoji. Meanwhile, at the Wang family's villa, Wang Yuan also watched the entire music video. She sat quietly at her desk. She knew that someone as outstanding as him couldn't possibly be overlooked. But as she smiled, her eyes dimmed again. She looked at Chewing-Joe's flawless profile on her phone. An inexplicable sense of distance arises spontaneously. He seems to be drifting further and further away from his own world. Chewing-Joe looked at Lu Wei. Brother Wei, there are 2 more songs coming up, Rice Fragrance and Sunny Day, you can start preparing them now. Then, he looked at Kinyu standing to the side. Senior, I'll write your song for you tomorrow. Kinyu's cold eyes flickered, and she nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei rubbed his hands together excitedly. So the music videos for these 2 songs were filmed together? And you were even cast as the lead? Chewing-Joe shook his head, shifting his gaze away from the soaring data. No need, we have money now, we can hire professional actors. I don't really want to be in front of the camera all the time. He opened the background of his music note software. The number of fans has exceeded 1 million. Let's go. Chewing-Joe put away his phone and gestured to Zhang Lei and the others. Okay. Let's go celebrate. Zhang Lei, Yu Xiu, and Hong Tao immediately followed and escorted him out of the studio. The door closed, shutting out the noise from outside. In the empty studio, only Lu Wei and Kinyu remained. Lu Wei looked at Kinyu's profile and spoke with a smile. Xiaoye, do you think, if Chewing-Joe joins your band, do you have a chance of winning this year's College Music Cup? Kinyu's figure appeared somewhat frail under the light and shadow of the screen. She shook her head. He won't come. Lu Wei could only sigh. He certainly knew the current situation of Kinyu's band. Just before the start of the National College Music Cup, the band's lead singer in Seoul. They were poached by the star band Black Tide from another prestigious university in Beijing for a high price. The Moonlight Band is now without a lead singer and its members are demoralized. They are on the verge of being eliminated in the group stage. Given Kinyu's personality, she would never take the initiative to ask a junior she had just met for help. On the tree-lined path on campus, the streetlights cast long shadows of the 4 people. Third brother, you're fucking amazing. Zhang Lei slapped Chewing-Joe on the back, making him stagger. Tonight it's my treat. Barbecue and beer, we're not leaving until we're drunk. Yu Xiu scoffed and pushed away Zhang Lei's large hand. Why bother with skewers? That stuff doesn't match our third brother's current status. Listen to me, let's go to Golden Splendor. I've already booked a private room to welcome our big star. Magnificent and opulent? That place is too expensive. The fourth brother, Hong Tao, muttered to himself. Expensive? No need to be expensive. Today, the third brother is the main character, so we need the highest level of hospitality. Yu Xiu waved her hand, her face beaming with pride. Chewing-Joe was getting a headache from their noise, and said with a smile. Alright, stop arguing. The second brother will make the arrangements, and the eldest brother will pay the bill. Damn it! Third brother, you've gone astray. Zhang Lei laughed and scolded. The group laughed and joked as they prepared to walk towards the school gate. A group of people walked towards us, the man in the lead dressed in a trendy style. The earrings gleamed under the light. Beside him was a girl with exquisite makeup. When the girl saw Chu Yingzhou, her expression changed visibly, and she subconsciously avoided his gaze. Isn't this Li Meng, the former lead singer of Kenyu's band? Zhang Lei recognized the girl and frowned. Yu Xiu narrowed her eyes and looked at the man in the lead. That's Weijia, the leader of the band Black Tide. Two groups of people met under the streetlights. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Weijia's gaze fell on Chu Yingzhou's face, and he looked him up and down. Oh? Isn't this the Ing who's been all over the internet today? Just because one song became popular, is it really worth all this fuss? These words were clearly meant for Yu Xiu and the others. Yu Xiu's face darkened, and she was about to speak. Weijia didn't give him a chance. He turned to Li Meng beside him. Some people just can't see things clearly. They think they can make a living in the music industry just by having a pretty face and singing a catchy pop song? How naive. He paused, then turned his gaze back to Chu Yingzhou. Kid, go back and tell your nice senior that the college music cup isn't something you can win by hype and selling your looks. Without Li Meng, her Moonlight band wouldn't even make it out of the group stage. They're just useless. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Lei's fist hardened. Chu Yingzhou raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Weijia. Yeah? He took a step forward, almost face to face with Weijia. The two were of similar height, but the difference in their aura was immediately apparent. Then we'll see you on the field. Let's see who the real trash is. Weijia's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Chu Yingzhou with a cold gaze, as if he wanted to tear the handsome face in front of him to shreds. Okay, very good. I'm waiting to see how you turn me into trash on the field. He sneered, said no more, grabbed Li Meng, whose face was equally pale, and turned to leave. Li Meng stumbled as he pulled her, and before leaving, she glanced back at Chu Yingzhou. Until their figures disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path. Yu Xiucai slapped his thigh suddenly. Third brother. Are you crazy? Do you know who Weijia is? He was the #1 winner of the last year's national top 10 campus singers. It's him. For the past 3 years, the music department of Jinghai Conservatory of Music has overshadowed all other schools. Chapter 42, Helping Moonlight Win the Championship. Zhang Lei looked at Chu Yingzhou with a worried expression, his muscles tense. Third brother, did we act a little too impulsively? That kid doesn't look like someone to mess with. Chu Yingzhou pursed his lips. I thought to myself, who am I afraid of? My head is filled with the world's most popular hits. If you dump Jay Chou's entire music library on someone, let alone a campus singer, even the king of heaven himself would have to kneel down. Using a cannon to blast mosquitoes is indeed a bit unfair. He patted Yu Xiu on the shoulder and said casually. Don't worry, second brother, I know what I'm doing. Besides, our senior studio just helped us a lot. Now that her band is about to break up, wouldn't it be a bit unfair of us to just stand by and do nothing? The system notification sounded in Chu Yingzhou's mind. Ding! A predicament has been detected for the romanceable character Kenyu. Side quest, Moonlight has been issued. Task requirements, help the Moonlight band win the group stage of the National College Music Cup. Task reward? They arrived as expected. I absolutely have to participate in this competition. Seeing his roommate still looking worried, Chu Yingzhou smiled. What? You have so little faith in me? He put his arms around Zhang Lei and Yu Xiu's shoulders and gestured with his chin toward the school gate. Let's go, let's stop thinking about this and celebrate. Still magnificent and resplendent. It's my treat today. Depend on. Yu Xiu instantly perked up, her eyes lighting up. I knew you'd be a good friend, third brother. Let's go. We're going to bankrupt you today. Let's rip off the big spenders. The next day. The atmosphere in the Moonlight Band's private practice room was oppressive. A stylishly dressed girl finished singing the last line and nervously looked at Kenyu sitting opposite her. Kenyu's cold face revealed no emotion. She herself had thought about simply becoming the lead singer herself. However, her naturally aloof personality made her unsuitable for standing center stage and engaging the audience. Moreover, in terms of singing ability alone, she knows very well that she is far inferior to a naturally gifted singer like Weijia. She nodded slightly, her voice flat. Thank you, you can go back now. We'll let you know if we have any news. The expectant look on the female singer's face instantly vanished. He bowed and left dejectedly. The door closed. Yu was left alone in the practice room again. She looked at the stacks of registration forms on the table and lowered her head. Strands of hair fell down, obscuring the helplessness in her eyes. The door was pushed open again. Yu didn't even look up. Next. The footsteps stopped at the door, but no new person came in. She frowned, finally looking up from the pile of application forms. The person standing at the door wasn't a singer who came for an audition. It was Zhou. He leaned against the doorframe, holding a brown paper bag in his hand. He was looking with great interest at the musical instruments scattered in the practice room. Yu was stunned. How did he end up here? Senior, won't you invite me in for a bit? Zhou shook the paper bag in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. Yu pursed her lips and stood up. What brings you here? Her voice remained cool and clear, but it had a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation compared to before. Zhou walked into the practice room, pulled up a chair and sat down, placing the paper bag on the table. Of course, we're here to pay the fee. Remuneration? Yu was even more puzzled. My senior helped me shoot a music video, which made me a little famous. This is the song I promised you. Zhou pushed the paper bag in front of her. Yu stared at the paper bag without moving. So fast? Yu was a little incredulous that Zhou had produced a song in just one day. Certainly. Zhou pointed to his head. My head is full of inspiration. He paused, then glanced at the pile of registration forms on the table. I heard that your band is having some trouble lately. Yu lowered her eyes and remained silent. This is no longer a problem, this is a dead end. I ran into Wei Zhou on the road last night. Zhou continued. Yu suddenly looked up at him. What did he say to you? It's nothing, I just asked you to pass on a message to my senior. Zhou smiled and mimicked Wei Zhou's arrogant tone. He said that without Li Meng, your Moonlight Band is just a piece of trash. The air in the practice room instantly dropped to freezing point. Yu clenched her fist under the table. Then what? Then I told him, see you on the field, let's see who's the trash. Yu stared at him blankly. She knew how much of a storm Zhou had stirred up online. She just didn't expect that he would stand up for her. You. Senior, we're all in the same boat now. Zhou pointed to the brown paper bag. This is the ticket I paid for. It is also a weapon I prepared for you and for the Moonlight Band. Under Yu's questioning gaze, Zhou opened the paper bag and took out several printed A4 sheets of paper. The top image has 4 characters written in bold black font. Red dust in. Yu's pupils contracted slightly. His gaze swept over quickly. She had only read a few lines when her breath caught in her throat. Each musical note, each lyric. At the edge of the world lies wind and sand, and the stories of the mortal world are filled with longing. The swordsman's blade, the wanderer's home, and the beauty's zither. It's like a magnificent scroll of martial arts unfolding slowly before her eyes. This song. She suddenly looked at Zhou, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Did you write this? I guess so. Zhou gave a vague answer. He can't exactly say it was moved from another world. I plan to use this song as the entry for the Moonlight Band in the group stage. You'll be the lead singer. Zhou's words exploded in Yu's heart like a bombshell. Yu shook her head subconsciously. I can't do it, my singing skills. Senior, it's not a question of whether you can do it or not. Zhou stood up, walked up to her, and looked down at her. No one is more suited to this song than you. Wei Zhou looks down on you in Moonlight, so let us use this song to slap him in the face in front of everyone. Tell him who the real trash is. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was firm and resonant. Yu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the man in front of her, at the confidence and light in his eyes. The heart that had been frozen and lifeless because the band was on the verge of disbanding was unexpectedly rekindled with a spark. After a long while, she raised her head, and for the first time, a different emotion appeared in her usually cold eyes. This song is very difficult. I might not sing well by myself. Zhou smiled. He knew she was interested. Who said you were alone? Chapter 43 Joining Moonlight. Xu Yingzhou picked up a wooden guitar standing next to him and casually strummed a few chords. Then, he cleared his throat, and his magnetic singing voice rang out in the empty practice room. At the ends of the earth lies wind and sand, and the stories of the mortal world are called longing. The sword is sheathed and hidden in an ordinary household, beneath the eastern fence. After singing only 2 lines, Kenyu was completely stunned. It was a singing style she had never heard before, carrying a touch of the vicissitudes of the martial arts world, a touch of the unruliness of a wanderer, and a touch of tenderness hidden deep in her heart. Perfect. This song seems to have been tailor-made for him. After finishing the song, Xu Yingzhou put down his guitar. How was it, senior? Now, are you confident? Kenyu did not answer. She just stared intently at the sheet music in her hands, as if trying to see through it. After a long while, she finally uttered 2 words. Not enough. Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow. Defeating Wei Zhou alone is not enough. Kenyu raised her head and looked at him intently. For the first time, a stunning radiance appeared on that usually cool and aloof face. I want to win the championship. Xu Yingzhou smiled. Senior is really greedy. However, I like it. The last 3 words were like a small pebble thrown into Kenyu's heart. Like? What do you like? Kenyu's cheeks flushed uncontrollably, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and she dared not meet his gaze again. In her 20 years of life, this was the first time she felt completely at a loss in front of a boy. Xu Yingzhou seemed oblivious to her unusual behavior. He looked at her and told her his plan. Then let me join. With 2 lead vocalists, let's win the championship together with Moonlight. Dual lead vocalists? The thought exploded in Kenyu's mind. This is an unconventional setup in a band, and it puts immense pressure on the chemistry and skill of the 2 lead singers. But she looked down at the song on the sheet music. The melody and artistic conception of this song are indeed full of details and layers. It's difficult for one person's voice to perfectly convey the sense of dialogue and tension between people from the martial arts world. One is weathered and untamed, the other is aloof and yearning. If it were with him? Kenyu's heart raced again. She discovered that this was almost the only, and best, option. The band isn't just mine. She looked up and forced herself to calm down. He was reinstated as the band's leader. I need to consult with the other members. No problem. Xu Yingzhou shrugged, looking relaxed. I believe they will make the right choice. After all, nobody wants to disband, right? His words struck a nerve with Kenyu once again. Yes, nobody wants to disband. To save Moonlight, she had no way out. Good. Kenyu took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. She took her phone out of her pocket and, in front of Xu Yingzhou, dialed the number of the band's bassist. Hey, Lingling? Just letting everyone know, there's an emergency assembly in the practice room in half an hour. Important news to announce. After hanging up the phone, the practice room fell silent again. Kenyu looked at Xu Yingzhou with a complicated expression. Why are you helping me? She still asked the question that had been on her mind. They weren't close, and he had absolutely no need to get involved in this mess. I've said it before, we're all in the same boat. Xu Yingzhou pointed to the musical score. Moreover, I also want to see what kind of brilliance this song will bring on stage. His gaze fell on the window, as if he could already see the spotlight shining in the stadium with tens of thousands of people inside. Kenyu followed his gaze? For some reason, that image also appeared clearly in her mind. Half an hour later. The other 3 members of the Moonlight Band, the drummer, bassist, and keyboardist, all arrived at the practice room, panting. When they saw Xu Yingzhou sitting there leisurely, they were all stunned. This is Junior Brother Chu? What is he doing here? Yeah, what's going on? The 3 looked at each other, completely bewildered. Kenyu did not explain immediately, but instead made 3 copies of the sheet music for Red Dust In and distributed them to them. Take a look at this first. The 3 of them took the sheet music, their faces showing even greater confusion. But when their eyes fell on the sheet music, their expressions changed instantly. From doubt to surprise, and then to unbelievable ecstasy. As professional musicians, they know better than anyone the weight of these lyrics in music. My God! Who wrote this? It's a masterpiece. The drummer slapped his thigh excitedly. If this song can be made, it will definitely be a hit. No, it will be a massive hit. The keyboardist's voice was trembling. Beth adjusted his glasses and looked at Yu. Yeah, where did you get this song? How much did it cost? I didn't spend a single penny. Yu looked at them. It was written by Zhou. Moreover, he wants to join us Moonlight and perform this song with us at the campus music festival. The entire practice room fell silent instantly. The eyes of the three members immediately focused on Zhou. The look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a monster. A petite girl with pigtails, a baby face, and an outrageously good figure broke the silence. Junior brother Chu. Her voice was timid. But the next second, she took a deep breath, straightened her chest, and tried to make herself look more imposing. My name is Yu Lingling, and I'm the bassist in the band. I'm a sophomore, so you have to call me senior. No sooner had he finished speaking than the drummer next to him, dressed in a studded leather jacket and looking like a punk girl, slammed his hand on the table. Holy crap! You really wrote this? Lulu, the drummer. Please guide me from now on, Ingshin. The way she looked at Zhou was so intense, it was as if she wanted to set him on fire. Only one girl remained, wearing an oversized t-shirt. Her hair was a mess, and she weakly raised her hand. Ding yaya, keyboard. The sound was so soft it was like a mosquito humming. Yu couldn't stand it anymore and offered an explanation. This is Ding Yaya, our keyboardist. She's a bit of a homebody. Zhou nodded to them one by one as a greeting. However, this simple action was like igniting a powder keg. Ah! The god of Ing. It really is the living god of Ing. Lulu was the first to lose control and rushed forward excitedly. I even went to watch you play basketball last semester. You're a million times more handsome in person than in photos. Not to be outdone, Yu Lingling squeezed in, her big eyes sparkling. Junior, can you sign my autograph? Just on my shirt. The practice room, which had just been lifeless, instantly transformed into a frenzied fan meeting. The three men surrounded Zhou. Chapter 44 Judges. Ingshin, how come your skin is so good? What skincare products do you use? Junior, your hair smells so good, what brand of shampoo do you use? Even Ding Yaya, who was relatively a homebody, was squeezed to the very back, her eyes wide open. It was as if they wanted to see every pore of Zhou clearly. In the chaos, Zhou felt his abdominal muscles being pinched hard. The touch was very soft, but the force was considerable. His gaze swept over the three faces in front of him, all flushed with excitement, but he couldn't tell who had done it. Cough, cough. A cough was like a bucket of cold water poured over the three of them. Yu stood there with her arms crossed, her pretty face frosty. Wake up, all of you. The three girls immediately fell silent, each shrinking their necks like elementary school students caught doing something wrong. We are a band now, not a fan meeting. Yu's gaze swept over them one by one, finally settling on Zhou. Alright, we've met the person. She clapped her hands, forcefully ending the farce. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., still here, for our first joint practice. Her voice regained the captain's authority, leaving no room for argument. No one is allowed to be late. The band members all nodded in agreement. Zhou walked out of the practice room building, the evening breeze carrying a hint of coolness. The noise behind me was shut out. The song Red Dustin is absolutely qualified to be a hit and a surefire hit. But it's naive to think you can go all the way in a big competition with just one song. We must have a backup plan. Moreover, there is more than one. At the same time. In the heart of Jinghai City, inside a top-tier high-rise apartment building. The crystal chandelier illuminated the entire living room as bright as day, while the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the city's dazzling nightscape. Ming leaned back on the expensive leather sofa, swirling the whiskey in his glass. He scrolled through his phone, and images of female live streamers striking seductive poses flashed across the screen. He was expressionless. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. On the screen is a short video depicting a campus scene. The camera was shaky, clearly indicating it was taken secretly. In the video, a figure surrounded by a crowd is Zhou. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, the adoring looks from the girls around me were so blinding. With looks like that, it's a shame she's not in the entertainment industry. I heard she's a top student, I'm so jealous. Breaking news. Shushin has joined the Moonlight Band and will be participating in this year's College Music Cup. Ming stared at the comment, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. University Music Cup? He recalled Wei Zhi's furious outburst on the phone earlier. Oh. A cold laugh. Xu Ming downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, then smashed his phone against the wall opposite him. Bang! The phone immediately shattered into pieces. Standing in the corner, a young man with dyed yellow hair trembled in fear and didn't dare to breathe. Ming, brother Ming. A bastard dares to compete with me? Xu Ming's voice was calm. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling traffic below. Didn't he want to participate in a music competition? Isn't he just trying to show off? Xu Ming turned around, looked at the blonde-haired man, and a strange smile appeared on his face. I remember, the judges are very important in these kinds of competitions, right? The blonde-haired man was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening and put on a fawning smile. Ming Ge is right. In this kind of competition, it's not important whether the work is good or not. What matters is whether the judges think your work is good or not. Go. Xu Ming uttered a single word calmly. Find out who the judges are for this year's College Music Cup. He straightened the collar of his expensive suit and spoke slowly and deliberately. I have always respected my teachers and enjoyed visiting talented seniors. Yes, I understand. The blonde-haired boy nodded vigorously, like he was pounding garlic. He certainly understood what Xu Ming meant. The so-called visit is nothing more than another form of notification. Inform the judges who they absolutely cannot afford to offend. Tell Wei Zhi to keep busy too. Doesn't he want revenge? Xu Ming added another sentence. Let him find a good enough song. Money is not an issue. I want Xu Yingzhou to suffer a crushing defeat in front of everyone. Let him know that trash should stay in the trash can. A flicker of excitement flashed in the blonde-haired man's eyes. Okay, Ming Ge. I'll get right on it. He bowed and carefully left the room. Xu Ming was the only one left in the living room. He poured himself another glass of wine, gazing at the night view outside the window, the cold smile on his lips growing ever deeper. After Xu Yingzhou left, he glanced at the time and wasn't too late yet. It was just the right time to give Chu Chunin his lesson. Thinking of that little brat, Xu Yingzhou's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Of course, even more important is Sister Yin. He was absolutely not lusting after Qin Yan's body. He simply felt that as a tutor, it was necessary to maintain good communication with the parents. Yes, that's it. At the same time, the top floor of the Qin Group, the president's office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows lies the most bustling area of Jinghai City, with its constant flow of traffic and dazzling lights. There was only one warm-colored desk lamp in the room. Qin Yan leaned back in her office chair, staring intently at the computer screen. The screen displays a music video for a song with an ancient Chinese style. It is Xu Yingzhou's Blue and White Porcelain. When the camera focused on the boy holding a sword in the rain, Qin Yan pressed the pause button. Her red lips parted slightly. His voice carried a hint of amusement. You little rascal, you're quite the seductress. No sooner had she finished speaking than there was a knock on her office door. Qin Yan tensed up instantly, frantically minimizing the video window and switching the screen back to the company's financial statements. He cleared his throat before making a sound. Come in. The secretary walked in, wearing high heels and a professional suit, looking capable and efficient. President Qin. She placed a document on the table, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping across the screen, but her face remained expressionless. The annual College Music Cup is coming up in a few days. As the biggest sponsor, our company would like to invite you to attend and serve as a judge in the finals. Judges? Qin Yan frowned slightly. She had never been interested in these kinds of university student activities. Too noisy and too childish. Without. Just as she was about to refuse, the secretary handed her a list. This is a partial list of key contestants and bands who have already confirmed their participation. Qin Yan's gaze swept over them casually. Then, her gaze froze. At the very bottom of the list, next to the words Moonlight Band, another name stands out prominently. Xu Yingzhou. Qin Yan's fingers tightened slightly as she held the list. She was silent for a few seconds, and when she spoke again, her tone was completely devoid of emotion. Chapter 45 Enchanting. Please cancel my schedule for those few days. A hint of surprise flashed in the secretary's eyes, but she quickly regained her professionalism. She never expected that President Qin would cancel several important business meetings for this kind of event. But she didn't ask anything. Okay, Mr. Chin, I'll arrange it right away. The secretary bowed and left the office. The moment the door closed, Qin Yan immediately opened the video window again, and the screen stopped at the moment Xu Yingzhou turned around. She looked at that face, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Just then, the phone screen on the table lit up. The buzzing vibration was particularly clear in the quiet office. Caller ID. Xu Yingzhou. Qin Yan's heart pounded as she looked at the name flashing on her phone screen. She took a quick, deep breath, forcibly suppressing the upturned corners of her mouth, cleared her throat, and then answered the phone. Hello? Xu Yingzhou said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Sister Yan, I'm already at your door, but it seems no one is home. Qin Yan's hand tightened slightly. Chenin went to his maternal grandmother's house today and won't be back tonight. After saying that, he paused there. It seems like they're waiting for something? Xu Yingzhou understood immediately and spoke in an aggressive voice. Then, Sister Yan, I'll wait for you to come back. Qin Yan felt her ears getting hot. Almost instinctively, she gave a soft and quickly hung up the phone. The moment she hung up, she regretted it. Isn't this too hasty? The icy female CEO's composure shattered completely at that moment. She couldn't sit still any longer. Qin Yan picked up the internal phone and dialed the driver directly. Drive the car downstairs now. Her heart had already flown back home. They sped along at breakneck speed. The driver could see in the rearview mirror that his boss's face seemed to carry a kind of urgency he had never seen before. As soon as the car stopped in front of the villa, Qin Yan got out almost immediately. The tap-tap sound of high heels on the stone pavement was much faster than usual. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint and pushed it open. A rich aroma of food instantly enveloped her. It wasn't takeout, nor was it food cooked by the auntie. It has a very homey chicken soup flavor. Qin Yan paused in her action of changing her shoes. She looked up, across the entryway, and into the brightly lit open kitchen. Xu Yingzhou was standing there. He took off his coat, revealing himself to be wearing only a simple white t-shirt and a cartoon apron she had bought but never used. He was holding a soup spoon, carefully skimming the foam off the pot. The warm light shone on his profile, outlining his soft features. This scene made Qin Yan's heart feel as if it were being gently grasped by a warm hand. This is not the home of President Qin of the Qin Group. It's just her home. And at home, someone was waiting for her. Qin Yan took off her high heels and walked barefoot, step by step, silently on the carpet. She walked up behind him. Then, she stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly from behind. My cheek pressed against his broad, warm back, and through the thin t-shirt, I could clearly feel the temperature of his body. Xu Yingzhou stopped stirring the soup with the spoon. He didn't turn around. Qin Yan remained silent. In the kitchen, the pot of chicken soup was still bubbling and steaming. Sister Yan came back very quickly today. Xu Yingzhou broke the silence. Qin Yan buried her face in his back and simply hummed softly. With a nasal tone, it sounded like she was being coquettish. Xu Yingzhou turned around. Qin Yan let go of his hand and looked up at him. The man's gaze was aggressive, making her heart skip a beat. The next second, she felt a lightness in her body. Xu Yingzhou's arms were already wrapped around her waist and the back of her legs, and he easily lifted her up. Then he turned around and placed her steadily on the cool kitchen marble countertop. He made her gaze level with his instantly. She could clearly see the fire in his eyes. Qin Yan could no longer hold back. She stretched out her arms, hooked them around Xu Yingzhou's neck, and suddenly pulled him towards her. The moment their lips touched, there was a slight chill. Xu Yingzhou was caught off guard. A long time. 2 blushes appeared on Qin Yan's cheeks. Those usually cool and aloof peach blossom eyes were now shimmering with tears. The expensive custom-made business suit she was wearing had become somewhat disheveled due to her movements, outlining her breathtaking curves. Sister Yan. Xu Yingzhou's voice was somewhat hoarse. Don't you want to eat first? Qin Yan shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on him. In no mood. She licked her slightly swollen lips, her voice carrying a hint of allure. Shunin will only go back for one night. The implication is self-evident. Xu Yingzhou smiled. He reached out and gently stroked her burning cheeks with his fingertips. Sister Yan, you're being a bit greedy. His voice was very low as it rang in Qin Yan's ear. You were the one who begged for mercy last time. Qin Yan's cheeks became even rosier. She rolled her eyes slightly, looking at him with a hint of resentment. That allure was almost deadly. If you're so capable, continue today. Since Sister Yen is so confident. Xu Yingzhou chuckled softly and turned off the fire on the stove. The bubbling, boiling sound abruptly stopped. Without another word, he bent down, scooped her up in his arms, and strode toward the bedroom. Time should be used wisely. The night outside the window grew darker, and a long brewing downpour finally poured down. The raindrops pounded furiously against the windowpane, making a dense, resounding noise. The gale-force winds whipped up rain, ravaging the delicate flowers in the courtyard and scattering them completely. It is crushed in the mud until it is soaked and blooms to its fullest extent. In this skirmish, Xu Yingzhou emerged victorious once again. On the large bed in the bedroom, Qin Yan curled up like a lazy cat. The torn uniform fabric was scattered on the ground. The black stockings she wore to work were now just tattered strips, carelessly discarded at the foot of the bed. The next morning, in Qin Yan's open kitchen, a clay pot was bubbling and steaming. Xu Yingzhou took a soup spoon and gently skimmed off the foam on the surface of the rice porridge. I heard soft footsteps behind me. Qin Yan walked out wearing a silk nightgown and with her long, black hair flowing freely. There was still a hint of sleepiness in the corners of his eyes. She leaned quietly against the doorframe, watching Xu Yingzhou's busy figure. The morning light streamed through the French windows, giving it a soft golden hue. Xu Yingzhou turned off the stove, turned around, and walked naturally to her. He reached out and gently rubbed her still slightly chubby cheeks. It has a bouncy, springy texture. Sister Yen, you're awake? I made you some porridge, remember to drink it. I have to go to school for rehearsal today. Chapter 46 Buying a Car, Rehearsing. Qin Yan hummed in agreement, her eyes somewhat unfocused. The next second, Xu Yingzhou leaned down slightly. A gentle kiss landed on her lips. Instantly separate. Qin Yan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she became fully awake. Xu Yingzhou had already turned around and picked up his coat from the entryway. I'm leaving. Ding, target, Qin Yan, favorability +5. Current favorability rating, 95%. Qin Yan didn't come to her senses until the door closed. She touched her lips, which still seemed to retain the warmth of the other person. This guy. They're getting bolder and bolder. After leaving Qin Yan's house, Xu Yingzhou sighed. He returned by what was GTR a long time ago. Although the system reward of 5 million has already been credited to my account. But he hasn't had time to buy himself a means of transportation yet. I checked the time on my phone, there was still some time before my band rehearsal. Let's go buy a car first. Xu Yingzhou hailed a taxi and headed straight for the largest auto mall in Jinghai City. Jinghai International Auto City. As the largest automobile trading market in the city and even the surrounding area. It brings together almost all the car brands available on the market. From affordable cars costing tens of thousands of yuan to top-of-the-line luxury cars costing millions or even tens of millions of yuan, they have it all. Xu Yingzhou's goal was very clear. He went straight into the Porsche Center. The exhibition hall was brightly lit, and the floor gleamed like a mirror. Several elegant sports cars and coupes are on display. A saleswoman in a business suit immediately came up to us. They wore a standard, enthusiastic smile. Hello sir, welcome to the Porsche Center. Do you have an appointment? Or do you have a model in mind? Xu Yingzhou's gaze swept around the exhibition hall. Finally, it landed on a black Panamera. Do you have this car in stock? The saleswoman paused for a moment. She'd met direct clients before, but never one this direct. They don't ask about the configuration, the price, or even a test drive, they just come up and ask if there are any cars in stock. She quickly composed herself and gave a professional answer. Sir, the model you are looking at is our flagship model this year. The configuration and color need to be pre-ordered. If you place an order now, the earliest you can wait is 3 months. I need a car that I can drive away today. Xu Yingzhou's words were concise and to the point. The saleswoman immediately understood. This person is someone who doesn't care about money, but just wants convenience. Sir, we do have one in stock, a Panamera. It's in gentian blue, and the features are a bit higher than the display model. It has a sports package and can. Xu Yingzhou interrupted her directly. That one, swipe your card. Ah. The saleswoman was stunned again. Is that settled? The process was so fast that it caught her off guard. But her excellent professionalism allowed her to quickly realize what was happening, and the smile on her face became much more genuine. Yes, sir. This way please, we'll process your paperwork right away. More than an hour later, a brand new gentian blue Porsche Panamera drove away from the car city without a sound. There was no elaborate car delivery ceremony, no ribbons or champagne. Xu Yingzhou simply took the keys and drove the car away. The Moonlight Band's rehearsal room is located in an art park near Jinghai University. It was converted from an old factory building, so the space is large and the sound insulation is also quite good. At this moment, the atmosphere in the rehearsal room was somewhat heavy. Ian Lulu is the band's drummer and also the atmosphere maker of the entire team. He was pacing back and forth anxiously. Senior Kinyu, although Yingshin is amazing, our teamwork with him is absolutely non-existent. Do we even have a chance at the Music Cup? In the corner, keyboardist Ding Yaya also quietly chimed in. Yes, Lulu is right. The arrangement of the song Red Dustin is very complicated. I've been struggling to read the sheet music these past 2 days. Kinyu was sitting quietly on a high stool, holding a white Fender electric guitar. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her long hair casually tied back. His cool and aloof features were revealed. Hearing the concerns of her two teammates, she merely raised her eyelids slightly. It's better than before. Her voice, like her personality, was cool and aloof. Ian Lulu and Ding Yaya exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Senior Kinyu is great in every way, except she doesn't talk much. What does better than before mean? Does that mean Xu Yingzhou is better than the lead singers they found before? Or is the current situation better than when the band was about to break up? Just then, the door to the rehearsal room was pushed open. Xu Yingzhou walked in. Sorry, something came up on the way, I'm late. All four girls' eyes fell on him. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. Kinyu stood up and slung the guitar strap over her shoulder. Her gaze swept over Xu Yingzhou, and she asked calmly. Let's go through Red Dustin together first, is there a problem? Xu Yingzhou nodded and took another electric guitar from the instrument rack next to him. No problem. Ian Lulu sat back behind the drum set, gripped the drumsticks tightly, and took a deep breath. Ding Yaya nervously placed her fingers on the keyboard. Yu Lingling also picked up the bass. Kinyu plucked the strings, and a classical guitar prelude began. Immediately afterwards, Ding Yaya's keyboard followed, creating a hazy atmosphere reminiscent of the misty Jiangnan region. Then came Xu Yingzhou's singing. The wind at the Red Dustin is like a knife, the sudden rain falls, and fate knocks. The moment he spoke, the group of people were startled. Clean, clear, and with a unique sense of narrative. Like a chivalrous knight-errant wandering the world, he softly chants his own story in a shaky inn. What surprised them even more was Xu Yingzhou's guitar. His fingering was skillful, and his rhythm was incredibly precise. He and Kinyu's guitar playing complemented each other perfectly, one leading and one trailing, one asking and one answering. Ian Lulu's tense nerves relaxed without her realizing it. The song ended. The lingering sound resonated around the beam. The rehearsal room was completely silent. Ian Lulu looked at Xu Yingzhou, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Awesome. No wonder you're called the God of Ing. Ding Yaya and Yu Lingling nodded vigorously. Kinyu still had that aloof expression, but the arm she was holding the guitar seemed to have tightened a little. Xu Yingzhou smiled but did not reply. His gaze shifted to Ding Yaya. Senior Yaya, I think the keyboard accompaniment in the chorus could be adjusted a bit more. Ding Yaya was taken aback. Adjustment? Xu Yingzhou put down his guitar and walked to her side. The chords you used just now were too conventional. Although they weren't wrong, they lacked a sense of depth and didn't quite capture the mood of the song. Ding Yaya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she seemed a little flustered. She felt she had played it correctly, but what Xu Yingzhou said seemed to make a lot of sense. Then, how should I play it? Xu Yingzhou didn't say much, but leaned down and placed his hands on the keyboard. Look, in this section, we can add some suspended chords and lower the root note to create a sense of fatalistic helplessness. Chapter 47 The Music Cup Championship is definitely ours. Xu Yingzhou spoke while playing the zither. It was the same melody, but under his fingertips, it took on completely different colors. The group stared wide-eyed. Even Kinyu's usually cold eyes showed a slight ripple. She watched Xu Yingzhou's slender fingers dance across the black and white piano keys. How many more surprises is this man hiding? Xu Yingzhou wasn't just talking. He sat in Ding Yaya's seat, his fingers flying across the page, producing a series of melodies. Ding Yaya stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. This isn't just an adjustment, it's a complete overhaul. Xu Yingzhou not only made the keyboard section more complete, but also optimized the coordination between the bass and drums. Yin Lulu and Yu Lingling listened with rapt attention, nodding along with the rhythm of Xu Yingzhou's demonstration from time to time. Kenyu stood quietly in place, holding her guitar, without saying a word. Her gaze moved from Xu Yingzhou's profile to his hands dancing on the piano keys, and then back to his face. This man was more serious than she had imagined. She had her doubts before. Suddenly, I was asked to join their student band, which was on the verge of disbanding. They also presented original songs of ridiculously high quality. It looks like some kind of ulterior motive. She had seen too many men like this, using money and resources to fabricate false talent. He tried to break down her defenses. But at this moment, looking at Xu Yingzhou's focused expression, the last lingering doubt in Kenyu's heart vanished. He wasn't just dabbling in it. He is truly making music. Moreover, his musical talent far surpasses that of himself. This realization left Kenyu with mixed feelings. The rehearsal lasted from the afternoon until late at night. In addition to Red Dustin, Xu Yingzhou also presented 2 other songs. One poem, Hair Like Snow, and another, Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Without exception, they were all ancient-style songs that perfectly matched the band's style, and their quality was shockingly high. When the arrangements for the 3 songs were finalized, the girls in the rehearsal room all breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Lulu was the first to rush over, wanting to give Xu Yingzhou a bear hug, but stopped halfway. Ying Shen. You are my god. With these 3 songs, the Music Cup Championship is definitely ours. Ding Yaya and Yu Lingling also gathered around, nodding like chicks pecking at rice. This arrangement is amazing. Can we really play such an amazing song? Looking at the team members' unprecedentedly high morale, a rare smile appeared on Kenyu's usually aloof face. She looked at Xu Yingzhou and said earnestly, "Thank you." Xu Yingzhou waved his hand, just about to say something. Bang! The door to the rehearsal room was kicked open violently. The loud noise startled several girls. Several flamboyantly dressed young men appeared at the entrance. The man in the lead was Weijia, the lead singer of the Black Tide Band. Behind Weijia, several team members leaned casually against the doorframe. The heated atmosphere in the rehearsal room instantly cooled down. Yin Lulu's face darkened. Weijia. What do you mean? Don't you know what manners are? Weijia seemed not to have heard her words, and his gaze swept contemptuously around the rehearsal room. Overestimating one's abilities. You really aren't giving up? Do you really think you can beat me by just finding some outsider? Kenyu's face instantly turned cold. What else between us has nothing to do with him? Oh? Is that so? Weijia's gaze finally turned to Xu Yingzhou, who was standing next to Kenyu. He looked Xu Yingzhou up and down. Who do we have here? It's you pretty boy. Weijia's eyes were full of aggression. I warned you last time to stay away from Kenyu. I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to join the Moonlight Band. Xu Yingzhou's eyes turned cold. Just as Weijia raised his foot to kick the expensive Fender guitar on the ground, a blur flashed by. Bang! The dull thud of flesh colliding. Ah! Weijia was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. He hugged his calves, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Yin Lulu, Ding Yaya, and Yu Lingling were all dumbfounded. Weijia, who was incredibly arrogant just a second ago, was sent flying the next second? The team members behind Weijia were also stunned. I didn't react for a moment. Kenyu's heart skipped a beat when she saw Xu Yingzhou blocking the guitar. Xu Yingzhou withdrew his leg. He walked up to Weijia. Can we talk properly now? You fucking dare to kick me? Weijia was both shocked and furious. Xu Yingzhou smiled. If you dare to kick my guitar, why wouldn't I dare to kick you? He added slowly. A person is much cheaper than a guitar. Weijia's face flushed red instantly. Get him. Cripple him. Weijia roared hysterically. The team members behind him seemed to wake up from a dream, and immediately turned fierce, surrounding Xu Yingzhou. Yin Lulu grabbed a drumstick from the side and nervously stood in front of Xu Yingzhou. What do you want? This is a school. However, those people completely ignored her and moved straight toward Chu Yingzhou. Just then. Stop. What are you doing? A clear female voice came from the doorway. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A woman wearing a light-colored dress and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. She looked to be around 30 years old and had a gentle and refined demeanor. But at this moment, her delicate brows were furrowed. Wei Zhe's henchman saw the newcomers. His movements froze instantly, and the fierceness on his face lessened considerably. Wei Zhe's expression changed as he struggled to stand up, but the intense pain in his legs caused him to fall back down. Teacher Su. Teacher Su. Yu Lingling stammered. The woman walked briskly to the center of the rehearsal room. Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble in the school? Wei Zhe gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. He started it. The woman's gaze shifted to Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou shrugged, looking completely innocent. Teacher, I was acting in self-defense. He was trying to destroy our instruments, which we needed for the competition. The woman's gaze fell on the guitar behind Chu Yingzhou, and her brows furrowed even deeper. Of course she knew about the Moonlight Band's current situation. They also know how important this music cup is to them. Take your men and leave immediately. Her voice was unquestionable. Wei Zhe wanted to say something more. Should I call Jinghai Conservatory of Music now? The woman coldly interrupted him. Wei Zhe's face turned completely dark. He knew he wouldn't gain anything today. He stood up with the help of two teammates, staring intently at Chu Yingzhou. Kid, you're something else. This isn't over yet, we'll see. After uttering these harsh words, Wei Zhe and his men slunk away. The rehearsal room finally returned to silence. Yin Lulu let out a long sigh of relief, almost dropping the drumsticks in her hands. That scared me to death. Ding Yaya and Yu Lingling also looked terrified. Chapter 48 Bribing Judges. Can you walk to the woman's side, her expression returning to its usual aloofness? Thank you, Ms. Su. The woman shook her head, sighed, and turned her gaze to Chu Yingzhou with a mixture of curiosity and approval. Well handled, very calmly. Can you introduce it to Chu Yingzhou? This is Ms. Su Yun, my professor and also the advisor for our Moonlight Band. Su Yun nodded to Chu Yingzhou, but her gaze was fixed on Can Yu. Is this the new lead singer you found? Can he be trusted? As the band's mentor, she had seen too many boys approach Can Yu under the guise of helping her. In the end, without exception, they were all just pretty faces. Can Yu certainly understood Su Yun's concerns? She shook her head, her cool voice carrying a hint of pride. Teacher Su, I didn't bring him here. He is Ing, the #1 singer on the music chart and the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain. What? For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on Su Yun's gentle face. Her gaze abruptly shifted back to Chu Yingzhou. The mysterious singer-songwriter Ing who suddenly appeared on the music charts and single-handedly overshadowed countless professional singers. Is this the boy in front of you? That's too young. Chu Yingzhou extended his hand at the opportune moment, with a polite smile on his face. Hello, Professor Su. I am Chu Yingzhou, a freshman in the Department of Finance. Finance major? Su Yun's surprise deepened. How could a finance major write a song like Blue and White Porcelain and possess such terrifying arrangement skills? She grasped Chu Yingzhou's hand, but only briefly touched it before letting go. Hello, Chu. I've heard so much about you. Her attitude was noticeably more serious. Yin Lulu and the others proudly straightened their chests. Su Yun's gaze swept over the valuable guitar on the ground, and her brows furrowed again. You need to be careful with Wei Zhe. His uncle is one of the directors of Jinghai Conservatory of Music and has some influence in the industry. Black Tide is aiming for the championship in this music cup, and they won't let any surprises happen. Su Yun patted Can Yu on the shoulder, left with the words "Take care of yourself," and then turned and left. In the rehearsal room, the girls' high spirits were instantly dampened. Is Wei Zhe's uncle a member of the school board? Yin Lulu's face turned pale. Then, does that mean we have no hope? Ding Yaya's voice was trembling. Chu Yingzhou smiled. They're just school board members, not judges. He picked up the Fender guitar and gently wiped it. We'll meet force with force and water with earth. With me here, the championship will always be ours. Looking at his confident profile, Can Yu's initial worry inexplicably dissipated. At the same time, Lanyue Pavilion is the most exclusive private club in Jinghai City. Inside the private room, a lively atmosphere was taking place around an antique-style mahogany round table. Chu Ming held his wine glass, smiling as he looked at the three middle-aged men opposite him. These three people are the judges for this year's Campus Music Cup. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. Chu Ming adopted a humble posture, but his words carried a condescending tone. Young Master Chu, you're too kind. Discovering talent for Jinghai's music industry is what we should do. One of the men, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, smiled obsequiously and raised his glass. Chu Ming smiled but didn't reply, he simply clapped his hands. His assistant behind him immediately understood and handed him three identical silver briefcases. They were placed in front of the three judges respectively. Click. The box was opened, revealing neatly stacked red banknotes inside. The three judges' breathing instantly became heavier. Their gazes were drawn in as if by a magnet. Chu Ming downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, his voice light and airy. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I only have one small wish. I hope that Wei Zhe of the Black Tide Band will be the champion of this music cup. The three men exchanged a glance, their greed no longer concealed. The Mediterranean man was the first to speak, laughing as he closed the suitcase. Don't worry, young Master Chu. Wei Zhe is incredibly talented and has a cutting-edge style. The championship is definitely his. Yes, our entire judging panel unanimously favors him. Great minds think alike. Flattery rose and fell in waves. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. The door to the private room was pushed open, and three alluring young women dressed in high-slit cheongsams walked in. They moved gracefully and sat directly in the laps of the three judges. The rich scent of perfume instantly filled the air. Chu Ming leaned back in his chair, watching the absurd scene unfold before him. Please enjoy your meal, teachers. The three judges couldn't hide their smiles as they embraced the women beside them. They couldn't wait to head upstairs to the guest rooms that were attached to the private room. The woman's giggles drifted down the stairs, only to be quickly cut off by the heavy door. Only Chu Ming and his assistant remained in the private room. The assistant stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Chu, what's next?" Chu Ming didn't say anything, he just waved his hand. The assistant understood, bowed, and left the private room, gently closing the door behind him. The spacious private room was now empty, with only a mess on the table. Chu Ming walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the dazzling night view of Jinghai City. Traffic was heavy and neon lights were flashing. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, how's it going?" A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, young Master Chu, everything has been arranged. On the day of the finals, we guarantee he'll never be able to recover." "Very good." Chu Ming hung up the phone, a cruel smile curving his lips. "Xu Yingzhou. Do you think you can get back everything that belongs to you? That's too naive. I want you to know that some people are born to be trampled underfoot. The music cup was just an appetizer. What I want is to personally pull you down when you're at the height of your fame, and make you utterly disgraced in front of everyone." At the same time, the Qin Group headquarters, top floor, president's office. The atmosphere was as cold as an icebox. Xin Yan sat in the leather chair, expressionless as she flipped through the photos her secretary had just handed her. The background of the photo is a private room at Lanyue Pavilion. The footage clearly shows Chu Ming handing the briefcase to the three judges. And the judges' greedy and ugly faces after they opened the box. The secretary stood to the side, reporting in a low voice. "President Qin, according to our investigation, this young Master Chu Ming from the Chu family has had several unpleasant conflicts with teacher Chu Yingzhou at school. His purpose in hosting the three judges of the Music Cup today is very clear. He wants to completely eliminate the Moonlight Band in the competition. Do you think we need?" Xin Yan raised her hand, interrupting her secretary. She tossed the photo onto the table with a soft thud. "We, the Qin family, cannot refuse Chu Tianqua's request." Her voice was very soft. But how dare a spoiled brat like him, who only knows how to bully others because of his father's family, act so recklessly in Jinghai? Chapter 49. The Music Cup begins. Xin Yan slowly stood up, walked to the window, and looked cold. This shows a complete disregard for the Qin family. The secretary felt a chill run down her spine and didn't dare to breathe. She knew that President Qin was truly furious. Xin Yan's anger was never just directed at one person. Furthermore, it was because someone had crossed her bottom line and challenged the authority of the Qin family. In Jinghai, they dared to use such underhanded methods to harm the people Qin Yan wanted to protect. That's practically suicide. Keep an eye on Chu Ming. Qin Yan turned around and coldly gave the order. Investigate all his backup plans and arrangements thoroughly. Secure the entire chain of evidence for me. I want to see what tricks he's up to. The secretary nodded immediately. Understood, Mr. Qin. Go and do it. The secretary bowed and quickly turned and left the office. The office door closed. Qin Yan picked up her phone and found Chu Yingzhou's number. She edited a message, thought about it, and then deleted it. In the end, she only sent 2 words. Come on. Chu Yingzhou was driving. My phone vibrated in the passenger seat. He glanced at it. The screen displayed 2 short words. Come on. The sender is Qin Yan. Chu Yingzhou tapped his fingertips lightly on the steering wheel. The car was parked in front of Lu Wei's studio. Pushing open the door, the hall, which should have been bustling with people and filled with various musical instrument cases, was now completely empty. A middle-aged man was pacing back and forth anxiously. Upon seeing Chu Yingzhou, Lu Wei's eyes lit up instantly. You finally arrived. He rushed forward and pulled Chu Yingzhou into the recording studio inside. Come listen, I have a feeling this is going to explode again. Lu Wei rubbed his hands excitedly, his face glowing. He pressed play. A clear guitar intro flowed from the top of the line monitor speakers. It's Sunny Day and Rice Fragrance. Thanks to the post-production work of Lu Wei, a top-notch producer, the quality of both songs was brought to its fullest potential. When the song ended, the recording studio was silent. Lu Wei stared intently at Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou closed his eyes, quietly savoring the moment for a while, and then opened them. That's fine. He uttered 3 words. Let's prepare for release. Good. Lu Wei punched his own palm, his face flushed with excitement. He looked at the 2 audio tracks on the screen as if he were watching 2 children who were about to shock the world. These 2 songs will definitely break records again. Chu Yingzhou smiled. Thanks for your hard work, Viagra. Lu Wei waved his hands repeatedly, unable to stop smiling. What's so hard about it? These 3 songs of yours have given my career a second spring. He pointed to the empty hall outside. You know what? My studio is booked until next year. Even so, there are still a lot of people who come here specifically to wait for you. I had to clear the place out today, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to get in the door. Chu Yingzhou smiled helplessly. That's the most annoying thing about it being popular. He picked up his coat and prepared to leave. I'll be going now, Wei Ji. The selection competition is tomorrow, I need to go back and prepare. Lu Wei was immersed in joy when he heard these words and suddenly froze. His smile froze, and he stared at Chu Yingzhou in disbelief. The selection competition? Xiao Zhou, could it be that you? Chu Yingzhou nodded, his expression calm. I've joined the Moonlight Band and will compete for them. Lu Wei's expression became complicated. To be honest, given your current level of fame, I really don't recommend that you participate in these kinds of campus competitions. Chu Yingzhou's eyes were calm. My senior helped me, I can't just stand by and watch her die. Can you came to help him shoot the music video when he needed it most? He has to repay this favor. Lu Wei looked at him, remained silent for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. He knew Chu Yingzhou's temperament. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Alright, with your help, Yaya definitely has a great chance of winning the championship. Lu Wei patted him on the shoulder. But remember, competitions are a complex thing. Especially these kinds of campus competitions, sometimes it's not about skill, it's about interpersonal relationships. Be careful in everything you do. I understand. Chu Yingzhou nodded to him, then turned and walked out of the recording studio. Watching his departing figure, Lu Wei shook his head, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Hey Lao Zhang, can you help me find out who the judges are for this year's Jinghai Campus Music Cup? Auditorium of Jinghai University. The place was bustling with noise and the lights were flashing. Backstage, band members from various universities were huddled together in the rest area. They were nervously tuning their instruments. This is the selection competition site for the Jinghai City College Music Cup. The winner will represent the entire Jinghai City in the competition for the highest honor among universities nationwide. Xu Yingzhou sat on the sofa in the corner, one hand covering his forehead, his expression somewhat indescribable. On stage, there was a lead singer with exaggerated smoky makeup. He was belting out a high note that was completely out of tune. The guitarist looked like he was about to break the strings, while the bassist kept his head down and looked at the ground the whole time. The drummer pounded the cymbals with deafening force, but not a single note was on the beat. The accident scene investigation is complete. Please stop singing, my ears are about to miscarry. Which school is this? Even the principal would probably flee in the middle of the night if he heard this. Xu Yingzhou glanced at the audience below the stage. The students in the front row looked pained, wanting to laugh but not daring to, their faces turning red from holding it in. He then looked at the judges' panel. The three so-called veteran musicians were all looking down at their phones. He was just leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly trying to relax, but his face clearly showed his perfunctory attitude. What is all this nonsense? Xu Yingzhou felt that his musical taste had been challenged like never before. When the song ended, the lead singer struck what he thought was a cool pose. The applause from the audience was sparse, filled with politeness and awkwardness. The host went on stage with a forced laugh. Thank you to the Rock Soul Band for their wonderful performance. Now, please welcome the next band, the Black Tide Band from Jinghai University of Science and Technology. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in a black leather jacket stood up from backstage. It was Weijia. He straightened his collar and led the band members to the stage. As he passed by Xu Yingzhou, he even gave it a provocative look. Go, senior Wei. Kuroshio Band is the best. Below the stage, a group of girls, who seemed to be a fan club, started screaming. Weijia waved to the audience, picked up his guitar, and his eyes sharpened. The moment their music started, the atmosphere at the scene instantly changed. An original hard rock song with a complete arrangement, skillful technique, and full of explosive power. The judges, who had been dozing off just moments before, now sat up straight. The Mediterranean man at the head of the group is one of the main figures in the photo. He even nodded in rhythm, a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 50 is perfect. When the song ended, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The Mediterranean judge picked up the microphone, his voice trembling with excitement. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This original song, from the completeness of the arrangement to the infectious energy of the live performance, is of professional quality. The other two judges nodded in agreement. The melody is very memorable, and the lead singer has a great voice. They are definitely top tier in campus bands. The Mediterranean judge cleared his throat and picked up the scoring device. I hereby announce that the score for the Kuroshio Band is. He paused deliberately, basking in the attention of the entire audience. Perfect score. 30 points. Boom. The entire audience erupted in uproar. The first perfect score since the start of the competition. Weijia stood in the center of the stage, basking in the spotlight. His gaze swept across the crowd. Thank you for your recognition, judges. I have always believed that the most important thing in music is originality. Some people think they are musical geniuses just because they have a few catchy songs that they have copied from who knows where. It's ridiculous. True music must have a soul. It's not about taking shortcuts. The implication was clear, the target was Xu Yingzhou. The band members backstage looked at Xu Yingzhou. Lulu was so angry that her face turned pale, and she clenched her fists, ready to rush out. What nonsense is he spouting? A hand pressed down on her shoulder. It is, can you? She shook her head. If they rush out now, their band will really be eliminated. Xu Yingzhou didn't even change his expression, he simply picked up a bottle of water next to him, unscrewed it, and took a sip. This disregard made Weijia's punch feel like it hit nothing at all. His face instantly darkened. The host quickly went on stage to smooth things over. Alright, congratulations again to the Black Tide Band. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to the Moonlight Band. It was their turn. Kenyu was the first to stand up, her cool and aloof demeanor instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lulu, Ding Yaya, and Yu Lingling followed behind her. Finally, Xu Yingzhou walked out unhurriedly. The moment he appeared under the stage lights, a burst of suppressed gasps erupted from the audience. It's Xu Yingzhou. Oh my god, he really came to participate in the competition. Why would someone as handsome as him join the Moonlight Band? He could easily debut on his own, right? Amid the murmurs, the 5 members of the Moonlight Band had already taken their positions. Kenya stood in the lead vocal position, while Chu Ingzhou sat on a high stool next to her. On the judges' panel, the Mediterranean judges stared at the band with disdain. He crossed his arms, striking a pose as if he was ready to watch the show. Xu Xiao had instructed that this band should be eliminated immediately. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Everything was exactly as Chu Ming had planned. The stage lights dimmed. The spotlight shone on Kenyu and Chu Ingzhou from the left and right respectively. A series of crisp hoofbeats and melodious flute notes flowed slowly from the sound system. An ancient and desolate atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire auditorium. The noisy scene fell silent within seconds. Everyone was captivated by this unique opening. Chu Ingzhou's slender fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither. A prelude with a strong Chinese style begins. Kenyu's ethereal and clear voice. At the ends of the earth lies wind and sand, and the stories of the mortal world are called longing. The sword is sheathed and hidden in an ordinary household, beneath the eastern fence. With just 2 sentences, he drew everyone into a world of swords and chivalry, a world of chivalry and romance. The Mediterranean man on the judges' panel froze. The 2 judges beside him, one of them wore black-rimmed glasses and had a refined demeanor. The other one had a goatee and looked quite like an artist. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 2 people were exactly the same. As someone who has spent half my life working in the music industry, they understood the value of this song better than any other audience member. The song by the band Kuroshio is the pinnacle of campus rock. The song in front of us is a classic that could be used directly to climb the charts and even compete for the Song of the Year award. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground. The music ended. The lingering sound resonated around the beam. The auditorium erupted in thunderous applause. Holy crap! What an amazing song! This gives me goosebumps. This is the real Chinese style. Moonlight Band? I'll remember them. From today onwards, I'm their fan. Backstage, Wei Zhi's face was ashen. His proud perfect score became a complete joke in the face of this song. On the judges' panel, beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the Mediterranean king judge. Shortcoming? Does this song have any flaws? The arrangement, the artistic conception, the singing skills, it is flawless from any angle. Xu Xiao's task for him was to eliminate this band, but to give such a song a low score in front of thousands of people. He won't need to work in the music industry anymore. The 3 judges fell into a long silence. The experienced host quickly stepped on stage to save the day. It seems that the 3 judges were completely captivated by the Moonlight Band's performance. It was truly spectacular, making it a difficult choice for us. Was the Black Tide Band's rock music more impressive, or was the Moonlight Band's traditional Chinese style more moving? His words gave Judge Wang a way out. Judge Wang immediately began whispering to the other 2. Old Zhao, what do you mean by this? Old Li, who wore glasses, pushed them up and lowered his voice. Old Wang, this song is aiming for an award. If we give it a low score, it will damage our own reputation. Old Zhao with the goatee nodded as well. That's right, and the arrangement of this song is extremely high level. There must be a master behind it. We can't afford to offend them. Judge Wan was inwardly groaning. On one side is the power of the Chu family, and on the other is his own reputation and future. When faced with 2 evils, choose the lesser one. He gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. I've got it. He quickly spoke to the other 2. Okay, let's give them a high score, but a little lower than Kuroshio, just enough to prevent them from advancing. 28 points, how about that? Nobody can say anything about this score, it's a fair score for the song. Old Li and Old Zhao exchanged a glance, both seeing compromise in each other's eyes. This is already the best solution. Okay, let's do it this way. Judge Wang cleared his throat, picked up the microphone again, and put on an authoritative expression. Moonlight Band, your performance was a wonderful surprise. He began by praising her highly. This song, Red Dust Inn, is of an extremely high standard, both in terms of the imagery of the lyrics and music and the performance of the lead singer. It is one of the best Chinese-style songs I have heard in recent years. The audience members nodded in agreement. We await his announcement of a miracle exceeding 30 points. Even Yin Lulu and the others looked on with anticipation. Only Chu Ingzhou had a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 51 The Inside Story. Judge Wang then changed the subject. However, a competition is still a competition. We need to look not only at the works themselves, but also at the overall performance on stage. Your band seems to rely too much on the two core members. Although the other musicians are technically good, their coordination with the two is still lacking, and the overall cohesion is slightly weaker. These words were so well said that a layman would not notice anything amiss. But to someone who understands music, it's pure nonsense. Judge Wang gave no one a chance to react and immediately raised the scoring device in his hand. Therefore, my score is 10. The entire arena fell silent for a moment after the score was announced. Full marks. Old Lee, wearing black-rimmed glasses, sighed and also raised his sign. 9 points. Old Zhao with the goatee followed suit and raised his sign. 9 points. The host announced loudly. Moonlight Band's final score is. His voice was deliberately drawn out here. However, everyone had already calculated the result. 28 points. Boom. The entire audience erupted in uproar. 28 points? Are you kidding me? This song only gets 28 points? How many points would that car crash scene get then? It's a cover-up. It's absolutely a cover-up. Haha, is this judge deaf? What do you mean by slightly weak in overall cohesion? The bass and drums were perfectly synchronized just now, weren't they? I understand now it's all about social niceties. Boos rose and fell from the audience. Een Lulu was so angry that she was trembling all over, and her eyes were red. How could they do this? A layer of frost settled on Kenyu's cold face. Wei Zhe's victorious smile returned. He silently mouthed something in Chu Yingzhou's direction. Rubbish. Chu Yingzhou didn't even glance at him. He walked to the front of the stage and took the microphone from the host. Chu Yingzhou looked around, his gaze calmly settling on the judges' panel. Excuse me, Judge. You just said that our band's overall cohesion is a bit weak and our coordination is lacking. Yeah? All eyes instantly focused on the Mediterranean man on the judges' panel. Judge Wang's facial muscles twitched slightly. What could he say? Is there a delay of a fraction of a second between the transitions between instruments? Or is it that a particular chord is not commonly used? In front of thousands of ears, any forced technical explanation would only make him a complete laughingstock. Music, the judgment of music is multi-dimensional. Judge Wang stammered, his eyes darting around. More professionally speaking, there is indeed room for improvement in your integration. It's a feeling, an overall atmosphere. He tried to evade the question with some obscure and esoteric terms. However, the audience was no longer buying it. How do I feel? I think it sounds absolutely amazing. Stop talking nonsense. It's all a shady deal. After a brief discussion, someone shouted out first. Re-evaluate. The next second, a roaring sound merged into a torrent. Re-evaluate. 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 The sound waves rose higher and higher, making the entire auditorium buzz. Judge Wang looked at the out-of-control scene and then at the other two. They were so restless that they wished they could disappear into the ground. Backstage, Wei Zhe looked at the scene on stage, and the smug smile on his face completely disappeared. He cannot allow Chu Yingzhou to turn the tide. Just then, a resolute glint flashed in Wei Zhe's eyes. He pushed aside the people around him and rushed straight from backstage onto the stage. He snatched another microphone from the host next to him. Everyone, please be quiet. Wei Zhe's voice drowned out the shouts of the crowd. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in astonishment at the lead singer of the Kuroshio band who suddenly rushed onto the stage. Wei Zhe didn't look at anyone, but pointed at Chu Yingzhou with his finger, his face full of anger. It's not that the judges' scores are problematic. In fact, this song shouldn't have been on this stage at all. Because Chu Yingzhou stole this song from our band. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Stealing songs? This accusation is even more explosive than the cover-up. Een Lulu was the first to react, and she was so angry that she jumped up and down, pointing her finger at Wei Zhe's nose and cursing. Wei Zhe, you're talking nonsense. Have you no shame? This song was written by Yingzhou word by word, and you're fucking slandering me. Wei Zhe completely ignored Een Lulu's curses. As if he had been prepared, he pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. He unfolded the paper. It was a handwritten sheet of music and lyrics. This is my original manuscript. Wei Zhe held the sheet music high, facing all the audience. This song, Red Dust In, is the piece I was preparing to submit to the National Campus Music Competition to make a splash. I don't know what despicable means he used to steal it. His performance was highly provocative. Some uninformed viewers began to waver. On the judges' panel, Judge Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a lifeline. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Plagiarism? This is an extremely serious violation. His voice was loud and clear, as if he were the embodiment of justice. According to the competition rules, once a dispute arises regarding the ownership of a work, all of the work's scores will be invalidated until the truth is ascertained. Moonlight Band, your scores are cancelled. This decisive move instantly transformed him into a judge upholding the rules. The situation seemed to reverse in an instant. Xu Yingzhou watched Wei Zhe's performance quietly the whole time. Only then did he raise an eyebrow, and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth widened slightly. He stared at Wei Zhe with disdain in his eyes. Have you no shame? Someone like you could write this song? Wei Zhe's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. This was the most thorough insult to his creative ability. Someone like me? He was so angry that he laughed instead. You, a nobody singer who popped up out of nowhere, dare to compare yourself to Wei Zhe? He turned around abruptly and opened his arms, addressing all the audience members below the stage. If I say this song is mine, the whole world will stand behind me and support me. What about you? What do you have? What do I have? Xu Yingzhou chuckled softly. What I have is none of your business. All you need to know is that you're trash. Wei Zhe was thoroughly enraged by his nonchalant attitude. Just as he was about to erupt, a small commotion suddenly broke out among the reporters in the audience. At this moment, numerous cameras and microphones were fixed intently on Xu Yingzhou's face. A young reporter wearing a baseball cap suddenly remembered something. He frantically flipped through the photos in his camera, compared them, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a minute. This person. I feel like I've seen him before. His shout immediately attracted the attention of his colleagues around him. Who is it? Look. Doesn't it look familiar? Holy crap. Isn't that the male lead in that viral Chinese-style music video on the music video app? It's the music video for Ying's Blue and White Porcelain. Chapter 52. Let's compare? These words immediately caused an uproar among the reporters. The cameras that were originally aimed at Wei Zhe suddenly changed direction. All eyes were on Xu Yingzhou. The spotlights were flashing wildly. A quick-thinking female reporter had already handed the microphone to the edge of the stage. Student Xu. May I ask what your relationship is with Ingod? Does Ingshan know about your plagiarism controversy? What are his thoughts on it? As the male lead in his music video, why would you plagiarize? Was this instructed by Ing? The questions became increasingly pointed, instantly shifting the focus of the incident from plagiarism within the school to related to a top-tier singer. Wei Zhe's face turned green. The limelight has been completely stolen. He's the real star of the day. Xu Yingzhou originally didn't want to bother with these things. But looking at Wei Zhe's jealous face, he suddenly felt that letting him fall so easily seemed too lenient. If you want to play, then play big. Xu Yingzhou picked up the microphone. I am Ing. The entire auditorium was deathly silent. All the noise stopped at this moment. Puff. Wei Zhe broke the silence first, clutching his stomach and laughing wildly until tears streamed down his face. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? You're the Ing god? You? He pointed at Xu Yingzhou, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. You fucking dared to say that? The audience below the stage realized what was happening and burst into laughter. Are you crazy? Who does he think he is? Are you desperate for fame? You really dared to say that. Exactly, how could someone as mysterious as Ing God be a college student? On the judges' panel, Judge Wang shook his head dismissively. Picking up the microphone to announce the outcome was nothing short of a farce. However, Xu Yingzhou completely ignored everyone's reactions. His gaze was fixed on Wei Zhe's face. You just said that Red Dust In is your song? Wei Zhe felt a little uneasy under his gaze, but still answered with his neck stiff. Of course. Xu Yingzhou nodded and continued to ask. So, do you have any other little-known, or rather, hidden gems that you plan to use in the national competition? The question was a bit strange, but Weijia answered it without even thinking. Of course, there's only this one. This is my masterpiece, the culmination of my hard work. Now that you've stolen it, I naturally have to rethink and recreate it. He spoke passionately, portraying himself as a pitiful genius whose talent had been stolen. Very good. Xu Yingzhou nodded. Talent doesn't lie. It took me an hour to write The Traveler's Boat in the Mortal World. He paused, then looked around the room. How about we have a competition? Weijia's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Compare what? Xu Yingzhou's voice suddenly rose, filled with a sense of oppression. Let's have a songwriting competition. The audience and judges here probably haven't seen or heard enough. In that case, let's continue the competition. 1 hour limit. Xu Yingzhou held up 2 fingers. I will compose 2 songs on the spot, which will be of no less quality than red dust in. Then, he pointed those 2 fingers at Weijia. And you, Wei, the great talent, only need to produce 1 poem, and you will win. Do you dare? Boom. Performing live. These 4 words exploded in everyone's minds. What arrogance! Weijia's face drained of all color in an instant, turning deathly pale. Comparing songwriting? Write it on the spot? An hour? What a joke! If he could write songs of that caliber, would he need to come out and make false accusations? The audience below the stage went wild. Holy crap! They're going all in? Live battle? Am I watching a rap competition? Really? Writing 2 songs in an hour that are just as good as red dust in? That's impossible. Who cares if it's possible? This is way more interesting than before. Let's compete. We have to compete. That's right. Let's see what it's like, let's put it to the test. Anyone who doesn't dare is a coward. The audience's emotions were completely ignited, and excited shouts rose and fell. A strange light also shone in King Yu's usually cold eyes. She stared intently at the figure on the stage, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Lulu excitedly waved her fist. So cool. Let's shut him up. Let him know what real talent is. All eyes were now focused on Weijia. Weijia felt like he was being roasted over a fire, his back instantly soaked with sweat. He was caught in a dilemma. Promise? That's just asking for trouble. You won't agree? Wouldn't that be the same as admitting in front of everyone that you're an imposter, a song thief? Xu Yingzhou looked at Weijia, his smile widening. What, you're afraid? The thunderous roar of "Let's compare" from the audience completely blocked all of Weijia's escape routes. Weijia's teeth were grinding together. He knew he had no other choice. From the moment he stood up and pointed out Xu Yingzhou, from the moment he greedily wanted to possess red dust in, he had already embarked on a path of no return. Let's compete. Weijia practically spat out those 3 words through gritted teeth. Who's afraid of who? Good. That's what a real man is like. Quickly. Staff. Get things ready. The audience erupted in cheers, and everyone stood up. They craned their necks excitedly, afraid of missing any detail. This is 100 times more exciting than watching any game. Soon, the staff hurriedly brought over 2 tables and 2 chairs, placing them on either side of the stage. Paper and pens were also brought up. A bright red countdown appeared on the large screen in the center of the stage. 1 hour. As the countdown began, all the lights in the venue dimmed. Only 2 beams of light remained, shining on Xu Yingzhou and Weijia respectively. The atmosphere was instantly filled with excitement. Xu Yingzhou didn't even glance at the countdown. I picked up the pen, and almost without pausing, the tip flew across the paper. On the other hand, Weijia's situation was completely the opposite. He picked up the pen, but his hand trembled so badly that he couldn't make the first stroke on the paper several times. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the snow-white paper, spreading out in a small patch. His mind went blank. Songwriting? 1 hour? How is that possible? Time passed by, second by second. The audience gradually quieted down. Everyone held their breath, watching this dramatic scene unfold on stage. On Xu Yingzhou's side, an entire page had already been filled with writing. He picked up a new sheet of paper and continued writing, without slowing down at all. The paper in front of Weijia was still blank. 41 minutes and 17 seconds. Chapter 53 Two Masterpieces. Xu Yingzhou put down his pen. He picked up the 2 sheets of paper covered in writing and gently blew on the ink. Then stacked them neatly and placed them face down on the table. After he finished all that, he leaned back in his chair and leisurely looked at the other end of the stage. Wei Zhe's clothes were already soaked through. Xu Yingzhou picked up the microphone. What is it, Scholar Wei? Have you run out of inspiration? Or, are you just clumsy and can't write anything? His voice came through the speakers. Put. Someone in the audience burst out laughing first. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. It's been almost half an hour and they haven't written a single word? What kind of talented scholar is he? I think he's just a good for nothing. Keep pretending. He suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Xu Yingzhou. I'm brainstorming. Refining it meticulously. Understand? He tried to hold on and defend himself. Art requires time to mature. Unlike some people who produce shoddy work, their creations are bound to be garbage. He pointed at Xu Yingzhou with his finger. If you're so capable, you go first. Let everyone see what kind of rubbish you've written in less than half an hour. He's just given up entirely. Since I can't write it myself, I might as well drag Xu Yingzhou into it too. As long as it can be proven that what Xu Yingzhou wrote was also garbage. Then there's still a glimmer of hope for me. Xu Yingzhou's smile remained unchanged. Okay. He stood up, picked up the 2 sheet music pieces on the table, and slowly walked to the center of the stage. They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Xu Yingzhou walked towards the piano on the side of the stage. He's really going to play? Are you crazy? It's only been a short time, less than 20 minutes. Can you even listen to what you've written? That's right, Wei Zhe is right. Art needs time to mature, it can't be done so quickly. Just wait and see how he makes a fool of himself. Scattered murmurs arose from the audience. Most people still have the mentality of enjoying the show and thinking that it's good to see more trouble. However, some people were swayed by Wei Zhe's words. They began to suspect that Xu Yingzhou was just putting on a show. Seeing this, Wei Zhe breathed a slight sigh of relief. Right. That's it. He simply couldn't believe that anyone could do it in such a short time. Write 2 songs that rival Red Dust in. This is completely contrary to the principles of creative work. If Xu Yingzhou's first song is a flop, he will have a chance to win back public opinion. On the stage, Xu Yingzhou sat down in front of the piano. His slender fingers gently touched the black and white piano keys. His entire aura changed instantly. The sharp edge he had displayed just moments before had vanished. Instead, a melancholic temperament emerged. The scene quieted down. All eyes were on him. Thump. Musical notes filled the studio. A slightly melancholic prelude flowed out. The prelude alone caused the expressions of everyone in the audience who understood music to change. On the judging panel, the 3 veteran musicians suddenly sat up straight. This melody unfolds with layers of emotion, carrying an indescribable sense of story. This is definitely not something that could be written in a shoddy manner. The fleeting sense of relief on Wei Zhe's face instantly froze. Just then, Xu Yingzhou spoke. I head north, leaving behind the season with you. You said you were so tired that you could no longer fall in love with anyone. The moment the song started, the entire venue seemed to be paused. The lyrics are simple, yet they are like a dull knife, slowly cutting into the hearts of the listeners. The melody conveyed a sense of parting and helplessness. Through Xu Yingzhou's singing, the message was precisely conveyed to everyone's ears. The imagery is so vivid. A scene involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. A car speeds along an empty highway. Outside the car window, the scenery rushed past. The people in the car wanted to escape a city. Trying to escape a memory, only to find there's nowhere to run. I traveled all the way north, and the joy on my face was dried by the wind from my tears. It turns out that only when love runs deep can I make a choice. I've decided to let go and say goodbye. As the song enters its chorus, the emotions completely erupt. Many sentimental female audience members in the audience had tears in their eyes. Lulu covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't know whose story the song was about. But she felt it all too well, and her heart ached so much she couldn't breathe. Kanyu's hands, resting on her knees, had unconsciously clenched into fists. What exactly has this man been through? How could someone write and sing such heart-wrenching songs? In every aspect, arrangement, lyrics, and melody, this song is absolutely on par with Red Dust In. Even in terms of the intensity of emotion, it surpasses that. And this is just one of 2 songs he wrote in less than 20 minutes. Weijia's face was beyond pale. When the music ended, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was still immersed in the sad mood of the song, unable to pull themselves out. Xu Yingzhou stood up from the piano. He didn't look at the audience, nor did he pay attention to the judges. Instead, they focused their attention on the figure at the other end of the stage. He didn't even bother to get another copy of the sheet music. He simply sat back down at the piano. Before anyone could react, an eerie piano solo began to play again. It looks like an ancient castle from the Middle Ages. It's completely different from the modern, melancholic pop song All the Way North we just heard. Holy crap! The style is completely different. What is this? What style of song is this? It's awesome. My god, just this intro gave me goosebumps. The audience was instantly pulled out of their sadness. If All the Way North is a work of genius, now this song is simply a masterpiece. Can you suddenly stood up? She lost her composure. As the president of the music club, she has listened to more songs than most people present have ever listened to in their entire lives. But she had never heard music like that before. It perfectly blends classical, pop, and rap. Upon hearing this prelude, Weijia's legs went weak, and he could no longer support himself. No. It's impossible, this can't be. It's fake, it's all fake. He completely broke down. This is no longer a contest on a single dimension. Xu Yingzhou's voice rang out again. This time, it was said in a cold tone. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants, attracted by carrion. I gaze at the lonely landscape with a blank expression. Without you, love and hate have become distinct. Without you, what else is there to care about? The lyrics are full of gothic darkness and splendor. The eerie piano melody creates an unparalleled atmosphere. I will play Chopin's Nocturne for you, in memory of my dead love. The sound is like the night wind, it's beautiful to hear a heart break. When they sang, I'll play Chopin's Nocturne for you, everyone's scalp tingled. So that's how it is. I will use Chopin's Nocturnes to commemorate my dead love. The entire audience went absolutely wild. Chapter 54. Please begin your performance. God! This is a masterpiece. I cried. Not from sadness, but from excitement. I can't believe I got to hear a song of this caliber live. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while listening to music. Who is Weijia? Does such a person even exist? Don't block my view of the immortals. The deafening roar nearly blew the roof off the entire studio. Several judges on the panel stood up excitedly. They clapped and chatted incoherently. Under the spotlight on the stage, Xu Yingzhou seemed to transform into a king of the night. Every note carried an unparalleled power, judging the thief who had fallen to the ground. The song has ended. Xu Yingzhou slowly stood up. He picked up the microphone and walked step by step to the center of the stage. He walked towards Weijia, who was slumped on the ground. The entire venue fell silent again. Everyone knew that the most exciting moment was about to begin. Xu Yingzhou stopped in front of him. I finished singing my 2 garbage songs. He handed the microphone to Weijia. Now, it's your turn to create your meticulous masterpiece. Please begin your performance. Weijia's eyes were unfocused, and he kept repeating those few words. Impossible, this is impossible. His world has collapsed. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Even so, it doesn't prove that you didn't steal Red Dust In. A figure quickly walked to the edge of the stage from the crowd. It's Chu Ming. He stared intently at Xu Yingzhou in the center of the stage. This abrupt and forced framing caused the air at the scene to freeze for a moment. This was followed by even louder boos and laughter. Who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? The facts are right in front of you, why are you still being so stubborn? I recognize him, he looks like the one who lost the race. Oh, so it's a defeated opponent. No wonder he jumped out looking for trouble. The audience's discussions were made without any attempt to conceal them. They have completely sided with Xu Yingzhou. In their eyes, this man who can write 2 masterpieces in 20 minutes is the god of Ing. Xu Ming, on the other hand, was nothing more than a clown who jumped out to make a fool of himself. Xu Yingzhou slowly turned around. It's you again? His tone revealed an undisguised disgust. You really are a piece of stinking dog shit. I can't get rid of you no matter what I do. What? You're not satisfied with your loss last time, and want to try again? Upon hearing the mention of racing, Xu Ming's face paled, and he subconsciously took a half step back. That's a shame he can never wash away. He stubbornly argued his way out of it. Stop talking nonsense. Wei Zhe may not be able to create anything right now, but who knows if he can write something even better if given more time. I'd also say that those 2 songs of yours were written a long time ago. You were just pretending to copy them. Even he himself felt that his sophistry lacked conviction. The moment he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. What kind of divine logic is this? I've truly seen something new today. Even if it was written a long time ago, it's still someone else's work. What does it have to do with plagiarism? Yeah, they have stockpiles, do you? Besides stealing, what else can your Wei Zhe do? Get out. Stop making a fool of yourself here. The 3 judges on the judging panel all bowed their heads because Xu Ming had something on them. The situation was now beyond their control. Can you sat in the audience? Her gaze towards Xu Ming as cold as if it were about to freeze. She would not allow anyone to slander Xu Yingzhou. Just as Ken Yu was about to speak, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the ground grew louder as it approached. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. There stood a woman dressed in a black business suit, exuding a noble and aloof air. Accompanied by a secretary and several bodyguards in black, he was walking towards the stage. It's President Qin of the Qin Group. Good heavens, why did she come in person? Doesn't she never attend these kinds of events? The biggest sponsor of this music cup is the Qin family, so it's normal for her to come. Normal my foot. Have you ever seen a big boss personally handle such a trivial matter? The audience erupted in chaos. If Xu Yingzhou is the king on the stage, that woman is the real queen in the real world. Xin Yan ignored everyone's gaze and walked straight to the edge of the stage. She stared coldly at Xu Ming. Her secretary strode forward and threw a stack of documents and photos at Xu Ming's feet with a clatter. The photos were scattered all over the ground. The above are all scenes of Xu Ming meeting privately with the 3 judges. The evidence is irrefutable. Xin Yan parted her red lips slightly, her voice not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire venue. The young master of the Chu family is making trouble at an event sponsored by my Qin group. If word gets out, it won't be good for the Chu family's reputation, will it? I'm curious, what would Chairman Chu Tianqua's reaction be if he found out? Xu Ming looked at the photo on the ground, shuddered, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Xin Yan. This woman's ruthlessness is well known in the business world of Dinghai City. More importantly, she mentioned her father, Chu Tianqua. If my father found out that I was using the Chu family's name to do such shady things outside, and that I had offended the Qin group, he dared not think about the consequences. Xu Ming's face turned deathly pale, and he could no longer utter a single word, nor did he even have the courage to glance at Xu Yingzhou. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, he and his entourage slunk backstage. Xin Yan didn't even glance at him, but simply gave a wink to the bodyguard behind her. 2 bodyguards in black immediately walked onto the judges' panel, amidst the horrified gazes of the 3 judges. They were invited away, one on the left and one on the right. As for these few, Xin Yan's gaze swept across the entire room. Accepting bribes and manipulating matches, I believe the law will give them a fair verdict. Clean and efficient. Without any hesitation or fuss. The audience was initially stunned, then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. So cool. This is what a real domineering CEO is like. After resolving everything, Xin Yan picked up the microphone handed to her by a staff member and walked onto the stage. She stood in the center of the stage, surveying the entire audience. The powerful aura silenced everyone. I hereby announce that the champion of this year's Jinghai City Music Cup is. She paused, her gaze falling on Xu Yingzhou. Moonlight Band. Ah. Yingshan is awesome. Moonlight Band. Moonlight Band. The pent-up emotions finally exploded at this moment. The audience erupted in cheers, and countless people surged from their seats toward the stage. They wanted to rush up and take a photo with Xu Yingzhou and ask for his autograph. Yingshan. I want to have your babies. Honey, look at me. I'm your fan. Get out of my way. I want to touch Yingshan's hand. Security personnel at the scene quickly formed a human wall to separate the frenzied fans. Chapter 55 Beauty Saves the Hero. Zhou was surrounded by band members and security guards. They walked with difficulty backstage. In the crowd, Ken looked at the figure surrounded by people with a complicated expression. Lulu had already taken out her phone. He excitedly took a series of photos of Zhou's back. "He's so handsome, he's practically my dream man." The back-end channel was in complete chaos. The screams of fans and the shouts of security personnel mingled together, making Zhou's eardrums ring. "This way, Mr. Zhou." A security captain, sweating profusely, pointed to an inconspicuous side door. "The car is already waiting for you outside." Zhou was surrounded and practically pushed and shoved through the door. A cool night breeze blew by, instantly making him much more awake. Outside the door was a quiet back alley. A black Alphard was parked quietly at the alley entrance, its streamlined body gleaming faintly under the dim streetlights. The car door slid open silently. Under the light, Xinyan's aloof and stunningly beautiful face was clearly visible. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou quickly crawled inside. The car door closed again, shutting out all the noise. Inside the carriage, there was a faint, sweet fragrance that belonged to Xinyan. Zhou leaned heavily against the soft leather seat and let out a long sigh. He turned his head and looked at the woman with an outstanding presence beside him. The sharp and assertive aura he displayed on stage just now has completely vanished. He reached out and naturally took Xinyan's hand, which was resting on her knee. Her hands were slightly cold, and her fingertips curled up unconsciously. "Thank goodness you came, Sister Yan." Zhou's voice carried a hint of weariness. "Otherwise, I really don't know how I would get out of there." Xinyan's body stiffened visibly for a moment. She glanced quickly at the driver in the driver's seat and the secretary in the passenger seat. The two men kept their eyes straight ahead, as if they hadn't seen anything. Only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Her cheeks were burning, but she didn't pull her hand away. "You're a celebrity now." Xinyan's voice returned to its usual cool and aloof tone. "This kind of situation will only become more frequent in the future." Zhou looked at her slightly reddened ears, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. "I wouldn't call myself a celebrity, I'm just a singer." He paused. "That Zhu Ming, is he from the Zhu family?" Upon hearing the words Zhu family, Xinyan's gaze sharpened. "He is the good-for-nothing son of the Zhu family. He acts recklessly outside because of the Zhu family's name." Xinyan gave a soft and didn't offer any further comment. He simply turned his hand and gently stroked the back of Zhou's hand with his fingertips. "Zhu Tianque is a very cunning and ruthless man." Her voice was very low. "You'd better be more careful when you deal with the Zhu family in the future." "I know." Zhou nodded. A brief silence fell over the carriage. The secretary in the front row suddenly spoke up. "President Xin, all the evidence regarding those 3 judges has been collected and can be handed over to the public security authorities at any time. And Zhu Ming, we've also obtained the recordings of him using his connections." Xinyan responded with a faint yes. "No rush. Send the document about Zhu Ming to Zhu Tianque anonymously." The secretary was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered and answered respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Qin. A single move to cut off the enemy's supply lines. Let Zhu Tianque deal with his troublemaking son himself. This is far more sophisticated than the Qin group exerting pressure." Zhou looked at Xinyan. "Ding. Target detected, can you, affection plus 10%? Current favorability rating, 55%. Reward, golden treasure chest. Open the treasure chest." Zhou silently recited it in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have achieved a critical hit and gained God-level music composition ability. A profound knowledge of music theory and arrangement skills." The images instantly flooded into Zhou's mind. His eyes lit up. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. With this, those classic songs in his mind came back to him. Only then can it be presented in the most perfect way. Just then, the back door of the venue was pushed open again. Ken and Lulu came out? Where did they go? How could they disappear in the blink of an eye? Lulu stood on tiptoe, looking around with a look of lingering enjoyment. Kenu's gaze, however, was drawn to the black Alphard slowly starting up at the alley entrance. Although the people inside the car were not clearly visible, the unique license plate number was striking. It is unique in Jinghai City. That's the car driven by the chairman of the Qin Group. Can you watch the car merge into the traffic and disappear into the night, her clear, cold eyes reflecting her gaze? A hint of melancholy flashed across his face. Inside the car. Feeling the warmth of Qin Yan's palm, Xu Yingzhou suddenly spoke. Sister Yan, how about I treat you to a late-night snack to thank you for saving my life? Qin Yan turned her head, looked into his smiling eyes, and parted her red lips slightly. Where to? Let's go to a place I frequent. Xu Yingzhou gave an address to the driver in the front seat. That's the name of an alley located in the old town. The driver glanced at Qin Yan in the rearview mirror. Seeing that she didn't object, he responded and turned the car around. A black Alfred cruises through the bustling city center. Finally, we turned into the old town, where the lights were dim. The roads narrowed, and the surrounding high-rise buildings were replaced by low-rise residential buildings. A unique, everyday atmosphere, reminiscent of the bustling city, wafted through the air. The car eventually stopped at the entrance of an alley. The alley is too narrow for cars to drive in. President Qin, Mr. Chu, we've arrived. The driver said respectfully. Xu Yingzhou was the first to push open the car door and get out. A strong aroma, a blend of cumin and charcoal, wafted towards me. Qin Yan got out of the car, her high heels clicking on the uneven ground. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. In front of us is an open-air barbecue stall. Several greasy folding tables, paired with plastic stools of varying heights. A few tables of guests were scattered around. The shirtless, burly boss was sweating profusely as he turned the skewers over the charcoal fire, surrounded by swirling smoke. This environment is similar to the upscale restaurants Qin Yan usually frequents. It's like two completely different worlds. The secretary in the passenger seat also got out of the car. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Mr. Qin, the environment here. Fine. Qin Yan interrupted her calmly. Xu Yingzhou felt as if he had returned to his own territory, and his whole body relaxed. He greeted the boss familiarly. Uncle Li, the usual, extra spicy. All right. Yingzhou, it's been a while. The boss raised his greasy face. He flashed a bright yellow smile, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. You brought your girlfriend today? She's beautiful. Qin Yan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Xu Yingzhou turned around and met her cold gaze. He had a smile on his face. Uncle Li, my friend. He pulled out two relatively clean ones from a stack of plastic stools. I wiped it carefully with a tissue. Sister Yan, please sit down, don't mind. Qin Yan looked at the low stool. She then looked at her expensive custom-made suit. There was a 2-second silence. She sat down anyway. The secretary and driver stood a short distance away, looking at each other, somewhat at a loss. Chapter 56. My back is a little sore. You guys go and get something to eat too, I'll pay. Xu Yingzhou said something to them before sitting down opposite Qin Yan. Soon, Uncle Li brought over a large bunch of sizzling, oily skewers. Lamb skewers, grilled pork belly, chicken wings, chives. It was served on a stainless steel plate, steaming hot. Xu Yingzhou picked up a string of pearls and handed it to Qin Yan. Try it. You won't find another place like Uncle Li in the entire Jinghai city with his cooking skills. Qin Yan looked at the skewer of meat covered in chili powder and cumin, but did not take it. She took out a wet wipe from her bag. He slowly wiped his hands. Her movements were elegant, standing out starkly from the noisy surroundings. Xu Yingzhou wasn't embarrassed at all. He took a big bite first, his mouth full of oil. I used to be an orphan. He suddenly spoke. Qin Yan stopped wiping her hands. Grown up in an orphanage. Xu Yingzhou looked at the kebabs in his hand, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, my biggest hope was that the headmaster would give me pocket money every month. Once I get the money, I sneak here and buy 2 skewers of meat. That makes me happy for days. The hustle and bustle of traffic. At this moment, everything seemed so far away. Qin Yan raised her head and quietly looked at the big boy in front of her. He still had stage makeup on his face. But at this moment, his eyes were as clear as a spring. She reached out and took the skewer of lamb from Xu Yingzhou. Under Xu Yingzhou's slightly surprised gaze, he tilted his head slightly and took a small bite. The spicy and scalding sensation explodes on your taste buds instantly. It's a bit impulsive. But it's not bad to eat. The taste is not bad. Xin Yan's voice was very soft. Xu Yingzhou smiled. It was as brilliant as the starry sky on a summer night. Ding! Target detected, Xin Yan, affection plus 2%. Current favorability rating, 97%. Reward, silver treasure chest. Xu Yingzhou's smile deepened. He didn't rush to open the treasure chest, but kept handing the grilled skewers to Xin Yan. This time, Xin Yan did not refuse. Just then, Xu Yingzhou's phone rang. He hesitated for a moment, but then answered the call. Hello, is this Xu Yingzhou? On the other end of the phone was a cool, clear female voice. I am Ken Yu. Xu Yingzhou's smile faded slightly. He glanced at Xin Yan across from him subconsciously. Xin Yan was holding a skewer of grilled chicken wings and eating them in small bites. They didn't seem to notice anything unusual about him. What's up? Xu Yingzhou's voice didn't reveal much emotion. Are you alright? Just now. Ken Yu asked with concern. I'm out now, everything's fine. Xu Yingzhou interrupted her. That's good. Ken Yu breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, our moonlight band might not have. You're too kind, senior. You've helped me before too. Alright, senior, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I still have some things to take care of here. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ken Yu to speak again. Xu Yingzhou then hung up the phone. Senior? Xin Yan put down the skewer in her hand and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Yes, she's a senior from my school. She helped me with a small favor before. Xu Yingzhou put his phone back in his pocket. He picked up a bottle of beer, poured himself a glass, and poured one for Xin Yan as well. She seems to care about you a lot. Xin Yan picked up the glass and looked at the golden liquid inside. Maybe they felt I helped their band and wanted to thank me. Xu Yingzhou tilted his head back and drank the beer in his glass in one gulp. In front of Xin Yan, any topic about other women is dangerous. Especially now that the favorability rating is almost at its maximum. Xin Yan did not ask any further questions. She simply looked at Xu Yingzhou quietly. Xu Yingzhou felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and took the initiative to change the subject. Sister Yan, is Chenin home today? Xin Yan naturally knew what Xu Yingzhou was planning, and rolled her beautiful peach blossom eyes. You little rascal. On the other side, Ken Yu held up her phone, listening to the busy tone coming from it, and didn't put it down for a long time. Yin Lulu came closer. How is he? What did Xu Yingzhou say? Is he alright? He said he was fine. Ken Yu answered in a murmur, a hint of disappointment that she herself did not notice appearing on her face. That's good. This guy is so cool. Didn't you see how cowardly Weijia looked at the end? It cracked me up. Yin Lulu gestured excitedly. Ken Yu, however, was thinking. Why can't he say that he joined the Moonlight Band because of me? The image of Xu Yingzhou reappeared in Ken Yu's mind. The moments we shared these past few days flashed by in a blur. It was he who wrote the stunningly beautiful song Red Dust In. It was he who stood in front of Weijia like a hero when Weijia launched his attack. Ken Yu herself didn't know when it started? That junior student, who always had a slightly lazy smile, had already occupied such an important place in her heart. Her heart was in turmoil. The next morning, Xu Yingzhou, supporting his aching back, slipped out of Xin Yan's villa. The sky was just beginning to lighten, but the morning breeze made him shiver. The madness of last night flashed through my mind. The woman seemed determined to drain him dry. Xu Yingzhou gave a bitter smile. It seems that having a near full favorability rating isn't always a good thing. Who can resist that? System, when will the treasure chest start giving me items that can improve my physical abilities? He silently recited it in his heart. That flashy Panamera is still parked at the school. Xu Yingzhou could only flag down a taxi on the roadside. The driver was a talkative middle-aged man who sized him up through the rearview mirror. Young man, you're from Jinshui Bay? That's one of the most prestigious and affluent areas in Jinghai City. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in the seat. He closed his eyes and hummed in response, too lazy to say anything more. All he wants to do right now is get back to his dorm and sleep like a log. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the gate of Jinghai University. After paying, Xu Yingzhou dragged his tired body inside. Before I had gone far, I saw that my car was surrounded by layers of people. Jinghai University has no shortage of rich kids, but it's outrageous that someone would so blatantly drive a sports car worth millions into the teaching area. Shuing Zhou was the first one. Wow, this car is so cool. That's a Porsche, isn't it? Quick, take a picture for me. I want to post it on WeChat Moments saying this is my boyfriend's car. A group of girls chattered and posed for photos around the front of the car, with flashes going off constantly. Shuing Zhou's eyelids twitched, but he had no interest in paying attention to these things. As long as they don't scratch my car, it's fine. He pulled down the brim of his hat, squeezed through the gaps in the crowd, and headed straight for the dormitory building. I pushed open the dormitory door, and it was empty. The third brother is probably back at the library as the book king again. The eldest and second eldest were probably playing games all night. They're probably still at the internet cafe right now. Perfect. Chapter 57 Body Strengthening Liquid. Shuing Zhou locked the door and threw his entire weight onto the bed. His skeleton is almost falling apart. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. System, open the silver treasure chest. Ding. Silver treasure chest is being opened. A soft silver light bloomed in Shuing Zhou's consciousness space. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Physique Enhancement Fluid Beginner X1. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 1 million. It's here. Shuing Zhou was secretly delighted. Physical Enhancement Fluid Basic comprehensively improves the host's physical condition, eliminates fatigue, and enhances strength and endurance. This is like a pillow being delivered to someone who's just fallen asleep. Use it immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Shuing Zhou issued the order. A warm current instantly surged from my heart. It quickly flowed throughout the body. The feeling of being completely drained began to dissipate. He could clearly feel that his muscle lines seemed to have become firmer and stronger. Shuing Zhou sat up in bed and casually threw a punch. A soft popping sound was heard in the air. Cool. This feeling is more effective than sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as he was feeling the changes in his body, his phone on the table suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number. Shuing Zhou picked it up and glanced at it. Are you Shuing Zhou? The sender did not sign their name. Shuing Zhou gripped his phone, his brows furrowed slightly. Unknown number. Who still uses text messages to communicate these days? He typed a few words on the screen. Who are you? Send. Then, he casually tossed his phone back onto the table. I rolled over, ready to catch up on my sleep. The body strengthening liquid is very effective. However, mental fatigue is not so easy to eliminate. Especially after being tormented by that vixen Qinyan all night. A 5-star hotel in the center of Jinghai. A middle-aged man wearing a bespoke suit is pacing back and forth. It was Shi Tianhan, the head of Xinghe Group. At this moment, he anxiously awaited news. Buzz. The phone screen lights up. Shi Tianhan rushed over and picked up his phone. Upon seeing the reply to the text message, the anxiety on his face was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He replied to me. Shi Tianhan immediately dialed the number back. The call connected, and a regular beep, beep sound came from the receiver. 1, 2, 3. Shi Tianhan's heart jumped into his throat again. Answer it quickly. However, no one answered the phone until it was automatically disconnected by the system. Damn it! Shi Tianhan slammed his fist on the expensive mahogany desk. Why did you reply to the text message but not answer the phone? The door to the room was pushed open. A tall female secretary wearing a business suit walked in. She gently placed a document on the table. Chairman, are you still unable to reach him? Shi Tianhan waved his hand irritably. He replied with a text message, but he didn't answer the phone. The blonde secretary pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. We have confirmed that Mr. Chu should be in his dormitory at Jinghai University right now. She paused, then asked tentatively. Should we send someone over to invite him? Shi Tianhan immediately rejected the suggestion. No. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling city below. He is now the 4th largest shareholder, and we must pay attention to him. Shi Tianhan's voice returned to its usual calm and steady tone. But you're right, we should take the initiative. He turned around, his gaze sharp. But we need to make the right gesture. Go and reserve the best room at Taiyanyakshuan, the Lanue Hall, for tonight. Also, prepare a gift that is befitting his status. The blonde's secretary bowed slightly. Understood, Chairman. As for the gifts, are there any standards? Sure, Tianhan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The standard is to make him unable to refuse. Sure, Tianhan's gaze fell on the blonde secretary Tina's business suit, and he suddenly spoke. Change your clothes before dinner, and the company will reimburse you. Tina paused for a moment, then nodded, her ample bosom swaying violently. Yes, Chairman. After saying that, she turned and left the office. Sure, Tianhan walked to the window, looked at the bustling traffic below, and muttered to himself. Hopefully, this new shareholder will like this gift. When Xu Yingzhou woke up again, the sky was already turning west. Golden sunlight slanted in through the window. He stretched, feeling a sense of comfort emanating from every bone in his body. The dormitory was noisy, all three of them had returned. Holy crap, third brother, you're finally awake. You're totally famous now. I just saw on the forum that someone uploaded your video from the music cup, and it's getting tons of clicks. Brother Zhou, when do you really become a big star? Can you arrange for some female celebrities to show us what you're made of? Looking at the three faces surrounding the bed, Xu Yingzhou laughed and cursed. I'm nothing now, let's talk when I've really made something of myself. Yu Shou winked and leaned closer, looking mysterious. Hey third brother, tell me honestly, is that Panamera downstairs yours? It's the newest one, it's so cool. The group's attention was instantly diverted, and they began to have a heated discussion about which car they would drive. How many girls can he pick up at Jinghai University? John Lei put his arm around Xu Yingzhou's shoulder and sighed gruffly. Hey, if you ask me, even without that car, I could have had Lao San's face. Unfortunately, God gave me neither a car nor a face. A burst of laughter immediately erupted in the dormitory. Xu Yingzhou simply smiled and didn't reply. Just then, his phone, which he had tossed on the table, vibrated again. It was still that unfamiliar number. Xu Yingzhou frowned slightly and casually swiped to answer the call. Before he could speak, a clear and pleasant female voice came through the receiver, polite yet distant. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xu Yingzhou? I am. Xu Yingzhou replied lazily. Hello Mr. Chu, my name is Tina, and I am the secretary to Mr. Shi Tianhan, the chairman of Xingha Group. The chairman would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Would that be convenient for you? Galaxy Group? Shi Tianhan? Galaxy Group? Shi Tianhan? A forgotten corner of Xu Yingzhou's mind flashed through his mind. Oh, right. The treasure chest in the system previously yielded 10% of the shares of Galaxy Group. He's been so busy lately that he almost forgot about it. It turns out he wasn't a scammer. Send the address to my phone. Xu Yingzhou said calmly, without waiting for the other party to say anything more. He hung up the phone immediately. Holy crap! Third brother, who is that? She sounds like a stunning beauty. Yu Shou's gossip-loving spirit was burning brightly. Xu Yingzhou got out of bed and started looking for clothes. A businessperson. Talking business? The dormitory fell silent instantly. Zhang Lei and Hong Tao also widened their eyes. A college student is already doing business? Moreover, the other party sounded like a woman of considerable status. Chapter 58 Get Down. Xu Yingzhou ignored their shock and changed into casual clothes. He picked up the car keys from the table. I'm going out for a bit, don't wait for me for dinner. After saying that, he pushed open the door and left amidst three pairs of stunned gazes. He had to go to Lu Wei's studio first. The response to those three songs on music platforms far exceeded expectations. It has already brought him nearly 3 million in income. It's time to record the remaining tracks. It completely ignited the market. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory building, a brand new Panamera was parked quietly on the side of the road. The car's sleek lines gleamed with a captivating luster in the setting sun. It attracted the attention of countless passing students. However, this work of art has now been desecrated. A girl wearing heavy makeup, a revealing tank top, and a miniskirt. He plopped down on the hood of the Panamera. She twisted her waist, striking various poses that she thought were sexy. Next to her, another girl was excitedly taking pictures of her with her phone. Baby, your pose is amazing. Move a little to the left, yes, yes, lift your leg a little higher. How is it? Does it look good? This car is so cool, it'll definitely be a hit on social media. The heavily made-up girl adjusted her posture. He asked excitedly. They didn't notice at all. The car's owner was walking towards them with a cold expression. Shuingzhou's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Could you please come down for a moment? Shuingzhou's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable chill. The two girls looked over when they heard the noise. The girl taking the photo's eyes lit up when she saw Shuingzhou's face. But his enthusiasm was quickly dampened by his ordinary casual clothes. The heavily made-up girl sitting in the front of the car looked Shuingzhou up and down, a hint of disdain on her face. Who are you? Mind your own business. She turned back and continued speaking to her companion. Never mind him, take the picture quickly, it will be difficult to take pictures when the car owner comes. Shuingzhou was so angry he laughed. He didn't waste any more words. His finger pressed the car key in his pocket. Beep beep. The Panamera's headlights flashed twice and emitted a crisp chime. The heavily made-up girl sitting on the hood of the car was startled. My bottom slipped, and I almost fell off the hood of the car. She steadied herself awkwardly and stared at Shuingzhou in astonishment. The girl taking the photo was also stunned. The hand holding the phone froze in mid-air. The students who had been watching the commotion all fell silent. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. Shuingzhou shook the key in his hand. Now, can you roll off my car? The words "get out of here" were like a slap across the girl's face. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding area. Holy crap, is this car really his? That was a slap in the face, a resounding one. Isn't this Zhou Qianqian, the most beautiful girl in the foreign languages department? She's always showing off on her WeChat moments. I never thought she'd run into a brick wall today. It's not just an iron plate, it's a fucking titanium alloy plate. Zhou Qianqian clenched her fists. Her companion, already blushing with embarrassment, tugged at her sleeve and whispered something. Qianqian, let's go quickly, this is too embarrassing. Where are you going? Zhou Qianqian abruptly shook off her companion's hand. Suddenly, a sickeningly sweet smile appeared on her face. She swayed her hips and walked a few steps to Shuingzhou. Her voice was so sweet it could melt your heart. Handsome, I'm so sorry, I didn't know this was your car, it was all a misunderstanding. As she spoke, she subtly puffed out her chest. They are trying to showcase their capital. My name is Zhou Qianqian, I'm in the foreign languages department. What about you, handsome? Let's be friends? How about we add each other on WeChat? She took out her phone and skillfully opened the QR code interface. It was handed to Shuingzhou. At Jinghai University, there are many handsome and wealthy students. But someone who's handsome, rich, and drives the latest Panamera is practically a rare breed. Shuingzhou looked at her as if she were a clown. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He walked right past her and opened the car door. Zhou Qianqian's hand, holding the phone, froze in mid-air. The smile on his face froze instantly. Handsome guy? Shuingzhou got into the driver's seat and started the car. The engine emitted a deep roar. He rolled down the car window and coldly swept his gaze over Zhou Qianqian's bewildered face. I have a bad memory. They can usually only remember human speech. Before Zhou Qianqian could react, he stepped on the gas. Palamara darted away like a black lightning bolt. All that remained was a trail of exhaust fumes and a stunned Zhou Qianqian. A burst of suppressed laughter erupted from the surrounding area. Zhou Qianqian's face turned completely liver-colored. She stared intently in the direction the car had disappeared, her eyes filled with resentment. Stop pretending. So what if you have a little money? She stomped her foot in exasperation. He turned and left, not even bothering with his companion beside him. Inside the car, Shuingzhou's expression remained unchanged. He had no interest in even glancing at a woman like Zhou Qianqian. My phone vibrated again. It was an address from Tina. Tian Yuxuan, Lanyua Hall. It was followed by a sentence. Mr. Chu, the chairman has been waiting here for quite some time. Shuingzhou gripped the steering wheel with one hand, the name Shi Tianhan flashing through his mind. Chairman of Xinghe Group, one of the most prominent figures in Shanghai. However, Shuingzhou had no intention of disrupting his plans. The Panamera stopped downstairs at the studio. Shuingzhou pushed open the door and entered the studio. The soundproof door wasn't closed properly, and a familiar melody drifted out from inside his song Red Dust Inn. A slightly obsequious voice rang out. "Mr. Liu, you need to think this through. A hit song doesn't mean he'll become famous. He's just a student, doing this for fun. The hype will die down quickly. We at Starlight Entertainment are willing to pay this price to buy out all the copyrights to these songs, which is already because the songs are of pretty good quality. Once you miss this opportunity, you might not get another one." Chewing Joe paused, his gaze turning cold. He pushed open the door. In the small meeting room outside the recording studio, Lu Wei was rubbing his hands with a worried expression. Opposite him, a man in a sharp suit was leaning back on the sofa, looking arrogant. The laptop screen in front of the man. The video being played was of Chewing Joe performing at the campus music cup. Upon seeing Chewing Joe enter, Lu Wei felt as if he had seen a savior and stood up abruptly. "Ing Joe. You've come." The manager Zhang glanced at Chewing Joe. Seeing his ordinary casual clothes, their disdain deepened. "You are Chewing Joe?" Manager Zhang pointed to the screen. "Did you write the song?" Chewing Joe ignored him and walked straight to Lu Wei's side. He patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Wei, are you getting impatient?" Chapter 59 Song, "I'm not selling." Lu Wei looked somewhat embarrassed. "This is Manager Zhang from Starlight Entertainment. He wants to buy your song." "It's not about buying, it's about giving a newcomer a chance." Manager Zhang adopted a condescending tone. "You're Chu, right? I watched your video. You have some talent, but you're still quite inexperienced. The music industry is a deep and complex place. It's not something a student like you can navigate. Here's the deal, 300,000 yuan. All the copyrights to the lyrics, music, and vocals of these 3 songs will be transferred to our company. Our company will help you with that and give you some resources. You might even have a chance to debut in the future." He leaned back on the sofa. 300,000 is not a small amount of money for a student. Lu Wei's face turned red with anger. "Manager Zhang, these songs have already generated nearly 3 million in revenue. You're offering 300,000 to buy them out? That's robbery. Income?" Manager Zhang scoffed. "That's just a false sense of prosperity created by the platform. Without a professional company like ours promoting them behind the scenes, believe it or not, these songs would be gone in less than half a month. At that time, it will be worthless." He was convinced that this was a student who had never seen the world. "If I threaten him a bit, I might just get what I want." Chewing Joe pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Manager Zhang. "Starlight Entertainment?" Chewing Joe leaned forward slightly. "I remember last month, the stock price plummeted for several days because of accounting fraud. This month, their top male star was exposed for a fan-favorite scandal. Their PR team must be overwhelmed with work, right?" Manager Zhang's smile froze. "You still have money to buy songs?" Every word Chewing Joe uttered was Xingmong Entertainment's most painful wound. "Or are you trying to use 300,000 to get something for nothing, to fill the company's hole?" Manager Zhang suddenly stood up. What nonsense are you spouting? Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart." Chewing Joe leaned back on the sofa. "I don't sell songs. Also, I'm here today to record a new song. Viagra." He turned to Lu Wei. "Is the recording studio empty?" Upon hearing Chewing Joe's words, Lu Wei immediately came to his senses. "It's free. Any time is fine." "Very good." Chewing Joe stood up, not even glancing at Manager Zhang again. "Excuse me, please move aside. Don't block my way to make money." "You." Manager Zhang was so angry that he was trembling all over. He never expected to be so humiliated by a mere young boy. "Good. Very good." He was so angry that he laughed instead. "Chewing Joe, is that it? I'll remember you. Let me tell you, without Starry Sky, you are nothing. I'll show you what happens when you offend us." After uttering those harsh words, Manager Zhang grabbed his briefcase, slammed the door, and stormed out. The room finally quieted down. Lu Wei let out a long sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa. Starlight Entertainment is a real capital company, backed by an entire conglomerate. He looked at Chewing Joe. "Ing Joe. You finally arrived." Lu Wei was so excited that he became incoherent. You have no idea, this guy has been buzzing around here like a fly all afternoon. He wants to buy out the deal for 300,000? He might as well just rob us. He slapped his thigh suddenly. Oh right. You just said, you're going to record a new song? Xu Yingzhou nodded and said. I'm going to record those 3 songs on the music cup. Lu Wei's eyes lit up instantly. My god. Your songs are practically dominating the music charts now. Lu Wei gestured. From Red Dust Inn to Nocturne and all the way north, each song is more ruthless than the last. The comments section is full of people saying you're a celestial being descended to earth. Netizens are now calling you in God, and my little studio is getting a taste of that fame too. His excitement was impossible to hide. Xu Yingzhou smiled. Then it'll be the same as always, thanks to Wei Gu. No trouble at all. Not trouble at all. Lu Wei thumped his chest loudly. Just kidding, this isn't trouble at all, it's clearly a lucky break. Those 3 songs had already made him a fortune. Now when he goes out, people in the industry respectfully call him President Lu. Everyone wanted to get on the In God's trail through him. Unfortunately, Lu Wei would not release Xu Yingzhou's contact information without Xu Yingzhou's consent. Xu Yingzhou didn't say anything more and pushed open the door to walk into the recording studio. Put on the monitoring headphones. He gave Lu Wei, who was at the control panel outside, an OK sign. The prelude begins. Until all 3 songs have ended. As before, Xu Yingzhou went through it all in one go. He walked out of the recording studio without saying a word. He had to attend another event soon. Brother Wei, once the post-production is done, just release it on the platform. Okay. Okay. No problem. Lu Wei was still immersed in the melody he had just heard. Once these 3 songs are released, manager Zhang from Starlight Entertainment will probably be slapped in the face. At the same time, inside a black Audi S6, manager Zhang gripped the steering wheel tightly. He smashed the phone on the passenger seat. The screen was already shattered. He is a top agent at Starlight Entertainment. He's mentored top-tier celebrities before. When have they ever been treated like this? He was publicly humiliated by a student who hadn't even debuted yet. Right. I'll remember you. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I picked up my spare phone and dialed a number. The phone rang several times before being answered. A slick voice came from the other side. Hey, Manager Zhang, what brings you here? Brother Zhua, stop talking nonsense. Manager Zhang's voice was icy. Here's a job for you, want it or not? Brother Zhua on the other end of the phone laughed. There's no reason for me not to do Manager Zhang's job. Tell me, who are you trying to get this time? A student has recently become quite popular online. His online name is Ing. Student? Brother Zhua was somewhat disdainful. He was a big shot in the paparazzi world. Why was he doing such low-level work? You think it's beneath you to date a student? I don't care what method you use. Manager Zhang's tone was sinister. Dirty scandals, anything goes. Even if they're fake, you have to make them sound real. I want him completely ruined and unable to work in the entertainment industry. Brother Zhua, you're a professional, you know this stuff. Zhua Gu remained silent for a moment on the other end, seemingly making plans. Manager Zhang, you said it yourself. Students are easy to deal with, but what if there's someone behind them? If he had connections, would he be holed up in that shabby recording studio? Manager Zhang sneered. Money is no problem, here's the amount. He gave a number. Zhua, on the other end of the phone, immediately changed his tune. All right. Manager Zhang, just you wait and see. I guarantee I'll stripping naked in less than 3 days. Only after hanging up the phone did the ferocity on Manager Zhang's face slightly fade. A mere brat dares to challenge me? I will show you how capital can grind people into dust. Chapter 60. He might just be passing by. Xu Yingzhou glanced at the time on his phone. There wasn't much time left until the agreed upon time. He greeted Lu Wei. He said he had other things to do and left the studio. Taiyan Yuxuan is a top-tier private club in Jinghai City. Those who can afford to spend money here are either rich or powerful. Xu Yingzhou got out of the car at the door. I looked up and glanced at the antique building. If it weren't for his own 10% stake, he has no interest in coming to a place like this. Just as I reached the door, a repulsive figure came into view. Xu Ming. He was affectionately putting his arm around a girl's waist. The girl nestled affectionately in his arms. It's Lin Qingxian. The two were a handsome couple, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Xu Yingzhou pretended not to see and walked straight towards the gate. Stop! Xu Ming's icy voice rang out. He released Lin Qingxian, stepped forward, and stood in front of Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou? Xu Ming looked him up and down. This is Taiyan Yuxuan. Is this a place for someone like you to come in? His voice was loud enough for the greeters and security guards at the door to hear him clearly. Several scrutinizing gazes immediately fell upon Xu Yingzhou. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes. His eyes held a hint of disdain. Lin Qingxian also came over and gently tugged at Xu Ming's arm. His face showed worry. Don't be like this, Yingzhou might just be passing by. She looked at Xu Yingzhou. Yingzhou, it's very expensive here. You'd better leave quickly, or you'll get kicked out. That would be so embarrassing. These words made it sound as if Xu Yingzhou was already a penniless man about to be kicked out of the house. Xu Yingzhou didn't even bother to glance at her. I'm here to eat. He spoke calmly. Have a meal? Xu Ming immediately burst into laughter. Do you know how much a meal costs here? You couldn't even pay a fraction of it if you sold yourself. Get out of here and stop making a fool of yourself. Xu Ming waved his hand impatiently. It was at this moment. Inside the clubhouse, a middle-aged man in a suit was pacing anxiously back and forth. It was Shi Tianhan, the chairman of Xinghe Group. Standing beside him was Tina, a blonde with blue eyes. Tina, are you sure Mr. Chu will really come? Shi Tianhan wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is a mysterious shareholder who holds 10% of the company's shares, so we can't afford to take him lightly. Tina glanced at her watch. Chairman, Mr. Chu may have been delayed by something. As soon as she finished speaking, Tina's gaze fell on the doorway, and her eyes lit up. Chairman, Mr. Chu has arrived. Shi Tianhan perked up and immediately followed Tina's gaze. At the doorway, Xu Ming was pointing his finger at Xu Yingzhou's nose, looking arrogant. Shi Tianhan's face instantly darkened. Xu Ming is the eldest young master of the Chu family, so he naturally knows him. He also had some collaborations with the Chu family in Shanghai. But the person he wants to see now is Xu Yingzhou. Seeing their esteemed guest being humiliated at the door, Shi Tianhan's anger flared up instantly. He strode towards the door. Xu Ming, standing at the door, was still enjoying the thrill of humiliating Xu Yingzhou. Can't you understand human language? I'm telling you to get lost. He reached out to push Xu Yingzhou's shoulder. Stop! An angry shout came from behind him. Xu Ming was taken aback. He turned around and saw Shi Tianhan with an angry expression. Uncle Shi. Uncle Shi? Xu Ming put on a fawning smile. Why did you come out? Shi Tianhan is a big shot in the Shanghai Stock Exchange's capital circle. This is roughly equivalent to the status of the Chu family in Jinghai. However, Shi Tianhan didn't even glance at him. He walked quickly to Xu Yingzhou. Mr. Chu. You finally arrived. I am Shi Tianhan, chairman of Xinghe Group. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. The greeter at the entrance almost dropped his jaw. What is this? A bipolar reversal? The hostess noted that this middle-aged man had booked the entire Lan Yu Hall just to entertain one person. Could it be? Xu Ming's smile froze completely. Lin Qingxian covered her mouth. Shi Tianhan, the chairman of Xinghe Group, is actually being so polite to Xu Yingzhou, an orphan? How is that possible? Xu Yingzhou nodded slightly to Shi Tianhan. Hello, Mr. Shi. Mr. Chu, it's windy outside, let's go inside and talk. Shi Tianhan turned to the side and invited Xu Yingzhou to the moon-gazing hall. Xu Yingzhou glanced at the two of them. I even felt a little like laughing. Is this the chosen one from the original story? In retrospect, he was nothing more than a spoiled brat who relied on his family background. He will rise to power later on, control the Northern Consortium, and become the true king of the North. Most of the time, it was thanks to Lin Qingxian, his virtuous wife, and himself, his sycophant, who delivered the kills. You want to climb over me to get ahead? No way in this lifetime. Xu Yingzhou followed Shi Tianhan inside. Just as Xu Yingzhou's figure was about to disappear inside the gate, Xu Ming finally recovered from the enormous shock. He was humiliated in this way by the bastard he despised the most, in front of his fiancée. Xu Yingzhou! He roared and tried to rush forward. Young Master Chu. Shi Tianhan's secretary, Tina, stopped him. He even had a professional smile on his face. Please do not disturb our distinguished guest, otherwise our chairman Shi will not mind contacting your father. Shi Tianhan also turned around. Xu Ming, what are you doing? Shouting and yelling at the entrance of Tianyuan, is this how you disgrace the Chu family? Shi Tianhan didn't even give him a chance to explain. He turned around and followed Xu Yingzhou inside. Xu Ming was left frozen in place. Lin Qingxian stared in the direction where Xu Yingzhou had disappeared, her mind a jumbled mess. How could Xu Yingzhou, who always followed her around wooing her, know someone like Shi Tianhan? What are you looking at? Xu Ming suddenly turned his head and grabbed Lin Qingxuan's wrist. Don't forget, you are my fiancé, Xu Ming. Lin Qingxian was startled. She had never seen Xu Ming like this before. In her presence, Xu Ming was always the gentle and refined young man of heaven. But now, the expression on his face was so ferocious it was almost terrifying. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice? The thought popped into my head uncontrollably. She looked at Xu Ming in front of her and then thought of Xu Yingzhou. Two figures kept overlapping in my mind. Lin Qingxian shook off Xu Ming's hand, and fear appeared in her eyes for the first time. Xu Ming looked at his empty hands. An unnamed anger flared up again. Tianyuan, Lanyua Hall. This is the most luxurious private room in the entire club. It faces the lakeside pavilion in the courtyard, offering a superb view. Xu Yingzhou casually sat in the main seat. Shi Tianhan and Tina sat respectfully to the side. Mr. Chu, it is truly an honor for me to have you here. Shi Tianhan personally poured Xu Yingzhou a cup of top-grade Longjing tea, steaming hot. That 10% share was transferred to you by Mr. Yu before his death. His last wish was to thank you in person. Chapter 61 Attending the Board of Directors. This was a reasonable arrangement by the system, a life-saving scenario orchestrated for Xu Yingzhou. The fourth largest shareholder of Xingha Group voluntarily transferred his shares to Xu Yingzhou. He also passed away due to a terminal illness. This ensured the legality of the shares. Mr. Shi, you're too kind. Xu Yingzhou looked at Shi Tianhan. I wonder what brings Chairman Shi here to see me. Hearing his question, Shi Tianhan sat up straighter. That's right, Mr. Chu. In a month, our group will hold an annual board meeting, which will concern the group's development direction for the next few years. All directors need to be present. I wonder if you have time to attend? Xu Yingzhou tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The board of directors, huh? He also wanted to go and take a look. Can. He nodded. Upon receiving a positive reply, Shi Tianhan visibly breathed a sigh of relief. A smile spread across his face. That's wonderful. Also, to make your life easier, I've appointed Tina as your personal secretary. Furthermore, a detached villa has been prepared for you in the Donghu Villa district as your daily residence in Jinghai, and a car and driver have also been arranged. As Shi Tianhan spoke, he winked at Tina. Tina immediately understood. She gracefully rose and refilled Xu Yingzhou's empty teacup with hot tea. Her golden hair swayed slightly with her movements. New boss, please take good care of me from now on. Just as she bent over, a virtual panel that only Xu Yingzhou could see popped up in front of him. Target, Tina. Appearance rating, 93. Body, 98. Temperament, 60. Rigorous, intelligent, split personality. Favorability, 50%. Xu Yingzhou's gaze paused slightly. Split personality? And this favorability rating, it starts at 50%? That's interesting. He turned his gaze away and looked at Shi Tianhan. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Mr. Shi. He did not refuse these arrangements. He deserves it. This is also the dignity he should have as the major shareholder of Xingha Group. The meal was a pleasure for both the host and guests. Shi Tianhan observed Xu Yingzhou's preferences throughout, trying to get closer to him. Xu Yingzhou, on the other hand, managed to extract a considerable amount of information about the internal workings of the Xingha Group from him. The dinner party ended. Shi Tianhan personally escorted Xu Yingzhou to the entrance of Tianyuan. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting quietly at the entrance. Mr. Chu, this is the car prepared for you. Tina stepped forward and opened the car door for him. From now on, I will be in charge of all your schedules. Chu Ingzhou nodded and got into the car. The soft leather seats feel like you're sinking into them. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic in the night. Inside the car, Chu Ingzhou closed his eyes to rest. Tina sat in the passenger seat. Boss, should we go straight back to the school, or go check out the East Lake Villa? Let's go to the villa. Chu Ingzhou spoke calmly. Now that he had a better place to go, he naturally wouldn't settle for less. Okay. Tina responded and then fell silent. The car sped along and soon entered one of the most exclusive affluent neighborhoods, the Donghu Villa district. The security guard at the entrance saw the license plate. They saluted and let them pass. Finally, the car arrived at a 3-story building. We stopped in front of a detached villa with a huge garden and swimming pool. Boss, we've arrived. Chu Ingzhou pushed open the door and got out of the car. The night breeze carried the dampness of the lakeside. The lighting made the entire villa look like a work of art. Boss, please come in. Tina's voice pulled him back from his brief reverie. She had already opened the heavy, carved wooden door of the villa, stood to the side, and made a pleased gesture. Chu Ingzhou stepped in. Inside the door is a high-ceilinged marble entryway. A huge crystal chandelier hung down from the dome, shining brightly. All the furniture and daily necessities in the villa have been provided to the highest standards, and you can move in at any time. Tina followed behind him. The first floor has a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a media room. There is a swimming pool and tennis court in the backyard. The second floor has the master bedroom, 3 secondary bedrooms, and an open-plan study. The third floor has a gym and a terrace. She led Chu Ingzhou, introducing each step of the process. Chu Ingzhou didn't say much throughout, just casually looked around. The villa was far more luxurious than he had imagined. For someone who was just an ordinary person in his previous life, this kind of life felt somewhat unreal. But his face remained expressionless. He knew very well that none of this had come for free. His current foothold is based on a 10% stake in Xinghe Group. This is also why Shi Tianhan was so polite to him. Soon, the two arrived at the master bedroom on the second floor. The room was incredibly large, facing East Lake directly, with a shimmering expanse of water visible through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Tina walked to the dressing room next door and gently pushed open the door. Boss, your clothes and accessories are all ready. Chu Ingzhou looked over. One wall of wardrobes was filled with brand new haute couture suits, shirts, and casual wear. On the other side are accessories such as watches and cufflinks. Mr. Shi has gone to great lengths. Chu Ingzhou walked to the wardrobe and casually picked up a shirt. The material is silky smooth and the workmanship is excellent. He turned his head and looked at Tina. He even knows my size? Tina still wore that perfect professional smile. We have a professional team to handle these details and ensure that all your requirements are met. A professional team? Chu Ingzhou put down his shirt and slowly walked up to her. The distance between the two instantly closed. He was a head taller than her, and his eyes were slightly lowered. You can then see her golden hair and delicate collarbone. The faint scent of her perfume became clearly audible in the air. I'm more curious whether this professional team includes you? For the first time, Tina's smile froze slightly. But it only lasted for a moment. She raised her head, her azure eyes staring directly at Chu Ingzhou without flinching. If the boss needs it, I can certainly serve you personally. Her voice carried a hint of allure. She even leaned forward slightly. Her breath seemed to land on Chu Ingzhou's chin. Chu Ingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. The virtual panel in front of them showed no change in the message, affection level, 50%. Split personality. So that's how it is. This woman has two faces. One is meant for the boss, it's meticulous, professional, and rigorous. The other one is for men to see. Interesting. Was Shi Tianhan sending a capable assistant or a sweet trap? Chu Ingzhou took a step back without making a sound, creating a dangerous distance between them. No need. He spoke calmly. You've had a hard day, take a rest. Pick me up for school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tina has transformed back into the perfect secretary. Okay, boss. She bowed slightly. Then you should get some rest. I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, she turned around and left the bedroom with elegant steps and a decisive demeanor. The clack-clack sound of high heels on the floor. Chapter 62 needs time to ferment. Starlight Entertainment, 33rd floor, office. Useless. They're all useless. The blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed hard on the ground. Zhang Jianjun, the manager who wanted to buy Chu Yingzhou's songs, pointed to the department heads in front of him. Can any of you explain this to me? He slammed his finger heavily on the monitor in front of him. On the screen are three major charts: the rising music chart, the new song chart, and the hot song chart. The top spot was firmly held by three songs. Red Dust Inn. Heading North. Nocturne. The singers all share the same naming. A supervisor spoke hesitantly. Mr. Zhang, this ing is really too strange. We've already used up all of Su Chen's publicity resources and bought several trending topics, but we just can't suppress it. The other supervisor also had a long face. Yes, Mr. Zhang, the growth curves of his three songs are completely abnormal. It's like there's no end in sight. Our online trolls rushed in, but they couldn't even make a ripple. They were instantly drowned out by real user comments. Within 3 days of release, all three songs have already surpassed 10 million paid downloads. The comments section is full of people urging him to release a new album. Many of Su Chen's fans have switched allegiances. One knife after another pierced Zhang Jianjun's heart. He spent a fortune to poach Su Chen from Tianyu Media. They planned to develop it into the next generation of cash cow for Starlight. And what was the result? Ing utterly defeated them with just 3 songs. Su Chen's new song release conference has now become a laughingstock across the internet. Zhang Jianjun felt his blood pressure soaring. He suddenly waved his hand. Get out of here, all of you. The managers, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, hurriedly fled the office. Zhang Jianjun slumped into his boss's chair and pulled a cigar from his drawer. He's in big trouble this time. In order to poach Su Chen, he practically signed a performance-based agreement with the company. Now that Su Chen is crippled, he's doomed too. Absolutely not. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Manager Zhang, what brings you here? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat lazy. Zhang Jianjun suppressed his anger. Brother Zhua, how's the matter going? Brother Zhua chuckled softly. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured about my work. This kind of top-quality material needs time to develop. Fermentation? Zhang Jianjun's voice instantly rose in pitch. I told you to dig up dirt on him, not to brew wine. It's been days, give me a straight answer, when are we going to make a move? Brother Zhua's voice remained calm and unhurried. Mr. Zhang, this kid is a bit sly. He lives in a top-of-the-line villa, is chauffeured around in a Rolls-Royce, and has a foreign female secretary by his side 24/7. My people followed me for 2 days. I only went to school and went home. I didn't even go to a bar. My private life was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. This kind of target is not easy to approach. Zhang Jianjun sneered. Brother Zhua, don't give me that. I'll just ask you one question, can you do it? If not, I'll find someone else. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. It can be done. Zhuo Ji's voice turned cold. Of course we can do it. But the price might have to change. If we don't have any dirt on him, we'll fabricate some. But that is a huge risk. A flicker of heartache crossed Zhang Jianjun's eyes. I'll pay more. I only have one request, by tomorrow, I must see his scandal online. I want to ruin his reputation so he can never recover. Make a deal. Brother Zhua hung up the phone decisively. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Zhang Jianjun revealed a sinister smile. Genius? I want to see how a genius covered in scandals can survive in the entertainment industry. At the same time, the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly back to the Donghu Villa district. Chu Yingzhou leaned back in his seat, looking at the soaring data on his phone, but his face remained expressionless. Everything was as he had anticipated. These classics from another world are a game-changer for the music scene in this world. In the passenger seat, Tina discreetly observed her new boss through the rearview mirror. Over these 3 days, she witnessed the birth of a miracle. This young man, who usually looks no different from any other college student, actually possesses such terrifying talent in the field of music. Even Tina couldn't quite figure him out. Xu Yingzhou turned off his phone and looked out the window. The car was waiting at a red light at an intersection. His gaze casually swept across the roadside. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Not far away, a Buick minivan was parked on the side of the road. The car windows were covered with a very dark film, so you couldn't see inside. The important thing is the instant he looked over. A red light flashed briefly inside the car. It looks like light reflected from a camera lens. Xu Yingzhou's danger perception beginner skill gave him a sense of unease. Are we being watched? Is it because of the shares in Xinghe Group, or because of these songs? He looked away and spoke to the passenger. Tina. He spoke calmly. Yes, boss. Tina immediately sat up straight. Check for me what Starlight Entertainment has been up to lately. Starlight Entertainment? Tina was somewhat surprised. She looked at Xu Yingzhou through the rearview mirror. Boss, do you want to inspect the work? I can arrange it for you right now. Xu Yingzhou was taken aback. Inspecting work? What does this mean? When Tina saw that he didn't respond, she took the initiative to explain. Starlight Entertainment is a wholly owned subsidiary of Star River Group. Starlight Entertainment, is it a subsidiary of Star River Group? His facial expression instantly became fascinating. So, does that mean I'm the boss of Starlight Entertainment? Yes, boss. Tina nodded affirmatively. In theory, you are now the largest individual shareholder of Starlight Entertainment, and even the entire Star River Group. Your decisions can influence the company's top management. She confirmed it again. Would you like me to arrange your inspection itinerary for tomorrow? Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his seat. No need. You don't need to go to the company for now. Okay, boss. In addition, Xu Yingzhou turned his gaze to the window again. Please send me Starlight Entertainment's financial statements for the most recent year, as well as detailed information on all senior executives, to my email address. I need everything, the more detailed the better. Clear. Tina immediately started operating on her tablet with great efficiency. Xu Yingzhou fell silent. He glanced in the rearview mirror at the Buick minivan that had been following him at a moderate distance. The car drove smoothly into the Donghu Villa district. The Buick minivan stopped at the entrance and did not follow. Chapter 63 Script. Inside the car, a man holding a camera put down the lens and began to curse. Damn it, he's home again. This guy's such a homebody, he doesn't even have a nightlife, how am I supposed to deal with him? Shua, sitting in the driver's seat, exhaled a smoke ring. If there's no nightlife, we'll create some for him. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey, is this Xiaoli? I have a job, the price is negotiable. Yes, the same as always, I've already come up with the script for you. How about a hero saves the damsel in distress? Tomorrow, go to Jinghai University and find a student named Xu Yingzhou. Master bedroom in Donghu Villa district. Only one desk lamp was on in the large room, casting Xu Yingzhou's figure in its light. His fingers slid across the touchpad. On the screen are Starlight Entertainment's financial statements and executive information for the past year. Tina was very efficient. In less than half an hour, she packed and sent him everything he needed. With the help of the photographic memory skill, these data points, which seem dizzying to ordinary people, become incredibly easy to understand. In Xu Yingzhou's eyes, however, it became a clear outline. His gaze lingered briefly on a few numbers. Su Chen's signing bonus, album production fees, promotional expenses, each one is an astronomical figure. However, the destination of this money is quite interesting. One of the huge publicity and marketing expenses ultimately went to an obscure advertising company. Xu Yingzhou opened the executive information. We found the legal representative information for this advertising company. An unfamiliar name. But he continued to dig deeper into the company's equity structure. I spotted a familiar name. Zhang Jianjun's wife. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xu Yingzhou's lips. Stealing from one's own pocket, transferring money from one hand to the other. This manager Zhang is incredibly bold. He's treating Starlight Entertainment like his personal ATM. Su Chen's project was, from the very beginning, a tool he used to drain the company's coffers. Xu Yingzhou closed the report. He has gotten what he wanted. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Thump, thump. The sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Enter. Xu Yingzhou didn't even turn his head. The door was pushed open, and a tall, graceful figure walked in. It's Tina. She wore a silk robe, her long golden hair casually draped over her shoulders. A faint scent of perfume wafted towards me. Boss, you're still up so late? She walked behind Xu Yingzhou and bent down. Is there a problem with the company's documents? Perhaps I can help. With her movement, the collar of her robe opened slightly. A glimpse of Snow White was faintly visible. A gentle breath brushed past Xu Yingzhou's ear. Xu Yingzhou's gaze remained fixed on the screen. No problem. His voice was flat. It's like watching a performance. Tina chuckled softly, her full breasts trembling slightly with her laughter. The boss is really joking. Her fingers rested on Xu Yingzhou's shoulder, her fingertips gently tracing the fabric through his thin shirt. With your excellence, it's natural to attract some people's jealousy. However, I believe you, boss, can handle these minor troubles, right? But, if you keep being so tense, your body won't be able to take it. Would you like some special relaxation services? The air froze for a few seconds. What services? Take it off first, let me check out the goods. How's his physique? How's his technique? Is he good at it? If it's just a pretty vase, it won't satisfy me. He paused. Or rather, how much do you think your face and body are worth per night? The hand that was on Xu Yingzhou's shoulder suddenly withdrew. Tina's charming smile froze. Xu Yingzhou then slowly turned his chair and looked directly at the woman behind him for the first time. Under the lights, Tina subconsciously adjusted her collar. That air of an elite secretary in control of everything has vanished. Tina's voice was a little hoarse. Boss, I was just joking. You look so tired, I wanted to help you relax. Yeah? Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped in front of him. But I took it seriously. He said it calmly. Once the service has begun, there's no reason to end it halfway through. Now, you have a choice. First, do as I just said. Secondly, get out. Tina's body trembled slightly, and her lips trembled as she spoke. He doesn't play by the rules at all. I'm sorry, boss. It was I who overstepped my bounds. After saying that, she turned around as if fleeing and quickly walked out of the bedroom. Xu Yingzhou watched her hastily departing figure, the curve of his lips growing even colder. Want to test his limits? Still too inexperienced. He turned his head, his gaze returning to the computer screen. The light from the screen illuminated his face, revealing no emotion. He opened a folder containing information on all the signed artists under Starlight Entertainment. The finger swipes and eventually rests on a name. Su Chen. Zhang Jianjun, Su Chen. A complete chain of interests has been clearly laid bare before him. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Tina. Arrange a car to go to Jinghai University tomorrow morning. Messages are replied to almost instantly. There is only one word. Yes. The next day, early morning. The sunlight cast a line of light and shadow on Xu Yingzhou's profile. The vehicle drove smoothly on its way to Jinghai University. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat tense. Tina sat in the passenger seat, still dressed in the same outfit. Boss, we've arrived at Jinghai University. Tina's voice rang out. The car slowly came to a stop at the school gate. The appearance of this top-of-the-line luxury car immediately attracted the attention of passing students. Holy crap, a phantom? Which department's rich kid is he from, being so high profile? The person in the car looks like Xu Yingzhou? The murmurs drifted in through the car window. Xu Yingzhou ignored him and got out of the car. The moment he took that step, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd beside him, aiming directly at him. Senior Chu. A girl's voice, trembling with tears, rang out. She looked very young, with tear stains on her face, and was holding a beautifully wrapped gift box in her arms. Xu Yingzhou stopped in his tracks. His danger sense skill was not triggered. This indicates that the other party had no malicious intent. But a feeling of being spied on came over me. He glanced at it discreetly. A man wearing a baseball cap was holding a telephoto lens and pointing it at this spot. Xu Yingzhou understood. The play has begun. When the girl saw him stop, she cried even harder, her body swaying precariously. Senior, I've liked you for a long time. Please accept my gift. As she spoke, she tried to stuff the gift box in her hand into Chewing Joe's arms. Chewing Joe slightly shifted his body and easily dodged. It was just the right moment that the other party missed their target. Chapter 64: Attracting criticism across the internet. Ah! The girl let out a scream and fell to the ground. With a thud. The gift box in her hand also fell to the ground, its contents scattered all over the floor, seemingly some handmade lucky stars. Not far away, the sound of camera shutters clicking could be heard. The surrounding students immediately erupted in an uproar. My God, how could he do this? That girl just wanted to give him a gift, and he actually pushed her down? Pushed her down? I saw him dodge it, and the woman fell on her own. Dodging means rejection, right? Didn't you just cause someone to fall? Would it kill you to help them up? He usually looks so respectable, I never expected him to be so tasteless. Countless gazes were focused on Chewing Joe. The girl who fell to the ground clutched her ankle, tears streaming down her face, looking incredibly weak and pitiful. Senior, my foot, it hurts so much. The sound was loud enough for those around to hear clearly. Chewing Joe walked past her and headed straight for the school gate. Tina quickly followed and whispered, Boss, this is a trap. Should I handle it? Need not. Chewing Joe did not stop. Let the bullets fly for a while. Less than half an hour. The wave of the internet is more turbulent than anyone imagined. Hashtagging beats up fans. Hashtag Ying's persona collapses. Hashtag. Two blaring topics appeared in the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics at an incredible speed. Clicking on it leads to a carefully edited video. In the video, a frail girl confesses her love to Chewing Joe, but he ruthlessly pushes her down, and then he coldly walks away without even bothering to look at her again. The camera angle was extremely tricky, perfectly portraying Chewing Joe as a cold-blooded abuser. Below the video, Starlight Entertainment's online trolls are frantically stirring up trouble. Just a passerby, a complete stranger, who is this guy? He's so tasteless. Isn't that Ing from Jinghai University? I heard her family is very rich. Rich people are all the same, aren't they? I feel sorry for that girl. She just likes someone, what's wrong with that? Immediately afterwards, a series of revelations from various insiders began to emerge. An anonymous account posted, I am an employee in the entertainment industry and can confirm that Ing is a bully who abuses his power. His private life is extremely chaotic, so it's not surprising that he assaulted a fan this time. Another account claiming to be a student of Jinghai University commented, as an alumnus, I can say a few words. Chewing Joe was arrogant in school, looking down on ordinary students. I heard he even stole someone else's girlfriend. A mix of true and false information was thrown at Chewing Joe, and buckets of mud were poured on him. Public opinion was completely one-sided. Countless netizens, unaware of the truth, flooded the comment section, venting their sense of justice. Looking at the rapidly rising comments, Brother Joe exhaled a puff of smoke with satisfaction. Well done. He patted the photographer next to him on the shoulder. Develop the photos and send them to Manager Zhang so he can settle the final payment. Okay, Brother Joe. Joe picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Jianjun's number. Hello, Manager Zhang. The matter is settled, and now the internet is full of dirt on that kid. You can rest assured that I'll handle things. Next, it's up to you. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jianjun sat in a large executive chair, a smug smile on his face. A mere blonde kid thinks he can fight him? He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the public relations department. Have you seen the news about Chewing Joe? Yes, the company should not respond for now. Let the public opinion ferment a bit more. Wait until things get really bad, then we'll crush him completely. Ing released his own songs and asked for an exorbitant copyright fee. Zhang Jianjun hung up the phone, feeling incredibly relieved. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked it up casually. Hello, who is this? A young and indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Zhang, it's me, Chewing Joe. Zhang Jianjun's smile froze for a moment, but he immediately put on a concerned tone. Oh, it's Ing Zhou. I just saw the news online, are you alright? These media outlets are really something, making things up out of thin air. Your song must have had a huge impact, have you thought it through? Do you want to sell the copyright to me? However, it's not worth that price now. Xu Yingzhou chuckled softly. My song? No need. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained flat, devoid of any emotion. I just want to tell you one thing. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Zhang Jianjun held the receiver. A few seconds later, he chuckled. You fool who doesn't know his own death. How dare a mere kid try to act mysterious in front of him? That's ridiculous. He could already foresee Xu Yingzhou's miserable end, being vilified by the entire internet and ultimately slinking out of the entertainment industry in disgrace. At the entrance of Jinghai University. Just as Xu Yingzhou put his phone away, another call came in. 2 words were displayed on the screen. Xin Yan. He answered the phone. Hello. On the other end of the phone, Xin Yan's cold voice was tinged with anger. Do you need me to get rid of those flies for you? Xu Yingzhou could even picture her with her brows furrowed and her face frosty. He chuckled softly and leaned against the car door. Need not. They're just a few clowns, let them jump around a little longer. I feel more accomplished when I kill them myself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Good. Call me anytime if you need anything. After Qin Yan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Xu Yingzhou had just put down his phone when the screen lit up again. It's a WeChat message. From Ken Yu. Is what's being said online true? Did you hit someone? Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow and tapped his fingers on the screen. What do you think? A rhetorical question was sent. Soon, there was no response. Xu Yingzhou casually put his phone back in his pocket. Distrust is human nature. He turned around and looked at Tina, who had been waiting quietly by his side. Boss. Tina bowed slightly. 2 things. Xu Yingzhou's voice was very soft. First, in the name of the largest individual shareholder of my Galaxy Group, notify Starlight Entertainment that an emergency online board meeting will be held in 1 hour. Tina's blonde hair swayed slightly in the night breeze. Yes. Xu Yingzhou took an inconspicuous black USB drive out of his pocket and tossed it to her. Second, send the contents of this document anonymously to the Xinghe Group's supervisory department. I hope that before the board meeting begins, someone from the supervisory department can sit in Zhang Jianjun's office and invite him for tea. Tina caught the USB drive steadily and held it tightly in her palm. Clear. Without uttering any unnecessary words, she turned and walked towards another van. Xu Yingzhou leaned back against the car door and looked up at the ancient gate of Jinghai University. Chapter 65 High-Level Meeting. At the school gate, groups of students were still pointing and whispering about him. Is that him? He looks all respectable. How disgusting, bullying girls. Xu Yingzhou seemed not to have heard at all. Zhang Jianjun. Starlight Entertainment. Are you ready to receive this great gift? Meanwhile, at Starlight Entertainment, in the manager's office. Zhang Jianjun was scrolling through his phone with a smug look on his face. Looking at the overwhelming insults directed at Xu Yingzhou online, the smile on his lips deepened. He could almost see Xu Yingzhou being labeled a tainted celebrity and never being able to recover. At that time, the copyright of those songs. Isn't it up to him to do whatever he wants? A mere student dares to challenge me. He hummed a little tune smugly and poured himself a glass of red wine. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. His personal secretary rushed in a panic. Manager Zhang, something terrible has happened. Zhang Jianjun frowned and said with dissatisfaction. So careless, is the sky falling down? The secretary was breathing heavily, her voice trembling. I just received the highest order from headquarters. Star River Group's 4th largest shareholder has demanded that Star Brilliance convene an emergency board meeting in 1 hour. What? Zhang Jianjun's hand trembled, and half a glass of red wine spilled all over his expensive trousers. But he couldn't care less. Galaxy Group? Why would he suddenly convene a board meeting of Starlight? An ominous premonition instantly enveloped Zhang Jianjun's mind. He tried to remain calm. For what reason? The secretary was on the verge of tears. The notice didn't say anything, it only said it was a top-level meeting and all senior officials were required to attend. Sweat began to bead on Zhang Jianjun's forehead. Something's not right. Why this particular time? Could it be? He dared not think any further. Bang! The office door was once again violently kicked open. This time, several men in black suits with cold expressions entered. The leader showed his identification. Star River Group Supervision Department. Zhang Jianjun, we suspect that you have abused your position to harm the company's interests, maliciously suppressed artists, and have multiple financial problems. Please cooperate with our investigation. A cold voice rang in Zhang Jianjun's ears. He looked at the thick document in the other person's hand. Zhang Jianjun's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the chair. Zhang Jianjun's mind went blank. They were carried through the corridor by two men in black from the Ministry of Supervision, one on each side. The employees of Starlight Entertainment around them cast gloating glances. Finally, he was led to a conference room. The heavy door was pushed open, revealing a pitch-black interior, with only a huge floor-to-ceiling window at the far end. Go in. The person behind him gave him a hard push, and Zhang Jianjun stumbled and fell into the conference room. The door slammed shut behind him. Zhang Jianjun scrambled to his feet, his body drenched in cold sweat. He looked into the depths of the conference room in horror. A large executive chair was facing away from him. A figure sat quietly on it, seemingly playing with something in his hand. Judging from the blurry outline, it seemed to be a boy. Juvenile? A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Zhang Jianjun's heart. Which family's young master is he? No matter who it is, as long as they are young, they are easy to talk to. He scrambled over, ignoring the excruciating pain of his knees hitting the floor, and cried out. Young master! Spare me! I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please, have mercy on me. I have elderly parents to care for and young children to raise. His wails echoed in the conference room. However, the chair began to slowly turn around. Squeak! His voice stopped abruptly, his eyes fixed on the chair. A young face gradually came into focus. That face he had just cursed 1,000 times in his heart. It's you? How could it be you? Xu Yingzhou looked at him with a smile. He tossed his phone in his hand, and the screen lit up, displaying the recording interface. Manager Shang, how have you been? No. It's impossible. Zhang Jianjun, acting as if he had gone mad, pointed at Xu Yingzhou. You're just a student. A student. How could you be here? This is impossible. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open again. The chairman of Starlight Entertainment is a man nearing 60. At this moment, however, he followed a middle-aged man in with a respectful expression. That middle-aged man was Shi Tianhan, the chairman of Xinghe Group. Shi Tianhan didn't even glance at Zhang Jianjun on the ground, and walked straight to Xu Yingzhou. Mr. Chu, the person has been brought here. Zhang Jianjun was completely dumbfounded. Shi Tianhan, the chairman of Xinghe Group, was actually bowing deeply to a student? Has this world gone mad? Xu Yingzhou ignored Zhang Jianjun, who had completely collapsed. He stood up and walked up to the chairman of Xingmeng. The chairman, who was usually aloof and superior, subconsciously took a half step back at this moment. Xu Yingzhou placed his phone on the conference table. Smack! A soft sound. He pressed the play button. Brother Zhua, I've got a job for you, want it? A student has recently become quite popular online. His online name is Ing. I don't care what methods you use. Scandals, dirt, anything. Even if it's fake, you have to make it sound real. I want him utterly disgraced. Zhang Jianjun's voice rang out in the conference room. The chairman of Starlight Entertainment suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Jianjun, his eyes filled with overwhelming anger. What an idiot! Xu Yingzhou looked at him. I think I need an explanation. Explain? Sun Zhanghai, chairman of Xingmeng Entertainment, couldn't help but tremble when he heard those two words. He glanced at Shi Tianhan standing beside Xu Yingzhou. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. How do you explain that? To claim complete ignorance? To say this was Zhang Jianjun's personal action? Thump! Sun Zhanghai made a move that surprised everyone. His legs buckled, and he actually knelt down in front of Xu Yingzhou. Mr. Chu. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. I was blind to their worth. I raised a traitor like Zhang Jianjun. His voice trembled. I really knew nothing about this. If I had known he would dare to lay a hand on you, I would have broken his legs first. Please, Mr. Chu, for the sake of Xingmong being a company owned by the group, spare me this time. When the executives he brought saw the chairman kneeling, how could they dare to stand? Mr. Chu. We were all deceived by Zhang Jianjun. Only Shi Tianhan remained calmly standing aside. He knew very well that what Xu Yingzhou wanted was not just an apology. Xu Yingzhou looked down at Sun Zhenghai at his feet, his face expressionless. He slowly walked up to Zhang Jianjun. Manager Zhang, didn't you say before that without Starlight, I am nothing? Chapter 66 Starlight Entertainment, I'm in charge. Zhang Jianjun raised his head, his eyes glazed over. This poor student whom he looked down upon from beginning to end. He unexpectedly transformed into a director of the group. Xu Yingzhou chuckled lightly and ignored him. He turned around and sat back down in the chair at the head of the table. What do you think should be done about this? Sun Zhenghai reacted the fastest, and he suddenly raised his head. Fire! Fire Zhang Jianjun immediately. And sue him in the name of the company, pursuing all legal responsibilities against him. He said through gritted teeth. Furthermore, the company will immediately issue a statement to clarify all the false statements about you and clear your name. That's all? Xu Yingzhou's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Each sound seemed to strike Sun Zhenghai's heart. That's all? Not enough? What else do you want? Sun Zhenghai's mind raced. He said in a trembling voice. I resign to take responsibility. Effective today, I resign from all positions as chairman of Starlight Entertainment. I only ask that Mr. Chu appease my anger. He's cutting off his own arm to save his life. He knew very well that such a big thing had happened. He's definitely going to lose his position. Rather than being passively forced off the stage, it's better to voluntarily step down. Perhaps it can even lead to a dignified ending. Upon hearing this, Xu Yingzhou stopped tapping his fingers on the table. He looked at Shi Tianhan. Chairman Shi, what do you think? Shi Tianhan immediately stepped forward. It is entirely up to Mr. Chu to decide. In his heart, however, he was cursing Sun Zhenghai, that old fox. However, this is indeed the best solution at the moment. Xu Yingzhou's gaze returned to Sun Zhenghai. Can. He spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhenghai felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and his whole body went limp. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. But. Xu Yingzhou changed the subject. Sun Zhenghai's heart sank again. Xu Yingzhou's voice, calm yet carrying an undeniable power, rang out in the conference room. Zhang Jianjun's position is now vacant. And your seat is now available. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over everyone present. I think there's no need to look for people from outside anymore. He pointed to himself. I'll sit down. From today onwards, I'm in charge of Starlight Entertainment. Dead silence. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the boy sitting in the main seat. What did he say? He wants to become the chairman of Starlight Entertainment? How can a college student take charge of an entertainment company worth billions? Even Shi Tianhan was stunned. Xu Yingzhou, however, seemed oblivious to everyone's reaction. Mr. Shi. What do you think of my suggestion? Shi Tianhan's mind raced. How about it? This suggestion is absolutely insane. How can you put a college student under 20 years old in charge of a large entertainment company? If this gets out, the entire Galaxy Group will become a laughingstock in the industry. A stock price crash is the least of your worries. But. He looked into Xu Yingzhou's calm and unwavering eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words of refusal. This person is no ordinary college student. They just used swift and decisive measures. They brought down Zhang Jianjun and Sun Zhenghai, two seasoned veterans of the company, without shedding a drop of blood. This mindset and these methods are hardly those of a student. Silence. Shi Tianhan remained silent for a full half-minute. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Sun Zhenghai and the others, kneeling on the ground, even forgot to breathe. Finally, Shi Tianhan put down his teacup and forced a smile back onto his face. Mr. Chu's suggestion is certainly a good one. He spoke with difficulty. However, the appointment of the chairman requires a board resolution. Then let's open it. Chu Ingzhou interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for argument. I believe Mr. Shi has a way of getting everyone to agree, doesn't he? He was telling Shi Tianhan that what he wanted was not a process, but a result. Shi Tianhan's heart sank. He understood. Chu Ingzhou wasn't discussing it with him at all. This is a notification. I see. Shi Tianhan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Mr. Chu, rest assured, Xingmang Entertainment will have a new chairman within 3 days. Very good. Chu Ingzhou stood up and stopped looking at anyone in the conference room. This is to be handled by Chairman Shi. He walked to the door and opened it. Oh, right. He seemed to remember something and looked back. I don't want to see that garbage online again tomorrow morning. After saying that, he left straight away, leaving only his tall and straight back. On the other side, Brother Zhuo was in a bar, drinking and celebrating with a new young model he had just hooked up with. He looked at his phone, where the topic of Ing beating up fans was trending, and his mouth was practically stretched to his ears in a grin. Did you see that, baby? He proudly waved his phone. This is all my doing. I said he'd be rotten, and he'd be rotten. I said he'd be kicked out of the entertainment industry, and he wouldn't even last the night. The young model looked at him with admiration. Brother Zhuo, you're amazing. That's right. Brother Zhuo downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and was preparing to move on to the next step. Suddenly, his phone started vibrating wildly. It was a call from a colleague. Hey, what's up? Want to buy me a drink? Brother Zhuo answered the phone impatiently. On the other end of the phone, however, came a terrified voice. Brother Zhuo. Something terrible has happened. Quick, check Weibo. What's all the fuss about? Zhuo hung up the phone dismissively, but he still had some doubts in his heart. He opened Weibo. The trending topics list came into view. The first one is a bright red explosive character. Hashtag Starlight Entertainment official announcement hashtag. Zhuo Ji's heart skipped a beat. They issued an announcement so quickly? Didn't manager Zhang say he wanted to let the public opinion ferment a bit more? He clicked on it. The contents of the announcement struck him like a thunderbolt. Official statement from Starlight Entertainment Group. Regarding the recent false information circulating online about Mr. Ing, our company hereby makes the following clarification. An internal investigation has confirmed that the so-called Ing assaulting fans incident was a malicious frame-up orchestrated by Zhang Jianjun, our company's former artist director, in an attempt to suppress newcomers and seize song copyrights. He maliciously hired paparazzi Zhuo and bribed students to stage the incident. The relevant evidence is attached. Our company has taken serious action against the responsible parties and reserves the right to pursue their legal liability. Hereby, our company extends our sincerest apologies to Mr. Chu Ingzhou. Starlight Entertainment will not tolerate any form of dirty trickery or framing. We will always stand with justice and talent. 2 attachments were attached below the announcement. One is a high-definition, unedited version of the live video. Chapter 67 Qin Yan was taken away. In the video, it shows how that delicate girl rushed towards Chu Ingzhou on her own. And how did Chu Ingzhou simply sidestep to avoid it? The other party then conveniently and weakly fell to the ground, the angle of which was clear and obvious. The other attachment is an audio file. With trembling hands, Brother Zhuo clicked on it. It was a recording of his phone call with Zhang Jianjun. Boom! Zhuo Ji's brain exploded. His phone fell to the ground with a thud. How so? Starlight Entertainment, have they gone mad? They actually did it for a newcomer who hadn't even signed a contract yet. He exposed his own ugliness and betrayed his superiors? And they even implicated him too? Zhuo. Brother Zhuo, are you all right? The young model next to him was startled. Zhuo shoved her away and scrambled out of the bar. At this moment, the internet has completely exploded. Those netizens who were just now filled with righteous indignation and cursing Chu Ingzhou. Everyone was stunned after seeing Starlight Entertainment's official announcement. Holy crap? A plot twist? I just finished cursing at someone, and it turns out I was used as a pawn? This is a plot so outrageous even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray it like this. An entertainment company executive framing a newcomer who hasn't even debuted yet? I listened to the audio that Zhang Jianjun is a fucking scumbag. Brother Zhua? You mean that entertainment paparazzi? They should all die together. My heart aches for Yingshan. He's been unfairly smeared. I told you Yingshan isn't that kind of person. You bunch of keyboard warriors who blindly follow the trend and criticize her, aren't you ashamed now? Public opinion underwent a dramatic reversal in an instant. The harsher the insults were before, the stronger the anger is now. Countless netizens flooded into Zhuo Ji's and the girl who fell down's Weibo accounts. The comments section was instantly flooded with angry words. The insiders who had previously leaked information were quickly identified. They're all paid troll accounts run by Starlight Entertainment's PR department. A carefully orchestrated media campaign by Capital ultimately backfired on its instigators in the most thorough way. Donghu Villa. After taking a shower, Xu Yingzhou, wearing a bathrobe, casually dried his hair. Tina came in carrying a cup of hot milk. Boss, Xingmon's announcement has been released, and online public opinion has completely reversed. She placed the milk on the table and her gaze fell on Xu Yingzhou. She witnessed it all firsthand. From being universally criticized online to making a miraculous comeback. This man only took a few days. He was like a chess player hidden behind the scenes, stirring up the entire situation with the flick of his finger. Xu Yingzhou simply responded with a faint yes. He picked up his phone and opened the Music Notes app. The latest comments under those 3 songs have been updated. I'm sorry, Yingshan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed the rumors. From today onwards, anyone who criticizes Yingshan will face my wrath. This is true talent. He was almost buried by Capital. Yingshan, please release a new album soon. I'll buy 100 copies. A faint smile finally appeared on Xu Yingzhou's lips. Starlight Entertainment is just the beginning. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He is Qin Yan's son, Xu Qinan. Xu Yingzhou swiped to answer the call. Hey Qinan, missing your brother? However, a suppressed sob came from the other end of the phone. Zhou brother Zhou. Xu Qianan's voice was broken and filled with fear. Mom, she. Xu Yingzhou's smile froze instantly. Qianan, don't cry, tell me slowly, what happened? It's Dad. Xu Qianan's crying grew louder. Dad, he took Mom away. He lied to me and said we were going to play, but he tied Mom up. I saw him put Mom in the car. Brother Zhou, please come and save Mom. I'm so scared. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Xu Yingzhou's mind. Xu Yanzhang. That gambling addict ex-husband who's been harassing Qin Yan. A surge of anger erupted from deep within Xu Yingzhou's chest. His entire aura changed abruptly in that instant. Qianan, listen up. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained calm. Tell me, where are you now? Are you safe? I'm at home, my aunt is with me. Very good. Remember, lock the door and don't open it for anyone. Wait for my call. I'll go and bring Mom back now, okay? Brother Zhou, you have to hurry. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou's face was so dark it looked like it was about to drip water. Without the slightest hesitation, he dialed Tina's number directly. Boss. Tina's voice immediately rang out. 3 minutes. I need information on all the underground casinos in Jinghai City, especially those that Xu Yanzhang has visited. I need all his information, immediately. Tina didn't even ask why. Clear. Xu Yingzhou hung up the phone and stood in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling window. Xu Yanzhang. You'd better pray that she wasn't hurt in the slightest. At the same time, inside an underground casino disguised as an abandoned factory in Jinghai City. The atmosphere in the most secluded luxury private room was extremely oppressive. Xu Yanzhang knelt on the cold floor, tears streaming down his face. Brother Sun. Master Sun. I've brought her to you. Look, this is Qin Yan, the most beautiful woman in Jinghai City. I'm giving her to you, please, waive my debt. Opposite him stood a bald man with a huge beer belly and a thick gold chain around his neck. He was leaning back on the leather sofa. He is the owner of this casino, Sun Cheng. At this moment, Sun Cheng brazenly scanned the woman who was tied to the chair. Qin Yan. even though she was bound by rough hemp rope and her hair was disheveled. But her innate nobility and aloofness remained undiminished. There was no trace of panic on her delicate face, but her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with disgust for Chu Yanjiang. This queen-like aura did not deter Sun Cheng. Instead, it aroused his most primal desire for conquest. He. Sun Cheng let out a nauseating laugh. He stood up from the sofa and walked step by step toward Qin Yan. A greasy hand pinched Qin Yan's chin. Chu Yanjiang, you piece of trash, you've finally done something decent. He leaned closer to Qin Yan, greedily inhaling her delicate fragrance. President Qin, don't look at me like that. Your good-for-nothing husband owes me 50 million. Tell me, is your body more valuable, or his life? A chilling glint flashed in Qin Yan's eyes, and she abruptly turned her head to the side. Pooh. He spat precisely onto Sun Cheng's oily face. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. The air in the private room seemed to freeze instantly. Sun Cheng's smile froze. He slowly wiped the saliva off his face, his eyes turning incredibly sinister. Chapter 68 Chu Yingzhou's Wrath. You shameless bitch. He roared and raised his large, fan-like hand. He slapped Qin Yan's stunning face hard. The gust of wind generated by the slap hit me in the face. Qin Yan closed her eyes, stubbornly refusing to utter a sound. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Smack! A crisp sound. Sun Cheng's wrist was gripped tightly by one of his lean subordinates. Boss, calm down. The subordinate whispered. This is a rare find, it'll be worthless if you break it. If you want to vent your anger, there are plenty of other ways to make her beg for mercy. Sun Cheng was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. He glanced at Qin Yan's still cold face, his lewdness growing even stronger. That's right. He withdrew his hand and grinned maliciously. I have plenty of time and means to slowly mold you, this proud swan. Once I've trained you into the lowest of bitches, I'll sell you on the black market and let you taste what it means to wish you were dead. He turned and roared at his men behind him. Take her to the training room in the back. Tonight, I'm going to personally teach her a lesson. Yes, boss. Two thugs immediately stepped forward, ready to lift Qin Yan up. And at that very moment, boom! A deafening bang echoed from the heavy solid wood door of the private room. He was kicked away from the outside. Amidst the flying sawdust, a tall figure appeared in the doorway, backlit. Chu Yingzhou. He instantly locked onto Qin Yan, who was being held up by two thugs, and Sun Cheng, who was standing in front of her. He usually has a somewhat lazy look in his eyes. At this moment, only boiling killing intent remained. You're asking for it. Everyone in the private room was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Sun Cheng was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Who the hell are you? You're asking for trouble, daring to run wild on my turf? Kill him. The two thugs closest to the door reacted and drew their machetes from their waists. He roared and charged towards Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou vanished from the spot. The two thugs only felt a blur before their eyes. Immediately, an immense force emanated from their wrists. Snap! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Two machetes flew out of their hands, while the two thugs clutched their twisted wrists and screamed in agony. Chu Yingzhou didn't even glance at them. He walked straight towards Sun Cheng without pausing for a moment. This scene made the remaining thugs in the private room gasp in shock. They then realized. This young man in front of me is a tough nut to crack. Go! All of you, get him. Kill him. Sun Cheng panicked and screamed, her voice trembling with fear. 7 or 8 thugs, roaring, surrounded them from all sides. Chu Yingzhou's eyes remained completely unmoved. He sidestepped, dodging a slash that came from behind. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbed the other person's neck, and slammed him against the wall. Bang! The head made a dull thud against the wall. Without uttering a sound, he collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yingzhou kicked another thug who rushed up in the stomach. The man flew backward, his body bent, crashing into a group of tables and chairs. Every move he makes is imbued with violent aesthetics. With the help of the physical enhancement fluid, his strength had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Less than 30 seconds. Inside the private room, apart from Chu Yanjiang and Sun Cheng who were kneeling on the ground, there was no one else who could stand up. Cries of agony rose and fell, and blood stained the expensive carpet. Xu Yingzhou walked step by step to Sun Qing, who was spotless. Sun Qing was so frightened that her legs went weak and she knelt down with a thud. Who are you? His voice no longer carried its previous arrogance. Xu Yingzhou did not answer him. His gaze fell on Sun Qing's hand, which had just touched Qin Yan. This hand? Xu Yingzhou's voice was very soft. Sun Qing hadn't reacted yet. Xu Yingzhou's foot had already been raised, and then it fell heavily down. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, inhuman in its shrill form, echoed throughout the casino. Sun Qing's right hand was crushed into a bloody pulp by Xu Yingzhou's foot, with bones and flesh stuck to the floor in a gruesome mess. The excruciating pain caused Sun Qing's body to convulse violently, almost causing her to faint. Xu Yingzhou, however, raised his foot expressionlessly and stomped down again. Snap! This time, it was his left hand. And this one too. After doing all this, Xu Yingzhou slowly raised her head and turned her gaze to the man huddled in the corner. Xu Yanjiang. Meeting Xu Yingzhou's emotionless eyes, a foul-smelling liquid flowed from his crotch. He was so scared he peed his pants. No! Don't kill me! He scrambled backward on his knees, begging for mercy incoherently. I was wrong. I was really wrong. For Chenan's sake, for the sake of me being Qin Yan's husband, spare my life. Xu Yingzhou looked at his ugly state, and the disgust in her eyes was almost overflowing. This man was actually Qin Yan's ex-husband and Xu Chenan's father. Ding! Target detected, Qin Yan, affection plus 3%. Current favorability rating, 100%. Affection level maxed out. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate strategy. Unlocked bond, life and death intertwined. Reward, Diamond Chest X1, skill, Grandmaster level fighting technique. The system notification sounded in my mind. This calmed down the violent killing intent in Xu Yingzhou's heart a little. He walked to Qin Yan's side, and with a gentle tug of his long fingers, the rope binding her snapped. It's all right now. He took off his coat and draped it over Qin Yan's shoulders. It covered her clothes, which were slightly disheveled from her struggle. Qin Yan stared at him blankly. From the moment he kicked the door open, her heart began to pound wildly, faster than ever before. This man appeared like a god when she was at her most desperate. They cleared away all the filth for her and pulled her back from the brink of hell. That intense sense of security instantly filled all her panic. My eyes welled up with tears. A single, glistening tear slid down her perfect cheek. Xu Yingzhou reached out and gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips. Don't be afraid, I'm here. These words completely shattered Qin Yan's psychological defenses. She suddenly threw herself into Xu Yingzhou's arms, hugging him tightly as if she wanted to melt herself into his body. Feeling the slightly trembling body in his arms, Xu Yingzhou's heart softened completely. He gently patted her back. Just then, a series of hurried and orderly footsteps came from outside the private room. A middle-aged man in a black suit walked in with a dozen or so elite bodyguards. It was Tina who used the power of the Galaxy Group. They contacted Long Wu, the cleaner of the underground world in Jinghai City. Chapter 69. I don't want to see them in Jinghai City. As soon as Long Wu entered the room, his pupils contracted slightly upon seeing the scene inside, which resembled a battlefield. Especially when I saw Sun Chang, whose hands had been trampled and who was convulsing on the ground. A storm raged within him. Sun Chang is considered a big shot in the underground world of Jinghai City. He is ruthless and vicious. I never expected to be so thoroughly crippled today. When his gaze fell on the cold-faced young man, he immediately understood. This is the real star of tonight. Mr. Chu. Long Wu dared not be negligent in the slightest and bowed respectfully. This is your responsibility. Xu Yingzhou's voice returned to its calm tone. I don't want any word of what happened tonight to get out. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. Long Wu immediately made a guarantee. We guarantee that it will be handled thoroughly. Xu Yingzhou nodded. He glanced at Sun Shine, who was still groaning on the ground, and Xu Yanjiang. Cripple these two. I don't want to see them in Jinghai City again. Killing them would be too lenient. What Xu Yingzhou wanted was to make them wish they were dead. Clear. A ruthless glint flashed in Long Wu's eyes. The young Mr. Chu in front of me is definitely a ruthless person. After explaining everything, Xu Yingzhou embraced Qin Yan and turned to walk outside. As he passed by Xu Yanjiang, he paused, looking down at the filthy man. Your biggest mistake in life was not gambling. Xu Yingzhou's voice reached Chu Yanzhang's ears. Instead, you touched someone you shouldn't have. After saying that, he didn't linger and disappeared at the end of the corridor with Qin Yan. Long Wu watched the two figures until they completely disappeared before slowly straightening up. He glanced at Sun Chang and Chu Yanzhang on the ground. He waved. Take away. The screams were muffled by the heavy door. After tonight, Sun Chang and Chu Yanzhang will no longer exist in the underworld of Dinghai City. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly on the way back to Donghu Villa. Inside the car, the heating was on full blast. Qin Yan remained nestled tightly in Xu Yingzhou's arms. It was as if only in this way could she feel at ease. The experience she just went through was a nightmare for her. Xu Yingzhou didn't speak, but simply held her quietly, transferring his body heat to her. After a long while, Qin Yan finally lifted her head from his embrace. Those reddish peach blossom eyes stared at him without blinking. Thank you. Fool. Xu Yingzhou lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Do I need to use this word with you? Qin Yan looked at him and suddenly asked. If I really am. She didn't finish her sentence, but Xu Yingzhou understood what she meant. He cupped her face in his hands and looked intently into her eyes. There are no ifs. Even if you are taken to the ends of the earth, I will find you and bring you back. Anyone who dares to harm a single hair on your head, I'll make them pay with their life. His words were domineering, yet they warmed Qin Yan's heart. She stared at the man in front of her, mesmerized. Unable to control her emotions any longer, she leaned forward and kissed his lips. Unlike any previous intimate encounter. With the relief of surviving a disaster, and with complete trust. Outside the car window, the city's neon lights rushed past. Inside the car, two figures embraced tightly, as if trying to merge their lives into one another. The night is still long. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a smooth stop in the Jinshuwen Villa area. After leaving the casino, Qin Yan stayed nestled in Xu Yingzhou's arms. Boss, we've arrived. Tina's voice came from the front seat, breaking the silence inside the car. Xu Yingzhou gently patted Qin Yan's back. We're home. The word home made Qin Yan's body tremble slightly. Xu Yingzhou opened the car door for her, and the night breeze ruffled her hair. The villa's gate was wide open, and the lights were on. As soon as the two stepped into the entryway, a small figure rushed out from the living room. Mother! Chu Chunin, like a small cannonball, plunged headfirst into Qin Yan's arms. He hugged her leg tightly and burst into tears. Mom, you're finally back. I was so scared. I was so afraid I'd never see you again. The child's cries pierced Qin Yan's heart. She knelt down and hugged Chu Chunin tightly, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Chunin, it's all my fault for making you worry. It won't happen again, Mom promises, I'll never leave you again. Xu Yingzhou walked to the mother and son, squatted down, and gently patted Chu Chunin's head with his large hand. Chunin is a good little man, he did a great job. Today, you saved Mom. Chu Chunin raised her tear-streaked face and looked at Xu Yingzhou, sobbing. Brother Zhou, where are those bad guys? The bad guys have been chased away by Brother Zhou. Xu Yingzhou's gaze softened. They will never bully you and Mom again, I promise. Chu Chunin looked at Xu Yingzhou, his clear eyes filled with admiration. He reached out his little hand, grabbing Qin Yan's hand while also holding onto Xu Yingzhou's clothes. Brother Zhou, will you always protect us from now on? Meeting. Xu Yingzhou did not hesitate at all. I will be your strongest support. Qin Yan witnessed this scene. After she coaxed Chu Chunin into bed, the child was already so tired that he fell into a deep sleep on the bed. A relieved smile lingered on his lips. Qin Yan gently closed the door and walked to the door of Xu Yingzhou's guest room. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Xu Yingzhou stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the shimmering east lake outside, his back as straight as a pine tree. Hearing the noise, he turned around. Qin Yan was only wearing a light purple silk nightgown. Her perfect curves were outlined to the fullest, and her long, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. It added a touch of breathtaking allure. Their eyes met. Qin Yan walked barefoot on the soft carpet, step by step toward him. She walked up to Xu Yingzhou and stretched out her arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around his strong waist from behind. My cheek pressed against his broad back, feeling his burning heat. Don't go. Don't leave me tonight. Xu Yingzhou slowly turned around and embraced her. He lowered his head and looked at that stunningly beautiful face, her cheeks wet with tears. I'm not leaving. He cupped her face in his hands, his fingertips gently caressing her smooth skin. From now on, wherever you are, I will be there. Xin Yan could no longer suppress her emotions and stood on tiptoe. She pressed her red lips onto it without reservation. The kiss was hot and passionate. The crystal chandelier in the bedroom had been turned off some time ago, and only the moonlight from outside the window gently streamed in. The two figures were bathed in a holy silver glow. Chapter 70 Diamond Treasure Chest. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the French windows, illuminating Chu Yingzhou's face. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was that beautiful sleeping face nestled in his arms. Xin Yan curled up in his arms, her long eyelashes still bearing traces of wet tears. Chu Yingzhou lowered his head and placed a kiss on Xin Yan's smooth forehead. As if sensing his movement, Xin Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She let out a soft moan and snuggled even deeper into his arms. Chu Yingzhou chuckled softly, carefully withdrew his arm, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom. The warm water washed over his body, completely waking him up. Last night, he not only conquered the woman in front of him. They also received generous rewards from the system. Consciousness sank into the mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate strategy in unlocking the bond, life and death together. Bound by life and death, the host and the target Xin Yan are bound by life. When one suffers fatal damage, the other can consume life force to transfer the damage or heal the victim. Chu Yingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze continued downwards. Reward, Diamond Chest X1, Skill, Grandmaster Level Fighting Technique. System, Receive Skill, Grandmaster Level Combat Technique. Ding. Skill transfer in progress? The moment the words fell, an immense torrent of information surged into Chu Yingzhou's mind. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of the human body has been transformed into the most deadly weapon. Grappling, hand-to-hand combat, assassination, one-hit kill. Countless combat techniques and muscle memory seemed to be innate. It was deeply imprinted on the depths of his soul. Chu Yingzhou slowly opened his eyes. In the bathroom mirror, his demeanor had gained a restrained sharpness. He could clearly feel his body's control over the power. It has reached a completely new level. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yingzhou focused his attention. All of it was focused on that last, and most mysterious, reward. Diamond Treasure Chest. System, open the Diamond Treasure Chest. Ding. Diamond Treasure Chest opening. A dazzling golden light exploded in his consciousness space. The light faded, revealing a brand new system notification. It slowly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Legendary Talent Summoning Card X1. Chu Yingzhou's breathing stopped for a moment. A diamond treasure chest, and this is what I got? His consciousness quickly focused on the card that emitted a faint golden light. Legendary Talent Summoning Card allows you to summon a legendary talent with 100% loyalty to the host. Currently selectable fields: business, scientific research, military. The system has detected that the host's most pressing need is business management, and has automatically selected the most suitable candidate for you. Name: Lin Shiyue. Titles: Queen of Wall Street, Creator of Business Miracles. Ability rating: SSS+. Synopsis: born into mystery, she entered Wall Street at the age of 20, single-handedly building 3 business empires worth hundreds of billions within 3 years, only to personally destroy them all at their peak, before disappearing without a trace. Her intuition and control over capital have reached a level of unparalleled skill. Note: this talent will appear beside the host within 3 days. Please check your inbox. The Queen of Wall Street? Chu Yingzhou's heart skipped a beat. He was just worrying that although he had become the chairman of Starlight Entertainment. But after all, one's energy is limited, and it's impossible to do everything personally. And now, the system has directly sent him a top-notch strategist who can help him manage his business empire. With Lin Shiyue by his side, he could completely extricate himself from the mundane affairs of the world. Call. Chu Yingzhou let out a long breath. He turned off the shower, casually wrapped a towel around his neck, and walked out of the bathroom. Xin Yan was still fast asleep on the large bed in the bedroom. Perhaps the indulgence of the previous night had exhausted all her strength, and she slept very soundly. Chu Yingzhou changed his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out of the bedroom. Downstairs in the living room, Chu Chunin was already awake and sitting on the carpet. Holding an Ultraman toy in his arms, he quietly watched TV. Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned around, saw Chewing Zhou, and his eyes lit up. Brother Zhou. He dropped his toys, ran over with his short legs, and hugged Chewing Zhou's leg tightly. Good morning, Chenin. Chewing Zhou smiled and patted his head. Shu Chenin tilted his little face up. Brother Zhou, are you leaving today? Chewing Zhou picked him up and carried him to the sofa to sit down. I'm not leaving. He pinched Shu Chenin's cheek. From now on, this will be my home. Home? Shu Chenin repeated it, seemingly understanding but not quite. He then grinned widely, smiling broadly. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of the second-floor bedroom. Then he leaned close to Chewing Zhou's ear and whispered. Brother Zhou, are you going to be my dad? Children's words are innocent, yet they sent a shiver down Chewing Zhou's spine. I am whoever you want to be. I do. I'm 100 times willing. Shu Chenin excitedly danced around in Chewing Zhou's arms. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. Xin Yan had already woken up and changed into a white dress for homewear. Her long hair was casually tied back, and she wore no makeup, yet she was still incredibly beautiful. Seeing the happy scene of the two people, one big and one small, in the living room. Woke up? Chewing Zhou looked up at her. Xin Yan blushed slightly and softly hummed in agreement. Mom. Zhou said he wants to be my dad. Shu Chenin broke free from Chewing Zhou's embrace and ran to Xin Yan like a treasure. Xin Yan's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She gave Chewing Zhou a reproachful glare. He stood up, walked to Xin Yan, and gently pulled her into his arms in front of Shu Chenin. Sister Yan, I'm not joking. He looked down into her eyes and spoke with utmost seriousness. Give me a chance, give Chenin a complete family, okay? Xin Yan's heart was pounding. She bit her lip, but finally nodded gently. 3 days later, at Jinghai University. Chewing Zhou's life seemed to have returned to normal. I drive that understated Rolls-Royce Phantom to school every day. Then Tina drove him back to the villa. Of course, it was the villa where Xin Yan and Shu Chenin were staying. There were no classes that morning, and after Chewing Zhou finished processing some handover documents for Xingmang Entertainment. So I decided to go to the library. As soon as I stepped out of the teaching building, I saw a commotion in the crowd not far away. Xu Ming and Lin Xingxian were surrounded by a group of students. Xu Ming's face was terribly gloomy, while Lin Xingxian stood beside him. He was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. Chewing Zhou pretended not to see it, pressed down the brim of his hat, and turned to take another route around it. Chewing Zhou. You stop right there. Xu Ming roared, pushed through the crowd, and rushed to Chewing Zhou, blocking his way. All eyes immediately turned to them. Chapter 71. I don't like the smell of green tea. What's up? Chewing Zhou's tone was very calm. What's wrong? Xu Ming, like a powder keg that had been lit, pointed at Chewing Zhou's nose and roared angrily. You bastard! What despicable means did you use to get involved with Chairman Shi Tianhan? He lost face at the entrance of Tian Yuxuan that day, and the more he thought about it after he got back, the angrier he became. He couldn't understand how an orphan who had always been from the bottom of society could understand this. How could someone suddenly become someone that even Shi Tianhan had to treat with respect? He searched, but found nothing. All of Chewing Zhou's information seemed to be shrouded in a fog. What does this have to do with you? Chewing Zhou looked at the pitiful-looking Lin Xingxian beside him. Ying Zhou, how did you become like this? Lin Xingxian spoke softly. You weren't like this before. Is there something you're going through? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, or tell Amin, and we will all help you. These words sound like concern for a friend who has gone astray. But every word seemed to be spoken to the people around him. Chewing Zhou has changed. He has become unreasonable. We, on the other hand, are the kind people who are willing to lend a helping hand. What a magnificent white lotus in this prosperous age. Chewing Zhou was almost laughing out of anger. In the original book, Chewing Zhou was completely deceived by this hypocritical face. In the end, he suffered the loss of his family and his life. I have indeed changed. Chewing Zhou finally spoke, his voice indifferent. He looked at Lin Xingxian and spoke slowly and deliberately. I've started to dislike the smell of green tea. It makes me feel nauseous. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. The face, adorned with exquisite makeup, instantly lost all color. Her eyes reddened, and glistening tears immediately welled up in them. How could you say that to me? did I say something wrong? Xu Yingzhou stepped forward, and Lin Qingxian instinctively hid behind Xu Ming. Xu Yingzhou. You fucking want to die. Xu Ming was completely enraged. He regarded Lin Qingxian as his own possession. Xu Yingzhou humiliating her in front of so many people was more painful than being slapped in the face. He clenched his fists and was about to rush forward. What? You want to make a move? Xu Yingzhou's eyes turned cold. With his current Grandmaster-level fighting skills, he could defeat a spoiled brat like Xu Ming, who had been drained by wine and women, in less than a second. You think I wouldn't dare? Xu Ming roared. Stop. A clear, melodious female voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone paused in their actions. A tall woman in a white coat was walking briskly towards them. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. It was Lu Yan from the school clinic. What are you doing? Her status as a school doctor gave her a natural authority over the students. Xu Ming saw that it was a teacher from the school, and reluctantly loosened his clenched fist. He glared fiercely at Xu Yingzhou. Bastard, you're lucky. After saying that, he pulled Lin Qingxian aside and growled impatiently. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Qingxian stumbled as he pulled her, and before leaving, she glanced back at Xu Yingzhou. Watching the two leave in a disheveled state, the surrounding students tactfully dispersed. A conflict was thus averted because of Lu Yan's appearance. Xu Yingzhou looked at Lu Yan in front of him and remembered that he had indeed added her contact information before. But then things got too busy, and we lost contact. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Xu Yingzhou revealed a slight smile. It was just a small favor. Lu Yan's expression softened, and she looked Xu Yingzhou up and down. They breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not injured. There's no need to resort to violence if there's a conflict between classmates. Xu Yingzhou nodded noncommittally, just about to say something more. Just then, a slick-back-haired man in a suit approached from the side. Yenner, who is this? As the man spoke, he reached out to put his arm around Lu Yan's shoulder. A flash of disgust crossed Lu Yan's eyes, and she subtly distanced herself. Manager Wang, please show some respect. I don't know you. The man called Manager Wang wasn't angry. He chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Yenner, don't be so absolute. Look, I've been pursuing you for so long, with all my sincerity. It's not easy for a woman like you to work hard in Jinghai. If you come with me, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. As he spoke, his small, beady eyes kept roaming over Lu Yan's graceful curves. Xu Yingzhou frowned. Lu Yan has already been identified as someone I've won over if she gets snatched away, albeit a huge loss. Yenner, don't be stubborn and end up making things difficult. Manager Wang was getting impatient seeing that Lu Yan always had a cold expression. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't push your luck. As he spoke, he stepped forward again, attempting to physically assault her. However, before his hand could even touch the hem of his clothes, it was gripped tightly. Manager Wang was taken aback, and when he turned around, he met a pair of cold eyes. Xu Yingzhou looked at him expressionlessly, slowly increasing the pressure in his hand. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. Manager Wang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. I'll count to 3. Disappear from here. 1. Do you know who I am? I am. 2. The excruciating pain in his wrist made it difficult for Manager Wang to even speak coherently. This young man's eyes are terrifying. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Before Xu Yingzhou counted out 3. Manager Wang completely chickened out and begged for mercy repeatedly. Xu Yingzhou casually tossed him aside. Manager Wang stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He glared at Xu Yingzhou with resentment, but dared not utter another harsh word. He ran away, clutching his purple wrist. Xu Yingzhou only withdrew his gaze after the person's figure had completely disappeared. His lazy smile returned to his face. Teacher Lu, this is how I repay your kindness in getting me out of that predicament. Lu Yan stared at him blankly. Is this really a student? She snapped out of her daze and looked at Xu Yingzhou's face, which wore an innocent smile. Thank you. Simply saying thank you isn't enough. Xu Yingzhou joked. You should at least treat me to a meal, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was not angry at all. Instead, she seemed to have made up her mind and nodded seriously. Good. She looked at Chu Yingzhou. I'll treat you to dinner. Also, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Near Jinghai University, there is an elegant Western restaurant. Under the soft light, Lu Yan changed into a beige dress, exuding a gentle charm unique to women from Jiangnan. She was twirling the pasta on her plate with her silver fork, clearly somewhat distracted. Chu Yingzhou, however, showed no politeness and took large bites of the steak. Chapter 72 Pretending to be a boyfriend. Teacher Lu, if you don't speak up soon, this meal will be over. Chu Yingzhou took a sip of lemonade and teased with a smile. Lu Yan put down her knife and fork, a blush rising on her fair cheeks. She seemed hesitant to speak, and after a long pause, she finally raised her head. I have a college reunion this weekend. Chu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. My ex-boyfriend will be there too. Lu Yan's voice lowered a few decibels. And he's now dating my arch-nemesis from college. Chu Yingzhou understood. This plot seems familiar. So, you want me to? I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and come with me to the party. Lu Yan finished speaking in one breath, her ears turning bright red. She was asked to speak to a student who was several years younger than her. Making such a request is quite difficult. But she really couldn't think of a better candidate. She doesn't have a wide social circle. The men she knows are either like manager Wang or colleagues who are already married and have established careers. Chu Yingzhou left a very deep impression on her. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses a calm and composed aura far beyond his peers, which definitely commands respect. Most importantly, his ruthlessness in taking action without hesitation gives people a strange sense of security. After saying that, Lu Yan looked at Chu Yingzhou nervously, afraid that he would refuse. Or perhaps she feels she is a promiscuous woman. However, Chu Yingzhou was only slightly taken aback. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Special mission triggered, the fake boyfriend's counterattack. Mission description: accompany Lu Yan to her class reunion, and in front of her ex-boyfriend and rival, help her save face and completely crush her opponent. Mission rewards: Golden Treasure Chest X1, Skill, Divine Healing Beginner, Lu Yan's favorability plus 30%. Godlike medical skills? Chu Yingzhou's eyes lit up instantly. This is a great product. He looked at Lu Yan and saw that she was nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Teacher Lu, this is a difficult favor to do. Chu Yingzhou sighed, feigning difficulty. Lu Yan's heart sank, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Is that so? Then, never mind, forget I said anything. What I mean is. Chu Yingzhou moved a few steps closer to her. I'm going to have to pretend to be the teacher's boyfriend. If the school leaders find out, I'll be punished. The warm breath brushed against her ear, making Lu Yan's cheeks blush even more. Then what do you want? She glared at him, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. How was it? Chu Yingzhou stroked his chin and said in a serious tone. There has to be an appearance fee, right? I'm very expensive. You. Lu Yan was both embarrassed and angry. How could this guy be so indecent? Put. Looking at Lu Yan's adorable expression, both angry and helpless, he was struck by her expression. Chu Yingzhou finally couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. He leaned back in his chair. I'll help you with this. Lu Yan was stunned. Real? Certainly. Chu Yingzhou winked at her. It is my honor to serve such a beautiful woman as Teacher Lu. This straightforward praise made Lu Yan's heart skip a beat. She looked at the big boy in front of her, who always had a lazy smile on his face, and the blush spread all the way to his snow-white neck. So, it's settled then? It's a deal. Chu Yingzhou raised his water cup. Lu Yan also picked up her cup and gently clinked it against his. Oh, right. Chu Yingzhou suddenly asked. When is the gathering? A hint of anticipation crept into Lu Yan's smile. This Saturday night, at the Hyatt Hotel. Saturday night. Inside the Hyatt Hotel's opulent banquet hall, elegantly dressed guests mingled, and glasses clinked in celebration. The 2008 graduates of the medical school of Jinghai University reunited after many years, and the scene was quite lively. When Lu Yan appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall arm in arm with Chu Yingzhou, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lu Yan was clearly dressed up carefully tonight. A moon-white off-shoulder dress perfectly accentuated her shapely figure. Her perfectly applied light makeup made her already stunning face even more radiant and captivating. Her long hair, which she used to wear in a bun, now flowed down smoothly, giving her an intellectual charm. Xu Yingzhou, standing beside her, was equally eye-catching. His well-tailored bespoke suit accentuated his tall and elegant figure, giving him a distinguished air. That face, already breathtakingly handsome, became even more striking under the dazzling lights of the banquet hall, making it impossible to look away. The two of them standing together looked like a match made in heaven, instantly becoming the focus of the entire room. That's Lu Yan? My God, when did she become so beautiful? Who's that guy next to her? He's so handsome. Is he her boyfriend? He looks young, but his aura is anything but ordinary. Amid the murmurs, Lu Yan unconsciously tightened her grip on Xu Yingzhou's arm. This was the first time she had become the center of attention for so many people. Xu Yingzhou sensed her stiffness and whispered in her ear. Don't be nervous, you look beautiful tonight, they're just dazzled by your radiance. The warm breath calmed Lu Yan's heart considerably. She looked up and gave Xu Yingzhou a grateful smile. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this Lu Yan, the beauty of our department back in the day? It's been so many years, and you're still as arrogant as ever. You've kept us waiting. A woman wearing a red, tight-fitting short skirt and heavy makeup was walking towards them, holding a wine glass. Beside her was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man's eyes flashed with amazement when he saw Lu Yan. Lu Yan's face paled slightly. These two people were her ex-boyfriend, Yu Qiu, and her arch-nemesis, Wang Linlin. Linlin, it's been a long time. Lu Yan's tone was very calm. Yes, it's been a long time. Wang Linlin looked Lu Yan up and down. Who is this? Won't you introduce him to us? Before Lu Yan could speak, Yu Qiu, who was next to her, pushed up her glasses. Yenner, this young man looks unfamiliar. Is he still in school? You should think carefully. This kind of boy may be sweet-talking, but he's ultimately unreliable. This statement clearly implied that Xu Yingzhou was a gigolo who relied on his looks. Lu Yan's face darkened, and she was about to retort. Xu Yingzhou smiled and stepped forward, gently shielding Lu Yan behind him in an intimate gesture. He looked at Yu Qiu with a warm smile. This gentleman is right, I am indeed still in school. However, whether someone is reliable or not cannot be determined by words or age. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Yu Qiu's mercenary-looking suit. Chapter 73. You have a lot of connections? After all, some people are old and just good-for-nothings who can only yell and spout nonsense. Yu Qiu never expected that a student would dare to talk back to him in public. Wang Linlin also exclaimed in a shrill voice. How dare you speak like that? Do you know who Yu Qiu is now? He's a regional director at Pfizer. What are you, a poor student, to talk to? Pfizer? Xu Yingzhou chuckled as if he had heard a joke. Regional director? That's a high-ranking position. His nonchalant attitude thoroughly enraged Yu Qiu. Kid, don't push your luck. Yu Qiu pointed at Xu Yingzhou's nose. Believe it or not, I can make sure you can't stay in Jinghai with just one word. The surrounding students were also attracted by the argument and gathered around to watch the spectacle. Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, a fat man in a blue suit suddenly squeezed in. He stared intently at Xu Yingzhou's face. It was as if I had seen some incredible person. You are the god of Ing? The fat man asked uncertainly. Xu Yingzhou glanced at him, but didn't recognize him. You've mistaken me for someone else. No. It can't be wrong. The fat man's face turned red with excitement. I'm a huge fan of yours. I've listened to every single one of your songs hundreds of times. Red Dust Inn, Nocturne, all the way north. My God, I actually met you in person here. The fat man's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the crowd. Ing? That mysterious genius singer who recently went viral online and single-handedly dominated various music charts? The arrogance on Yu Qiu and Wang Linlin's faces froze instantly. He is Ing? Wang Linlin's voice was trembling. She herself is a die-hard fan of Ing, and she never expected that the first time she would see her idol would be like this. Yu Qiu was struck dumb. Although he didn't listen to music much, he knew how popular the name Ing was right now. He simply couldn't reconcile the young man before him with the legendary musical genius. Kid, don't think you can get away with just hiring a shill to act. Yu Qiu still wanted to be stubborn. But before he could finish speaking, several more people in the crowd recognized Chu Yingzhou. It really is him. I saw his video on the school forum just a few days ago. He single-handedly dominated the entire event at the campus music competition. That's right. It's him. Starlight Entertainment even issued a statement for him a couple of days ago to clarify those negative rumors. My God, Lu Yan's boyfriend is actually Ying Shen? Now, no one doubted Chu Yingzhou's identity anymore. All their attention was directed at Lu Yan, who was being protected by Chu Yingzhou. Yu Qiu's face turned pale and then flushed. The smile on Chu Yingzhou's lips grew increasingly cold. Now, who do you think is more like a clown? I. Yu Qiu opened her mouth. He felt like a complete idiot. Just then, Yu Qiu roared, her voice sharp yet weak. He's just an actor. What's so great about singing a few songs? In this society, connections and power are the only true things. Kid, what do you have to offer Lu Yan for the future? Chu Yingzhou felt as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Connections? He chuckled softly. Do you have a lot of connections? Yu Qiu immediately retorted. Certainly. He practically roared it out. I know the vice president of Pfizer's China region. I've also had dinner with leaders from the Jinghai City health system. My connections are something a performer like you, who only knows how to sing on stage, could never reach in your entire life. Lu Yan's face also turned a little pale, and she subconsciously wanted to step forward. She didn't want Chu Yingzhou to be humiliated like this because of her. However, she was just about to take a step. Chu Yingzhou gently pulled her back. Chu Yingzhou didn't turn around, but gave her a reassuring look. Lu Yan's heart inexplicably calmed down. She looked at the boy who was several years younger than her. His upright posture gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Chu Yingzhou ignored Yu Qiu's barking and took out his phone from his pocket. In front of everyone, he dialed a number. This move stunned everyone. What is he going to do? Should I call someone? What kind of people can a student summon? Yu Qiu sneered disdainfully. What? Speechless? Thinking of calling in reinforcements? Let me tell you, even if you bring the King of Heaven himself here today, it won't. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yingzhou's call was already connected. Hey, boss. Tina's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Yingzhou ignored the stares around him and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Could you check for me? Pfizer. Pfizer? Upon hearing these 4 words, everyone present perked up their ears. Okay, boss, please wait a moment. Tina is extremely efficient. The banquet hall was eerily quiet, with only the faint tapping of keys coming from Chu Yingzhou's phone. All eyes were focused on the nonchalant young man. Who exactly is he? What does he want to do? A very ominous premonition rose in Wang Linlin's heart. Less than a minute later, Tina's voice rang out again. Boss, we found it. Pfizer, a top global pharmaceutical company with a market value of nearly $300 billion. Its business in China involves deep cooperation with several biotechnology companies under our Xinghe Group, amounting to tens of billions of dollars. In addition, Xinghe Group holds 3% of Pfizer's outstanding shares, making it one of its top 10 institutional shareholders. Boom! Every word Tina uttered struck the hearts of everyone in the banquet hall like a thunderbolt. Galaxy Group. A multi-billion-dollar collaboration. Shareholders. These words are simply like a fantasy to these ordinary people. Cold sweat streamed down Yu Qiu's forehead. Pfizer, the company he was so proud of, was just a business partner in front of this young man. Oh? There's a guy here named Yu Qiu who claims to be Pfizer's regional director. Tina responded immediately on the other end of the phone. This person is in the database. Yu Qiu, 31 years old, graduated from the medical school of Jinghai University. He joined Pfizer 3 years ago through an internal referral and is currently the regional director of Jinghai City. His direct supervisor is Lu Keming, the vice president of China region. Chu Yingzhou gave a casual Then, he said something that made Yu Qiu's soul tremble. I don't like this person. On the other end of the phone, Tina didn't hesitate at all. Boss, there's a special clause in the cooperation agreement between Galaxy Group and Pfizer. As the provider of core technology and capital, we have a veto right and can terminate all cooperation at any time without conditions. If you are not satisfied, I can contact Pfizer's global CEO right now to terminate the cooperation. Terminating the cooperation? A collaboration worth tens of billions? Just because of one sentence, he said? Yu Cho could no longer stand, her legs gave way. Who exactly is this person? Chapter 74, Failing to Recognize a Great Man. Isn't he an actor? Wang Linlin was so frightened that she covered her mouth. Lu Yan stared blankly at Chu Yingzhou, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. It's not that we'll terminate the cooperation. Chu Yingzhou's voice rang out again. For Autumn, however, it was no less than the sound of heavenly music. Have Pfizer's CEO call me. I want to ask him personally how his company trains its employees. Okay, boss. Chu Yingzhou hung up the phone and slowly turned around. Now, do you think your network is still sufficient? The banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. One sentence can determine the life or death of a multi-billion-dollar partnership. This goes beyond the realm of personal connections. Yu Cho's once proud position as regional director is now no different from that of a clown. Yu Cho couldn't utter a single word. He knew very well what kind of ending awaited him. Let alone becoming a regional director, it's uncertain whether he can even keep his job. In fact, he will no longer have a place in the entire pharmaceutical industry. Wang Linlin wanted to go up and apologize. Chu Yingzhou didn't even glance at them again. He had no interest in wasting a single second on these clowns. He turned around, walked up to Lu Yan, and gently tidied her slightly messy hair. Let's go, the air here isn't very good. Lu Yan nodded obediently, letting Chu Yingzhou take her hand. She stared at Chu Yingzhou's perfect profile, her mind a complete mess. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Just as the two were about to leave, Yu Cho scrambled over and grabbed Chu Yingzhou's leg. Mr. Chu. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy on me this time. Tears streaming down his face, he was a far cry from the arrogant director he had been moments before. I'm nothing. Just ignore me. I'll never do it again. I'll never harass Lu Yan again. A flash of disgust crossed Chu Yingzhou's eyes. He lifted his foot. But Yu Cho held on tightly, refusing to let go. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from overseas. Chu Yingzhou glanced at it and casually pressed the speakerphone button. A heavily accented English voice came through the receiver. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu? I am John Brown from Pfizer. I sincerely apologize for the offense caused by my employee. John Brown, the CEO of Pfizer. Although many people present did not understand English, they still recognized this well-known name. Everyone's gone mad. This young man actually managed to get Pfizer's top executive to personally call and apologize with just one phone call. What incredible power this is. Yu Cho, who was clinging to Chu Yingzhou's leg, stiffened abruptly upon hearing this voice. The last glimmer of hope has been completely extinguished. He collapsed to the ground, as if his soul had been ripped out. I have a bad temper. Chu Yingzhou spoke calmly in a fluent and authentic London accent. If there's a next time, don't bother calling me. Just prepare for bankruptcy liquidation. Yes. Yes. There will never be a next time. I promise. John Brown on the other end of the phone broke out in a cold sweat. Regarding Yu Cho, our board of directors has decided to dismiss her immediately and blacklist her from all global pharmaceutical industry collaborations. She will never be hired again. Chu Yingzhou gave a curt reply and hung up the phone. He looked down and glanced at Yu Cho, who was completely dumbfounded. In front of everyone, he gently pulled Lu Yan into his arms. You asked me before, what will you give Lu Yan for the future? Chu Yingzhou's voice rang out in the banquet hall. Now, I will answer you. I will give her her future. I said it. After saying that, he didn't linger. He embraced Lu Yan, who was completely stunned, and turned to leave. Ding. Special mission, the imposter boyfriend's counterattack completed. Mission evaluation, perfect. The host swiftly and decisively crushed all opponents, greatly enhancing the target's prestige and satisfying their vanity and sense of security. Mission rewards, 1 golden treasure chest, skill, divine healing beginner, Lu Yan's favorability plus 30%. Current target, Lu Yan. Appearance rating, 92. Body size, 95. Characteristics: 90 intellectual, gentle, outwardly soft but inwardly strong. Favorability: 75%. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was quietly parked on the side of the road in front of the Hyatt Hotel at night. It is out of place with its surroundings. Even after getting into the car, Lu Yan was still in shock. She leaned back in the soft leather seat, staring intently at the man beside her. The lamplight cast interplay of light and shadow on his profile, adding a touch of mysterious charm to his already handsome features. You. Lu Yan opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't get any questions out. Ask him about his identity? Ask about Xinghe Group? These problems all seemed so pale and powerless in the face of that phone call just now. Xu Yingzhou couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her adorable, dazed expression. What? Did I scare you? Lu Yan shook her head. She reached out and placed her hand on the back of Xu Yingzhou's hand and said softly, "Thank you." Everything that happened tonight felt like a dream to her. Between us, there's no need to say those two words. Xu Yingzhou took her small hand in his own, their fingers intertwined. Lu Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't pull her hand away, letting him hold it. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. That. Lu Yan broke the silence first, not daring to look Xu Yingzhou in the eye. What is our relationship now? The mission of pretending to be her boyfriend is over. But just now in the banquet hall, he said those things in front of everyone. What kind of relationship do you hope we will have? Xu Yingzhou didn't answer but asked a question in return, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Lu Yan's heart pounded even faster. She bit her lower lip and mustered her courage to raise her head. I hope you can be my real boyfriend. After saying that, she seemed to have used up all her strength. Xu Yingzhou looked at her, then suddenly leaned down and slowly approached. Lu Yan nervously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. However, the expected kiss did not fall. Xu Yingzhou simply stopped at her lips. As you wish, my Dr. Lu. The car drove smoothly on the way back to Donghu Villa. Lu Yan leaned quietly on Xu Yingzhou's shoulder. Everything that happened tonight made her feel like she was on a roller coaster. Xu Yingzhou took him directly back to the East Lake Villa. When Lu Yan saw the villa, she was once again so shocked that she couldn't speak. Xu Yingzhou led Lu Yan to the master bedroom. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for Lu Yan. Chapter 75 My Best Friend. After their lovemaking, Xu Yingzhou went to his study to check the rewards for this mission. System, receive skill, Divine Healing Beginner. Ding. Skill transfer in progress? The moment he finished speaking, a flood of information rushed into his mind. Compared to the previous intermediate level of medical skill mastery, the divine level of medical skill has more comprehensive pharmacological knowledge. It was deeply imprinted in the depths of his memory. Xu Yingzhou slowly opened his eyes. System, open the golden treasure chest. Ding. Golden treasure chest opening. A dazzling golden light flashed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Marrow Cleansing Pill Advanced X1. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 10 million. Marrow Cleansing Pill Advanced can transform the body, cleanse the marrow and remove impurities, greatly enhance the host's physical potential, and has a certain chance of awakening a special physique. Advanced Marrow Cleansing Pill. This is a product that is many times better than the previous physique enhancement liquid. Use it immediately. Xu Yingzhou did not hesitate at all. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a surge of heat exploded from the dantian, rushing wildly to every part of the body. The intense pain caused him to groan. At the same time, a layer of foul-smelling impurities began to continuously emerge from his pores. This process lasted a full half-hour. As the burning sensation slowly subsided, Xu Yingzhou felt a little light on his feet. But the stench lingered for a long time. He rushed into the bathroom and washed off the grime. When he stood in front of the mirror again, he discovered that his body had undergone amazing changes. Her skin became whiter and smoother, with a subtle radiance. While the muscle definition wasn't exaggerated, every inch of it exuded an explosive sense of power. Cool. Xu Yingzhou clenched his fist. Just as he was basking in the joy of his improved strength, his phone, which was on his desk, rang. It was Tina calling. Boss. We have news about the person you asked me to find before. Xu Yingzhou's eyes narrowed. Lin Shiyue. That Wall Street queen who was rated SSS Plus by the system. He stepped out of the bathroom and picked up the phone. Explain. Based on the name Lin Shuriwa that you provided, we used all of Galaxy Group's intelligence networks around the world and finally found her trail in a private bank in Switzerland. Tina's voice carried a hint of seriousness. However, her information is encrypted at the highest level, and we cannot crack it. All we know is that she left Switzerland 3 days ago on a private plane, and her destination was Jinghai City. Moreover, according to flight information, she should have arrived by now. Xu Yingzhou hung up the phone, his face revealing no emotion. Lin Shuyue, the Queen of Wall Street. He knew better than anyone the weight of this title. This is no longer just a simple business genius, he is a top-tier behemoth capable of shaking up the financial landscape. This time, the system has truly delivered an incredibly generous gift. He opened the file Tina had sent him, which contained only a low-resolution ID photo. The woman in the photo has a face that could drive any man crazy. Her phoenix eyes were slightly upturned, and although she had no expression, they exuded an arrogance that looked down on all living beings. Have we arrived in Jinghai City already? Xu Yingzhou tapped his fingers lightly on the screen, his mind racing with calculations. Such a person would never easily submit to someone else. The system's so-called 100% loyalty probably still needs an activation opportunity. He must maintain absolute control. Just then, the study door was gently pushed open. A graceful figure walked in. It's Lu Yan. She was wearing Xu Yingzhou's white shirt. Beneath the wide hem of her dress were 2 long, straight, and slender legs, dazzlingly white. Her freshly washed long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, giving her an air of languidness. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Yan gently wrapped her arms around Xu Yingzhou's waist from behind, pressing her cheek against his broad back. What are you looking at so intently? She curiously leaned over and her gaze fell on Xu Yingzhou's phone screen. The next second, her voice carried a hint of undisguised surprise. Huh? Why are you looking at my best friend's photos? Xu Yingzhou turned his head. You know her? Of course I know them. Lu Yan said matter-of-factly. Shuriwa was my best friend in high school, and we were even roommates. But she went abroad later, and we rarely kept in touch. A hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. Speaking of which, she told me just a couple of days ago that she was coming to Jinghai City to visit me. What, you know her too? Best friend? This world is far too small. A slight ripple stirred in Xu Yingzhou's heart, but his face remained expressionless. I don't know him. He casually turned off his phone screen. I only saw her profile on a business forum and thought she was very impressive. It's more than just impressive. Lu Yan's tone carried a hint of pride. You have no idea, Shuriwa was a monster when she was in school. While we were still worrying about final exams, she had already used her scholarship money to make several times her initial investment in the stock market. She said she wasn't interested in being a doctor, her goal was to conquer those men on Wall Street. Xu Yingzhou silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, shouldn't your legendary talent summoning card directly become my subordinate? Ding. The system only provides the host with the probability of interacting with the target person and guarantees that their initial favorability rating will not be negative. A legendary talent with an extremely strong personal will. The host must rely on their own charm and strength to truly subdue them. Once successfully subdued, their loyalty will automatically be locked at 100%, and they will never betray you. I see. This suits his taste better. A puppet that can be manipulated at will is far less valuable than a capable assistant who can stand on his own. But now, a golden opportunity has presented itself before him. Xu Yingzhou looked at Lu Yan, and that familiar smile returned to his face. Since she's teacher Lu's best friend, then she's one of us. He then changed the subject. I happen to be starting an entertainment company recently and I need a CEO with management skills. Could you introduce me to someone? You, the Queen of Wall Street, would condescend to come to my humble abode and offer some guidance? Lu Yan was amused by him and poked his chest with her finger. You really dare to dream. That's Lin Shuriwa. Making her your CEO? You must still be dreaming. Although she said that, she still hesitated for a moment. However, it should still be possible to meet. It seems that she came to Jinghai this time to relax and see if there's anything fun to do. Chapter 76, The Queen of Wall Street. Fun things? Xu Yingzhou's eyes lit up. He was certain that nothing would be more fun than helping him build a global business empire. Then it's settled. Xu Yingzhou scooped Lu Yan up in his arms, startling her so much that she gasped and quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. What are you doing? Of course, let's celebrate in advance for our future CEO. Xu Yingzhou grinned mischievously and carried her toward the large bed in the bedroom. I hate you. Lu Yan buried her face in his chest in embarrassment, her voice barely audible. The night outside the window grew even deeper. The next day, Xu Yingzhou then received a call from Lu Yan informing him that Lin Shuriwei had arrived in Jinghai. Furthermore, Lu Yan had already arranged a time and place for them to meet. Tonight, at the private club in Jinghai City Cloudtop Palace. This surprised Xu Yingzhou. He had expected it to be in a coffee shop or something similar. It seems that this Wall Street Queen's entourage is even grander than he imagined. As evening fell, Xu Yingzhou changed into a well-fitting casual suit, and Tina drove him and Lu Yan to the Cloud Palace. Lu Yan seemed a little nervous, and kept adjusting her clothes the whole way. Don't be nervous, you look beautiful today. Xu Yingzhou smiled and comforted him. I'm not nervous. I'm afraid Shuriwei, she speaks too directly and might embarrass you. Lu Yan looked at him with concern. She's the kind of person who doesn't show any courtesy to anyone except me. Xu Yingzhou smiled noncommittally. Without batting an eye? That's perfect, he likes thorny roses. It's more fulfilling to conquer it. Located atop Yunwu Mountain in Jinghai City, Yunding Tiangong is a true gathering place for the elite. Those who can afford a private room here are all big shots who can make Jinghai City tremble with a stomp of their feet. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance, and immediately a waiter dressed in a cheongsam stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door. Mr. Chu, Ms. Liu, and Ms. Lin have been waiting for a long time in room number 1. The waiter was extremely respectful. This made Lu Yan feel a little uncomfortable. She was just a university doctor and had never received such treatment before. Xu Yingzhou remained calm, took her hand, and walked straight inside. Room number 1 in the Heavenly Palace is the most luxurious private room in the entire Heavenly Palace. Facing the cliff, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see a surging sea of clouds and the dazzling night view of Jinghai City. Push open the heavy rosewood door. A figure stood with his back to them in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was a woman wearing a black backless dress. Just a glimpse of his back is enough to make one's heart race. A perfect waist-to-hip ratio is like the finest work of art. Too much makes one plump, too little makes one slender. She stood there quietly, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned around. A stunningly beautiful face caught Xu Yingzhou's eye. She is Lin Shuriwei. She's 10 times more beautiful than in the photos. If Qinyan's beauty is like the cool, bright moon hanging high in the sky, Lin Shuriwei's beauty is like a most beautiful rose blooming on the edge of an abyss. It is breathtakingly beautiful, yet carries a deadly aura of danger. Her gaze immediately fell on Lu Yan, and her arrogance instantly melted away. Yenner, you finally arrived. She put down her wineglass, opened her arms, and gave Lu Yan a big hug. I missed you so much. I miss you too, Shuriwei. Lu Yan's eyes were also a little red. Two best friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time hugged each other and reminisced about the past, oblivious to everyone else around them. Xu Yingzhou stood patiently to the side, not disturbing them. Only after both of them had calmed down did Lin Shuriwei turn her gaze to Xu Yingzhou. Those beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the person you mentioned on the phone who wanted to see me? Lu Yan blushed and quickly pulled Xu Yingzhou aside to introduce them. Shuriwei, this is Xu Yingzhou, my friend. She wanted to say boyfriend, but the words caught in her throat. Xu Yingzhou, this is my best friend, Lin Shuriwei, whom I've told you about. Hello, Ms. Lin. Xu Yingzhou extended his hand with a polite smile on his face. Lin Shuriwei did not shake hands with him, but simply picked up her wineglass and swirled it gently. Mr. Chu, I heard from Yenner that you want to hire me as your CEO? She got straight to the point, without beating around the bush at all. Lu Yan's heart jumped into her throat, fearing that Xu Yingzhou would be embarrassed by this. However, Xu Yingzhou simply withdrew his hand, his smile remaining unchanged. Yes. It's really a waste of talent to have an entertainment company. However, I can give Miss Lin anything she wants. Oh? Lin Shuriwei raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Anything? Mr. Chu, you certainly have a big mouth. She looked Xu Yingzhou up and down. What I want is 5% of the fruit company's shares, the position of CEO of Terrace, and the power to control the Federal Reserve. Can Mr. Chu afford these? These words made Lu Yan's expression change. This isn't about discussing cooperation, it's clearly about making things difficult for us. Shuriwei, please don't do this. Just as Lu Yan was about to speak, Xu Yingzhou stopped her. Xu Yingzhou looked at Lin Shiyue's provocative eyes and suddenly smiled. I really can't give you what Miss Lin is talking about right now. He paused, then changed the subject. But give me some time, and it's not impossible in the future. Even Lu Yan felt that Xu Yingzhou's words were a bit too definitive. Lin Shiyue was taken aback. She had seen countless men, some fawning over her, others feeling ashamed of themselves in her presence. But this was the first time she had ever met a man like Xu Yingzhou who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of her. Interesting. This man was much more interesting than she had imagined. Just as the atmosphere in the private room was becoming somewhat awkward, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the door. Young Master Chiu, please slow down, Miss Lin is inside. Get out of my way. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Before he could finish speaking, the door to the private room was violently pushed open from the outside. A young man wearing a floral shirt swaggered in. He was followed by several people who looked like bodyguards. As soon as the young man entered, his eyes locked onto Lin Shiyue, and a fawning smile instantly appeared on his face. Shiyue. My goddess. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to Jinghai? I could have picked you up at the airport. As he spoke, he reached out to take Lin Shiyue's hand. A flash of disgust crossed Lin Shiyue's eyes. She took a half step back without making a sound, dodging the other person's groping hand. Young Master Chiu, we don't seem to be that familiar with each other. Her voice was so cold it sounded like ice shards could fall out. The young man wasn't angry, instead, he smiled even more brightly. Chapter 77, A Match Made in Heaven? You think you can? Oh, Shiyue, you're being too polite. My dad and Uncle Lin are old friends, and we're childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven. He completely ignored Xu Yingzhou and Lu Yan beside him and spoke to himself. Shiyue, I know you like the Cloud Palace, so I specially spent a lot of money to book the #1 room here. From today onwards, this is your private room. Xu Yingzhou frowned. Shiyue, who is this? Lu Yan couldn't help but ask. Just a fly. Lin Shiyue spoke calmly. Xu Yingzhou looked Xiu Yan up and down. A match made in heaven? You think you can make that? This is the woman he has set his sights on. He will not allow anyone else to touch her. Xiu Yan's smile froze instantly. He came here to show off his wealth and status in front of the goddess. It's not to be humiliated by some poor, clueless kid who just popped up out of nowhere. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Xiu Yan was about to explode on the spot. Lin Shiyue spoke first, coldly. Xiu Yan, when did it become your place to bark in my private room? If you don't get out of here, believe me, I'll have your dad come and drag you back home. These words were spoken without any mercy. Xiu Yan was given a strict order by his family: if he didn't bring Lin Shiyue back, he was to get out of the Chiu family. He could only suppress his anger. Shiyue, I'm just worried about you, afraid you'll be scammed by some shady people. A venomous gaze fell upon Xu Yingzhou once more. This guy was wearing an ordinary casual suit, and the total cost of his entire outfit was probably less than 1,000 yuan. He doesn't look like someone of any importance at all. Except for that face. It must be some pretty boy that Lin Shiyue met somewhere. Thinking of this, he felt more confident. He straightened his floral shirt and struck a haughty pose. Who is this? Lin Shiyue couldn't be bothered with him at all. Instead, he watched Xu Yingzhou with great interest, wanting to see how he would respond. The man's boastful words had piqued her curiosity. Lu Yan tugged at Xu Yingzhou's sleeve with some concern. She didn't want him to get into trouble because of her. Xu Yingzhou looked at Xiu Yan and suddenly remembered something. A playful smile curved his lips. Your surname is Chiu? You're from the Chiu family of Jinghai? Xiu Yan was taken aback, then straightened his chest and showed an arrogant expression. You do have some knowledge. That's right, I am from the Chiu family of Jinghai. He thought Xu Yingzhou was intimidated by his family background, and his contempt deepened. Now that you know who I am, it's not too late to get lost. Don't force me to take action, or I'll make sure you can't stay in Jinghai. Xu Yingzhou ignored his shouts. Xiu Yuhang, who are you? Xiu Yuhang. That's the most outstanding direct descendant of the Chiu family in this generation, the undisputed next family heir. He was someone that collateral relatives like him could only look up to. How could this young man know brother Yu Hang? Could it be that he is also a scion of some aristocratic family? Xiao Yan's mind raced, and the arrogance on his face vanished instantly. He put on a fawning smile. He asked, tentatively. You know brother Yu Hang? No. Xu Yingzhou nodded. Xiao Yan was overjoyed and his attitude changed completely. He quickly stepped forward. Oh my. So you're Yu Hang's friend? Then we're on the same side. It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple, isn't it? It was all a misunderstanding. My name is Qiu Yan. May I ask how I should address this gentleman? His ability to change his expression faster than flipping through a book left Lu Yan, who was standing to the side, completely dumbfounded. Lin Shuriwei wasn't surprised Qiu Yan had always been this sycophantic towards powerful people since he was a child. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered by him so much. That wasn't enough. She wanted to see just who this Xu Yingzhou was. Xu Yingzhou looked at the hand Xiao Yan offered, but did not shake it. He just smiled. Knowing is knowing. However, your dear brother probably never dreams of being on my side. What does that mean? Xiao Yan's smile froze. Just then, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly started vibrating wildly. He frantically pulled out his phone and saw the words Yu Hang Gu on the caller ID. My hand trembled, and I almost dropped my phone. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Hey! Spaceman! Xiao Yan quickly answered the phone, his voice filled with excitement and flattery. What brings you to call me? I happen to be at the Heavenly Palace on the clouds. Would you like to come over? Xiao Yan. Where the hell are you right now? On the other end of the phone, however, came Qiu Yuhang's suppressed roar. That sound was like it wanted to devour someone. Xiao Yan shuddered in fright, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. I'm at the Heavenly Palace on the clouds, room number 1, brother. What happened? Is there someone named Xu Yingzhou next to you? Xiao Yan subconsciously looked up at the young man opposite him. He seemed to have heard his name outside the door. His name seems to be Yingzhou. Yes, brother, how did you know? How should I know? I'm fucking downstairs right now. Did you offend him? I didn't, I just said a few words. They said a few words? Xiao Yuhang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Xiao Yan. You son of a bitch. Do you even know who he is? Do you want to ruin our entire Qiu family? Now. Immediately. Kneel down. If he doesn't forgive you, then you fucking shouldn't acknowledge me as your brother. Our Qiu family has no descendants like you. Beep. The phone was abruptly hung up. Xiao Yan stood there, holding his phone, frozen in place. Lin Shuyue's hand, holding the wine glass, froze in midair. Spaceman, make him kneel? Thump. To everyone's astonishment. Xiao Yan, who had been so arrogant just moments before, actually knelt upright before Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou was somewhat surprised, as Qiu Yuhang hadn't acted this way at the banquet last time. It seems the Wang family has done most of the repairs now. It's been a long time since I've seen Wan Yuan. Xiao Yan didn't care about dignity his father had taught him since he was a child that temporary humiliation was nothing. Bang! 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 Mr. Chu. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I'm not human. I'm just a dog. He was hitting the bow with both hands at the same time. Please, have mercy and spare my life. I'm nothing but a fart, no. I'm not even a fart. Please, have mercy and spare my dog's life. This dramatic scene left Lu Yan speechless. Xu Yingzhou ignored Xiao Yan, who was kowtowing repeatedly. He pulled Lu Yan over and made her sit down on the sofa next to him, then looked at Lin Shuriwei. Chapter 78 Shang Tang Group. Ms. Lin, may we now continue our discussion about the CEO? That calm and serene demeanor. It's more impactful than any arrogant words. Lin Shuriwei looked at him for a long time before slowly putting down her wine glass. Okay. Mr. Chu, I take back what I just said. I admit, I've developed a little interest in you. She raised her glass. However, having connections and resources alone is not enough to get me to work for you. You have to prove to me that you are worthy of my following. Lu Yan watched the two of them nervously. Xu Yingzhou accepted the wine cup. Gently swirl the wine in the glass. How do you want me to prove it? It's very simple. A sly glint flashed in Lin Shiyue's eyes. I'm giving you a task. She paused, then parted her red lips slightly and uttered a name. Sheng Tang Group. I need you to get your hands on it within a month. What? Lu Yan gasped in surprise. Sheng Tang Group. That's one of the leading local enterprises in Jinghai City. Starting with real estate and hotels, their assets are close to 10 billion. Get it within a month? How is this possible? This is simply a fantasy. Xu Yingzhou looked at Lin Shiyue, a slight smile playing on his lips. What if I do it? Lin Shiyue looked at him as if she wanted to see right through him. If you do it. She downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, a bold gesture that contrasted sharply with her stunning beauty. I, Lin Shiyue, am selling my life to you. From now on, wherever your sword points, that will be the direction of my heart. Xu Yingzhou smiled. He also downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Make a deal. He put down his wine glass and stood up. Now, can you get this garbage out of here? Lin Shiyue snapped her fingers. Xiao Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled away from the private room. In the blink of an eye, only 3 people remained in room number 1. Looking at the 2 people in front of her, Lu Yan felt like she was dreaming. One dared to raise the issue, and the other dared to respond. So, my future boss. Lin Shiyue sat back down on the sofa. How do you plan to start your game? Xu Yingzhou took Lu Yan's hand and sat down again. The game has begun. He took out his phone and dialed Tina's number. Boss. Help me make an appointment with Li Shengtang, the chairman of Shengtang Group. Just say that Xinghe Group wants to discuss a business deal with him. Galaxy Group. Lin Shiyue's pupils contracted slightly. This man can actually mobilize even the Galaxy Group? Who exactly is he? The curiosity that had just been suppressed surged up again uncontrollably. Okay, boss, what time should we schedule it for? Tonight. Xu Yingzhou glanced at the night view outside the window. I don't want to waste time. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou looked at Lin Shiyue. Miss Lin, would you be interested in going to see a good show together? Lin Shiyue smiled, a smile that could captivate all beings. I couldn't have gotten it. Half an hour later, in another private room at the Heavenly Palace in the clouds. Li Shengtang, the chairman of Shengtang Group, who is nearly 60 years old, is sitting respectfully at the lower end of the table. Opposite him, seated in the main seat, was Xu Yingzhou. Lin Shiyue and Lu Yan sat beside him. Li Shengtang wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just received a call saying that a director of Xinghe Group wanted to see him, which startled him so much that he rushed over without even having dinner. But he never expected that the so-called director would be such a young man. Moreover, sitting next to him was Lin Shiyue. On the very first day this woman arrived in Jinghai, her documents were delivered to his desk. No corporation could resist her. This woman who stirred up a bloodbath on Wall Street. Li Shengtang had a premonition that tonight would definitely not be a good show. Chairman Li, don't be nervous. Xu Yingzhou's voice was very calm. I called you here simply to discuss an acquisition. Acquisition? Li Shengtang's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Chu, are you joking? Our Shengtang Group is currently doing well and has no intention of selling. I'm not kidding you. Xu Yingzhou interrupted him. I didn't intend to discuss it with you. He gently pushed a document in front of Li Shengtang. This is the gambling debt your son, Li Tianyu, owed in Las Vegas. A total of $300 million. In addition, here is all the evidence of his embezzlement of company funds and money laundering overseas. Li Shengtang looked at the document. No. It's impossible. How could this be? Xu Yingzhou ignored his loss of composure and continued speaking. If these things appear on the desks of the China Securities Regulatory Commission and Interpol tomorrow morning, how many hours do you think Shengtang Group's stock price can hold up? And how many years can your precious son spend in jail? Li Shengtang stared intently at Xu Yingzhou. What exactly do you want? Xu Yingzhou smiled. I told you, I want to acquire Shengtang. I'll give you 2 choices. He held up one finger. First, I will buy all your shares in cash at 80% of the market price, allowing you to leave gracefully and live out your old age in peace. I can also pretend that your son's matter never happened. Then he extended his second finger. Second, see you in court. I won't spend a single penny. I'll slowly pick it up again when Shang Tang goes bankrupt and is liquidated. As for you and your son. Xu Yingzhou didn't say anything more, but the meaning was self-evident. Li Shengtong's face turned deathly pale in an instant. From the very beginning, this young man had no intention of giving him a choice. All he did was inform him of the result. Lu Yan watched all of this nervously. She discovered for the first time the nature of business negotiations. It was far more thrilling than the clash of scalpels on the operating table. Lin Shuriyue, on the other hand, looked at Xu Yingzhou with great interest. Those beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with extraordinary light. This man was even more direct than she had imagined. She likes this style. After a long while, Li Shangtang finally managed to raise his head. I choose the first option. Xu Yingzhou snapped his fingers. The door to the private room was pushed open, and Tina walked in, wearing high heels. He held a pre-drafted equity transfer agreement in his hand. Chairman Li, please sign. Li Shangtang picked up the pen with trembling hands. The moment he signed his name, he knew that the business empire he had built with his own hands over half his life was now in change of hands. Tina carefully put away the contract, bowed slightly to Xu Yingzhou, and then left the private room. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Li. Xu Yingzhou stood up and extended his hand to Li Shangtang. Chapter 79. This is your student dormitory? Li Shangtang looked at him blankly, but did not shake his hand. Xu Yingzhou didn't care and turned to leave with Lu Yan and Lin Shuriyue. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, I got into the Rolls-Royce that was taking me back to the villa. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat awkward. Lu Yan had not yet fully recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Lin Shuriyue, on the other hand, stared intently at Xu Yingzhou. Are you satisfied now? Xu Yingzhou broke the silence first. No. Lin Shuriyue shook her head. I'm just more curious now. She leaned forward slightly, her phoenix eyes staring directly at Xu Yingzhou. Who exactly are you? She has asked this question twice already. This time, however, his tone carried less of a tentative tone and more of a genuine inquiry. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair, avoiding her extremely aggressive gaze. I told you, I'm a student. Student? Lin Shuriyue scoffed. Can you mobilize students from the Galaxy Group? Xu Yingzhou, are you treating me like a 3-year-old? Xu Yingzhou turned his head and looked directly at her. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I'm only asking you this, does our bet still stand? Their eyes met. After a long while, Lin Shuriyue slowly leaned back, widening the distance between the two. A smile blossomed on that stunningly beautiful face. Of course it counts. She reached out and gracefully straightened Xu Yingzhou's tie. Her fingertips traced his Adam's apple, intentionally or unintentionally. My future boss. From today onwards, I am yours. This extremely ambiguous remark made Lu Yan blush. She instinctively gripped Xu Yingzhou's arm tightly. Xu Yingzhou, however, seemed oblivious to the suggestive undertones in her words, and simply nodded indifferently. Very good. I hope to see you at the Shang Tang Group headquarters tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. He looked at Lin Shuriyue. I entrust the glorious Tang dynasty to you. I want its market value to double within a year. These words made Lu Yan and Tina in the driver's seat gasp. Market value doubled in 1 year? That's nearly 10 billion in assets. Lin Shuriyue's eyes, however, shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She licked her red lips. Boss, your request. I love so much. For her, money has long been just a number. This kind of game, which challenges limits and creates miracles, is what she truly desires. The car first arrived at Lu Yan's apartment building. I'll take you up. Xu Yingzhou said to Lu Yan. No. No need. Lu Yan's cheeks were still a little hot. She glanced at her powerful best friend in the car and whispered. You should go back and rest early. She quickly kissed Xu Yingzhou on the cheek, then pushed open the car door and ran away. Xu Yingzhou touched his cheek, shook his head with a wry smile. Boss, shall we go back to Donghu Villa now? Tina's voice came from the front row. The car restarted. Lin Shuriyue looked at the rapidly receding night view outside the window and suddenly spoke. What is your relationship with Yenner? What do you think? Xu Yingzhou didn't answer but asked a question instead. Lin Shuriyue turned her head, her phoenix eyes carrying a hint of warning. Yenner is very innocent, and I don't want her to get hurt in any way. She is my only friend in this world. Xu Yingzhou looked at her. She is also the woman I like. I will protect her with my life. Lin Shuriyue looked into his serious eyes, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly looked away. That would be best. Outside the heavenly palace on the cloud top, a cool night breeze blows. Xiao Yan stood in the shadows, watching the black Rolls-Royce merge into the traffic and eventually disappear from sight. The usual arrogant smile on his face was nowhere to be seen. The bodyguard in black beside him spoke in a low voice. Young Master Cho, are you just going to let this go like this? His voice was filled with resentment. Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of anger. What can you do then? Rush up and stop the car? He glanced at the bodyguard. Even my cousin Xiao Yuhang has to keep his tail between his legs. Do you think I'm more powerful than him? The bodyguards fell silent instantly. Xiao Yuhang is the most promising heir of the Qiu family in this generation. He was always domineering, but he was outmaneuvered by that man surnamed Chu. Although Qiu Yan was arrogant, he was very clear-headed. He understood one thing: in Jinghai City, there were some people you just couldn't afford to offend. To live a comfortable life, you must know when to bow your head. The bodyguard hesitated. Then, how do we explain this to the old man? Explain? Xiao Yan sneered and turned to walk towards his car. To be honest, I'm not as skilled as them, and I've run into a brick wall. He opened the car door and got in. However, this matter cannot end so vaguely. Xiao Yan looked out the car window, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Go, find out everything about this Xu Yingzhou. I need to know who he is, what his family does, and who is backing him. He paused, a self-deprecating smile curving his lips. I have to see just how amazing my love rival really is. The bodyguard nodded, yes, young Master Qiu. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly back to Donghu Villa. Tina focused on driving, and through the rearview mirror, she could see that neither of the two people in the back seat spoke again. One person leaned back in their chair, closing their eyes to rest. The other one turned her head to look out the window, the city's neon lights swirling in her phoenix eyes, her emotions unreadable. The car slowly drove through a heavily guarded gate and along the shimmering lakeside road. Lin Shuriyue finally stopped in front of a modern villa before turning her gaze away. She looked at the stylish lakeside villa in front of her. Xu Yingzhou opened his eyes and pushed open the car door. Arrive. Lin Shuriyue got out of the car, her high heels making a crisp sound on the smooth stone pavement. She looked around. You call yourself a student? This is your student dormitory? There was a hint of amusement in her voice. The environment is quite nice, isn't it? Xu Yingzhou casually replied and walked through the gate first. Lin Shuriyue remained silent. Xu Yingzhou took a bottle of water from the wine cabinet and tossed it to her. Please sit wherever you like. He sat down on the sofa, looking somewhat tired. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, the first cry of a business empire. Mission assessment, perfect. The swift and decisive takeover of the Shangtang Group, without bloodshed, demonstrates exceptional business acumen and decisiveness. Mission reward, God-level hacking skills, 1 billion in cash already automatically deposited into a secret Swiss bank account. Xu Yingzhou's eyes flickered. God-level hacking skills? This is actually a useful thing. Lin Shuriyue keenly noticed the fleeting change in his expression. What's wrong? Chapter 80. I want to sleep in the room next to you. Xu Yingzhou shook his head, suppressing the system notification in his mind. Nothing. He stood up and walked towards the stairs to the second floor. There are many empty rooms upstairs, pick one yourself. You'll stay here for now, and move out once you find a suitable place. Lin Shuriyue followed behind him, her high heels clicking on the wooden stairs. She looked at the man's broad back, a sly smile curving her lips. Boss, if you arrange it like this, then, where will you sleep? She deliberately slowed her pace, her voice carrying a hint of allure. Xu Yingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. Lin Shuriyue leaned gently against the stair railing, her body curves fully revealed. She held up a finger and touched her red lips. I'd like to sleep in the room next to yours, is that okay? She pronounced the last two words, room, very softly and slowly. Seeing the triumphant smile in her eyes, Xu Yingzhou smiled too. Yeah. He suddenly turned around, strode down a few steps, and came to Lin Shiyue. Can. Before he could finish speaking, to Lin Shiyue's astonishment, Xu Yingzhou stretched out his arm and scooped her up in his arms. Ah! Lin Shiyue let out a short gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The sudden feeling of her body being suspended in mid-air made her heart skip a beat. Xu Yingzhou picked her up, turned around, and headed straight for the master bedroom. Lin Shiyue could smell his fresh and pleasant scent. This man was far more dangerous than she had imagined. It's also much more interesting. Bang! Xu Yingzhou kicked open the door to the master bedroom. The next second, he turned around and gently hooked his foot with the back of his foot. The heavy door slowly closed, completely separating the two worlds inside and outside the room. The bedroom was enchanting. Outside the door, the night was deep. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the blinds. Lin Shiyue slowly opened her eyes, feeling as if her whole body had been disassembled and reassembled, weak and sore. She looked at the man who was still fast asleep beside her. His handsome profile looked exceptionally soft in the morning light. A complex expression flashed in her phoenix eyes. She lost completely last night. This man, in the most domineering way, shattered all her pride. Just then, Xu Yingzhou's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Lin Shiyue subconsciously pulled up the quilt to cover her naked body. Good morning, Mr. Lin. From today onwards, the Shangtang Group is in your hands. After saying that, he actually threw off the covers and walked naked into the bathroom. That perfect body was exposed to Lin Shiyue's view without any concealment. Lin Shiyue's cheeks instantly turned bright red. That bastard. Hearing the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, Lin Shiyue gritted her teeth. Xu Yingzhou. You just wait. 9 o'clock in the morning, at the top floor conference room of Shangtang Group headquarters. All the group's senior executives sat upright. They had received word that the company had changed hands overnight. And the mysterious new owner is holding his first meeting of all senior executives today. The meeting room door was pushed open. Everyone instinctively stood up, their eyes all turning towards the doorway. Lin Shiyue. This name is known to every business elite present. She was wearing a smart black business suit today. It perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Those phoenix eyes swept across the entire room. Please sit down. She walked to the head of the table and sat down directly. All the executives looked at each other, and they all saw shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that she was the one who acquired the Shangtang Group? From today onwards, I will serve as the CEO of Shangtang Group. My boss gave me a task. She looked around the room. Double the market value of Shangtang within a year. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. This is impossible. A vice president in charge of real estate instinctively spoke up to refute. Mr. Lin, you may not be very familiar with the domestic market. The real estate industry is currently in a downturn, and it's already quite an achievement for us to maintain our current scale. Doubling it in a year is simply a pipe dream. Yes, Mr. Lin, our group has long suffered from problems and many projects. Lin Shiyue didn't speak, but listened quietly. She only spoke slowly after all the dissenting voices had stopped. Are you done talking? Her gaze fell on the vice president who had spoken first. Your name is Wang Hao, right? You're in charge of real estate business. Yes, Mr. Lin. Wang Hao answered somewhat guiltily. Very good. Lin Shiyue snapped her fingers. The conference room door was pushed open again, and Tina walked in, wearing high heels. A document was placed in front of Wang Hao. This is all the evidence that during your tenure, you abused your position to accept bribes from partners, colluded with internal and external parties, and embezzled 37 million yuan of company assets. Lin Shiyue's voice was icy and chilling. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Go and turn yourself in, or I'll send you to jail to rot. Wang Hao couldn't understand how she knew all this. Lin Shiyue didn't look at him again, instead scanning the others. Who else thinks it's impossible? This time, no one dared to speak. Everyone's backs were soaked with cold sweat. The ruthlessness of this newly enthroned empress far exceeded their expectations. Just then, Lin Shiyue's personal cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She stood up, walked to the French windows, and answered the phone. Hello. A steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. Shiyue, I heard you went back to China. Why didn't you tell me? Long Ao, my affairs are none of your business. Lin Shiyue looked at him with a hint of disgust. If Xiao Yan was like a fly bouncing around in Lin Shiyue's eyes, the person on the other end of the phone is the real fox. Hee, don't be so absolute. Long Ao chuckled softly on the other end of the phone. I heard you took over that mess from Shengtang? How about it, do you need my help? Our Qinglong group is also looking to enter the real estate industry recently, and I'm very interested in your project. If you're willing to come and help me, I guarantee that you'll be in charge of the entire Qinglong group's real estate business. How about it? Think about it. Lin Shiyue sneered. Long Ao, stop with that attitude. I will handle the affairs of the Tang dynasty myself. After saying that, she hung up the phone. However, when she turned around, her expression became somewhat serious. Qinglong Group, another major player in Jinghai City, is even more powerful than the original Shengtang Group. And that Long Ao is the young master of the Qinglong Group, known for his insidious methods. In the conference room, all the executives felt the change in Lin Shiyue's aura and fell silent in fear. President Lin, is this young Master Long from the Qinglong Group? An executive cautiously probed. Lin Shiyue did not answer, but simply sat back down in the main seat. She knew it very well. Once Long Ao sets his sights on him, he will use every means at his disposal. Chapter 81 Azure Dragon Group. The Shengtang Group has just changed hands, and internal morale is unstable, making it its most vulnerable time. If Qinglong Group were to launch an attack at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is indeed a tricky problem. But it's just a hassle. Excitement ignited in Lin Shiyue's eyes. That's more like it. If everything went smoothly, it would be too boring. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chu Yingzhou. Your new company seems to be in trouble. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, Chu Yingzhou called directly. Hello. We've run into a little trouble. A mad dog named Long Ao seems to have his eye on us. Lin Shiyue said in a relaxed tone. Qinglong Group? Chu Yingzhou's voice remained calm on the other end of the phone. You know him? I don't know him. Chu Yingzhou said calmly. However, we got to know each other very quickly. He paused. Wait for me at the company, I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiyue looked at her phone screen, a strange light flashing in her phoenix eyes. This man always seemed to have this calm and composed demeanor. It was as if the biggest problems in the world were just trivial matters in front of him. Half an hour later, in the chairman's office of Shengtang Group, Chu Yingzhou pushed open the door and entered. Lin Shiyue was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling city below. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. I thought you would stay in the background and watch how I, the new CEO, handle the crisis? Why are you hiding? Chu Yingzhou walked to her side and stood beside her. You are my CEO, your troubles are my troubles. Lin Shiyue's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She turned her head. So what are you planning to do? The Azure Dragon Group is not like the Tang dynasty. They have deep roots and connections in both the legitimate and underworld. In a head-on confrontation, our current strength is not enough to gain the upper hand. Who said we should confront each other head-on? Chu Yingzhou smiled, pulled out the executive chair behind his desk, and sat down directly. Bring me your computer. Although Lin Shiyue was puzzled, she still handed over her ultra-thin laptop. Chu Yingzhou took the computer and connected it to the office's mainframe network. Then, his fingers began to dance rapidly across the keyboard. That speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Lines of complex code rapidly refreshed on the screen. Lin Shiyue stood to the side, completely stunned. She considers herself a computer expert. But the skills Chu Yingzhou was displaying at this moment were completely beyond her comprehension. Firewalls, data barriers, encryption algorithms. In Chu Yingzhou's hands, they were as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. It was torn apart layer by layer without any effort. It's simply a dimensional reduction attack. Less than 10 minutes. Chu Yingzhou tapped the enter key lightly with his finger. On the screen, all the code disappeared. a folder with the highest level of encryption appeared. The folder's name consists of only 2 characters: Azure Dragon. Inside, all the internal documents of the Qinglong Group from its inception to the present are densely packed. Financial statements, project contracts, information on senior management personnel. There are even some shady stories about him that can't be brought to light. As Lin Shuriwei looked at the content on the screen, she felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. You. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but Lin Shuriwei swallowed them back. The mystery surrounding this man was far deeper and more unfathomable than she had imagined. Now, do you think we still can't gain an advantage? Xu Yingzhou closed the folder and pushed the computer back in front of Lin Shuriwei. Lin Shuriwei took a deep breath. Boss. She spoke slowly and deliberately. What should we do next? Xu Yingzhou closed the laptop and handed it back to Lin Shuriwei. These things are your sword. As for when and how to draw the sword, that's your decision. Lin Shuriwei took the computer. I see. An unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in those captivating phoenix eyes. If Long Ao wants to play, I'll play along to the end. She licked her red lips, a bewitching smile spreading across her face. I will let him know that I, Lin Shuriwei, am not someone to be trifled with. Xu Yingzhou nodded. Qinglong Group has been entrenched in Jinghai City for many years and is deeply rooted in the local economy. The powerful figures behind them are no ordinary people. Galaxy Group's influence is mainly concentrated in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, making it difficult for them to exert their full reach. Using this dirty secret rashly might severely damage Qinglong. But it could also provoke a desperate and furious counterattack from the other side. Now is not the time. He was waiting for an opportunity that would be enough to uproot the other party completely. Xu Yingzhou glanced at the calendar, silently calculating the time in his mind. According to the original story, the man who is nominally her father, the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianque, should come looking for me soon. It's time for me to enjoy the treatment of a spoiled rich kid. I'm leaving Shangtang in your hands. Xu Yingzhou straightened his collar. I need to go back to school. Lin Shuriwei was stunned for a moment. Back to school? I have to get my graduation certificate. Xu Yingzhou wore an expression that seemed perfectly natural. Lin Shuriwei looked at him for a long time before shaking her head helplessly. K-High University. Xu Yingzhou hasn't returned for a long time. He parked his car downstairs at the teaching building. Pushing open that familiar door, the dormitory was empty. The eldest and second eldest are probably playing games all night at the internet cafe again, while Hong Tao, that bookworm, is probably spending all his time in the library. Xu Yingzhou smiled and threw himself onto the bed. It's still this familiar hard bed that makes me feel most secure when I sleep. He closed his eyes, preparing to take a short nap, when his phone, which was in his pocket, suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Xu Yingzhou frowned slightly and casually swiped to answer the call. Hello. There was no immediate response from the other end of the phone. A moment later, a middle-aged male voice slowly rang out. Is it Xu Yingzhou? I am. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained languid. I am Chu Tianque. The man on the other end of the phone gave his name. They've arrived. A glint of light flashed in Xu Yingzhou's eyes. I'll be waiting for you at the tranquil tea house at the south gate of the school. Regarding your background, I think I can give you the answer. After saying that, the call was abruptly ended without waiting for Xu Yingzhou's reply. Xu Yingzhou held his phone, a playful smile on his face. Life experience? This family reunion, which is 20 years overdue, is finally about to begin. He stood up and slowly walked towards the school gate. He knew about the tranquil tea house. The most upscale tea house near Jinghai University is one that ordinary students don't even have the right to enter. It seems this adoptive father has quite a grand entourage. Push open that antique wooden door. Immediately, a maid dressed in a cheongsam came forward to greet them. Sir, do you have an appointment? Xu Tianque. Chapter 82 Recognizing Relatives. Xu Yingzhou frowned slightly and casually swiped to answer the call. Hello. There was no immediate response from the other end of the phone. A moment later, a middle-aged male voice slowly rang out. Is it Xu Yingzhou? I am. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained languid. I am Chu Tianque. The man on the other end of the phone gave his name. They've arrived. A glint of light flashed in Chu Yingzhou's eyes. I'll be waiting for you at the tranquil tea house at the south gate of the school. Regarding your background, I think I can give you the answer. After saying that, the call was abruptly ended without waiting for Chu Yingzhou's reply. Chu Yingzhou held his phone, a playful smile on his face. Life experience? This family reunion, which is 20 years overdue, is finally about to begin. He stood up and slowly walked towards the school gate. He knew about the tranquil tea house. The most upscale tea house near Jinghai University is one that ordinary students don't even have the right to enter. It seems this adoptive father has quite a grand entourage. Push open that antique wooden door. Immediately, a maid dressed in a cheongsam came forward to greet them. Sir, do you have an appointment? Xu Tianque. Xu Yingzhou gave his name. The maid's face immediately showed an expression of utmost respect. So you are Mr. Chu's distinguished guest. Please follow me. Mr. Chu has been waiting for you in the top-tier private room for quite some time. Led by a maid, Xu Yingzhou walked through the winding corridors. Finally, we stopped in front of an elegant private room. Sir, please. Xu Yingzhou pushed open the door and entered. Inside the private room, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a refined appearance, was sitting upright in front of the tea table. He was playing with a string of sandalwood prayer beads in his hand, exuding a powerful aura. It was Chu Tianque, the current head of the Chu family. Hearing the door open, he slowly raised his head, his deep, ocean-like eyes landing on Chu Yingzhou. Their eyes met. Chu Tianque was sizing up Chu Yingzhou. I only caught a glimpse of the banquet from afar last time. This is the first time I've actually met it face to face. Xu Yingzhou was also sizing up the man. It wasn't as exciting as I'd imagined. This calmness made Chu Tianque frown slightly. Unexpectedly, the other party's reaction was so indifferent. Sit. Chu Tianque pointed to the opposite side. Xu Yingzhou didn't stand on ceremony either. Chu Tianque personally poured him a cup of tea, and the fragrant aroma of tea spread through the air. Try it, this year's pre-Qingming Longjing tea. Xu Yingzhou picked up the teacup and gently sniffed it. The tea is good tea. He put down his teacup and looked directly into Chu Tianque's eyes. I don't think you called me here just to invite me for tea. You just said on the phone that you know about my background? Chu Tianque looked at the face in front of him, which bore a striking resemblance to his own when he was young. Aren't you excited to find out about your origins? Xu Yingzhou smiled. Excited? He put down the teacup in his hand. I didn't need them for the first 20 years of my life, and I won't need them afterward. I just want to know why. Why? Chu Tianque couldn't help but feel a little bitter. He thought of his wife, Fang Songjun, who had already issued an ultimatum. We must bring our son back. This is the original quote. He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound more persuasive and more like a father's warmth. I am your father. For some reason, you were taken away when you were very young. We only recently found out about this. Dad is so sorry. Stop. Xu Yingzhou interrupted him without any politeness. So, the explanation is only some reasons? His gaze swept over the expensive mahogany furniture in the private room before finally settling on Chu Tianque. I can live this kind of life before I'm 20. It's great. Xu Yingzhou's tone revealed no emotion. But now, there's no need. A crack finally appeared in Chu Tianque's eyes, which had long held a position of power. He thought it would be a simple family reunion. As long as he reveals his identity as a member of the Chu family, he will be compensated with sufficient money and status. The son who had been separated from his family would return home with gratitude. But he was wrong. The young man before him possessed an arrogance and aloofness far more steadfast than he had imagined. I know you have grievances in your heart. Chu Tianque's voice turned somber. But some things can't be explained in a few words. You have the blood of the Chu family in your veins, and that's an unchangeable fact. Now, the Chu family needs you. Do you need me? Xu Yingzhou felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. What does the Chu family need me for, a bastard who has been abandoned for 20 years? To go back and disgrace your Chu family ancestors? The prayer beads in Chu Tianque's hand stopped spinning. Presumptuous. The oppressive aura of someone who had long held a high position dissipated. Any ordinary person would probably have gone weak in the knees under such a powerful aura. However, Xu Yingzhou simply picked up his teacup. What? Did I hit a nerve? Chu Ingzhou took a sip of tea. A chess piece that you yourselves threw away, now you've discovered it might still be useful, so you want to pick it up again? Chu Tianque, you're being far too presumptuous. He addressed his father by his first name, showing no respect whatsoever. Chu Tianque's chest heaved violently. How many years has it been since he's been talked back to like this? But ironically, the person in front of him was his own son. He can't be hit, and he can't be scolded. Because he knew he wasn't qualified. Your grandfather is very ill. The doctor said he might not make it through the winter. In the end, Chu Tianque chose the most direct reason. His greatest wish in life was to see his grandson before he passed away. He fell ill ever since he learned your true identity. I need you to come back with me. Chu Tianque said frankly. Chu Ingzhou lowered his head in thought. Chu Tianque didn't urge him, but just watched him quietly. He believed that no one could resist the allure of being the heir to the Chu family. After a long while, Chu Ingzhou slowly raised his head. You can go back, but you should know that I don't have a good impression of you. Chu Tianque's pupils contracted slightly. He picked up his teacup, concealing the emotions in his eyes. Goodwill can be cultivated gradually. As long as you are willing to come back, the Chu family will make up for what they owe you double. He thought he had already given them a good enough way out. Wealth, status, and power. What an ordinary person could never achieve in a lifetime is now within easy reach. Chu Ingzhou smiled. Compensate? He leaned back in his chair. While I was left in an orphanage eating cold bread, you were enjoying delicacies. While I was studying hard for a few hundred yuan in scholarships, you were spending money like water. While I was being trampled underfoot, you were laughing and chatting in high society. Chu Tianque, tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? Chapter 83. He promised to return. Chu Tianque fell silent. For the first time, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Compensate? How can he make up for the gap of 20 years? Need money? Using status? He suddenly realized that, under his son's gaze, those things seemed so pale. Seeing Chu Tianque fall silent, the sarcasm in Chu Ingzhou's eyes gradually faded. He stood up. I'll go there this weekend. It's not for the Chu family, nor for you. After saying that, he didn't look at Chu Tianque again. He opened the door and went straight out. Chu Tianque was left alone, sitting blankly in front of the tea table. On the other side. Jinghai City, Chu family manor. A black Hongqi sedan slowly drove in. Exhausted, Chu Tianque walked into the villa. In the living room, a woman with an elegant demeanor was pacing anxiously back and forth. It was Fong Songjun. Upon seeing Chu Tianque return, she immediately went to greet him. How is it? Tianque, have you seen Xiaozhou? Does he acknowledge us? Chu Tianque felt a pang of pain in his heart when he looked at his wife's bloodshot eyes. He grasped Fong Songjun's icy hand. I saw him. He promised to go home this weekend. Real? A tremendous light instantly shone in Fong Songjun's eyes. He really agreed to come back? Chu Tianque's voice was somewhat hoarse. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Fong Songjun could no longer contain herself and burst into tears of joy. She covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. 20 years have passed. Her son, whom she had been longing for day and night, was finally coming home. That's great, that's great. She leaned against Chu Tianque's chest and cried like a child. Chu Tianque gently patted her back. He did not tell his wife the real reason why Chu Ingzhou agreed to return. Chu Ingzhou was naturally unaware of everything that had happened in the Chu family. After leaving the tea house, he did not return to his dormitory. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the hospital. The dean's illness can't be delayed any longer. Although the condition was temporarily stabilized using intermediate-level medical skills that only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Now that he has acquired godlike medical skills, for him, this so-called incurable disease is nothing more than a simple matter to treat. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the hospital. Chu Ingzhou paid the bill and strode into the inpatient building. We haven't even reached the ward yet. A heated argument came from the end of the corridor. I told you, the patient's condition is stable. What right do you have to transfer him to a regular ward? This is a VIP ward, and beds are in high demand. It's not for people like you who have no money or power to hoard. We paid the money. You can't do this. You've paid? A sharp, sarcastic voice rang out. Is the little money you paid even enough to cover the setup fee for our equipment? I'm telling you, you'd better move out by this afternoon. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Xu Yingzhou paused, his face instantly darkening. He walked quickly to the door of the ward. Several nursing home staff members were blocking a young doctor in a white coat. Behind them, the hospital director lay on his hospital bed, his face ashen. Small boat. Several caregivers saw Xu Yingzhou and quickly gathered around him. You finally arrived. This doctor is determined to get rid of the hospital director, and nothing we say can change his mind. Xu Yingzhou patted An Wang's shoulder reassuringly, his gaze falling on the young doctor's name tag. Attending physician, Wang Tao. Are you in charge here? Xu Yingzhou's voice was calm. Wang Tao had his hands in the pockets of his white coat. His scrutinizing gaze swept over Xu Yingzhou from head to toe. Seeing his ordinary casual clothes, the contempt in his eyes deepened. The person in charge? I'm just following the hospital's regulations. He raised his chin, his posture arrogant. Do you know how much it costs to stay in a VIP ward every day? Since the patient is almost recovered, he should be transferred to a regular ward so that precious medical resources can be reserved for those who need them more. These words sound grand and dignified. We have already renewed our fees. A young caregiver retorted angrily. That little bit of money? Wang Tao scoffed. What can you do with that? I advise you to be realistic and stop making trouble and interfering with our work. Xu Yingzhou didn't waste any more words with him and went straight to the bedside. Looking at the hospital director lying on the bed with his eyes closed, I felt a pang of pain in my heart. Who said the dean's condition is stable? Xu Yingzhou turned around. Wang Tao was taken aback by his gaze, and then became furious. Who are you? How dare a student question my professional diagnosis? Let me tell you, I know the patient's condition best. Get me transferred to another hospital right now. His diagnosis was wrong. What did you say? Wang Tao instantly lost his temper. Say that again. You're slandering me. Believe me or not, I'll have security throw you out. I'm telling you, your diagnosis is rubbish. Xu Yingzhou spoke slowly, each word deliberate and deliberate. The patient appears stable, but in reality, his heart has already failed, and the functions of his internal organs are slowly withering away. In another 12 hours, even if a sage came, it would be too late to save him. These words turned the surrounding caregivers' faces instantly pale. Wang Tao was so angry that he was trembling all over. You're talking nonsense. You're spreading alarmist rumors. Security. Where's the security? Get this troublemaking lunatic out of here. However, Xu Yingzhou ignored him. He turned around and picked up a box containing sterilized silver needles from the bedside table. Xiao Zhou, what are you going to do? Aunt Wang nervously grabbed him. Xu Yingzhou gave her a reassuring look. Aunt Wang, trust me. I want to save Grandpa Dean. After saying that, he opened the needle box and picked up a silver needle with his fingers. Are you crazy? Stop it. Upon seeing this, Wang Tao immediately stepped forward to stop him. If you dare to do anything reckless, I'll make you take full responsibility if anything happens. Roll. Xu Yingzhou uttered a single word without turning his head. The finger had already pierced the Baihui acupoint on the top of the dean's head. The moment the needle was inserted, the person's entire aura changed dramatically. A mysterious and profound aura emanated from him. God-level medical skills activated. He silently recited it in his heart. In his mind, countless acupuncture techniques were integrated. Twist, rotate, lift, insert. The movements were fluid and graceful. It pierced the major acupoints all over the dean's body with unparalleled precision. This is the Big Dipper 7-star needle technique? At the entrance to the ward, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit who happened to be passing by was startled by what he saw. Several of his entourage members quickly helped him up. Mr. M.O., what's wrong? Old M.O. did not answer, his eyes fixed on Xu Yingzhou's hands. Big Dipper acupuncture technique. This is an ancient medical acupuncture technique that has been lost for nearly 100 years. He had only seen a record of this technique in a fragmented ancient book. It was said that this acupuncture technique had the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth, and could reverse life and death and rewrite yin and yang. Chapter 84 Dragon Pattern Medical Manual. But that's just a legend after all. But now, this legendary acupuncture technique is actually appearing right before his eyes. Inside the ward, Wang Tao was also dumbfounded. Although he was trained in Western medicine, he also knew some basic Chinese medicine. The needle technique that Chu Yingzhou was using at this moment was profound and unpredictable. What shocked him most was that as Chu Yingzhou applied the acupuncture needles on the hospital bed, the dean's originally ashen face began to regain its rosy hue. On the ECG monitor by the bedside, the heart rate, which was originally going to be a straight line, began to beat strongly and powerfully. Beep. 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 Blood pressure, blood oxygen, heart rate. All vital signs are rising rapidly. How is this possible? Wang Tao felt that his worldview had been overturned at this moment. Chu Yingzhou remained oblivious to everything happening around him. All my attention was focused on the acupuncture. The last needle was inserted into the Tanzhong acupoint. He pointed his fingers like a sword and flicked the end of the needle lightly. Buzz. The 7 silver needles seemed to resonate, emitting a soft hum. A golden stream of energy, barely visible to the naked eye, flowed slowly into the dean's body through the silver needle. It travels throughout the body, repairing those organs. Puff! The hospital director, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood. The stagnant blood, carrying a foul stench, fell onto the floor. After spitting out the stagnant blood, the dean's breathing instantly became steady. Chu Yingzhou slowly withdrew his hand, a fine layer of sweat already seeping from his forehead. With his current strength, it's still somewhat difficult for him to use this heaven-defying acupuncture technique. He withdrew the silver needles and turned to look at the caregivers beside him. All right, Grandpa Dean is fine now. After a few days of rest, you'll be able to get out of bed. The words had barely left his mouth. The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Old Master Mo rushed in, disregarding all etiquette and grabbing Chu Yingzhou's wrist, trembling with excitement. Young friend. Who taught you your acupuncture technique? Old Mo's hands trembled slightly with excitement. Those cloudy eyes were fixed on Chu Yingzhou. Your 7 stars reversal technique, using qi to control the needle and reverse the flow of life, is truly miraculous. Absolutely miraculous. The caregivers around were all stunned. I don't know who this old man who suddenly rushed in is. Only the attending physician, Wang Tao, upon seeing old Mo's face. Terrified, his legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. Mo Yifan. Isn't that the legendary imperial physician who only serves the very top-ranking officials? How did he end up here? Chu Yingzhou withdrew his hand without making a sound. You flatter me, sir. I only have some basic medical knowledge. Superficial? Mo Yifan glared and puffed out his cheeks. Young friend, you are too modest. If this is considered rudimentary, then we old doctors who have practiced medicine our whole lives haven't even entered the door. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with admiration and fervor when he looked at Chu Yingzhou. Young friend, may I ask your esteemed name? Would you do me the honor of discussing the Tao with this old man? I would gladly accept the respect due to a disciple. Upon hearing this, several people accompanying Mo Yifan behind him. Even the hospital director, who had just arrived, gasped in shock. Performed the disciple's etiquette? What is Mr. Mo's identity? Looking across the entire medical field, who would dare to let him treat them with the respect due to a disciple? The hospital director was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and rushed forward. Mr. Mo, you. However, Mo Yifan waved his hand, his gaze never leaving Chu Yingzhou. Those who are accomplished can be teachers in the face of medicine, there is no distinction of age or status. Looking at the straightforward old man in front of him, Chu Yingzhou felt a sense of goodwill towards him. You flatter me, sir. My name is Chu Yingzhou. I dare not presume to discuss the Tao, but we can certainly exchange ideas. Very good, very good. Young friend Chu. Mo Yifan clapped his hands and laughed. Just then, he looked at Wang Tao, and his face instantly darkened. You are the attending physician in this ward? I. Wang Tao was so frightened that he became incoherent. I was outside the door just now, and I heard it all clearly. Mo Yifan's voice turned cold. The patient was clearly terminally ill, yet you diagnosed him as stable and insisted on transferring him to a regular ward. How dare you, with your depraved medical ethics and disregard for human life, wear this white coat? The dean's face instantly darkened. She glared fiercely at Wang Tao, wishing she could strangle him on the spot. Are the people that Master Mo favors also people he can afford to offend? Wang Tao. The dean roared angrily. From this moment forward, you are suspended. Get to the HR department immediately to complete the formalities. Wang Tao was struck dumb and collapsed to the ground. If he offends Elder Mo, not only will he have nowhere to hide in Jinghai, but he will also have nowhere to stay in the entire medical system. After dealing with Wang Tao, the dean put on a fawning smile again. Mr. Mo, you see, this is all due to negligence in our hospital management. We've produced such a scoundrel. All right. Mo Yifan waved his hand impatiently. All his thoughts are now focused on Chu Yingzhou. He took out a completely black token engraved with dragon patterns from his pocket and handed it to Chu Yingzhou. Young friend Chu, I am several decades older than you and have nothing of value to give you. This medical plaque with dragon patterns is a small gift from me. I hope you won't find it offensive. Dragon patterned medical plaque. When the hospital director saw the token, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That's a symbol of Elder Mo's status. Seeing this post is like seeing Mr. Mo himself. With this token, one can mobilize the unimaginably vast network of connections behind Elder Mo. It's no exaggeration to say that this token is a pass that allows you to travel freely in Jinghai City. Chu Yingzhou accepted the token without ceremony. Then thank you very much, Elder Mo. Of course. Mo Yifan was overjoyed to see that he had accepted it. The two then exchanged their insights on ancient medical acupuncture techniques, and Mo Yifan was even more amazed. Only after confirming that the dean's grandfather was completely out of danger did Chu Yingzhou prepare to take his leave. Young friend Chu, this is my private phone number. You can contact me anytime. Mo Yifan reluctantly saw him off at the hospital entrance. Chu Yingzhou spoke a few words to the caregivers, telling them to take good care of the hospital director and that he would cover all the expenses. Then he turned and left. Just as I stepped out of the inpatient building, I heard a melodious and ethereal piano sound. Suddenly, it came from a small garden not far away. The sound of the piano was clean and pure. Yet it carried a faint trace of sadness. Chu Yingzhou stopped involuntarily. Following the sound of the zither, Chu Yingzhou walked through a tree-lined path and arrived at the small garden behind the hospital. In the center of the garden stands a white grand piano. A girl in a white dress is sitting at a piano. 10 fingers danced gracefully across the black and white piano keys. Chapter 85 Yunwaner. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling her body. It cast a hazy halo around her. Her profile was so exquisite, it was as if it were God's most perfect masterpiece. Her hair was as long as a waterfall, and her skin was as white as snow. Those hands that played the piano were even more slender and long. She was completely immersed in the world of music, with an ethereal and untainted aura. Chu Yingzhou stood not far away, listening quietly. With the aid of a divine piano, he heard a profound sense of loneliness that penetrated to the bone. It's such a beautiful melody, yet it evokes a feeling of pity in one's heart. The song ended. The girl's fingers remained on the piano keys, motionless for a long time. She slowly raised her head, her clear eyes looking in Chu Yingzhou's direction. It seemed they had just realized there were other people there. Their eyes met. Chu Yingzhou's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. At that very moment, a cold system notification sounded. Ding! New target detected. Target, Yunwaner. Appearance rating, 99. Body, 96. Characteristics, 98 ethereal, melancholic, pure. Favorability, 0%. Special note, this individual suffers from a rare congenital heart disease. Their life is hanging by a thread and could be extinguished at any moment. Chu Yingzhou's pupils contracted slightly. Congenital heart disease? He looked at the girl again. Her face was indeed paler than usual. That ethereal quality may also be related to her illness. Yunwaner was not flustered by Chu Yingzhou's gaze. She simply looked at him quietly. She stood up, picked up a basket containing flyers from beside the piano, seemingly preparing to leave. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting a flyer from the basket and causing it to flutter down to Chu Yingzhou's feet. Chu Yingzhou bent down and picked up the flyer. It was printed with slogans promoting organ donation. He looked up and saw that Yun Wanner had already walked up to him. She reached out her slender hand, seemingly trying to take back the flyer. Xu Yingzhou handed over the flyer with the promotional slogan printed on it. My fingertips accidentally touched the girl's slightly cool skin. Yun Wanner quickly withdrew her hand and tightly gripped the flyer in her palm. Thanks. The voice was very soft, with a hint of etherealness. You're welcome. Xu Yingzhou's gaze fell on the white grand piano. Was that piece you played just now? Yun Wanner was taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to ask that, and she nodded gently. It was played very well. Xu Yingzhou spoke calmly. It's just too sad. This comment caused a ripple to appear in Yun Wanner's clear eyes. Many people have praised her piano skills, saying that she plays beautifully and melodiously. But he was the first to hear that sadness. Just playing around. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyelids, obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Xu Yingzhou looked at her like this and suddenly laughed. He didn't say anything more and walked straight past her. I walked up to the white piano. Long, slender fingers gently brushed across the black and white piano keys. Would you like to hear what music without sadness sounds like? Yun Wanner suddenly raised her head and looked at him in astonishment. Without waiting for her reply, Xu Yingzhou had already sat down. His fingers gently touched the piano keys. The moment the first note sounded, the entire garden seemed to fall silent. It was an incredibly heartwarming melody. Like the first ray of sunlight in the morning. If Yun Wanner's zither music depicts the desolation of life about to wither away. So what Xu Yingzhou is playing at this moment is a most passionate hymn to life. There is no sadness, no loneliness. There is only the purest love for this world and the most beautiful vision for the future. Yun Wanner was completely stunned. She stared intently at the man sitting at the piano. The sunlight cast a golden glow on his profile, and his eyes, which usually held a hint of laziness, were now focused and deep. Her heart began to pound wildly, faster than ever before. My heart, which had long been accustomed to decay, was infused with a new life force by the music at this moment. My eyes welled up with tears uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face. But this time, it wasn't because of sadness. It is the touching feeling of being treated gently by the whole world. His music is like sunlight breaking through the clouds. It pulled her back from the brink of despair. The song ended. Xu Yingzhou's fingers slowly left the piano keys. The only sound in the entire garden was the rustling of leaves in the wind. It took Yun Wanner a long time to come back to her senses from the melody. She looked at Xu Yingzhou. Why do you play so beautifully? Xu Yingzhou turned his head and looked at her. His familiar smile returned to his face. He pointed to his heart. Because I used my heart. With heart? She stared blankly at Xu Yingzhou. Ding. Target detected, Yun Wanner, affection plus 30%. Current favorability rating, 30%. Reward, silver treasure chest. Xu Yingzhou stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. Wait. Yun Wanner snapped out of her daze and subconsciously called out to him. Xu Yingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. Can I know your name? Yun Wanner mustered her courage and asked. Two blushes rose on her fair cheeks. Xu Yingzhou looked at her and suddenly smiled. Xu Yingzhou. After saying that, he didn't linger and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the path. Yun Wanner was left alone, standing there blankly. Xu Yingzhou. As soon as Xu Yingzhou stepped out of the small garden, a black Bentley silently pulled up in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing Mo Yifan's ruddy face. Young friend Xu. Wait. Xu Yingzhou was somewhat surprised. Mr. Mo, what are you still doing here? I've been waiting for you. Mo Yifan opened the car door without saying a word. Get in the car quickly, I have a patient with a rather complicated condition, and I would like to ask you to come and take a look. Xu Yingzhou initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought that he also wanted to verify the true power of the divine medical skills, so he nodded and got into the car. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic. Mo Yifan rubbed his hands together, looking excited. Young friend, your acupuncture technique just now has truly opened my eyes. To be honest, I have been studying ancient medical acupuncture techniques for decades, but I have always been stuck on a bottleneck that I cannot break through. Meeting you today has truly enlightened me. He seemed to have started talking non-stop. They discussed various medical problems with Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou handled the situation with ease, occasionally offering a few comments. Meanwhile, in the hospital's small garden, Yun Wanner was still immersed in the music she had just heard and couldn't pull herself away. Just then, a middle-aged woman wearing a black suit walked over quickly. She saw Yun Wanner standing alone in the garden, and her expression changed instantly. "Miss, why did you come out all by yourself? Didn't the doctor say you needed to rest?" Chapter 86 Yi Family, Yi Nantian. "No, Aunt Lan." Yun Wanner quickly grabbed her. "He's already gone." The voice sounded somewhat forlorn. Seeing her young mistress in this state, Aunt Lan felt a sudden alarm bell ring in her heart. She watched Yun Wanner grow up from a young age and knew her personality all too well. The man who could cause her such a strong emotional reaction must be extraordinary. "Miss, please remember that you are the apple of the Yun family's eye, with a noble status. You must never associate with those shady people." Aunt Lan's tone became serious. "Especially men, most of them approach you with ulterior motives. You are naive and easily deceived." Upon hearing this, Yun Wanner simply shook her head. The image of that man sitting at the piano reappeared in her mind. "Aunt Lan, he's different." "What's different?" Aunt Lan sighed, took out a shawl from her bag, and gently draped it over Yun Wanner's shoulders. "All right, miss, it's windy outside, we should go back. Master and Madam will be worried if they know you've been wandering around again." Yun Wanner did not refute any further and obediently nodded. But in the instant she turned around, she glanced back at the white piano. "Chu Yingzhou. Will we ever meet again?" Half an hour later, the Bentley drove into the Jinlin Villa district. This is the true center of power in Jinghai City. Those who can live here are all important figures who can shake the capital. The car stopped in front of a traditional Chinese courtyard. At the entrance, several guards in military uniforms were waiting. Upon seeing Mo Yifan get out of the car, they immediately saluted in unison. "Old Mo." Mo Yifan nodded and led Chu Yingzhou straight inside. However, the guards standing at the front stopped Chu Yingzhou. "Comrade, we need to check this out." Chu Yingzhou looked at Mo Yifan. Mo Yifan scratched his head and said, "Young friend Chu, there are quite a few rules here, please bear with us." Chu Yingzhou nodded and extended his arm. The guard searched very thoroughly. He nodded only after confirming that Chu Yingzhou did not have any dangerous items on him. "Comrade, please come in." Chu Yingzhou then followed behind Mo Yifan. "Don't worry, it's just an old friend who's having a minor health issue," Mo Yifan explained. "When I first came here, I had to check every day, it was so annoying." Chu Yingzhou wasn't really nervous, but he could tell from the surrounding scene. The identity of this old friend is definitely no small matter. After passing through several corridors, the two arrived at an elegant study. A sprightly old man was sitting in a grand chair, holding an ancient book in his hands. Upon hearing the sound, they looked up. Seeing Mo Yifan come in, she put down the book she was holding. "Old Mo, you finally arrived. These old bones of mine are waiting for you to take care of them. Go away, you're even healthier than me, don't give me that crap." Mo Yifan laughed and cursed. He turned to the side and introduced Chu Yingzhou to the other party. "Old chief, let me introduce you. This is Chu Yingzhou, young friend Chu. His medical skills are profound, far surpassing mine." The old man sized up Chu Yingzhou. His eyes were sharp, and carried a hint of murderous intent. Chu Yingzhou was certain that the old man in front of him had someone dead on his hands. "Oh?" The old man seemed intrigued. "For you, old Mo, to utter these words, it seems this young friend is truly a hidden talent." He extended his hand in greeting. "Young friend, hello, my name is Yi Nantian." Yi Nantian. A ripple stirred in Chu Yingzhou's heart. This name was very familiar to him. Those were true heroes who emerged from the hail of bullets and fought their way to the top. Although he has long since stepped down from the front line, his influence still covers the entire Xia kingdom. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Chu Yingzhou reached out and gently shook his hand. Sensing Yi Nantian's symptoms, it felt warm to the touch, which was not like the condition a patient should be in, but this was just an appearance. With the insight of divine medical skills, Yi Nantian's internal condition was 100 times worse than it appeared on the outside. The decline begins at the very source of life. Old Mo, you're not the type to praise people easily. Yi Nantian released his grip, leaned back in his armchair, and showed a hint of interest on his face. Since you've put it that way, then please, young friend Chu, take a look at this old body of mine. Mo Yifan quickly pulled over a chair and invited Chu Yingzhou to sit down. Young friend Chu, please. Mr. Yi, please extend your hand. Chu Yingzhou didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly opposite Yi Nantian. She placed her fingers on Yi Nantian's wrist and closed her eyes slightly. Quietly savor the moment. Both of them held their breath. Mo Yifan, in particular, was very familiar with Chu Yingzhou's method of pulse diagnosis. This has gone beyond the scope of the ordinary TCM diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. A moment later, Chu Yingzhou opened his eyes. How are you, young friend? Is there any hope for my health? Yi Nantian asked with a smile. Chu Yingzhou hadn't spoken yet. Grandpa. A clear and ethereal female voice suddenly came from outside the door. The half-closed door to the study was pushed open. A white figure ran in. It was Yun Wanner. She was stunned when she saw Chu Yingzhou sitting opposite Yi Nantian. Those eyes were filled with astonishment. Chu Yingzhou was also somewhat surprised. The young woman I met at the hospital turns out to be Yi Nantian's granddaughter? The world is far too small. Wanner, why did you come here? Didn't the doctor tell you to rest properly? When Yi Nantian saw Yun Wanner, his eyes instantly filled with boundless love. He waved to him affectionately. Yun Wanner quickly walked to Yi Nantian's side. I heard that Grandpa Mo had come, so I wanted to come and see you. Her gaze, however, involuntarily drifted toward Chu Yingzhou. A beautiful blush rose on her fair cheeks. It really is him. Ha, you've come at the perfect time. Yi Nantian held his granddaughter's hand and introduced her happily. Wanner, come and greet young friend Chu. This is the divine physician invited by your grandpa Mo. If he can cure my chronic ailment, then your little illness will naturally be no problem either. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanner's heart trembled violently. She knows her own illness best. She has sought out famous doctors all over the country, but none of them could help her. She can only barely survive on medication. The man in front of me, who is about the same age as me, can he really cure me? Yi Nantian watched as his granddaughter stared blankly at Chu Yingzhou. A mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. What? You two know each other? No. I don't know him. Yun Wanner was flustered by her grandfather's question. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look Chu Yingzhou in the eye. Chu Yingzhou smiled and took the initiative to defuse the situation. I just met her at the hospital. Miss Yun plays the piano very well. Oh? Such a coincidence? Yi Nantian clapped his hands and laughed, becoming more and more satisfied with Chu Yingzhou. Chapter 87 The Conman. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly pleasant, an unpleasant snort came from the doorway. Dad, you're just too trusting. You bring any Tom, Dick, or Harry home, and this miracle doctor? I think he's just a charlatan. Two middle-aged men in military uniforms, with general stars on their shoulders, walked in. The man at the head of the group had a square face and an imposing presence. He was Yi Nantian's second son, Yi Jingshan, who held a high position in the Yi family army. Beside him was his third son, Yi Jinghai, whose face was somewhat effeminate. Second uncle. Third uncle. Yun Wanner called out timidly. Yi Jingshan nodded to her. Uncle Mo, you're so old, how can you be so reckless? Bringing such a young upstart to treat Dad, what if something goes wrong? Who will take responsibility? They showed Mo Yifan absolutely no mercy. Mo Yifan's face darkened. Jingshan, what's your attitude? I have personally witnessed Chu's medical skills, how dare you interfere here? Saw it with your own eyes? Yi Jinghai sneered from the side. Uncle Mo, we know you are eager to nurture talent, but Dada's health is not something that can be used as a stepping stone for some people to make a name for themselves. This is clearly an insinuation that Chu Yingzhou is a fame-seeking opportunist. You. Mo Yifan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his opponent. Yi Nantian's face darkened, and he was about to reprimand Yi Nantian. Yi Jingshan, however, had already strode up to Chu Yingzhou. Kid, I don't care who you are, or what sweet talk you used to deceive Uncle Mo. Now, get out of here right now. As he spoke, he reached out and tried to push Chu Yingzhou's shoulder. Our Yi family is not a place for someone like you to run wild. Chu Yingzhou's gaze turned completely cold. He didn't even stand up. It was just as Yi Jingshan's hand was about to touch him. The body is slightly turned to one side. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning. He gently placed his hand on the large, fan-like wrist. Yi Jingshan felt a piercing numbness spread from his wrist throughout his entire body. The outstretched hand lost all its strength and fell limply down, unable to be lifted at all. What did you do to me? Yi Jingshan was both shocked and furious. Chu Yingzhou slowly stood up. Old Master Yi, it seems that your sons do not wish to be cured of this illness. He turned his head and glanced at Mo Yifan, who was already stunned. Mr. Mo, farewell. After saying that, he actually turned around and walked towards the door without looking back. Etc. Yi Nantian mustered all his strength and let out a roar. He stared intently at his two sons. Who gave you the audacity to be rude to my guest? Cough, cough, cough. He couldn't catch his breath and suddenly started coughing violently, his already pale face turning bright red instantly. Puff. A mouthful of dark red blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa. Dad. The entire study instantly descended into chaos. Quick. Call the medic. Yi Jingshan panicked completely, ignoring the fact that his arm was still sore and numb. He hurriedly tried to help the swaying Yi Nantian. Yi Jinghai was also a little flustered and quickly took out his phone. Get out of my way. Mo Yifan roared and shoved aside the Yi brothers who were blocking his way. He rushed to Yi Nanshan's side. He quickly checked Yi Nanshan's pulse. It's over. Anxiety strikes the heart, causing blood and qi to flow in reverse. This directly triggered the already weakened vitality within Yi Nanshan's body, and his heart meridian was on the verge of collapse. Young friend Chu. Young friend Chu, help me. Mo Yifan looked at Chu Yingzhou, who had already reached the door, with an almost pleading gaze. He knew very well that in the current situation, probably only this young man in the whole world could turn the tide. Chu Yingzhou stopped in his tracks. He coldly swept his gaze over the two Yi brothers. Now you're in a hurry? I told you long ago that his illness couldn't be delayed any longer. It was you who extinguished the last glimmer of hope. You're lying. It was clearly you. Yi Jingshan still tried to be stubborn and shift the blame onto Chu Yingzhou. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a plea that sounded like a sob. Please save my grandfather. Yun Wanner had somehow walked up to Chu Yingzhou, her clear eyes filled with tears as she looked at him helplessly. As long as you can save my grandfather. I'll do anything. The girl's voice trembled slightly. Seeing her tearful appearance, Chu Yingzhou's heart softened in the end. That's all. For the sake of this little girl. Get out of the way. Chu Yingzhou uttered two words and walked straight to the Grand Master's chair. The Yi brothers instinctively made way for them. Chu Yingzhou walked up to Yi Nantian, looked at his already unfocused pupils, and did not hesitate at all. Old Master Mo, silver needles. Ha! Oh! It's here! Mo Yifan snapped out of his daze and quickly took out a set of silver needles in a sandalwood box from his medicine chest and handed it over. Chu Yingzhou took the needle box and opened it. A row of silver needles of varying lengths. Everyone, step back 3 steps and do not make a sound, or you will bear the consequences. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai were both intimidated by his imposing aura and subconsciously stepped back. The entire study instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chu Yingzhou took a deep breath and picked up a 3-inch long silver needle. This time, he did not use the Big Dipper needle technique. Such gentle acupuncture techniques are completely ineffective. Among the divine medical techniques, there is a record of a domineering acupuncture method 9 palaces rejuvenation. This acupuncture technique is based on the 9 major acupoints of the human body, and draws on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to forcibly reverse yin and yang and regain the life force that is about to dissipate. The slightest carelessness could result in the needle being destroyed and the person dying. Chu Yingzhou's gaze became incredibly focused at that moment. His fingers were as steady as a mountain. The first needle is inserted directly into the yin tang acupoint between the eyebrows. Buzz! The silver needle pierced the body, emitting a barely audible hum. Next came the philtrum, the Shinkei acupoint, the Qihai acupoint, the Guan Yuan acupoint. His speed was incredibly fast, every stitch he made was precise and accurate. In the eyes of Mo Yifan, a national champion, this was nothing short of a miracle. He could even see that with each silver needle that fell, a wisp of white energy, barely visible to the naked eye, flowed along the needle and into Yi Nanshan's body. Controlling needles with qi. Using the essence of heaven and earth as medicine. Mo Yifan wished he could prostrate himself in worship. Everyone in the study was completely stunned by what they saw. A sliver of color began to return to Yi Nanshan's deathly gray face. My heart rate, which had been close to zero, miraculously started beating again. Is this an illusion? Yi Jingshan muttered to himself. The last needle was inserted into the Tanzhong acupoint on Yi Nanshan's chest. The 9 needles fell simultaneously, forming a mysterious 9-palace array. Chapter 88: Congenital Myocardial Defects. Xu Yingzhou pointed his fingers like a sword and made a point in the center of the 9 silver needles. Condense! A soft shout. The tips of the 9 silver needles trembled violently at the same time. A surge of vital energy flowed into Yi Nanshan's body, reigniting the dying flame of life. Puff! Yi Nantian suddenly opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, his breathing became completely steady. Xu Yingzhou slowly withdrew his hand. This 9 palaces rejuvenating needle set took a much greater toll on him than he had imagined. All right. His life has been saved. The rest is just rest and recuperation. The words had barely left his mouth. Yi Nantian, who was unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. He slowly scanned the area. The image was frozen on Xu Yingzhou. You two, bastards. Come over. Apologize to Mr. Chu. Apologize? Are you suggesting that these 2 esteemed generals of the Yi family apologize to a mere boy who's not even 20 years old? Dad. Yi Jingshan was the first to lose his temper. What are you doing? We are your sons. Shut up. Yi Nantian exuded a fierce and bloodthirsty aura originating from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I'll say it again. Mr. Chu, you are my savior. In the rules of the Yi family, the debt of saving a life is greater than heaven. It is the same as the debt of gratitude owed to one's parents. It's only right that you all bow to him. Do you have any objections? Yi Jingshan wanted to say something, but Yi Jinghai grabbed him from the side. Yi Jinghai's face was equally grim, but he was more perceptive of the situation than his impulsive second brother. I have to apologize today, whether I want to or not. Otherwise, given their father's temper, both of their legs would be broken. Yi Jinghai straightened his military uniform and saluted Xu Yingzhou. Mr. Chu, I was blind to your greatness just now and offended you greatly. Please forgive me. Yi Jingshan was surprised to see that even his usually proud and arrogant third brother had given in. The stubbornness in my heart subsided a bit. You bastard. Apologize now. Yi Nantian roared again. Yi Jingshan could only bend down as well. However, Xu Yingzhou, who was at the center of all this, simply waved his hand casually. Elder Yi, there's no need. I saved you because of old Master Mo and Miss Yun. As for them, I have no interest in hearing their apology. These words were more humiliating to the Yi brothers than any other insult. Yi Nantian thought Xu Yingzhou was still angry and struggled to stand up from the armchair. Mr. Yi, please don't move. Xu Yingzhou stepped forward and pressed down on his shoulder. You are still very weak and need to rest. Mr. Chu, you are the benefactor of the Yi family. From now on, if you ever need our help, the entire Yi family will do anything for you, even at the cost of our lives. Yi Nantian grasped Xu Yingzhou's hand and solemnly made a promise. This is the person who can save her life. Besides, Yun Wanner's congenital heart disease needs this young man to treat her. Xu Yingzhou smiled. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. Let alone someone like you, I would take action even if it were a stranger. However, the life force in your body was already as weak as a candle, barely holding on by a thread. Just now, the sudden anger caused your blood and qi to flow in reverse, breaking down the last line of defense of your heart meridian. If I hadn't been here, you would already be preparing for your death. As for the root of this illness, it stems from an old injury 20 years ago that damaged the lungs and internal organs, causing blood stasis to compress the heart meridian. Over time, this stasis has become integrated with the internal organs. In recent years, old Master Yi has appeared robust, but he has only been holding on by relying on his strong willpower and physical constitution. Now, he is showing signs of exhaustion. These words made Yi Nantian and Mo Yifan tremble at the same time. An old wound from 20 years ago. No one except the two people involved knew about this. Years ago, Yi Nantian was carrying out a top-secret mission on the border when he was ambushed. Although he eventually annihilated the enemy, he was also seriously injured. In order not to affect the overall situation, he suppressed the matter. They only asked Mo Yifan to treat them secretly. Unexpectedly, this young man saw right through him. How did you know? Yi Jingshan blurted it out. Xu Yingzhou did not answer, but instead took out paper and pen from his pocket and wrote down a prescription in a flourish. Get the medicine according to this prescription, take 1 dose daily with warm water. The age of the medicinal materials must be exactly the same. He handed the prescription to Mo Yifan. I will come back for a follow-up examination in 3 months. At that time, Mr. Yi will be no different from an ordinary person. Mo Yifan accepted the thin sheet of xian paper with both hands. His pupils contracted abruptly after just one glance. 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hisho Wu, Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Each one is a rare and precious medicine that is priceless and unavailable for purchase. But that's not the point. The key is the compatibility and dosage of these medicinal materials, which are mutually reinforcing and mutually antagonistic, yet exist in a mysterious balance. It achieved an unbelievable harmony. This is no longer a prescription, this is art. It is a divine stroke of genius that rivals the creation of heaven and earth. Wonderful! Wonderful! Mo Yifan clapped his hands in admiration. With the domineering medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old ginseng king, it forcibly reconnects the life force that was about to be cut off, and then the coldness of the snow lotus neutralizes its dryness. Supplemented by Hisho Wu to strengthen the body's foundation and nourish the vital energy. This formula truly has the effect of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Yi Nantian sighed as he looked at his two sons, who were standing there dumbfounded. Mr. Chu, what happened today was a great blunder by my Yi family. I, Yi Nantian, will never forget your great kindness. As he spoke, he actually stood up from his chair and bowed to Xu Yingzhou. Elder Yi, you mustn't. Xu Yingzhou quickly helped him up. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Target detected, Yunwaner, affection plus 20%. Current favorability rating, 50%. Reward, golden treasure chest. Xu Yingzhou's heart stirred, and he glanced at Yunwaner beside him without leaving a trace. The girl was looking at him with an almost worshipful gaze. Yi Nantian seemed to have noticed something, and he took Yunwaner's hand. Mr. Chu, this old man has another favor to ask. He pointed to his granddaughter beside him. My granddaughter, she. Before Yi Nantian could finish speaking, Xu Yingzhou nodded. I know. He looked at Yunwaner. Congenital myocardial defects lead to insufficient blood supply to the heart, resulting in the decline of organ function. Am I correct? As soon as Xu Yingzhou said this, everyone in the study fell silent. Yunwaner's illness is the biggest worry for the entire Yi family, and also a top-secret taboo. In an effort to cure her, the Yi family searched for almost every top cardiologist in the world. However, the conclusions reached were all of despair. This is an extremely rare congenital disease. It's a defect at the genetic level, and modern medicine has no solution for it. They could only watch helplessly as the family's darling gradually withered away. Chapter 89, Acupuncture begins. How did you know? Yunwaner covered her mouth. Xu Yingzhou didn't take her pulse at all, he only glanced at it. This is impossible. The Yi brothers, Jingshan and Jinghai, felt their worldviews had been shattered. If we say that curing my father's illness can be explained by medical skills, how can you explain that he could see Waner's terminal illness at a glance? Are they gods? Only Mo Yifan showed a look of wild joy on his face. I knew it. I knew you, young friend Chu, were no ordinary person. He was so excited that he became incoherent. Young friend Chu, is there any cure for Waner's illness? All eyes instantly focused on Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou nodded as he spoke. Yes, but this disease is rooted in genes, and to completely eradicate it, the treatment course is very long and medication must be used as an adjunct. Yes. We're willing to pay any price to cure Waner. Yi Nantian stood up excitedly. Hope rekindled in those battle-hardened eyes. Xu Yingzhou interrupted him. However, Elder Yi, there is something I need to explain in advance. Mr. Chu, please speak. Yi Nantian immediately replied. Xu Yingzhou looked at Yun Wanner. Her illness is rooted in her heart, and she is also troubled by it. Without resolving the knot in her heart, medicine will be ineffective. The first course of treatment must be carried out when she is most relaxed and least guarded, using acupuncture to clear her blocked heart meridians and guide the medicine directly to the affected area. And this process must be carried out while she is soaking in a medicinal bath. I hope you will understand. The moment these words were spoken, the air in the entire study froze instantly. During the medicated bath, acupuncture was administered? Doesn't that mean? Presumptuous. You audacious madman. What are you up to? The Yi brothers, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, shouted out almost simultaneously. They couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Xu Yingzhou's nose, cursing angrily. I thought you were some kind of miracle doctor, but you're just a quack trying to take advantage of me. You want my niece to strip naked to treat you? You don't even deserve that. Yi Jingshan stepped forward, unleashing his military aura without reservation. Kid, if you dare to spout another word of nonsense, believe me, I'll make sure you leave this place sideways today. He was already seething with anger because Xu Yingzhou had just used some unknown technique to make his arms sore and numb. Now they found an outlet for their emotions. However, faced with their overwhelming rage, Xu Yingzhou merely glanced at them coldly. Noisy. He didn't even bother to explain further, and simply turned around to address Mo Yifan and Yi Nantian. Elder Yi, it seems this illness is incurable. Farewell. After saying that, he actually lifted his foot, as if to leave. This time, Yi Nantian was truly panicked. Etc. He slammed his hand on the table and stared intently at his two sons. You bastards! Who gave you permission to speak? Mr. Chu is a distinguished guest I invited. He is Wanner's last hope. Do you want to watch Wanner die? Yi Jingtian roared. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai shuddered in fright, but they were still unconvinced. Dad! You can't be fooled by him. He's clearly. I'll do it. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted the argument. Yun Wanner had already walked into the center of the field at some point, and she stared intently at Xu Yingzhou's back. I do. She took a deep breath. As long as I can survive, I am willing to believe in Mr. Chu. Her words instantly made Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai's expressions turn extremely ugly. Yi Nantian, on the other hand, seemed to have grasped at the last straw. Mr. Chu, please, save Wanner. Xu Yingzhou slowly turned around, his gaze passing over the two eyesores and landing on Yun Wanner. In the girl's eyes was a desperate trust and an infinite yearning for life. He looked at Yi Nantian. Prepare the medicinal herbs, let's begin now. His voice was devoid of any emotion. Furthermore, I don't want to hear any more nonsense before the treatment is over. Otherwise, even a miracle won't save me. His gaze finally swept over Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai's faces. The two were struck dumb, instinctively shutting their mouths and daring not to utter another word. The Yi family's efficiency is astonishing. Less than half an hour later, in a temporary treatment room that had been converted, a huge white jade bathtub was filled with a strong medicinal aroma. The medicinal herbs were boiled into a pot of pitch-black liquid. Steam rose from the bathtub, enveloping the entire room in a hazy mist. Mr. Chu, everything is ready. Yi Nantian stood at the door, his voice trembling slightly. Only Xu Yingzhou, Mo Yifan, and Yun Wanner remained in the room. The Yi brothers, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, were personally ordered by Yi Nantian to stand guard outside the door. If they dared to take even half a step in, break their legs. Mr. Mo, please stay outside and do not let anyone in to disturb us. Xu Yingzhou said to Mo Yifan. Good. Good. Young friend Chu, please proceed with confidence. Mo Yifan nodded solemnly. He turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Now, only Xu Yingzhou and Yun Wanner remain in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle. Yun Wanner stood by the bathtub, her fair cheeks already flushed with two alluring blushes. She clutched the hem of her clothes, biting her lower lip lightly, not daring to look at Xu Yingzhou. Take off your clothes and come inside. You can't detect any extra emotion in his voice. But it was precisely this calmness that made Yun Wanner's heartbeat even faster. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. He turned around and faced away from Chewing Zhou. Her slender fingers trembled slightly as she unbuttoned the dress. The silky fabric slid down her perfect curves. Her back, as smooth as white jade, was revealed. In the hazy mist, the beautiful ketone body was faintly visible. It's enough to make any man's blood boil. Yun Wanner closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and stepped into the scalding hot medicinal bath. The medicine seeped into her body through her pores, causing her to let out a soft moan. Relax your mind. Chewing Zhou's voice came from behind her. Yun Wanner did as she was told and slowly sank into the water. Only her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones were visible. Chewing Zhou walked to the bathtub and opened the needle box. His expression was focused and solemn, as if a sacred ceremony was about to take place. He picked up a silver needle and looked at the delicate body in the water, which was trembling slightly with nervousness. It might hurt a little, but bear with it. After saying that, he no longer hesitated. With a flick of the finger, the first silver needle pierced Yun Wanner's Fengqi acupoint on the back of her neck with perfect precision. Yun Wanner's body trembled violently, and a piercing pain instantly spread throughout her body. Chapter 90 Intrusion. Chewing Zhou did not pause, his fingers flew, and silver needles pierced the air with a whistling sound. They continuously pierced various acupoints all over her body. Tianzong, Xinshu, Gushu, Gonshu. As the silver needles pierced her face, her already pale face became even more bloodless. Large beads of sweat slid down her forehead. It was dripped into the pitch-black medicinal liquid, creating ripples. It hurt so much. The feeling was like countless ants gnawing at her internal organs. But she still gritted her teeth. That heart, long accustomed to decay, was now beating strongly and powerfully. Outside the door, the Yi brothers, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, paced back and forth anxiously. Second brother, do you think that kid might actually do something to Wanner in there? Yi Jinghai lowered his voice. He wouldn't dare. Yi Jingshan snorted coldly. If he dares to come out unharmed later, I'll change my surname from Yi. How about, we go inside and take a look? Yi Jinghai suggested. Didn't Dad forbid it? Dad was fooled by that boy. Wanner is the darling of our Yi family. What if something really happens to her? How will we explain it to our eldest sister? Yi Jinghai urged. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingshan's anger intensified. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Forget it. I'm going to see what he's up to in there today. After saying that, he actually stopped paying attention to Yi Nanshan's orders. He pushed the tightly closed door open. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai rushed in, roaring, "Kid! You son of a bitch!" However, they stopped abruptly the moment they saw what was inside the room. The horrific scene I had imagined did not occur. The room was filled with steam. Chewing Zhou stood by the bathtub, his expression solemn, the silver needle in his right hand accurately piercing Yun Wanner's back. Although Yun Wanner's face was pale, her breathing was more steady than ever before. The two were completely dumbfounded. The moment they broke in, Yun Wanner, who was in the bathtub, suddenly shuddered. With a whoosh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chewing Zhou's face suddenly turned icy cold at this moment. He turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're asking for death. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Thump! Their legs went weak. Mr. Chu. Just then, Yi Nantian and Mo Yifan heard the commotion and rushed in from outside. When they saw Yun Wanner vomiting blood in the bathtub, and Chewing Zhou's murderous look, I instantly understood what had happened. You bastard! Yi Nan was so angry that he trembled all over and rushed to the bathtub. Mr. Chu! Wanner, she! Chewing Zhou ignored him and quickly drew out several silver needles with an extremely fast technique. They sealed several major acupoints around Yun Wanner's body, forcibly stabilizing the rampant medicinal power within her. After doing all this, he slowly turned around. I warned them long ago not to let anyone disturb them. Now, her heart meridian is damaged, and her blood and qi are flowing backward. All the previous treatments have been in vain. You almost killed her. What? Yi Nantian was struck as if by lightning. He swayed and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Yifan caught him in time. Dad! The The Yi brothers, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, were completely panicked. They never imagined that their impulsive act would cause such serious consequences. Mr. Chu. Please. Please save Wanner again. We were wrong. We were really wrong. The two of them scrambled to their knees before Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou simply looked at them coldly. Now you know to beg me? It's too late. Yi Nanshan's heart sank to the bottom. He knew very well that an extraordinary person like Chu Yingzhou must have a proud spirit. She has been repeatedly offended by her two foolish sons, and now their treatment has been ruined. Anyone in that situation would be unwilling to intervene. It's over. Is this truly Wanner's fate? No. Yi Nantian let out a painful growl, tears streaming down his face. Mo Yifan also looked heartbroken. He pointed at the Yi brothers, too angry to speak. Just when everyone was in despair. However, a system notification sounded in Chu Yingzhou's mind. Ding! Target detected, Yun Wanner. Vital signs are extremely weak. She is about to enter a near-death state. Option 1, leave and let it fend for itself. Mission failure will result in the host being relentlessly hunted down by the Yi family. Option 2, spend 50 million cash to exchange for a life-extending pill, which can preserve their life for 7 days. Reward, none. Option 3, open the silver treasure chest and the gold treasure chest to obtain unknown rewards and embark on a high-stakes gamble. Success will change your fate, failure will lead to utter ruin. Chu Yingzhou's eyes flickered. 50 million was nothing more than a drop in the ocean for him. But it can only prolong life for 7 days, which is only a temporary solution and not a cure. What he wants is a complete cure. That leaves only one option. Bet. Get out, everyone. Chu Yingzhou's voice rang out again. Yi Nantian and the others suddenly looked up. Mr. Chu, what do you mean? I said, get everyone out. I'll try again, but I can't guarantee it will work. This time, if anyone dares to step into this room again. He didn't say anything more, but the murderous intent in his eyes terrified Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai. Get out. All of you, get out. Yi Nantian was the first to react. He carried them like chicks, one in each hand. She grabbed her two sons by the ears and dragged them outside. You two bastards. If anything happens to Wanner today, I'll kill you both with my own hands. Mo Yifan quickly cupped his hands in greeting to Chu Yingzhou. Young friend Chu, I'm entrusting everything to you. After saying that, he also left and slammed the door shut. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Yingzhou and Yun Wanner, who was barely breathing in the bathtub, remained in the room. Chu Yingzhou walked to the bathtub and looked at the girl's pale face. His chest heaved heavily. To be honest, he wasn't entirely confident either. The Nine Palaces rejuvenating acupuncture technique has been forcibly interrupted. It's simply impossible to do it again. Now, his only hope lies in the two treasure chests that the system just rewarded him with. System, open the silver treasure chest. Ding! Silver treasure chest is being opened. A soft silver light bloomed in his consciousness space. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 million in cash. Chu Yingzhou's heart sank. It's cash again. Although money is a good thing, it's no different from waste paper to him now. All hope rests on the last golden treasure chest. He adjusted his breathing. Calm your chaotic thoughts. System, open the golden treasure chest. Chapter 91 Life Potion. Ding! Golden treasure chest opening. This time, a golden light appeared, several times brighter than before. It exploded in his consciousness. The light was so intense that he instinctively squinted. It's done. This noise definitely means something good is coming. The light faded, revealing a crystal bottle that was sparkling clear. It floated silently in his consciousness space. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Life Potion God Grade X1. Life Potion, it can repair all damage, restore vitality, and has miraculous effects on any living organism. It's here. Overjoyed, Chu Yingzhou took out the bottle of Life Potion without hesitation. He pried open Yun Wanner's teeth. He fed the drop of golden liquid into her mouth. The medicine melts instantly upon entering the mouth. It instantly surged into Yun Wanner's limbs and bones. Her originally pale face began to turn rosy. Breathing, which had almost stopped, returned to normal. The vital signs monitor on the bedside table is showing readings that are skyrocketing. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation. All indicators have returned to normal levels, or even exceeded them. Seeing this, Chu Ingzhou finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The bet was won. He slowly pulled out the last silver needle inserted into Yun Wanner's body, and a strong feeling of exhaustion washed over him. His vision blurred, and he swayed. The acupuncture treatment, performed 3 times in a row, almost drained all his physical strength and energy. In addition, the use of that divine life-saving potion saved Yun Wanner's life. However, the intractable disease rooted in her genes was not eradicated. Chu Ingzhou forced himself to stand up straight and placed his hand on Yun Wanner's wrist again. They confirmed that her pulse had completely stabilized. Only then did I feel relieved. He dragged his weary body and opened the heavy door. Outside the door, Yi Nantian, Mo Yifan, and the 2 Yi brothers stood still. When Chu Ingzhou came out, all eyes were on him. Mr. Chu. Wanner, she. Yi Nantian rushed forward in one stride. The person has been rescued. Chu Ingzhou leaned against the doorframe, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. But she is still very weak, so it is not advisable to give her acupuncture today. Let her rest well. After saying that, he could no longer hold on. Everything went black, and I slumped forward. Young friend Chu. Mo Yifan reacted quickly, stepping forward to steady him. Dad. This kid. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Jingshan instinctively wanted to speak. Shut up. Yi Nantian interrupted him with an angry shout. The old man quickly walked to Chu Ingzhou's side. I personally checked his breath and touched his forehead. Old Mo, how is Xiao Zhou? Mo Yifan carefully examined Chu Ingzhou's pulse before finally letting out a sigh of relief. It's nothing, I'm just exhausted. I overexerted myself and passed out. I'll be fine after a rest. Hearing this, Yi Nantian finally felt relieved. Looking at his 2 sons still standing there, his anger flared up again. What are you all standing there for? Quickly help Mr. Chu to the best room. If anything happens to him, I'll skin you alive. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai were scolded mercilessly, but dared not utter a single complaint and hurriedly stepped forward. He carefully took Chu Ingzhou from Mo Yifan's hands, preparing to help him to the guest room. Just then, a gentle figure appeared. He walked out of the treatment room. Yun Wanner was already dressed. The life-saving potion not only healed her injuries but also completely cleared the impurities from her body. This made her already stunningly beautiful face even more breathtaking. Those clear eyes sparkled with life. But when she saw Chu Ingzhou, who had fainted in the arms of the Yi brothers, all color drained from her face. Mr. Chu. She gasped and ran over, lifting her skirt. What's wrong with him? Yi Nantian sighed inwardly as he looked at his granddaughter's tense and worried expression. Wanner, don't worry, Mr. Chu is just too tired and fainted. Too tired? Yun Wanner's tears fell uncontrollably. He must have been trying to save himself to get so exhausted. This man not only dispelled the shadow of death for her with his music, but also pulled her back from the brink of death. Give him to me. Yun Wanner stretched out her slender arms, intending to take Chu Ingzhou from her 2 uncles. Wanner, this. Yi Jingshan hesitated. Give me. Yun Wanner's tone was firm. Seeing their niece's appearance, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai exchanged a glance. She could only carefully place Chu Ingzhou into her arms. Chu Ingzhou's body weight mostly fell on Yun Wanner's seemingly delicate body. She gritted her teeth and held on steadily. Help him to my room. Yun Wanner said to Aunt Lan behind her. I want to take care of him myself until he wakes up. Ginghai City, Xinglong Group Headquarters Building. In the CEO's office on the top floor, there was a young man dressed in a black training uniform. He was sitting cross-legged in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He had a handsome face, but there was an inescapable sinister air about him. It was none other than Long Ao, the young master of the Qinglong Group. The office door was pushed open, and a subordinate in a suit strode in. He bowed respectfully. Young Master Long, all the information you requested has been verified. Long Ao remained unmoved, keeping his eyes closed and slowly breathing in and out. Explain. That Chu Ingzhou is indeed just an ordinary student at Jinghai University. He was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. He became popular online for a while because of a few songs, but he doesn't have any illustrious background. Long Ao slowly opened his eyes. A mere singer dares to lay a hand on the woman I, Long Ao, have my eye on? He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. It seems that I haven't been active in Jinghai for too long, and these nobodies have forgotten who the master of this place is. The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to respond. Where is Chu Yingzhou now? According to our reports, he went to the hospital this morning and hasn't come out since. Hospital? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Long Ao's mouth. Since he likes staying in the hospital so much, then let him never leave for the rest of his life. He turned around. Have Black Tiger take his men over there and break his legs. I want to see how a cripple can be the chairman of Shangtang. Yes, young Master Long. The subordinate accepted the order and turned to leave. Etc. Long Ao's voice rang out again. Tell Black Tiger not to leave any evidence. Make it clean. Clear. Chapter 92 The Yi Family's Promise. The Yi family manor, Yunwaner's boudoir. Chu Yingzhou slowly opened his eyes. Before me was a pink ceiling and an exquisite crystal chandelier. He turned his head and saw Yunwaner lying by the bed, fast asleep. Long eyelashes cast a quiet shadow under the eyelids. One hand was still gripping his wrist tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Chu Yingzhou's heart was gently touched. He carefully withdrew his hand. However, the moment he moved, Yunwaner's eyelashes trembled. I suddenly woke up with a start. You're awake? He saw Chu Yingzhou staring at him with his eyes open. A huge look of surprise instantly appeared on Yunwaner's face. Those clear eyes were shimmering with tears. Chu Yingzhou sat up. I feel that the weakness in my body has subsided quite a bit. The powerful restorative effect brought by the advanced marrow cleansing pill. His overworked body is being rapidly repaired. How are you feeling? Is there anything that's bothering you? Yunwaner quickly stood up and asked nervously. I'm fine. Chu Yingzhou smiled. Just then, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Target detected, Yunwaner, affection plus 30%. Current favorability rating, 80%. Reward, golden treasure chest. Chu Yingzhou's eyes flickered. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Or are you hungry? I'll ask Aunt Lan to prepare something for you. Yunwaner was at a loss. Chu Yingzhou looked at her adorable appearance. He couldn't resist reaching out and gently stroking her delicate nose. I'm fine, but how are you feeling? This intimate gesture made Yunwaner's cheeks instantly turn bright red. I feel great, I've never felt this good before. My body feels like it's full of energy. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open. Yi Nantian and Mo Yifan walked in. Seeing that Chu Yingzhou had woken up, both of them were overjoyed. Mr. Chu. You're finally awake. Young friend Chu, you've truly opened this old man's eyes this time. Chu Yingzhou greeted the two of them with a smile. Elder Yi, Elder Mo. Yi Nantian walked to the bedside, looked at Chu Yingzhou, his eyes filled with gratitude and guilt. Mr. Chu, my two unruly sons were ignorant and offended you before. On their behalf, I apologize to you. As he spoke, he actually bowed to Chu Yingzhou. Elder Yi, you mustn't. Chu Yingzhou quickly helped him up. It's all in the past, so let's not bring it up again. He looked at Yunwaner, then changed the subject. However, although Miss Waner's illness has been stabilized for the time being, further treatment is still needed to completely cure her. Mr. Chu, please rest assured. Yi Nantian immediately assured him. From this day forward, you will be the most honored guest of the Yi family. We will obey your every command. He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over his two sons. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai froze and quickly lowered their heads. This time, father was truly enraged. Chu Yingzhou looked at Yi Nantian. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. He helped the still somewhat weak Yunwaner sit down on a chair by the bed. To cure Miss Waner's illness completely, she needs to undergo 3 courses of treatment. Each course is spaced 7 days apart, during which time she will receive medicinal baths and oral herbal decoctions. Today, she was forced to receive acupuncture, but the treatment was interrupted midway. Her body is severely depleted and she must rest. He paused, then continued. I will come back next week for a follow-up examination and a second treatment. All right. I'll do whatever Mr. Chu says. Yi Nantian responded immediately. Mr. Chu, you have devoted so much effort to saving my daughter and me, and now you have collapsed from exhaustion. My Yi family has no way to repay this kindness. Yi Nantian took out a gold embossed card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Yingzhou. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Furthermore, in the future, whatever trouble you encounter in Jinghai City, you can use this card to access all the resources of the Yi family. Chu Yingzhou glanced at the card. It is entirely black, with only a powerful leaf character tattooed on it in gold thread. This card is far more valuable than any amount of money. This represents the commitment of the entire Yi family. He didn't refuse and took it. Then I'll accept it without hesitation. After explaining everything, Chu Yingzhou prepared to take his leave. Yun Wanner quickly stood up. You're leaving already? Yes, there are still some things to do at school. Chu Yingzhou looked at her and smiled. Get some rest, I'll come see you next week. I send you. Yun Wanner replied without hesitation. Yi Nantian looked at his granddaughter's appearance and a smile flashed in his eyes, but he did not stop her. Jingshan, Jinghai, you two go too. Make sure you personally escort Mr. Chu safely to his destination. Yes, Dad. Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai stood at attention and saluted, not daring to disobey in the slightest. At the entrance of the Yi family manor, beside a military off-road vehicle with a special license plate, the two brothers, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, stood side by side. As Chu Yingzhou and Yun Wanner walked side by side, both of them had somewhat complicated expressions. Mr. Chu, please get in the car. Yi Jingshan opened the car door for Chu Yingzhou. No. Chu Yingzhou waved his hand. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you two any further. He turned to look at Yun Wanner. That's enough, go back now. Yun Wanner bit her lip and nodded. He took a small amulet from his pocket and placed it in Chu Yingzhou's hand. This I prayed for it at the temple, you must carry it with you at all times. Two beautiful blushes rose on the girl's cheeks. Chu Yingzhou looked at the peace talisman in his hand. It felt warm to the touch and still carried the warmth of the young girl's body. He smiled and put it in his pocket. Good. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared. It slid silently to the front of everyone. The car door opened, and Tina, dressed in a black business suit, stepped out. Boss. She respectfully opened the back door for Chu Yingzhou. This scene caused the pupils of the Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai brothers to contract again. Rolls-Royce Phantom. And then there's this elegant blonde secretary. Who is this young man? Chu Yingzhou ignored their shock and got into the car. They're gone. The car window slowly rolled up, blocking Yun Wanner's reluctant gaze. Inside the military off-road vehicle, Yi Jingshan watched the luxury car speed away, remaining silent for a long time. Second brother, tell me, who exactly is this Mr. Chu? I have no idea. Yi Jingshan shook his head, a serious expression appearing on his face for the first time. Pass on the old master's order. From today onwards, the name Chu Yingzhou will be listed as the highest-ranking honored guest in our Yi family. All members of the Yi family shall regard him as their father. Chapter 93: Ambush on the Road. Inside the car, Chu Yingzhou leaned back in the soft chair and closed his eyes to rest. But in his mind, he was already planning what to do next. Now that the director's grandfather has recovered from his illness, it's time to put the welfare home's affairs on the agenda. He had already investigated the land in Xiqing district where the welfare home was located. It was originally a deserted wasteland, but with the urban development plan of Jinghai City, that area will soon be developed into a new business center. Land prices have already skyrocketed. The land was rented by a small company called Hongfa Real Estate. For years, I've wanted to get rid of the welfare home. Then they resell the land at a high price. Tina. Chu Yingzhou spoke calmly. Boss. Go to Xiqing district, Jinghai welfare home. Okay. Tina responded, and the car smoothly turned the corner. As night deepened, the Rolls-Royce cruised through the bustling streets. Just as the car reached a secluded intersection, Chu Yingzhou suddenly opened his eyes. A faint sense of danger set off alarm bells in his mind. Parking. Squeak. Without any hesitation, Tina slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched as they scraped across the ground. Just as the car came to a stop, two black Jinbei minivans, one on the left and one on the right, formed a flanking maneuver. They suddenly blocked the Rolls-Royce in the middle of the intersection. The car door opened, and more than a dozen burly men wielding steel pipes and machetes jumped out of the vehicle. Each of them had a ferocious and menacing appearance. The leader was a bald man with a hideous scar on his right cheek, which looked particularly terrifying in the night. It was Black Tiger. "Boss, we're in trouble." Tina instinctively reached for her weapon in her storage compartment. "Need not." Shuingzhou pushed open the car door and got out. The night wind ruffled the hem of his clothes, and his handsome face revealed no emotion. Black Tiger saw that only one young man got out of the car, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He waved a steel pipe in his hand and walked step by step toward Shuingzhou. "Kid, you have a path to heaven, but you choose to walk into hell when there is no way out. Someone is willing to pay a high price to buy your 2 legs. Are you going to do it yourself, or have your brothers help you?" The dozen or so burly men behind Black Tiger also burst into laughter. The weapon in his hand gleamed coldly under the streetlights. Shuingzhou looked at them as if they were a group of dead people. "Who sent you? Go ask the king of hell when you get to hell." Black Tiger grinned maliciously, said no more nonsense, and suddenly raised the steel pipe in his hand. "Go get him. Break his legs. Just leave him breathing." A dozen or so burly men roared like wolves and tigers. He pounced on Shuingzhou. The fierce winds it stirred up were enough to terrify any ordinary person. However, Shuingzhou simply stood quietly in place. Just as the first steel pipe was about to fall on his head, Shuingzhou instantly vanished from the spot. The burly man who rushed forward first only saw a blur before his eyes, and the steel pipe in his hand missed its mark. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force came from his wrist. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly jarring in the quiet night. "Ah!" The burly man let out a shrill scream as his entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and the steel pipe flew out of his hand. Shuingzhou didn't even glance at him. With a swift movement, he appeared beside another burly man. He pointed his fingers like knives and lightly tapped the joint of the man's outstretched arm. Another sound of bone cracking. His mastery of martial arts had given him an intimate knowledge of every weakness in the human body. Every move he makes is concise and efficient. Less than 30 seconds. In the middle of the intersection, cries of agony rose and fell. The dozen or so burly men who had been so menacing just moments before were now all lying sprawled on the ground. He rolled around clutching his severed limbs. Only Black Tiger remained, still holding the steel pipe, frozen in place. The sinister smile on his face had long been replaced by boundless terror. Is this even human? He didn't even see how the other person made their move. His dozen or so battle-hardened men were taken down in an instant. "Now, can you tell me who sent you?" Shuingzhou walked towards him step by step, her clothes spotless. I don't know." Black Tiger was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. "Don't come any closer. Let me tell you, my older brother is." A hint of impatience flashed in Shuingzhou's eyes. Black Tiger felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, followed by a piercing pain from his knee. Bang! Shuingzhou kicked him precisely in the kneecap. Black Tiger let out a miserable cry and uncontrollably collapsed to his knees. "Ah! My leg! My leg!" The excruciating pain contorted his face, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Shuingzhou crouched down, looking down at him. "I'll ask you one more time, who is it?" I really don't know. We're just doing our jobs for money. The employer is anonymous." Black Tiger clutched his leg and howled in pain. "Yeah?" Shuingzhou smiled. He reached out and patted the contorted face. Then, his fingers slowly slid down Black Tiger's neck. Finally, it stopped at a certain acupoint on his chest. "Did you know that there are many interesting acupoints on the human body?" Shuingying's voice was very soft, but it sent a chill down Black Tiger's spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "For example, here." Shuingzhou gently pressed his finger on that acupoint. "Ah!" A sharp pain instantly spread throughout Black Tiger's limbs and bones. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his marrow. It made him wish he were dead. His eyes bulged out and he foamed at the mouth. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." In less than 10 seconds, Black Tiger's psychological defenses were completely broken down. Shuingzhou released his grip. Black Tiger was panting heavily. It's Long Ao, the young master of the Azure Dragon Group." He dared not hide anything and told them everything. Long Ao ordered us to break your legs, to teach you a lesson. Xinglong Group, Longao. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yingzhou's eyes. It's that mad dog again. He looked at the black tiger lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Do you want to live? Black Tiger paused for a moment, then nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. Mr. Chu, please spare my life. I'll never dare to do it again. I can spare your life. Chu Yingzhou stood up, his voice indifferent. Not only will I not kill you, I can also give you a chance. He looked down at Black Tiger from his high vantage point. From today onwards, you and your men will work for me. Ah? Black Tiger was completely dumbfounded. Do things for him? What, you don't want to? Chu Yingzhou's eyes turned cold. Chapter 94, Purchasing a Welfare Home. No, no, no. I do. I do. Black Tiger was startled and quickly expressed his opinion. What a joke. Going against this killing god is like having a death wish. Very good. Chu Yingzhou nodded in satisfaction. He took out his phone and dialed Mo Yifan's number. Mr. Mo, it's me. Young friend Chu. What brings you here so late? I need your help with a small matter. I have a few friends who accidentally broke their legs and I'd like to find a place for them to rest and recuperate. No problem. This little thing is none of my business. You take them to the central hospital, and I'll arrange for the best orthopedic specialist right away. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yingzhou put it back in his pocket. He glanced at the burly men still groaning on the ground. Did you hear that? Get up yourself and go to the hospital. After dealing with all of this, Chu Yingzhou got back into the car. Tina looked at her boss's face through the rearview mirror. This man's methods are nothing short of devilish. It seems we need to re-evaluate him. The car restarted and headed towards the West District. Soon, a cluster of low, dilapidated buildings came into view. Jinghai Welfare Home. This is where Chu Yingzhou grew up. The car stopped at the entrance of the welfare home. Chu Yingzhou pushed open the door and got out of the car. Looking at the rusty iron gate, he was filled with mixed emotions. He didn't let Tina come and he went in alone. In the courtyard, several children were chasing and playing, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. Upon seeing Chu Yingzhou, a complete stranger, everyone stopped in their tracks out of curiosity. A gentle smile appeared on Chu Yingzhou's face. He crossed the courtyard and headed straight for the dean's office at the very back. The office door was ajar, and an old voice came from inside. Mr. Zhang, please give us a few more days. Winter is just around the corner, and how will the children survive if they have nowhere to live? It was the voice of the vice president's grandfather. Grace period? A sharp, sarcastic voice rang out. Vice Deanly, I'm not running a charity. I've told you all this before. If the government wants to develop this land, you have to move out. I've already been more than generous by giving you a month. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Yingzhou stopped at the doorway. His brows furrowed slowly. Through the crack in the door, he saw his grandfather, the vice president, pleading with a worried expression in the office. Opposite him, a middle-aged man with a large belly was sitting with his legs crossed, looking impatient. It was Zhang Hongfa, the owner of Hongfa Real Estate. Vice Deanly, I'm saying this one last time. Zhang Hongfa stood up and straightened the collar of his designer suit. You must move out of here within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll have to call in the bulldozers. If anything unexpected happens, don't blame me for not warning you. After saying that, he turned around and swaggered toward the door. As soon as the door was opened, Chu Yingzhou was seen standing in the doorway. Zhang Hongfa was startled by Chu Yingzhou's sudden appearance at the door. He looked the ordinary-looking young man up and down, then frowned. Who are you? Sneaking around the door eavesdropping? Small boat. When the vice president in the office saw Chu Yingzhou, his cloudy eyes instantly lit up. He stood up shakily, leaning on his cane. How did you get back? Grandpa Li. Chu Yingzhou strode inside and helped the old man up. Seeing the old man's even more aged face, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Grandpa Li, whose full name is Li Wanshan, is the vice director of the welfare home. He is a good brother to Grandpa Chu Jiangwo, the director of the hospital, and is also the one who raised Chu Yingzhou. I've come back to see you. Seeing this, Zhang Hongfa sneered disdainfully. Oh, so you're a poor wretch from the orphanage. What, You've come back for reinforcements? He patted his expensive suit. Let me tell you, don't waste your energy. This land has already been approved by the authorities, and it's about to be developed into the largest commercial complex in Jinghai City. Your dilapidated welfare home should have been demolished long ago. Li Wanshan was so angry that he trembled all over. You. What do you mean, me? Zhang Hongfa waved his hand impatiently. Old man, if you know what's good for you, you'd better take these little burdens and get out of here. I'm giving you 3 days, that's already showing you mercy. The bulldozers will be on site 3 days from now. If anyone gets hurt or damaged, I will not be held responsible. Xu Yingzhou helped Li Wanshan sit down in a chair and gently patted his back to help him catch his breath. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Hongfa. I want this land. Zhang Hong was stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha. You want it? Kid, are you awake? Do you know how much this land is worth now? You couldn't even buy a single brick if you sold yourself. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Where did this brat come from, daring to spout such nonsense in front of me? Get lost. Don't get in my way of making money. Xu Yingzhou ignored him. He took out his phone and dialed a number in front of Zhang Hongfa. Hey, boss. On the other end of the phone came Lin Shiyue's unique voice. Xu Yingzhou spoke calmly. Could you check for me? Hongfa Real Estate. Hongfa Real Estate? Lin Shiyue on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. Okay, boss, please wait a moment. As a former Wall Street queen, her intelligence network far surpasses that of Tina. Less than 30 seconds later, her voice rang out again. Boss, we found it. Hongfa Real Estate is a small real estate company registered in Jinghai City. Its main business is land speculation and small-scale project development. Its total assets are about 300 million. The legal representative is Zhang Hongfa, who owns 70% of the shares. In addition, the company's largest project is the land where the Jinghai Welfare Home in Xiqing District is located. They leased it 5 years ago at a very low price and are now preparing to sell it to a subsidiary of Qinglong Group at a high price. It's Qinglong Group again. A cold glint flashed in Xu Yingzhou's eyes. It seems this mad dog is truly a persistent ghost. Very good. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained calm. I want you to buy this company for me within an hour. What? Lin Shiyue exclaimed in surprise on the other end of the phone. Boss, we're not a scrap collector. This company clearly has no future. At most, it will go bankrupt and be liquidated within 3 years. That land is useful, let's buy it. Xu Yingzhou did not offer much explanation. Understood, boss. Lin Shiyue didn't ask any further questions, after all, she was just a subordinate and could only offer advice. Chapter 95. Who do you think you are? The richest man in Jinghai City? Hurry up, I need to see the results within an hour. Rest assured. Lin Shiyue was filled with excited fighting spirit. An hour? That's too long. Within half an hour, this company will be yours. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou put it back in his pocket. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Hongfa stared at him as if he were an idiot. Keep acting. Keep acting. Zhang Hongfa sneered. You want to buy my company? Kid, who do you think you are? The richest man in Jinghai City? Let me tell you, even if you had half an hour, or even half a lifetime, you wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on my head. He was certain that Xu Yingzhou was just bluffing and trying to scare him. However, Xu Yingzhou simply watched him quietly. Time passed, second by second. The dean looked at Xu Yingzhou with concern, wondering what he was up to. Zhang Hongfa, on the other hand, stood with his arms crossed, looking on with amusement. He wanted to see what tricks this poor kid could pull. 20 minutes later. Just as Zhang Hongfa was getting impatient and was about to start mocking again, his cell phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the company's CFO. Hey, Lao Lu, what's up? I'm busy right now. Zhang Hongfa answered the phone impatiently. On the other end of the phone, however, came the finance director's terrified scream, his voice trembling with tears. Chairman Zhang. Chairman Zhang. Something terrible has happened. Our company's accounts have just been targeted by a hostile takeover attempt by an overseas consortium. All of our circulating shares were sold out within 10 minutes. What? Zhang Hongfa's smile froze instantly, as if he had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Hostile takeover? Yes. The other side's financial resources are terrifying. We are completely powerless to fight back. Now the other side holds more than 51% of the company's shares. We have lost control. Moreover, they just sent a notice demanding an immediate online board meeting to remove you from all your positions. Zhang Hongfa felt like his brain had exploded. The phone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud and shattered into pieces. He looked up, dejected, at the young man opposite him who always wore a faint smile. It's you. Xu Yingzhou slowly stood up and walked to him. I told you, I want this company. He patted Zhang Hongfa on the shoulder, as if brushing dust off him. Now you can get out from my territory. After saying that, Xu Yingzhou didn't look at him again and turned to walk in front of Li Wanshan. He grasped the old man's wrinkled hands. Grandpa Li, don't worry. His voice was so gentle it could melt ice and snow. I have already bought this land. From today onwards, this will be our home forever. No one can drive us away anymore. Grandpa Li's eyes were filled with tears. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She used all her strength to tightly grasp Xu Yingzhou's hand. Sunlight streamed in through the old window frames. It cast a warm golden glow over the old man and the young man. Old Chu will definitely be proud of you. Mr. Chu. Zhang Hongfa scrambled to his knees before Xu Yingzhou. She hugged his legs, tears streaming down her face. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy and give the company back to me. Selling the company at that price means Zhang Hongfa has essentially worked for nothing for 20 years. Xu Yingzhou looked down at him. He lifted his foot and kicked Zhang Hongfa's dirty hand off his trouser leg. Roll. Zhang Hongfa was so frightened that he crawled out of the office trembling. Small boat. Li Wanshan looked at Xu Yingzhou, his cloudy old eyes filled with relief. Xu Yingzhou turned around and took the old man's hand again. Grandpa Li, don't worry, the dean's illness is much better now, and he can be discharged soon. I just spoke with the hospital and they will arrange the best ward for him to make sure he is comfortable. Really? Old Chu, he's all right? Li Wanshan's voice was trembling. Yeah, it's okay now. That's great. Li Wanshan could no longer hold back, and 2 streams of hot tears slid down the lines of his face. He originally thought that his old brother, with whom he had fought his whole life, was about to leave. Unexpectedly. God still had eyes. Xiaozhou, you've made something of yourself, you've really made something of yourself. Li Wanshan gripped Xu Yingzhou's hand tightly. If old Chu knew, he would be so proud of you. Xu Yingzhou simply smiled. Just then, Li Wanshan seemed to remember something, and he lowered his voice. By the way, Xiaozhou, there's something I need to tell you. Just recently, a few people in suits came to the welfare home and asked around, asking if we had received a newborn boy on July 19th. July 19th. That was the day he was sent to the orphanage. It must be the Chu family coming to inquire. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Xu Yingzhou asked. No, not at all. Li Wanshan shook his head. They asked very detailed questions and wanted to see the original receipt records, but I didn't give them to them. I said it was too long ago and the records couldn't be found. Yes, thank you, Grandpa Li. Xu Yingzhou nodded. Don't worry, I'll handle this. You can stay here and take good care of yourself and the children. He took a bank card out of his pocket and stuffed it into Li Wanshan's hand. Grandpa Li, here's some money. Please take it. Use it to buy some new clothes for the children and improve their meals. I'll take care of all the expenses of the orphanage from now on. This won't do. Xiaozhou, you earned this money through hard work. Grandpa Li, please don't stand on ceremony with me. Xu Yingzhou smiled. You've forgotten, I'm the boss now. After comforting Grandpa Li, Xu Yingzhou turned and left the office. He didn't look at the children laughing and playing in the yard again, but his steps paused slightly as he passed the rusty iron gate. This was the only home he had for the first 20 years of his life. I got back into the black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boss, where to now? Tina's voice came from the front row. Go back to school. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic in the night. Half an hour later, at the south gate of Jinghai University. However, before the car had even come to a complete stop, Xu Yingzhou slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 96: Biting people indiscriminately will get your teeth broken. A blatantly red Ferrari sports car was now parked across the road in front of the school gate, which should have been clear. Beside the front of the car, a handsome young man was leaning against the road. Several imposing bodyguards in black stood beside him. It was Long Ao from the Qinglong group. They saw Xu Yingzhou's Rolls-Royce stop. A slight smile curved the corners of Long Ao's mouth. He pushed open the car door and walked straight over. The bodyguards behind him immediately spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Xu Yingzhou's car. The visitor is not friendly. Tina's expression changed slightly, and her hand instinctively reached for the storage compartment. Xu Yingzhou merely glanced at her indifferently. Stay in the car. After saying that, he pushed open the car door and got out. Long Ao's gaze immediately fell on Xu Yingzhou. His gaze lingered on Xu Yingzhou's face for a moment, his contempt deepening. A mere actor who makes a living off his looks dares to try and steal my man? He was referring to Lin Shuriwei, of course. Xu Yingzhou looked at him and suddenly smiled. Who do we have here? It's young Master Long from the Azure Dragon Group. He took 2 steps forward, standing no more than 3 meters away from Long Ao. What, you think sending a few stray dogs to bite people on the road will solve the problem? He was referring to Black Tiger's gang. A mad dog that bites people indiscriminately will have its teeth broken. Long Ao's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect that Black Tiger and his gang of good-for-nothings would not only fail to accomplish their task. Instead, it exposed his own identity. It seems I underestimated you. He looked Xu Yingzhou up and down. You think you can fight? Too bad, this is an era that uses your brain. Those who can fight are already buried with grass growing 3 feet high. Lin Shuriwei is the woman I've set my sights on. I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive her now, disappear from her side immediately. You have no right to lay a finger on Sheng Tang Group. Hand it over, and I can pretend nothing ever happened. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. Considering that you have a decent face, I can make you a big star. That's better than you acting like this, recklessly jumping around everywhere. Xu Yingzhou looked at him and smiled. Are you done talking? Long Ao frowned. Now that you've said your piece, get out of here. You're asking for it. The bodyguards behind Long Ao immediately stepped forward. His fierce aura burst forth without reservation. If Long Ao gave the order, they would tear this young man in front of them to pieces. However, Long Ao waved his hand, stopping them. He stared intently at Xu Yingzhou. Very good. He squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Xu Yingzhou, is that right? I'll remember you. He opened the door of his red Ferrari and got in. The engine roared furiously. You will pay the price for your arrogance today. You'll realize that the Azure Dragon Group is not something someone like you can afford to mess with. After uttering those harsh words, Long Ao stepped on the gas. The red lightning disappeared into the street in an instant. Xu Yingzhou looked in the direction where the Ferrari had disappeared. Qinglong Group? In his eyes, it was nothing more than the next Tang dynasty. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Xu Yingzhou took it out and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number. He casually swiped to answer the call. On the other end of the line. Immediately, a timid female voice came through. Hello, excuse me, is this Xu Yingzhou? I am. I am Wang Yuan. The voice on the other end of the phone trembled slightly with nervousness. My dad wants to invite you to dinner tonight. He said, he knows about our relationship and wants to meet you. Meeting the parents? Xu Yingzhou smiled, his voice unconsciously softening. Okay. Hearing his straightforward answer, Wang Yuan on the other end of the phone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. I was worried you wouldn't have time. Who's here tonight? Xu Yingzhou asked. Just my mom and dad are here. Wang Yuan's voice was barely audible. You don't need to be nervous. My dad, he just looks fierce, but he's actually a very nice person. The more she said that, the more she revealed her nervousness. Xu Yingzhou was amused by her adorable appearance. Why should I be nervous? Shouldn't you be the one who's nervous? He changed the subject and asked. It's not appropriate to visit empty-handed for the first time. Do you and your aunt have any particular preferences? No need for that, just come in person. That won't do, proper etiquette is required. Wang Yuan hesitated for a moment before whispering. My daddy usually likes to collect calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. As for my mom, she prefers jewelry. New. Xu Yingzhou wrote it down. I'll go there tonight and send the address to my phone. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou's smile deepened. He turned around and sat back in the Rolls-Royce. Tina. Yes, boss. Go to Bulgari and pick out a set of the most exquisite jewelry. Okay, boss. Tina agreed immediately without any questions. Then, take me to the antique street. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Since it's about meeting the parents, the gift naturally can't be anything less than perfect. Calligraphy and paintings. Perfect timing. He still has one box left to open. With his incredible luck, he should be able to get something good from it. System. He silently recited it in his heart. Open the golden treasure chest that rewards you with 80% favorability with Yuan. Ding. Golden treasure chest opening. A dazzling golden light exploded in his consciousness space. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level knowledge of cultural relic appraisal. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 10 million. It's here. With this God-level connoisseurship, finding a treasure on that antique street would be a piece of cake. The antique street in Jinghai City is located in the Old City area. The streets paved with bluestone slabs are lined with rows of antique-style buildings. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the street corner, and Xu Yingzhou got out of the car alone. The moment his mind was flooded with God-level knowledge of cultural relic appreciation, the world he saw changed. The so-called antiques on the street stalls instantly lost their disguise in his eyes. A Qing Dynasty imitation Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl, crudely aging process, value, 50 yuan. A Republic-era imitation Han Dynasty jade pendant, of inferior quality, valued at 200 yuan. The Tang Dynasty tricolored pottery unearthed last week, with its clay still wet, is valued at 100 yuan including lost wages. As Xu Yingzhou walked along, the system's appraisal prompts kept ringing in his mind. He even saw a stall owner holding up a so-called genuine work by Zhang Banxiao, enthusiastically promoting it to a tourist. In Xu Yingzhou's eyes, the painting clearly indicated this. Modern high-quality counterfeit printing, uneven in color, paper containing fluorescent agents, value, printing cost 5 yuan. Chapter 97 Tang Boa's genuine work? Xu Yingzhou shook his head with a wry smile. This antique street is indeed a very murky place. He didn't waste time at the stalls and went straight to the end of the street, to the largest shop Treasure Pavilion. A restaurant that can be located in such a prime location and has such a name must have some real merit. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, the aroma of sandalwood immediately fills the air. A shopkeeper wearing a long gown and sporting a goatee was examining a piece of porcelain with a magnifying glass. When he saw Xu Yingzhou enter, he merely raised his eyelids lazily. Look around as you like. Just call me if you see anything you like. After saying that, he lowered his head again, clearly not taking Xu Yingzhou, this young man, seriously. Xu Yingzhou didn't care and continued browsing in the store on his own. The collection at Treasure Pavilion is indeed much better than the goods sold at street stalls. But most of them were ordinary gadgets from the late Qing Dynasty and early Republic of China, which didn't catch his eye. His gaze swept across the antique display shelves one by one. A well-preserved famille rose porcelain vase from the Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty, with a market value of approximately 800,000 yuan. A Ming Dynasty Hetian jade rui, with decent carving, has a market value of approximately 1.2 million yuan. These items, though valuable, are far from enough to impress a collector of Wang Yuan's father's caliber. Just as Xu Yingzhou was about to go upstairs to take a look, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous scroll in the corner of the wall. The scroll was casually stuffed into a bamboo tube used for storing miscellaneous items. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the scroll. It seems to have been forgotten for a long time. God-level artifact appraisal skills are activated at this moment. A line of small golden characters, visible only to him, quietly appeared above the scroll. Authentic work of Tang Boa's Pine Trees and Mountain Path. Era of creation, Ming Dynasty. Condition of preservation, moderately damaged mold and insect damage are present on the edges of the scroll due to improper storage. Current value, approximately 3 million. Value after restoration, estimated at over 100 million. Xu Yingzhou's heart skipped a beat. A genuine work by Tang Bohu? He suppressed his overwhelming joy. Shopkeeper, how much is that scroll? The shopkeeper glanced in the direction he was pointing. That one? I don't know which student left it here. It's a lousy painting that takes up space. He casually quoted a price. You want it? Take it for 500 yuan, saves me the trouble of finding a place to throw it away. Xu Yingzhou chuckled inwardly. 500 yuan to buy a genuine Tang Bohu calligraphy? This is ridiculously easy to miss. Okay, I'll take it. He was about to pay. Wait. An arrogant voice came from the doorway. A young man wearing a thick gold chain walked in, arm in arm with a woman who looked like an internet celebrity. The young man was followed by 2 bodyguards in black. As soon as he entered, the young man's gaze fell on Xu Yingzhou. When she saw his ordinary casual clothes, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Especially when you see Xu Yingzhou's excessively handsome face. It made him feel inexplicably annoyed. He happened to overhear Xu Yingzhou's conversation with the shopkeeper. He immediately stepped forward and picked up the bamboo tube. Hey, isn't this the treasure pavilion? When did they start selling this kind of junk? He took out the painting and casually unfolded it in his hand. The rough movements made Xu Yingzhou frown. Look at this paper, this ink, and this tattered seal. It smells like something out of a street stall. Shopkeeper, aren't you ruining your reputation by putting this kind of stuff in your shop? The young man's name was Ma Fei, and he was the son of a nouveau riche in Jinghai City. He usually likes to hang out in antique streets, pretending to be an expert, in order to show off his taste. The shopkeeper blushed at his words, but dared not offend him. What young Master Ma said is true. This is just a student's work, something to do for fun. Ma Fei chuckled and turned his gaze to Xu Yingzhou. Kid, you actually want to buy this piece of junk? What, trying to snag a bargain? You think you can? Xu Yingzhou ignored him and simply spoke to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I'll take the item. Name your price. Hey! You're getting cocky, aren't you? Ma Fei got angry when he realized he was being ignored. He slammed the scroll onto the table. This lousy painting, I've got my eye on it today. I'll bid 1,000. He looked at Xu Yingzhou defiantly. What, you want to compete with me? Xu Yingzhou smiled. 10,000. He uttered 2 words calmly. Ma Fei's laughter stopped abruptly, like a duck being choked. The other onlookers were also stunned. Spend 10,000 yuan to buy a painting that everyone can tell is a fake? Is this kid crazy, or does he have too much money to burn? The shopkeeper's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he stammered as he asked. Young man, are you sure? Certainly. Xu Yingzhou took out his phone and opened the payment code. What, young Master Ma isn't coming? Ma Fei's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He's here to show off, how could he be outdone by a poor student? Is 10,000 yuan a lot? I won't even blink. He shouted through gritted teeth. I'll offer 20,000. 100,000. Xu Yingzhou's voice remained calm. Everyone looked at Xu Yingzhou as if he were an idiot. Ma Fei was completely dumbfounded. He stared intently at Xu Yingzhou, trying to detect a trace of joking on his face. However, no. You're fucking bluffing me. Do you even have 100,000 yuan? Ma Fei roared, his voice fierce but his heart filled with fear. Xu Yingzhou didn't say anything, he just shook his phone. The long string of zeros on the screen showing the bank card balance almost blinded Ma Fei. What, young Master Ma, are you still going to follow? A playful smile curved Xu Yingzhou's lips. If you can't keep up, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Who said I can't keep up? Ma Fei felt his dignity had been trampled on. I'll offer 110,000. His heart was bleeding when he shouted out that number. 500,000. Xu Yingzhou put his phone away and called out another number. This time, Ma Fei could no longer hold back. He pointed at Xu Yingzhou, trembling with anger. You're insane. You're a complete lunatic. Fine. This piece of junk is yours. I want to see how you explain spending 500,000 to buy a pile of garbage to your parents. He uttered those harsh words, then grabbed the internet celebrity next to him and slunk away. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, so excited he could hardly stand. Young man, is this painting really worth 500,000? Swipe your card. Xu Yingzhou's words were concise and to the point. The shopkeeper was extremely grateful, looking at him like he was a god. Xu Yingzhou took the bamboo tube containing the trash and turned to walk out of the treasure pavilion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, a keen eye for talent. Mission evaluation, perfect. With lightning speed, the opponent was outmaneuvered, and an astonishing treasure was discovered in the smallest detail. Mission reward, obtain the special skill, Healing Hand. Hand of Repair, can perfectly repair any damaged item, restoring it to its peak condition. Xu Yingzhou paused for a moment. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. Can we part with Chapter 98? System, use Hand of Repair. Ding! Skill activating. A beam of white light enveloped the bamboo tube. After the light faded, Xu Yingzhou pulled out the scroll. The mold stains on the original painting have disappeared. It exudes the ancient fragrance of ink. Suddenly, an excited voice came from behind him. Young friend, please wait. Xu Yingzhou turned around and saw an old man in a Zhongshan suit running quickly toward him. Two bodyguards in black followed behind him. Young friend, may I take a look at this painting you have in your hand? The old man ran up to Xu Yingzhou and stared intently at the steamed bun in his hand. Xu Yingzhou glanced at him and, judging from the man's demeanor, he seemed to be a true expert. He nodded and handed over the scroll. The old man took the scroll with trembling hands and unfurled it on a stone table by the roadside. The moment when the full view of pine trees and mountain path is revealed before your eyes. The old man's body jolted violently. He took out a sandalwood box from his pocket, inside which was a specially made high-powered magnifying glass and reading glasses. After putting it on, the old man examined it inch by inch. A full 10 minutes passed. The old man slowly straightened up. He looked at Xu Yingzhou. Young friend, where did you get this painting from? I just bought it from that store. Xu Yingzhou pointed to the treasure pavilion not far away. Bought it? How much did it cost? 500,000. 500,000? The old man seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Young friend, do you know how rare and precious this painting in your hand is? His voice was trembling. This is the original of Pine Trees and Mountain Paths, the most famous masterpiece of Tang Bohu, a great talent of the Ming dynasty, in his later years. This painting was said to have been lost in the war, but I never imagined it would see the light of day again today. Authentic. The old man was so excited that his hands were trembling. Young friend. My surname is Wang, and I am several decades older than you. I have always loved these bottles and jars, writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. This painting, Pine Trees and Mountain Paths, has been sought for many years without success. To see it today is truly a great fortune. Young friend, would you be willing to part with it? Name your price. As long as this old man can afford it, I won't haggle. Upon hearing this, several onlookers gasped in astonishment. You can just name your price? Who is this old man? He's so arrogant. However, Xu Yingzhou simply smiled slightly, carefully put the scroll away, and returned it to the bamboo tube. I'm sorry, sir. He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, his tone sincere. I understand the principle that a gentleman does not take what others cherish. However, I bought this painting for a very important matter, and I simply cannot part with it. Oh? Something of utmost importance? The old man was taken aback. To be honest, this painting is a gift I prepared for my future father-in-law. As you know, when visiting for the first time, one must show some sincerity. Xu Yingzhou said, half-jokingly. Future father-in-law? Upon hearing these 4 words, the disappointment on the old man's face vanished instantly. I see. Ha ha ha. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly. That is indeed a momentous matter. Matters of marriage are far more important than these inanimate objects. I was being presumptuous. A bodyguard in black stepped forward from behind the old man, seemingly about to say something, but was stopped by a look from the old man. Since it's for a good marriage, no matter how much I like it, I can't take it away from you and ruin your good fortune, young friend. The old man looked at Chu Ingzhou with admiration. Not bad, not bad. There aren't many young people these days who have this kind of sentiment. He took out a finely crafted business card from his pocket and handed it over. This is my business card. If you ever have a wedding banquet in the future, young friend, please be sure to invite this old man to have a drink at your wedding. Chu Ingzhou accepted the business card with both hands. He noticed that there were no superfluous titles on the card, only 2 characters written in vigorous calligraphy, Wang Badian. Below is a list of private phone numbers. Wang Badian? Chu Ingzhou's heart stirred. This name certainly exuded an air of domineering power. Definitely. I hope Mr. Wang will grace us with his presence at that time, which would be an honor. Ha, no problem, no problem. Wang Badian waved his hand, turned around, and, with his bodyguards, blended into the crowd. Sir, are we just going to let it go like this? That's a genuine work by Tang Bohu, priceless. Should I take some men to discuss it with him again? The bodyguard whispered in his ear. Nonsense. Wang Batian's face darkened. I, Wang Badian, have lived my whole life relying on my vision and virtue, not on force and robbery. This thing is all about fate. If there is no fate, you can't force it. He changed the subject and a smile appeared on his face again. Besides, it's a good thing to help others find a partner and make their marriage happen. The bodyguard dared not say another word. Wang Badian stretched and looked at the sunset on the horizon. Let's go, we've been out all day, it's time to head back. My precious granddaughter seems to be bringing her boyfriend home today. I'm going to go see who this guy is, to see who he is, to see who managed to win over the apple of the Wang family's eye. Night falls and the city lights come on. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance of the antique street. Tina quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Chu Ingzhou. Boss, Bulgari has delivered the latest Eternal Love high jewelry set as you instructed. She handed over an exquisite gift box. Chu Ingzhou took it and casually placed it aside. Now we're going to the Wang family compound. Okay, boss. Tina responded, and the car started smoothly. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into a heavily guarded villa area. Finally, we stopped in front of a traditional Chinese courtyard. 2 imposing stone lions guard the entrance, and above the vermilion gate hangs a gilded plaque with the words Prince's Mansion. Everywhere you look, you can feel a sense of understated luxury and sophistication. Even Chu Ingzhou felt a sense of pressure upon seeing this display of power. He took a deep breath and straightened his collar. Boss, you seem a little nervous? Tina saw Chu Ingzhou's actions in the rearview mirror and handed him a bottle of water. Would you like to take a look at this? She then took out a thick stack of documents, the cover of which clearly read, Relationship Chart and Personality Analysis Report of Wang family members. It even came with a booklet titled 108 Ways to Win Over Your Future Father-in-Law. Chu Ingzhou was amused by her alarmed expression. I'm going to meet my future father-in-law, not to go to the battlefield, there's no need for this. He waved his hand and opened the car door. Wait for my good news. Tina looked at her boss's tall and straight back and a charming smile appeared on her lips. Wishing the boss a triumphant return. Chapter 99. What a small world. Chu Ingzhou, carrying 2 gift boxes, stood at the gate of the Wang family compound and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and a gentle and elegant middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway. She should be Wang Yuanyuan's mother, Zhao Yaji. You must be Chu Ingzhou, right? Yuan has already told me about you. Please come in. Zhao Yaji had a smile on her face. Hello, Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Chu Ingzhou politely handed over the gift box containing Bulgari jewelry. Zhao Yaji glanced at the logo on the gift box, and the scrutiny in her eyes eased slightly. You silly child, you didn't need to bring any gifts. You're too kind. She said that, but her hand honestly took it. Stepping into the courtyard, one is greeted by pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, all exuding the elegance of a classical garden. In the living room, a dignified-looking middle-aged man was sitting on a mahogany sofa, drinking tea. He saw Chu Ingzhou enter, but merely glanced at him indifferently, without even bothering to get up. It was Wang Yuanyuan's father, Wang Tianlin, the richest man in Jinghai City. Old Wang, Xiao Chu is here, Zhao Yaji reminded him from the side. Wang Tianlin reluctantly put down his teacup. Please sit down. The 2 simple words convey a sense of oppressive pressure from someone who has long held a position of power. Xu Yingzhou didn't mind and placed the bamboo tube containing the pine trees and mountain paths painting on the coffee table. "Hello, uncle." Wang Tianlin responded with a snort. Yuan said you're still in college?" "Yes, Jinghai University, freshman this year." "Orphan?" Wang Tianlin's second question was sharp and direct. The atmosphere in the living room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Zhao Yaji quickly smoothed things over. "Old Wang, why are you asking these questions? It's Xiao Chu's first time visiting, don't scare him." "I was just asking casually." Wang Tianlin picked up the teacup and blew on the steam rising from it. "Our Wang family is quite prominent in Jinghai. Yuan is our only daughter, and as her father, I have to be responsible for her marriage." The implication behind those words couldn't be clearer. How can an orphan who was still in school be a match for his precious daughter? Xu Yingzhou still wore a faint smile on his face. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. Wang Yuan, dressed in a beautiful princess dress, ran down from upstairs. When she saw the tense atmosphere in the living room, her face turned pale instantly. "Dad! Mom! What are you doing?" She ran to Xu Yingzhou's side and nervously grabbed his arm. "Yingzhou, don't pay attention to my dad, that's just how he talks." She then turned to look at Wang Tianlin. "Dad! You promised me you wouldn't make things difficult for him. Did I make things difficult for him?" Wang Tianlin snorted coldly. "I'm just getting to the bottom of things." A family war was about to break out. A loud voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Haha, what's all this commotion about? I just got home and I heard you all arguing." Before the words were finished, a sprightly figure appeared at the living room doorway. "Grandfather." When Wang Yuan saw her savior, she immediately ran over. "Dad, you're back." Wang Tianlin and Zhao Yaji also quickly stood up. The old man nodded, his gaze sweeping across the living room. When his gaze fell on Xu Yingzhou, he froze. Those bright, piercing eyes widened instantly. Young friend?" Xu Yingzhou's expression became quite interesting the moment he saw the old man. He never expected that Wang Yuan's grandfather was actually the domineering old man he had met in the antique street that afternoon. Wang Badian. "Isn't this world a little too small? Grandpa, do you know each other?" Wang Yuan asked curiously. Wang Badian did not answer his granddaughter's question and walked straight to Xu Yingzhou. You're Yuan's boyfriend? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be." Xu Yingzhou touched his nose. "Then what gift did you say you wanted to give your father-in-law as a greeting gift?" Wang Badian stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Xu Yingzhou nodded. Wang Badian glanced at his still bewildered son. "I caught a glimpse of the bamboo tube placed on the coffee table." An absurd idea exploded in his mind. "The father-in-law you mentioned, could he be?" Xu Yingzhou nodded innocently. Puff! Wang Badian nearly choked. He glanced at his son, who was still completely oblivious to what was happening. "I feel terrible. After all that, I was just lamenting this afternoon that I wanted to help others achieve their goals, but this wonderful thing has ended up happening in my own home. The future father-in-law that this guy is trying to please is his own good-for-nothing son. And yet, the painting pine trees and mountain paths that he had been longing for was going to be given to his good-for-nothing son by such a twist of fate? What a waste! This is such a waste." Wang Badian's heart was bleeding, and he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Wang Tianlin and Zhao Yaji were completely dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why does my old man seem to know this student so well?" "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Wang Tianlin asked cautiously. Wang Badian ignored him and just stared intently at the bamboo tube on the coffee table. That looks like something Xiao Chu gave me?" Wang Tianlin pointed to the bamboo tube, looking completely bewildered. "For you?" Wang Badian instantly flew into a rage. "Giving it to you would be a waste. What do you know about calligraphy and painting?" He rushed over and carefully cradled the bamboo tube in his arms. This dramatic scene left everyone in the Wang family stunned. Wang Yuan covered her mouth. Only Xu Yingzhou remained calm and composed. Wang Badian opened the bamboo tube and slowly unfurled the painting pine trees and mountain path. When that magnificent landscape painting was presented to him again, my eyes welled up with tears uncontrollably. It is indeed pine trees and mountain paths. He gently stroked the painting with his fingers. The brushstrokes are vigorous, the ink is rich and powerful. It can't be wrong. He was so excited that he was trembling all over. Young friend. This gift is far too generous. How many people can match the eye to find such a national treasure in a garbage dump at a glance? Where is this poor student that my son was talking about? Dad, it's just a painting. Why are you so upset? If you want some, I'll buy you some more next time. Wang Tianlin said sourly from the side. You don't know anything. 80% of the things you bought are fakes. You're such an idiot, you didn't even realize you were being scammed. Wang Badian glared. Do you know the value of this painting? It's priceless. Can you measure it with your worthless money? Wang Tianlin was completely dumbfounded. Young friend, I take back what I said before. Chapter 100 Grandson. Wang Badian solemnly cupped his hands in greeting to Chu Yingzhou. My granddaughter is so lucky to have found such a wonderful husband like you. It's the best thing that has ever happened to her. If he still can't see his father's attitude towards Chu Yingzhou by now, then his reign as the richest man in Jinghai is over. The old man treats this kid like his own grandson and dotes on him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tell the kitchen to prepare the best food and wine. If you neglect my honored guest, I'll skin you alive. Wang Badian glared and puffed out his beard. Yes, I'll go right away. Wang Tianlin dared not disobey and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. His disheveled appearance showed no trace of the demeanor of a business tycoon. Zhao Yaji looked embarrassed and quickly followed. In the living room, Wang Yuanyuan watched this dramatic scene with her mouth agape in an O shape. She ran to Chu Yingzhou's side and secretly pinched his arm. Yingzhou, what exactly did you do to my grandfather? How could he treat you like his own grandson? Chu Yingzhou simply smiled and did not answer. What could he say? Did your grandfather want to spend a lot of money this afternoon to buy the gift I'm giving to my future father-in-law? Young friend, come, don't stand there. Wang Badian was increasingly pleased with Chu Yingzhou. He carefully rolled up the painting Pine Trees and Mountain Path and solemnly put it back into the bamboo tube. Then he grabbed Chu Yingzhou's hand and headed towards the study. Come on. Come sit with this old man in the study. I have a few little trinkets I just acquired, can you take a look at them? He was so enthusiastic it was unbelievable, he completely forgot about his own son. Chu Yingzhou was pulled along by him and followed him inside. Wang Yuanyuan stuck out her tongue and followed closely behind. The Wang family's study was more of a study than a study. It's more like a small private museum. On an entire wall of display shelves, various porcelain, jade, and bronze artifacts are arranged in a staggered and orderly manner. All the paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall were by famous artists. Young friend, take a look at this three-legged ding. I just acquired it from an old friend last week. He told me it's a bronze from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and it does look like one, but the rust color just doesn't seem quite right. Wang Badian pointed to a palm-sized bronze tripod on the antique shelf as if presenting a treasure. Chu Yingzhou only glanced at it, and his knowledge of divine-level cultural relic appraisal automatically surfaced in his mind. He stepped forward, but didn't even touch her, he simply spoke softly. The tripod is genuine, and the year is correct. But it's not from the Shang or Zhou dynasty, it's from the late Western Zhou dynasty. The reason you think the rust color is wrong is because after this ding was unearthed, it was soaked in acidic water to create a thicker green rust so that it could be sold at a higher price. Unfortunately, the attempt to draw a tiger backfired and ended up with a dog. The solution corroded the patina on the surface of the bronze, causing it to lose its charm. If it hadn't been treated, the value of this cauldron would have at least doubled. These few words left Wang Badian speechless. He invited several experts to take a look, and they all said it was an artifact from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and of considerable value. But no one else could see through all the intricacies of the matter like Chu Yingzhou. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Wang Badian slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Young friend, could you take another look at this piece of jade? Everyone says it's made using the Han 8 cuts technique, but no matter how I look at it, I think the jade is fine, it's Haitian pebble jade, but unfortunately, it's not the Han-style 8-cut type. Chu Yingzhou's gaze fell on another jade pendant. This is a typical Ming Dynasty imitation of Han Dynasty craftsmanship. Although the knifework is sharp, it lacks the simplicity and charm of the real Han Dynasty 8-cut style. Nevertheless, it is still a rare masterpiece. Wang Badian was completely convinced. He felt like he had wasted the last few decades of his life, and that his insight was not even as good as that of a young man who was not yet 20. At this moment, Wang Tianlin and Zhao Yaji also walked in. Wang Tianlin secretly gave instructions to his trusted subordinates at the door. Go, find out everything about this Chu Yingzhou. No matter the cost, I want to know everything about him. After giving his instructions, he went into the study, just in time to hear Chu Yingzhou talking eloquently about his grandfather's collection. From the glaze of porcelain to the use of seals in calligraphy and painting. He quotes extensively from classical texts, using them effortlessly. His usually arrogant father was now listening like a primary school student, nodding repeatedly. Wang Tianlin felt that his worldview had completely collapsed at this moment. What kind of monster is this young man? Ha ha ha. That's great. That's really great. Wang Badian clapped his hands and laughed, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. He had been searching for a soulmate for most of his life, and unexpectedly, he met one today. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a chessboard in the corner of the study. It was a Go board carved from a single piece of obsidian and white jade. The chess pieces are smooth and lustrous, clearly indicating their high value. Young friend. Wang Badian's eyes lit up as he pulled Chu Yingzhou to the chessboard. Do you know how to play chess? Chu Yingzhou looked at the chessboard and smiled. I know a little bit about it. Great. Okay. Wang Badian was overjoyed. I must play a game of Go with you tonight, my young friend. Just then, the butler walked in from outside and bowed respectfully. Sir, master, the dinner is ready. Let's go, let's eat first. Wang Badian, still in high spirits, grabbed Chu Yingzhou's hand with one hand and carried the bamboo tube with the other, striding towards the restaurant. Little Chu, have a few drinks with this old man tonight. He warmly put his arm around Chu Yingzhou's shoulder. As he passed by Wang Tianlin, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Only the richest man in Jinghai City remained, standing alone in the same spot. The Wang family's banquet was so lavish that it rivaled a state banquet. But the atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely strange. In the main seat, Wang Badian completely ignored his son and daughter-in-law beside him, focusing all his attention on Chu Yingzhou. Little Chu, come on, try this. This is top-grade Wagyu beef air freighted and it melts in your mouth. And this too, the large yellow croaker from the East China Sea, it's very nourishing. As he spoke, he enthusiastically put food into Chu Yingzhou's bowl. The mountain of food made Wang Yuan, who was standing to the side, unable to help but chuckle. Wang Tianlin and Zhao Yaji were extremely uncomfortable. Wang Tianlin, in particular, felt a mix of emotions upon seeing his father's appearance. He couldn't eat a thing during the meal. Finally, the banquet ended. Wang Badian put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and his chess addiction kicked in again. Xiao Chu, let's go back to the study and play a game. He didn't give Chu Yingzhou a chance to refuse and pulled him away. Back in his study, Wang Badian enthusiastically set up the chessboard. Young friend, we hit it off immediately. Let us skip the betting and just treat this game as a friendly exchange. He stroked his goatee, his face bearing the arrogance of a master. I'm decades older than you, I can't possibly take advantage of you. How about this, I'll give you a 9-piece handicap in this game, how about that? Chapter 101 Give way. Let the 9 sons have it. In Go, giving a 9-stone handicap is the highest level of handicap. This usually only exists in instructional games between professional chess players and amateur enthusiasts. This indicates a vast difference in strength between the two sides. The expressions on Wang Tianlin and Zhao Yaji's faces became somewhat strange. Only Wang Yuan nervously clutched the hem of Chu Yingzhou's clothes. She knew how terrifying her grandfather's chess skills were. He was at a level where he could go toe-to-toe with even the best players. To send 9 sons to this is already a blatant humiliation. Grandfather. She was about to speak up to help Chu Yingzhou out of that predicament. Chu Yingzhou gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. He looked at Wang Badian on the other side of the chessboard and suddenly smiled. No need, Mr. Wang. In my opinion, the fun of playing chess lies in fairness. Giving away too many pieces would only ruin the game. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianlin almost burst out laughing. Young people are just too concerned about saving face. The old man gave you a way out, but you insisted on going against him. Wang Badian was also stunned for a moment, then stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha. Excellent. What a fair game. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Yingzhou held a hint of appreciation. It's good for young people to be arrogant, but I don't know if your chess skills match your arrogance. He picked up the black chess box and took out a chess piece. In that case, this old man will not stand on ceremony. I play black, so I'll go first. Snap. A crisp sound rang out as the black piece landed steadily on the star point of the chessboard. Wang Beixian's move, seemingly ordinary, actually concealed a deadly intent, displaying a wide and unrestrained style. All eyes were focused on Chu Yingzhou. Chu Yingzhou calmly picked up a chess piece from the white chess box. His fingers were long and slender, and his posture was elegant, quite different from Wang Beixian's imposing and military aura. Smack! The white piece fell silently. Diagonally opposite Wang Beixian's star position chess piece, it also occupies a corner. A very ordinary start. Wang Beixian didn't take it seriously and placed his pieces with lightning speed. Chu Yingzhou, on the other hand, responded calmly and casually, making each move with great ease. It was as if I was just keeping an elder company to pass the time. Wang Tianlin, who was standing to the side, shook his head. Even a layman watching the spectacle could see that, despite his limited skill, the black pieces had already formed an overwhelming advantage on the board. The white stones were surrounded by several isolated groups of stones. The strangulation is already underway. In contrast, Chu Yingzhou's moves were completely haphazard. He was haphazard and incoherent, like a complete beginner who knew nothing about chess. It's over. This kid is so obsessed with saving face that he's willing to suffer for it. If they had let the Nine Sons win, they could have lost more gracefully. If we play this game now with even odds, I'm afraid we'll be utterly defeated within 50 moves. Wang Yuan also looked worried, her little hands gripping her sleeves tightly. Only Chu Yingzhou remained calm. He does indeed know a little bit. Ding! Host is detected playing a game of Go. Would you like to activate the special scene reward, Go Master Treasure Chest? Chess Saint's Treasure Chest? Chu Yingzhou's heart stirred. Activate. Ding! Chess Saint's Treasure Chest is being opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level Chess Skill Grandmaster. God-level Chess Skill Grandmaster, your chess prowess has reached its pinnacle. On the chessboard, you are the sole player. A grain of sand contains a world, a leaf a Bodhi tree, the myriad principles of chess all reside within your heart. A torrent of profound information instantly flooded into Chu Yingzhou's mind. Countless military strategies and chess principles are integrated at this moment. The chessboard before him was no longer a simple contest between black and white. It was a battlefield shrunk countless times. Each chess piece is a living soldier. His fate, destiny, life and death are all in his hands. Wang Beixian's seemingly aggressive chess moves appeared full of flaws in his eyes. Kid, it's your turn. Seeing that Chu Yingzhou had not made a move for a long time, Wang Beixian reminded him. Chu Yingzhou snapped out of his daze and smiled. He picked up another white piece. Snap. The piece was placed, and its position remained just as unbelievable. It struck directly in the heart of the large black group. In Wang Tianlin's view, this move was simply courting death, a voluntary suicide. However, Wang Beixian's pupils suddenly contracted at that instant. For the first time, his hand, which was holding a chess piece, stopped in mid-air. Something's not right. This move seems like a moth drawn to a flame. However, the landing point was precisely at the weakest point of his dragon. Wang Beixian re-examined the chessboard before him. I don't know when it started, but my seemingly cohesive formation. They were completely outmaneuvered by the opponent's random placement of pieces. It's been divided into pieces. Each black piece appears powerful. In reality, they were all isolated and unable to support each other. And the move Chu Yingzhou just made shattered all his plans. What kind of chess move is this? A storm raged in Wang Beixian's heart. The opponent is deploying their pieces on the chessboard. He thought he was besieging his opponent, but little did he know that from the very first move, he had already fallen into the trap set by his opponent. Wang Tianlin, who was standing nearby, also noticed that something was wrong. He didn't understand chess, but he understood his father. How many years has it been since the old man has shown such a solemn expression on the chessboard? Time passed, second by second. In the study, only the sound of chess pieces falling onto the chessboard remained. Wang Beixian's pace of placing pieces slowed down more and more. No matter how he dodged and weaved. Ultimately, they will all have all their paths blocked by the opponent's move. Like an ordinary person playing chess with the heavens and earth. Another hour passed. Wang Badian hesitated to place his chess piece. On the chessboard, black and white pieces are intertwined, indicating the game is nearing its end. He lost. However, just as he was about to resign, Zhou suddenly smiled and gently placed the white piece in his hand back into the chess box. Mr. Wang's chess skills are profound, and I admire him wholeheartedly. This game is a draw. A draw? Wang Badian was stunned. He looked at the chessboard and carefully counted the points. Black has 180 and 1/4 of a point. White pieces. 180 and 1/4 of a point. It really was a draw. But that's not right. Wang Badian suddenly raised his head and stared intently at the lower left corner of the chessboard. There, if white plays just one more piece, he can completely capture white's last isolated group of stones, resulting in a clean win. He deliberately let me win. He could have won, but he chose to end in a draw in a certain way. Wang Badian looked at the young man opposite him who still had a faint smile on his face. He has spent his life in the business world and has seen countless people. But I have never seen a young man as unfathomable as Zhou. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Wang Badian suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. What a fine draw. Excellent, Zhou. Chapter 102 Distinguished Guest. Wang Badian stood up, walked around the chessboard, and stood in front of Zhou, patting him heavily on the shoulder. Young friend, from this day forward, we are friends despite our age difference. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, they will be my enemy, Wang Badian. As soon as Wang Badian said this, the entire study fell silent. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Tianlin were so shocked that they were speechless. A friendship that transcends age? What does the old man mean by this? He actually took a young man who was not even 20 years old. They placed him on equal footing with themselves. This is even more unbelievable than when he just said he wanted to recognize Zhou as his own grandson. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled when she looked at her boyfriend. Only Zhou remained calm and composed. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. He helped Wang Badian sit down again. It is my honor to play a game with you. Why are you still calling me Mr. Wang? Wang Badian glared. From now on, call me Brother Wang. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Zhou. Zhou. Wang Yuan. Wang Tianlin felt that his position as the richest man in Jinghai was becoming somewhat unstable. Before I've even done anything wrong, my status in the family has plummeted. He went straight from being a son to a grandson? Dad. He was about to speak when Wang Badian glared at him sharply, shutting him up. You know nothing. Brother Zhou's chess skills have reached a transcendent level. It would be an honor for me to be on his brotherly terms. Wang Badian is becoming more and more satisfied with Zhou. At such a young age, he not only possesses extraordinary skills and keen eyesight, but more importantly, he has a humble and unassuming demeanor. A man like that, let alone becoming his grandson-in-law. He's more than capable of being the leader of the Wang family. Brother Zhou, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight? I still have a few bottles of mutai that I've been treasuring for decades. Let's drink until we drop tonight. Wang Badian enthusiastically pulled Zhou along, about to lead her outside. Completely unaware of her son's face, which had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhou glanced at the sky and politely declined. Brother Wang, I appreciate your kind offer. However, I have some matters to attend to at school, so I won't bother you any longer tonight. What could be more important at school than drinking with this old man like me? Wang Badian was somewhat unhappy. Grandfather. Wang Yuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Ingzhou has been really busy lately, so please don't make things difficult for him. Okay, I'll listen to my precious granddaughter. Wang Badian was most at a loss with his granddaughter. However, Brother Zhou, you have to promise me that you'll come back another day and play a few more rounds with this old man. Must. Zhou smiled and agreed. He glanced at Wang Yuan beside him, then at the couple who were still standing there. Then I'll take my leave now. I send you. Wang Yuan immediately said. I'm going too. Wang Badian, clutching the bamboo tube, insisted on going along like a child. And so, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. Zhou walked in the middle, with Wang Yuan nestled against him on his left and Wang Badian looking excited on his right. Meanwhile, Wang Tianlin, the richest man in Jinghai City, and his wife followed far behind like two lackeys. The group escorted Chu Yingzhou to the gate of the compound. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom remained silently parked in the same spot. When Tina saw everyone come out, she immediately got out of the car and respectfully opened the car door for Chu Yingzhou. "Brother Chu, is this your car?" Wang Badian looked at the top of the line luxury car and the elegant blonde secretary, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "A friend gave it to me, I use it for transportation." Chu Yingzhou offered a casual explanation. Wang Badian nodded and didn't ask any further questions. "Drive carefully." He patted Chu Yingzhou on the shoulder. "Goodbye, Brother Wang." "Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt." Chu Yingzhou got into the car, nodded to everyone, and the car window slowly rolled up. The Rolls-Royce started smoothly and quickly disappeared into the night. Wang Badian watched the car disappear in the direction it had gone before the smile on his face slowly faded. He turned around and looked at his son, who still looked completely bewildered. "Tianlin." "Yes, Dad." Wang Tianlin quickly agreed. "Did you send someone to investigate Xiao Chu's background before?" Wang Tianlin's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. I just wanted to." "What are you thinking? You want to use your underhanded methods to investigate my brother?" Wang Beixian's voice turned cold. "Get them out of here. Let me tell you, from today onwards, Chu Yingzhou is the most honored guest of our Wang family, and his affairs are my affairs, Wang Beixian's affairs." "Did you hear that?" I heard it." Wang Tianlin lowered his head, not daring to utter a single rebuttal. Wang Badian snorted coldly, picked up the bamboo tube, and turned to leave. He took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back. "By the way, you should probably give up that ridiculous hobby of yours. Stop bringing back junk and making a fool of yourself all the time. Learn more from Xiao Chu what true vision is." After saying that, he walked into the courtyard with a satisfied expression. Wang Tianlin was left alone, bewildered in the night wind. Inside the car, Chu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Tonight's haul was quite substantial. They not only successfully won over Wang Yuan's family. He also unexpectedly met Wang Badian, a very important figure in Jinghai City. With this connection to the Wang family, his actions in Jinghai City will undoubtedly be much more convenient in the future. Just then, another phone call came in. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, Chu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. "It is Lin Shiyue. Why is she calling so late?" He swiped to answer the call. "Hello." But it wasn't Lin Shiyue's voice on the other end of the phone. Instead, there was a burst of loud music and men's unrestrained joking. "Hey little girl, you're pretty hot. Come on, have a drink with us guys. Get away. Don't touch me." It's Lin Shiyue's voice. "What, you're asking for it? Do you know whose territory this is? This is young Master Long's place. Letting you drink is giving you face. Long Ao?" Chu Yingzhou's eyes instantly turned cold. That mad dog is really persistent. "What do you want? What are you doing?" He, what do you think we want to do? Our young Master Long has taken a liking to you, that's your good fortune. If you please young Master Long today, you can do whatever you want in Jinghai City from now on. If you don't comply, then don't blame us, we'll have to use force." "Ah." On the other end of the phone, Lin Shiyue let out a gasp, followed by the sound of shattering cups and plates. The call was immediately disconnected. Chu Yingzhou's face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. "Boss, what happened?" Chapter 103 Imperial Dynasty KTV. Tina saw the change in his expression in the rearview mirror. "Locate Lin Shiyue's location." Chu Yingzhou's voice was devoid of any emotion. "Get there as fast as you can." "Yes, boss." Without saying a word, Tina immediately started operating the car's system. In less than 10 seconds, a red dot appeared on the map on the central control screen. "Boss, Miss Lin's location is at Royal Dynasty KTV." Tina glanced at that spot, her expression changing slightly. "That place is an asset under the Qinglong Group, and also Long AOS headquarters in Jinghai City." "I know." Chu Yingzhou's voice was icy. "Just drive straight there." Tina took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and stepped on the gas. The Rolls-Royce Phantom's engine let out a deep roar as it sped off towards the Royal Dynasty KTV. The atmosphere inside the car was extremely oppressive. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, but the chilling murderous aura emanating from him made Tina in the driver's seat feel a chill run down her spine. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death. Lin Shuriwei was the CEO he personally recruited. It is an indispensable cornerstone of his future business empire. Moreover, Xu Yingzhou himself acknowledged that they were one of his own. Despite Long Ao's repeated provocations, Xu Yingzhou could treat him as a clown. But now, he dares to set his sights on Lin Shuriwei. This has crossed Xu Yingzhou's bottom line. Meanwhile, at the Royal Dynasty KTV, in the top-floor Emperor's box. In the luxurious room, the music was blasting at full volume, deafeningly loud. 7 or 8 young men in floral shirts were surrounding a woman. The woman was dressed in a smart black business suit, even in such a disheveled state. That stunningly beautiful face still carried an air of unyielding pride. It was Lin Shuriwei. At that moment, she held a broken wine bottle in her hand, the sharp tip pointed at the crowd in front of her. His eyes were filled with icy killing intent. At her feet, a young man was clutching his bleeding wrist. It wailed in agony. "Damn it! You bitch! You dared to lay a hand on me!" Another young man covered his slashed face and cursed angrily. "Young Master Long has taken a liking to you, and you dare to resist? I think you're tired of living." Behind everyone was a huge leather sofa. Long Ao was holding a glass of red wine, watching the scene before him with great interest. He liked this feeling. "I enjoy watching these proud women gradually have their pretenses stripped away in front of me, ultimately becoming my playthings. Get out of my way, all of you." He put down his wineglass, slowly stood up, and walked step by step toward Lin Shuriwei. "Shuriwei, why bother? I just wanted to invite you for a drink and make friends." He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were like those of a venomous snake, slippery and cold. "Friend?" Lin Shuriwei gave a cold laugh. "Long Ao, you dare to challenge me? TSK, you've always been like this since you were little." Long Ao shook his head, a hint of regret on his face. "I originally wanted to give you a chance to become my woman with dignity. Since you're so ungrateful." He abruptly changed the subject, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. "Then don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying the flower." He suddenly gave a wink to his men behind him. "Hold her down. Today, I'm going to show you right here and now what happens when you defy me, Long Ao." "Yes, young Master Long." The youths grinned maliciously and pounced on Lin Shuriwei at the same time. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Shuriwei's eyes as she gripped the broken wine bottle tightly in her hand. They're actually prepared to fight to the death. However, at this critical moment, boom! A deafening explosion. The door to that private room was kicked out of shape from the outside. The immense impact caused the entire door panel to dent inwards, and the door frame to crack. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the door was kicked away by the second kick. Clang! The alloy door panel, weighing hundreds of kilograms, crashed down on the 2 young men closest to the door. The 2 people didn't even have time to react. He was sent flying by that terrifying force. He coughed up blood, his sternum shattered, and he died on the spot. The entire private room fell into a deathly silence instantly. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the doorway. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a tall and upright figure stood out. I walked in slowly against the light in the corridor. Every step he took struck everyone's heart like a thunderbolt. The person who arrived was none other than Xu Yingzhou. At this moment, the lazy smile that he usually wore was gone from his face. His first glance fell on Lin Shuriwei, who was surrounded by the crowd. When I saw her disheveled clothes, the killing intent in Xu Yingzhou's eyes instantly reached its peak. "You are very good." He looked at Long Ao, who was sitting on the sofa and looked equally astonished. "You've successfully angered me." Long Ao's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Xu Yingzhou would actually find this place. "Xu Yingzhou?" He shouted sternly, trying to use his status to suppress the other party. "How dare you? Do you know where you are? You dare to make a move here, believe me or not, I'll make you." Before he could finish speaking, Xu Yingzhou's figure had already vanished from the spot. "What?" Long Ao felt a blur before his eyes, and a deadly sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. His 2 bodyguards reacted extremely quickly. He immediately stepped forward and blocked his way. These two are top-tier experts who crawled out of piles of corpses. However, Chewing Joe appeared directly beside the bodyguard on the left. He casually threw a punch. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed through the air. The bodyguard didn't even utter a sound. He seemed as if he had been hit by a speeding train. His chest caved inward in a bizarre arc, and he flew backward. It slammed heavily against the wall more than 10 meters away. With just one punch, he instantly killed a top expert. The other bodyguard was terrified. He roared and drew a military dagger from his waist. It stabbed fiercely toward Chewing Joe's heart. However, the knife was clamped tightly when it was still half an inch away from Chewing Joe's body. Snap! A crisp sound. Chewing Joe's other hand had already gripped his wrist, snapping it in two. Amidst screams, Chewing Joe uttered two words calmly. Ants. The bodyguard's body went limp and he collapsed. In the blink of an eye, both top bodyguards fainted. Inside the private room, only Long Ao and the few young men who had already wet their pants in fear remained. Lin Shuriwei looked at the man who seemed like a demon descended to earth. For the first time, a look of infatuation appeared in her phoenix eyes. Chewing Joe walked step by step toward Long Ao. Chapter 104 Dragon Roar's Wrath. Long Ao was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the young man strolling leisurely and felt his heart almost stop beating. When had he ever seen such a horrific scene? You stay away. Long Ao retreated, his expression fierce but his heart weak, until his back hit the cold wall. My father is Long Xiaotian. He's the chairman of the Qinglong group. If you dare touch me, my father will absolutely not let you get away with it. There will be no place for you to hide in the entire Qinghai. He tried to use his family background to force Chewing Joe to back down. Long Xiaotian? Chewing Joe did not stop. He will come begging to me soon. He looked into those emotionless eyes. This man doesn't care about the Azure Dragon Group at all. He's a madman. No. Don't kill me. With a thump, Long Ao's legs went weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. Just moments ago, the arrogant young master of the Azure Dragon sect. At this moment, I look as pathetic as a dog. Chewing Joe walked up to him and looked down at him. I heard you really enjoy making people kneel down? Long Ao's body trembled violently, and he couldn't utter a single word. Chewing Joe ignored him. He turned around and walked towards Lin Shuriwei. The broken wine bottle in her hand had slipped from her grasp without her noticing. Chewing Joe took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. It covered her slightly disheveled clothes. It's all right now. Lin Shuriwei looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was captivating. She didn't say anything, but simply reached out and took Chewing Joe's arm. Ding! Target detected, Lin Shuriwei, affection plus 40%. Current favorability rating, 90%. Reward, Diamond Chest X1. Special reward, unlock new skill Business Empire Beginner. Business Empire Beginner, all industries under the host's control will receive a boost from the current fortune, increasing their development speed by 50% and automatically mitigating some business risks. The system notification sound in his mind improved Chewing Joe's mood considerably. He turned his head, his gaze returning to Long Ao kneeling on the ground. You know what? In my whole life, I hate it most when other people touch my things. Lin Shuriwei is mine. You dare to lay a finger on me? Before he finished speaking, Chewing Joe had already lifted his foot. Then, it fell heavily. Snap! A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire Dynasty KTV. Long Ao clutched his two twisted legs and rolled on the ground. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. The young men were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Chewing Joe withdrew his foot. Since you like kneeling so much, then you don't need to stand up anymore. After doing all this, he embraced Lin Shuriwei and turned to walk outside. Let's go. The two walked side by side. Behind them, the wails were like those of hell. In the corridor of the Royal Dynasty KTV, security guards and thugs who rushed over after hearing the commotion blocked the entire corridor in layers. However, when they saw the couple emerging from the Emperor's box, no one dared to step forward and stop them. They could only watch helplessly as the two walked through the crowd and disappeared into the elevator. Until the elevator doors slowly closed. The oppressive air began to flow again. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. Outside the Royal Dynasty KTV, the night breeze was slightly cool. A black phantom lay silently lurking by the roadside. Xu Yingzhou opened the car door for Lin Shiyue, and the two got in. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat quiet. Tina glanced at the couple in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Without asking any further questions, I smoothly started the car. Lin Shiyue tilted her head, staring intently at the man beside her. From the moment he kicked the door open, this man left an indelible mark on her heart. Domineering and forceful. He was like a mystery, making her want to explore him and become obsessed with him. Have you seen enough? Xu Yingzhou's voice broke the silence inside the car. A beautiful blush appeared on Lin Shiyue's cheeks. She didn't look away, instead, she moved even closer. Boss, the way you looked just now. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched Xu Yingzhou's chest. Very handsome. Xu Yingzhou grabbed her mischievous little hand and held it in his palm. From now on, with me around, no one will dare to touch you again. These words touched Lin Shiyue's heart more deeply than any sweet talk. She looked at him, her phoenix eyes shimmering with tears. She leaned forward and pressed her red lips against his. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Jinghai City, the atmosphere outside the VIP ward on the top floor was extremely oppressive. A middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit is standing with his hands behind his back. He is Long Xiaotian, the head of the Qinglong group. In the corridor, a dozen bodyguards in black stood with their hands at their sides. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The ward door was pushed open, and a chief physician in a white coat walked out, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Dragon Chairman Long. Long Xiaotian slowly turned around, his imposing eyes landing on the doctor. How is my son? Young Master Long, he suffered comminuted fractures of both kneecaps, and he has already missed the best time for treatment. Even with the most advanced technology, he will probably have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After saying that, the doctor was almost completely exhausted. Long Xiaotian remained silent. But in that instant, the temperature in the entire corridor plummeted to freezing. The overwhelming killing intent caused the surrounding bodyguards to instinctively take a step back. Prepare the car. After a long while, Long Xiaotian slowly uttered two words. Go to the Imperial Dynasty. Half an hour later, in the Emperor's private room of the Royal Dynasty KTV. Looking at the mess on the ground, Long Xiaotian's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. A KTV manager is kneeling on the ground. He reported the situation while trembling all over. That's how it was, that guy, he kicked the door open, and then. Xu Yingzhou. Long Xiaotian squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. His voice was icy and chilling. Use all our power, I want someone to disappear from this world. I want him and everyone around him to pay a bloody price. I want the entire Jinghai to know what will happen to anyone who dares to harm my son, Long Xiaotian. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Chairman. After hanging up the phone, Long Xiaotian looked out the window at the dazzling night view of Jinghai City. His eyes were filled with endless madness and murderous intent. Donghu Villa. Xu Yingzhou had just finished showering when Lin Shiyue called. Boss, Qinglong Group has made its move. Her voice carried a hint of solemnity. The Sheng Tang Group, which we just acquired, is now facing comprehensive suppression. Several projects that were previously agreed upon have all been cancelled by their partners. Banks have also suddenly withdrawn loans, and the company's cash flow will soon be cut off. Chapter 105. My son, is he also something they can move? Not only that, a large number of negative news about Sheng Tang Group suddenly appeared online, and the stock price has begun to plummet. They used both black and white. I see. Xu Yingzhou's voice was completely devoid of any emotion. Keep things calm on your end, don't panic. I'll take care of it tomorrow morning. Jinghai, Xu Family Manor. In the study, Fang Songjun slammed his phone onto the table. She looked at the man sitting in the armchair, slowly sipping his tea. The anger in my heart could no longer be suppressed. Xu Tianque. She pointed at Xu Tianque's nose, her eyes red-rimmed. You still have the mind to drink tea here? Our son, our biological son who has been separated for 20 years, is being bullied outside. As his father, don't you have any reaction at all? Do you even deserve to be a father? Xu Tianque paused slightly in the hand holding the teacup. Xiao Zhou, something happened to him? Something happened? Fong Songjun was amused by his appearance. It's more than just an accident. That little bastard from Qinglong Group not only tried to seize our son's company, but also sent people to kill him. If it weren't for our son's skills, he'd probably be lying in the hospital right now. Chu Tianqua, let me tell you, if you don't take care of this, we're getting a divorce. I'm going back to the Fong family tomorrow and gathering all their manpower. I want to see just how capable the Qinglong Group really is. Clang. The purple clay teacup in Chu Tianqua's hand shattered with a crash. Scalding hot tea splashed onto his hands. He seemed oblivious. A powerful aura, as vast as mountains and seas, suddenly erupted from his body. Qinglong Group? What a fine Qinglong Group! Chu Tianqua slowly stood up, his refined face now filled with a chilling murderous intent. Do they think they can touch my son, Chu Tianqua's son? He walked to his desk and picked up the red encrypted phone. In front of Fong Songjun, he dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Master of the family. Pass the word down. Chu Tianqua's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. From this moment forward, mobilize all the resources of the Chu family to launch a comprehensive attack on the Jinghai Qinglong Group. Business, connections, underground forces. I don't care what methods you use. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Within 3 days, I will make the name Qinglong Group disappear completely from this world. Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianqua turned around and looked at his wife, who was already stunned. He stepped forward and gently pulled Fong Songjun into his arms. Don't worry. His voice regained a hint of gentleness. Our son will never suffer any more injustice. The night is destined to be sleepless. The moment the Chu family's massive war machine began to operate. The upper echelons of Dinghai City. This has stirred up an unprecedented and enormous wave. Countless phone calls late at night. They fought their way out of the Chu family manor. Those who received the call were all big shots whose mere presence could shake the capital. Dinghai City, Qinglong Group headquarters building. The chairman's office on the top floor was deathly silent. On the expensive carpet, fragments of antique vases were scattered. Long Xiaotian's eyes were bloodshot, and his chest heaved violently. Just half an hour ago, he was on the phone with his wife. We need to teach that arrogant brat what despair truly means. But now, it is he who is in despair. Ring ring. The encrypted phone on the desk screamed again. This is the 17th call tonight. Long Xiaotian's body trembled violently. He dared not accept it. From the very first phone call, every caller was a top-level figure whom he normally looked up to. Their tone on the phone was invariably distant. Long Xiaotian. Are you fucking insane? Do you know who you've messed with? Let me tell you, if you can't handle this, you'd better prepare your own coffin. Don't fucking drag us down with you. Immediately. Go kneel down and apologize to that Mr. Chu. Otherwise, not even a god can save you. Mr. Chu? Which Mr. Chu? How could a college student and a singer possibly possess such extraordinary power? He doesn't believe it. I don't want to believe it either. The phone rang persistently, like a death knell. Long Xiaotian's hands trembled, but he finally picked up the receiver. Hello. An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Long Xiaotian. Upon hearing this voice, Long Xiaotian's pupils suddenly contracted. His body stood up straight uncontrollably. Elder Yi. Elder Yi. On the other end of the phone was someone who had long since retired from the front line. But Yi Nantian, a founding father whose influence still extends throughout the entire Xia kingdom. You know about my granddaughter's husband? Yi Nantian's voice was devoid of emotion. But it was this calmness that made Long Xiaotian feel a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Grandson-in-law? Who? Chu Ingzhou? How could he be old Master Ye's grandson-in-law? It's over. This time, it's really over. Mr. Yi. I didn't know. I really didn't know Mr. Chu was your grandson-in-law. This is all a misunderstanding. Long Xiaotian offered a rambling, incoherent explanation. He wished he could slap his son Long Ao twice right now. That good-for-nothing beast. What kind of person have we messed with? Misunderstand? Yi Nantian's voice carried a hint of coldness. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. I'm only giving you 12 hours. If my grandson-in-law is even slightly dissatisfied, you don't need to call me anymore. The Azure Dragon Group no longer needs to exist. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Long Xiaotian stood frozen in place, holding the receiver, as if struck by lightning. He staggered back a few steps and slumped into the boss's chair. His proud Qinglong Group. Faced with the terrifying power behind that young man, he was as fragile as a piece of paper. Get the car ready. After a long while, Long Xiaotian finally managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. Go to Donghu Villa. Meanwhile, at Donghu Villa, Chu Yingzhou had just hung up on the calls from Tina and Lin Shuriwe, who had come almost simultaneously. He was not at all surprised by what happened to the Qinglong Group. He knew very well that the Chu family was fiercely protective of their own. Once they learn of their own existence, they will absolutely not tolerate anyone bullying them. He didn't even need to say it himself. Chu Tianque, that man, was capable of doing more than he had imagined. It's also more ruthless. Boss, do you need us to take action and completely absorb the Azure Dragon Group? On the phone, Lin Shuyue's voice carried a hint of excitement. No need. Chapter 106 Returning to the Chu family. Chu Yingzhou leaned back on the sofa, his voice languid. It's just a dying dog, there's no need to dirty our hands. He glanced at the wall clock. The time he had agreed upon with Chu Tianque was fast approaching. Sheng Tang is proceeding as planned. Xingmong Entertainment, get ready, I'm going to promote a few new talents. Understood, boss. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yingzhou stood up and went into the dressing room. I couldn't dress too casually when I went to see that seriously ill old man. He chose a soft black casual outfit to change into. In the mirror, the young man stood tall and straight, his sharp features completely concealed. He looks like an ordinary boy next door. Boss, the car is ready. Tina's voice came from outside the door. Chu Yingzhou walked out of the villa, followed by the black Rolls-Royce Phantom. They were waiting quietly at the door. Go to the Chu family manor. Yes, boss. The car started smoothly and disappeared into the night. Chu Yingzhou leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The Chu family. This is the place he had been absent from for 20 years of his life. This time, he wanted to see just what kind of den of dragons and tigers it was. At that moment, he was unaware of this. Just as he set off for the Chu family manor. A black Bentley. They were speeding towards the East Lake Villa like madmen. Inside the car, Long Xiaotian's face was ashen. His phone kept ringing. The stock price of Qinglong Group has completely collapsed. Numerous partners announced the termination of their contracts. His business empire, built up over a lifetime, is crumbling at a visible pace. All of this was because his son had offended a young man. Faster! Faster! Long Xiaotian roared at the driver. His only hope now is to kneel before Chu Yingzhou and beg for his forgiveness before he leaves. Otherwise, what awaits him and the entire Qinglong Group is an abyss of no return. However, when his car finally stopped in front of the lakeside villa, he was met with only silence. And the blonde, blue-eyed woman at the door. Chairman Long, you're too late. My boss has already left. The Chu family manor. It is located deep in the Yunlong Mountains on the western outskirts of Qinghai City. Spanning hundreds of acres, it is comparable to a small royal garden. As the black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove along the private driveway that stretched for several kilometers. Finally, it stopped in front of a magnificent Chinese-style gatehouse. Chu Yingzhou then truly realized what this so-called top-tier family in the Xia Kingdom was all about. Just how terrifying is its foundation? In front of the gatehouse, 2 rows of sharp-looking bodyguards in black suits stood on the left and right. Upon seeing the car stop, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler appeared at the head of the group. He immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Welcome home, young master. Chu Yingzhou pushed open the door and got out of the car, his gaze calmly sweeping over the scene before him. Where is Chu Tianque? The head of the household and his wife are waiting for you in the living room of the main house. The butler wore a polite smile. Young master, please. The butler respectfully pushed open the door, which was carved from a single piece of golden Nanmo wood, and stepped aside to make way for him. Chu Yingzhou stepped inside. The dome is nearly 10 meters high, and a crystal chandelier hangs like a cascading galaxy. The entire palatial living room was illuminated as brightly as day. Beneath my feet was a gleaming marble floor. However, Chu Yingzhou's face remained completely expressionless. A figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, stumbled down the spiral staircase deep inside the living room. Xiao Zhou. My son. Fang Songjun didn't even have time to change out of her loungewear. She rushed to Chu Yingzhou, her well-maintained face already streaked with tears. She reached out her slightly trembling hand, wanting to touch her son's cheek, but stopped in mid-air. It was as if I feared that everything before me was just a dream. It's Mom's fault. It's all Mom's fault. I've made you suffer for 20 years. His voice choked with emotion, filled with endless guilt. Chu Yingzhou looked at her quietly, without flinching. Just then, a sound came from the main seat in the living room. You're back, come and sit down. Chu Yingzhou looked up. Chu Tianque was sitting upright on the huge leather sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea in my hand. His face was refined and elegant, yet he exuded an air of authority without anger. Those deep eyes were fixed on Chu Yingzhou without blinking, trying to discern even the slightest emotional fluctuation from his face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Chu Yingzhou ignored Chu Tianque and instead took out a tissue from his pocket. It was handed to Fang Songjun, who was still silently weeping. Don't cry. He spoke calmly. Your makeup is ruined, it doesn't look good. Fang Songjun's heart skipped a beat. Chu Yingzhou walked straight to the sofa opposite Chu Tianque and sat down. In the corner of the living room, a venomous gaze was fixed on Chu Yingzhou. Xu Ming clenched his fists. It's this bastard. This piece of trash just popped up out of nowhere. They took away everything that should have belonged to him. A mother's love, a father's attention, and even the right to inherit the family. He wished he could rush up right now and tear Chu Yingzhou's face to shreds. After a long while, Chu Tianque slowly put down his teacup, breaking the deathly silence. Over the years, the Chu family has wronged you. I know that no amount of money can make up for the 20 years you've been without. But the Chu family will return everything that belongs to you. As he spoke, he picked up a document from the coffee table beside him. It was pushed in front of Chu Yingzhou. Starting tomorrow, you will be in charge of managing Tianyu Entertainment and Shanghai Real Estate, the two core businesses under the Chu Group. The words had barely left his mouth. For a moment, everyone in the living room held their breath. Tianyu Entertainment. Shanghai Real Estate. Those are the two most profitable sectors of the Chu Group. This is the core industry that Chu Ming has coveted for many years, but Chu Tianque has never given up on. Now, they're going to hand it all over to a bastard who just came home? A hint of relief flashed in Fang Songjun's eyes. This is the husband trying to make up for what he has failed his son in his own way. Xu Ming, on the other hand, felt a surge of heat rush to the top of his head. On what grounds? What gives him the right? Just because he has the blood of the Chu family flowing in his veins. Can you really get what you've struggled for all these years without lifting a finger? However, Chu Yingzhou didn't even bother to glance at the document. He simply picked up the teacup in front of him and gently blew on the steam rising from it. Then, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he spoke calmly. No need. Those three simple words were like three resounding slaps to Chu Tianque's face. What did you say? Chu Tianque's pupils suddenly contracted. Chu Yingzhou put down his teacup, leaned back, and shifted to a more comfortable position. I said, no need. Chapter 107. I don't blame him. I'm busy enough with my current businesses, and I don't have the energy to take on anything else. These words sent a jolt through Chu Tianque's heart. Doesn't he know the immense wealth and power that the Chu family's two core industries represent? Looking across the entire Jinghai, no, across the entire Xia kingdom, how many people have fought tooth and nail for even a tiny fraction of it? He actually said he didn't have the energy? You. Xu Ming could no longer hold back, and he rushed forward in one stride. Who do you think you are? Giving you this is an honor. Don't push your luck. Tianyu Entertainment and Shanghai Real Estate, those are mine. Shut up. Chu Tianque shouted angrily, interrupting Xu Ming's roar. He stared intently at Chu Yingzhou, trying to find even the slightest hint of pretense on that young face. However, for the first time, he discovered that he couldn't see through his son at all. Fang Songjun quickly walked to Chu Yingzhou's side. Xiao Zhou, don't blame your father. He just wanted to make it up to you. She took Chu Yingzhou's hand. That hand was slightly cool. Xu Yingzhou turned around and looked at this nominal mother. He did not pull his hand away. I don't blame him. He turned his head, his gaze returning to Chu Tianque. I'm just not interested. Chu Yingzhou stood up and looked around the magnificent, palatial living room. I didn't come here today to hear you say these things, and you should know why I came back. I am grateful that you, Qinglong Group, have stepped in, but I don't like others interfering in my affairs. I'm back this time to repay your kindness. Tell me, where is the old man? Chu Tianque remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. He is in the tranquil pavilion in the backyard. Take me there. Chu Tianque nodded and said to the butler beside him. Uncle Fu, take the small boat over there. Yes, master. The steward bowed respectfully and gestured for Chu Yingzhou to enter. Xiaozhou, I'll go with you. Fong Songjun quickly followed. Chu Yingzhou did not refuse and let her follow behind him. The group walked through the long corridor and headed deeper into the manor. Watching Chu Yingzhou's departing figure, Chu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Dad! You're just going to let him go like that? He roared in frustration. What is he anyway? Just a bastard. He doesn't even deserve to see Grandpa. Chu Tianque didn't turn around, he simply kept his back to him. Amin. From the moment he stepped into this family, he became the eldest grandson of the Chu family. No one can change this identity. You'd better remember this. After saying that, he started walking and followed. Chu Ming was left standing there, stunned. Deep within the Chu family manor lies a secluded courtyard. This is a forbidden area of the entire manor. Apart from Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tianque and a few servants whom the old man trusts most, no one is allowed to approach it. The courtyard is filled with rare flowers and plants. As soon as Chu Yingzhou stepped into the courtyard, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Something's not right. Something's off about the atmosphere here. Divine medical skill quietly began to operate. The medical techniques of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation amplified Chu Yingzhou's 5 senses. This is poison? An extremely insidious, chronic poison. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yingzhou's eyes. The butler pushed open the heavy mahogany door of the tranquil pavilion. A strong medicinal smell wafted towards us. The room was dimly lit. An elderly man with white hair and beard lay quietly on the huge rosewood bed. His face was covered with age spots, and his breathing was weak, as if he had reached the end of his life. Several doctors in white coats were by the bedside. They were surrounded by a bunch of sophisticated instruments, completely at a loss. Chu Tianque walked quickly to the bedside and looked at his father's appearance. Dad! Chu Yingzhou's gaze, however, went past everyone else. It landed directly on the old man lying in bed. The pillar of the Chu family, old master Chu Yunshan. At this moment, he could see everything inside the old man's body clearly. That grayish-black toxin had already invaded the internal organs. It was inextricably intertwined with his vitality. It is slowly consuming his life force. You can't cure his illness. Chu Yingzhou suddenly spoke. The doctors in white coats all turned around in unison. Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting here? The chief physician, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was the first to step forward. We are the top medical team in the country. We know the old man's condition better than anyone. Who gives you, a mere kid, the right to point fingers? Chu Ming also stepped forward. Chu Yingzhou. Are you fucking insane? What do you think this place is? A place for you to run wild? Even the best experts in the country are helpless with Grandpa's illness, and you, a nobody. Shut up! Chu Tianque shouted angrily, interrupting Chu Ming. What did you mean by what you just said? Chu Yingzhou ignored those doctors who were acting like clowns. His gaze met Chu Tianque's. I said, you can't cure his illness. He repeated it. Because it's not an illness at all. They've been poisoned. Poisoning? Nonsense! The chief physician was so angry that he was trembling all over. We conducted the most comprehensive physical examination on the old man, including blood, body fluids, and tissue biopsies. All the test results showed that the old man's organs were simply failing naturally. There were absolutely no signs of poisoning. You are questioning the professionalism of our entire medical team. This is slander. Defamation? Chu Yingzhou scoffed. With your mediocre medical skills, you dare to talk about professionalism? He walked up to the pile of sophisticated instruments and pointed at one at random. These cold machines can only detect toxins you already know. But what if it's a toxin you've never even heard of? These words left the doctors completely baffled. This kid's been reading too many science fiction novels. This is utterly absurd. The chief physician scoffed dismissively. Master, I suggest we immediately remove this person of unknown origin. His presence will only hinder our treatment of the old man. Chu Tianque remained silent. Although he also felt that the idea of poisoning was too far-fetched. But for some reason, looking into his son's confident and determined eyes, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart, which had sunk to the bottom. Do you have any evidence? Chu Tianque's voice trembled slightly. Xu Yingzhou shook his head. No. But I can cure him. Can it be cured? Even the country's top medical teams were helpless and announced that it was a terminal illness that they could only try their best to maintain the patient's vital signs. He actually said he could cure it? Chapter 108 Poisoning. What a joke! What a huge joke! Xu Ming was the first to burst into laughter, pointing at Xu Yingzhou. Who do you think you are? Hua Tuo reincarnated or BNK reborn? A bastard who hasn't even graduated from university dares to spout nonsense here? Dad! Don't be fooled by him. He just wants to take this opportunity to cause trouble and seize power in our Chu family. Fang Songjun also snapped out of her grief and tugged at Xu Yingzhou's sleeve. Xiao Zhou, don't talk nonsense. In her view, her son might have meant well. But this is not something to joke about. Xu Yingzhou ignored everyone's questions. He looked calmly at Chu Tianque. I'll make a bet with you. Bet? Chu Tianque's brows furrowed even deeper. That's right. A slight smile curved Xu Yingzhou's lips. If I can cure the old man, from now on, no one in the Chu family shall interfere with any of my decisions. He paused, his tone turning cold. If I can't cure him, I, Xu Yingzhou, don't care how you deal with me. This is insane. Everyone thought that Xu Yingzhou must have gone mad. Chu Tianque stared intently at him. His eyes revealed a calm confidence that commanded everything. Just like when I was young. After a long while, Chu Tianque closed his eyes. Good. I'll bet you. He had no other choice. Rather than watching helplessly as her father dies on his sickbed, she decided to give up. Why not just trust your son this once? Even if the hope is slim, it's better than sitting and waiting to die. Master. Think it over. Patriarch. This is outrageous. The doctors quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. However, Chu Tianque waved his hand, stopping them. Just tell me what you need. As long as the Chu family can afford it. Xu Yingzhou looked at him and shook his head. Unnecessary. After saying that, he took it directly from a nurse's tray next to him. He picked up a regular needle used for intravenous injection. This is enough. He took the seemingly ordinary needle and slowly walked towards the hospital bed. The doctors were dumbfounded. A needle for intravenous injection? What is he going to do? Acupuncture? This is an insult to medicine. Chu Tianque and Fang Songjuan's hearts jumped into their throats instantly. Only Xu Yingzhou remained calm. I'm going to begin. He spoke calmly. Watch closely, this is what true medical skill looks like. The moment he finished speaking, the needle in his hand had already become a blur. Top floor VIP ward at Jinghai City First People's Hospital. Long Ao lay on the hospital bed, his legs in thick casts, suspended high in the air. His handsome face was now contorted beyond recognition. Dad! You must avenge me. I want that bastard surnamed Xu dead. I want him to die without a burial place. He roared into the phone. Dad? Why aren't you saying anything? Send men right now. Crack that bastard's bones to pieces. Don't you think I'm miserable enough? Both my legs are broken. I'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. It's all because of that bastard. You have to avenge me. After a long while, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Revenge? Long Ao, our Qinglong group is finished. What? Long Ao's roar abruptly stopped. What did you say? Dad, you're not joking with me. How could our Qinglong group be finished? Just now, the company declared bankruptcy. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Long Ao's mind. Bankruptcy? How is that possible? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dad, you're lying to me. You must be lying to me. He screamed like a madman. We are Qinglong Group, the leading company in Jinghai. Who can bankrupt us? It's the Chu family, the kind of people we can't afford to offend. Long Xiaotian seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. It's over, it's all over. The call was disconnected. Long Ao sat blankly on the hospital bed, holding his phone. The Chu family, how could it possibly be connected to the Chu family? Stop. You're committing murder. The chief physician with the gold-rimmed glasses instinctively wanted to step forward and stop him. Chu Tianqua suddenly stepped forward and blocked his way. Let him treat it. He took the gamble. The future of the entire Chu family and the father's life were gambled on this son they had just recognized. The chief physician was stunned into standing still by that imposing aura. Xu Yingzhou, however, remained oblivious to everything happening around him. All he could see was the old man in the hospital bed. Divine medical skills, unlocked. The method of the 9 palaces rejuvenating needle clearly appeared before his eyes. This acupuncture technique is extremely powerful. It uses the principles of the 9 palaces flying stars to determine the critical point between life and death, forcibly reversing yin and yang, and reclaiming the life force that was about to dissipate. The slightest carelessness could result in the needle being destroyed and the person dying. First needle, fixed the Qian position, locked the heavenly gate. With a soft shout, Xu Yingzhou's needle transformed into a streak of silver light. It pierced the Baihui acupoint on the top of Chu Yunshan's head with perfect precision. This injection was swift, accurate, and ruthless. Not even a drop of blood was drawn. Then came the second stitch, the third stitch. Kun, Jin, Son, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui. 8 directions, 8 fatal weaknesses. Xu Yingzhou's needles landed perfectly every time. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. This acupuncture technique takes a much greater toll on him than you might imagine. What is he doing? You don't insert acupuncture needles like that. These are all fatal acupoints. He's gone mad. He's really gone mad. Patriarch. Stop him. If this continues, the old man will be beyond saving. The experts and doctors were terrified and exclaimed in shock. Xu Ming's face revealed a ferocious look of joy. Kill him. This bastard child should kill his grandfather himself. When the time comes, even without lifting a finger, his father will definitely not let him off the hook. However, just when everyone thought Xu Yunshan was about to die, the sophisticated electrocardiogram monitor by the bedside had a heart rate graph that was almost stretched into a straight line. It suddenly jumped upwards. Drop. The piercing alarm sound instantly turned into a steady and powerful heartbeat. How is this possible? The chief physician's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He stared intently at the curve on the screen that had started to jump again. Blood pressure is rising. Blood oxygen saturation is also increasing. My God! This is a medical miracle. Xu Yingzhou ignored their shock. His expression was extremely focused. 9 needles returned to 1, restoring life. He pointed his fingers like a sword and made a dot in the center of the 9 needles. Buzz! The 9 needles seemed to resonate with each other and began to vibrate violently at the same time. A golden stream of energy, barely visible to the naked eye, flowed continuously into Chu Yunshan's body through the 9 needles, repairing long deteriorated organs and rekindling the flame of life. Chapter 109: Eldest Son and Grandson. Puff! Chu Yunshan, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark purple, foul-smelling blood. The mouthful of stagnant blood fell to the ground and made a sizzling corrosive sound. Poison. It's really poisonous. After spitting out this mouthful of poisonous blood, Xu Yunshan's deathly gray face visibly began to regain its rosy hue. Xu Yingzhou slowly withdrew his hand, his body swaying slightly. All right. He leaned against the bedside. The poison has been forced out, and the life has been saved. The entire tranquil pavilion was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Dad! Xu Tianqua was the first to react, rushing to the bedside and taking his father's hand. That hand, though still thin and dry, had regained its warmth. Doctor! Quick! Give the old man a full checkup. He roared at the doctors who were still in a petrified state. The experts then seemed to wake from a dream and rushed over in a panic. They hurriedly began operating various instruments. At that moment, Chewing-Joe's gaze fell on an inconspicuous incense burner in the corner of the room. Inside the incense burner, incense was burning to calm the mind and aid sleep. But Chewing-Joe detected a very unusual scent in the fragrance. Uncle Fu. He spoke calmly. The old butler, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately came in. Young master, what are your orders? Who's in charge of this incense? Uncle Fu paused for a moment, then answered. Young master, it's Zhang Ma, who is in charge of cleaning. She has been serving the old master with incense for almost 10 years. She has always been very careful and has never made a mistake. Yeah? A cold smile curved Chewing-Joe's lips. He walked up to the incense burner, picked up a bit of incense ash, and gently sniffed it. Call her here. At this moment, Chu Tianquo's entire focus was on his father. Hearing Chewing-Joe's words, he turned around with some confusion. Xiao Zhou, at this time. Call her here. Chewing-Joe repeated it. I suspect that the poison was put in this incense. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianquo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said to Uncle Fu, Go. Bring Zhang Ma here to me. In less than 5 minutes, a middle-aged woman who looked honest and unassuming was brought to the tranquil pavilion. Master, you wanted to see me? Seeing this commotion, Zhang Ma's face clearly showed some panic. Zhang Ma, have you always been in charge of making this incense? Chu Tianquo's voice carried the authority of the family head. Yes, head of the family, it has always been me. Then why is there more incense ash in this incense burner than usual? Chewing-Joe's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Ma's body trembled violently, and her face turned deathly pale instantly. I don't know what you're talking about. She tried to remain calm and made excuses. Have no idea? Chewing-Joe smiled. He walked up to Zhang Ma and looked down at her. This poison, called 7 days to death, is colorless and odorless. It is introduced into the body through the respiratory tract using incense as a catalyst. Over time, it gradually erodes life until the body is completely exhausted. On the surface, it is no different from the natural failure of organs. The only flaw is that the blood vomited by the poisoned person has a peculiar fishy smell. He paused. Am I right? Thump! Zhang Ma could no longer hold on, her legs buckled and she collapsed to her knees. Master! Spare me! It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It was Second Master. Second Master forced me to do this. She wept uncontrollably and confessed everything. It turns out that the second master of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, who is also Chu Tianquo's younger brother, has long coveted the position of family head. He bribed Zhang Ma and used this clandestine method to try and wear down the old man. Once the old man dies, Chu Tianquo will lose his biggest backer, and he will have the opportunity to unite with the collateral branches to seize power. You bastard! Chu Tianquo was so angry that he trembled all over and kicked Zhang Ma to the ground. Guards! Arrest this slut and that beast Chu Tianxiong. No one is allowed to see them without my order. Yes, master. The bodyguards outside rushed in immediately and dragged Zhang Ma, who was still begging for mercy, out. After dealing with all of this, Chu Tianquo walked up to Chewing-Joe, his face full of complicated emotions. This son is not only a medical genius, but also incredibly cunning. With just a little incense ash, the cancer hidden deep within the family was exposed. Xiao Zhou, today. I owe you so much. Chewing-Joe didn't speak, she just looked at him. Just then, Chu Yunshan, lying on the hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. He rolled his eyes, and finally, his gaze settled on Chewing-Joe. He looks exactly like Chu Tianquo when he was a child. Child. He stretched out his thin, bony hand, as if trying to grab something. Chewing-Joe stepped forward and grasped that hand. You are Xiao Zhou? Chu Yunshan's voice was somewhat weak. Good boy. Chu Yunshan wept uncontrollably. It's Grandpa who's wronged you. It's the Chu family that's wronged you. He turned his head and, with all his might, spoke to Chu Tianquo. The sky is vast. Yes, Dad. I don't care what method you use. Chu Yunshan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. From this day forward, Xiao Zhou is rightfully the eldest grandson of the Chu family. His name must be written at the top of the family genealogy. Anyone who dares to utter a single word of nonsense, get out of the Chu family. These words were clearly meant for Chu Ming, who was still standing there in a daze. Chu Ming was struck dumb, his face turning deathly pale. Eldest son and grandson? First in the family tree? And what about myself? What am I anyway? Looking into his father's eyes, Chu Tianque nodded solemnly. Yes, father. I see. He turned his head and looked at his son, whose expression remained calm, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps, the future of the Chu family really is in his hands. Just then, Chu Yingzhou's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned almost imperceptibly. It is Lin Shuyue. He walked to the side and swiped to answer the call. Hello. Lin Shur immediately answered the phone. Yu's voice carried a hint of excitement and solemnity. Boss, I have the results of what you asked me to investigate. Before being imprisoned in the dungeon, Chu Tianxiong, the second master of the Chu family, had an encrypted call with a mysterious overseas account. We couldn't decipher the content of the call, but by tracing the flow of funds, we discovered that this account was related to the largest kidnapping case in Jinghai City 20 years ago. A kidnapping case from 20 years ago? Chu Yingzhou's gaze instantly sharpened. Go on. The victim of that kidnapping was the Fong family's daughter at the time, who is now your mother, Fong Songjun. Chapter 110: The Truth Behind the Kidnapping Case. And at the time, he was responsible for handling all the follow-up matters of this kidnapping case and ultimately rescued Fong Songjun from the kidnappers. Lin Shuyue paused, then lowered her voice even further. It is the current head of the Chu family, Chu Tianque. There was a pause in the voice on the other end of the phone. Back then, the two brothers Chu Tianque and Chu Tianxiong were both deeply in love with Fong Songjun, the youngest princess of the Fong family. But Fong Songjun's heart always belonged to Chu Tianque. Out of love turned to hate, Chu Tianxiong planned a kidnapping. He bribed a desperate criminal named Big Gold Tooth to kidnap Fong Songjun, hoping to play the hero and win her heart. Unfortunately, his plan was thwarted by Chu Tianque. In the end, it was Chu Tianque who single-handedly rescued Fong Songjun from the kidnappers. It was precisely because of this incident that their marriage was finally arranged. Chu Yingzhou held his phone, deep in thought. So it seems that Chu Tianxiong's hatred for Chu Tianque was sown as early as 20 years ago. I see. Continue the investigation. I need to know where Chu Tianxiong is hiding now, and I also need to know whether that guy called Big Gold Tooth is dead or alive. Understood, boss. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yingzhou slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Xiao Zhou, who are you talking to on the phone? Fong Songjun's voice came from behind. Looking at her son's tall and straight back, she always felt that he carried too much weight on his shoulders. A friend. Chu Yingzhou put away his phone. Let's go back. Grandpa needs to rest. Well. Fong Songjun nodded quickly, her eyes reddening again. Inside the tranquil pavilion. After a flurry of examinations by the expert doctors, the final conclusion left everyone speechless. The old man's health has not only fully recovered to normal levels, but is even better than before he fell ill. A miracle. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. The chief physician with the gold-rimmed glasses looked at the report in surprise. Chu Yingzhou nodded and turned to walk outside. Xiao Zhou, where are you going? Fong Songjun quickly followed. I'm tired and want to find a place to rest. Uncle Fu, quick, take the young master to the top-class guest room. Chu Tianque immediately gave instructions to the steward. Chu Yingzhou did not refuse and left directly. Watching his retreating figure disappear through the doorway, Chu Ming's face twisted into an unrecognizable grimace. Not only did he not kill his grandfather, he also performed a tremendous service. Now, in the entire Chu family, who can shake his position as the eldest grandson? I'm not reconciled. Chu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He frantically pulled it out, and when he saw the text message from the unknown number on the screen, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's my second uncle. How dare he? Chu Ming subconsciously looked around and saw that everyone's attention was on his grandfather on the hospital bed, and no one paid any attention to him. His heart pounded as he left the tranquil pavilion and quickly walked to a deserted corner. With trembling hands, I dialed that number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, second uncle? Chu Ming lowered his voice. The entire Chu family is after you. Are you crazy? You still dare to call me? I mean, why are you so nervous? On the other end of the phone came Chu Tianxiong's signature horse laughter. As your second uncle, I'm just showing you some concern. I heard someone really important came to our house? They've stolen all the limelight from you, the young master? How did you know? How would I know? Chu Tianxiong looked at him with a hint of amusement. Ah Ming, you don't really think that after all these years of running the Chu family business, I don't even have a few informants, do you? Chu Ming's heart sank. Second uncle, what exactly are you trying to do? What do I want to do? Of course I want to help you. Chu Tianxiong's voice was full of allure. That bastard child, he came back and stole everything that should have been yours. Are you willing to accept that? I know you're not reconciled. So am I. Chu Tianxiong's voice turned cold. That hypocrite Chu Tianqua has been hoarding what should have been mine for 20 years, and now he wants to pass it all on to that bastard. I mean, we are family. We are the true masters of the Chu family. As long as you help me, I promise I'll take back the Chu family. Chu Tianxiong paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. This vast Chu family estate, you and I, will each have half. Boom. Half for each of us. Chu Ming's breathing instantly became extremely heavy. On one side is the position of family head, which he has strived for over 20 years but still finds unattainable. On the other hand, there was a promise that could elevate him to the top in one step. Reason told him that Chu Tianxiong was now a stray dog, and associating with him was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. But the resentment in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Why should that bastard child have everything from the moment he is born? And am I destined to live in his shadow forever? Good. After a long while, Chu Ming finally managed to squeeze out the word through gritted teeth. I'll cooperate with you. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done. You truly are worthy of being my nephew, Chu Tianxiong. On the other end of the phone came Chu Tianxiong's unrestrained laughter. A mad light also flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. Second uncle, what should we do next? Don't rush. Chu Tianxiong instantly became cold and sinister. I'll let you know when the time comes. The call was disconnected. Chu Ming stood still for a long time. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Jingxin Pavilion. Xu Yingzhou. I'll show you what happens when you try to take things from me. The highest class guest room. Xu Yingzhou had just finished showering and changed into a clean bathrobe when there was a knock on the door. Enter. The door was pushed open, and Fang Songjun walked in carrying a steaming bowl of ginseng soup. Xiao Zhou, are you tired? Quick, drink this while it's hot to replenish your strength. She placed the soup bowl on the table, her heart filled with guilt. Xu Yingzhou did not refuse, picked up the ginseng soup, and drank it all in one gulp. Mom, thank you. That one word, Mom, instantly brought tears to Fang Songjun's eyes. She covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. 20 years have passed. Her son, whom she had been longing for day and night, finally called her mom. Hey, hey! She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently and quickly wiped away her tears. Silly child, why are you being so polite with your mother? She pulled Xu Yingzhou to sit down on the edge of the bed and held his hand tightly. It was as if they were afraid he would disappear again. Xiao Zhou, I know you must be suffering a lot inside. It's all my fault, I failed to protect you. I let you suffer so much all these years. Chapter 111 Outlaws. Xu Yingzhou did not interrupt her, but listened quietly. Until Fang Songjun's emotions calmed down a little. He then slowly opened his mouth. What exactly happened in that kidnapping case back then? A kidnapping? Fang Songjun's body trembled violently. Xiao Zhou, how did you know? That painful memory is a wound that will never heal in her heart. Xu Yingzhou understood what was going on when he saw her like this. It seems that everything Lin Shiyue found out was true. He didn't answer Fang Songjun's question, but instead walked to her side. I gently helped her sit down on the sofa. I want to hear you tell the story of what happened back then in person. Fang Songjun looked into her son's deep eyes. Okay, Mom will tell you. Fang Songjun took a deep breath. Back then, your father, your second uncle Chu Tianxiong, and I grew up together. Her thoughts drifted back to more than 20 years ago. Your second uncle, he has an extreme personality and is extremely possessive. He has liked me since I was a child, but I have always only regarded him as an older brother. Later, I chose your father. Your second uncle held a grudge because of this. He felt that your father had taken away everything that should have belonged to him. A flicker of lingering fear flashed in Fong Songjuan's eyes. I was kidnapped just 1 month before I got engaged to your father. The kidnapper was a desperate criminal called Big Gold Tooth. He locked me in an abandoned warehouse for 3 days and 3 nights. Later, it was your father who rushed in all by himself, defeated all the kidnappers, and rescued me. As she said this, a gentle look appeared on her face. From that moment on, I knew that I would marry no one but him in this lifetime. Xu Yingzhou listened quietly without interrupting. But I was already pregnant with you at the time, and the fright caused me to give birth prematurely. Right in the hospital, amidst the chaos, you were replaced. We only found out later that your father searched all over Jinghai before he finally found you. She held Xu Yingzhou's hand tightly, tears silently streaming down her face. Xiaozhou, it's my fault for not protecting you. Xu Yingzhou took her cold hand in his own. It's not your fault. A cold, icy glint flashed in those eyes. What a Chu Tianxiong. Xiaozhou, don't blame your father. Fong Songjun wiped away her tears and explained in a hoarse voice. It's not that he doesn't love you, he's just not good at expressing it. Xu Yingzhou nodded without saying a word. He stood up. Mom, I'm a little tired and want to rest. I have to go to class tomorrow. Okay, you should go and rest. Fong Songjun quickly stood up. I've asked Uncle Fu to prepare the best room for you. See if you need anything else and tell Mom. No. Xu Yingzhou waved his hand and turned to walk towards the guest room. Call me if you need anything. Watching her son's departing figure, Fong Songjun opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She knew that the estrangement of the past 20 years could not be erased in just a few words. But she believes that blood is thicker than water. Meanwhile, Chu Ming stood in the shadows of a corner, watching everything unfold. The night was as dark as ink. Chu family manor, Chu Ming's room. Chu Ming sat on the handcrafted leather sofa, holding a glass of deep red Lafite in his hand. The words Chu Tianxiong had said on the phone kept echoing in my mind. That bastard child, he came back and stole everything that should have been yours. Are you willing to accept that? I'm not reconciled. Of course he was unwilling to accept it. On what grounds? Why should a bastard who grew up outside be able to rightfully become the eldest grandson of the Chu family as soon as he comes back? Just because he has that so-called direct descendant bloodline flowing through his veins? Xu Ming downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. The pungent alcohol burned his throat. It also burned his heart, which had long been twisted by jealousy. Just then, his encrypted phone, which he used specifically for one-on-one communication with Chu Tianxiong, suddenly rang. Xu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hey, second uncle. Ming, what have you thought? It's not too late to back out now. On the other end of the phone, Chu Tianxiong's seductive laughter came through. I've thought it through. Xu Ming squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. Xu Yingzhou must die. Ha ha ha. Well done. Chu Tianxiong burst into unrestrained laughter on the other end of the phone. I knew it. You're not the kind of useless coward who'd sit at someone else's feet. As soon as the laughter stopped, Chu Tianxiong's voice turned cold. Ming, since you've made up your mind, then your second uncle will give you a big gift. A grand gift? Xu Ming's heart was in his throat. That's right. Chu Tianxiong's voice was like the whisper of a devil. A gift that will eliminate any future troubles for you. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. I want you to go to your father's study and use the things I gave you to copy all the information about the Chu Group's core business secrets from his computer. In addition, I'll give you an even more interesting toy. A tiny bomb. Bomb? Xu Ming's breathing instantly became extremely heavy. Stealing trade secrets is a serious crime that could ruin him forever. Now, they're even going to kill someone? Second uncle, isn't this too much? Too what? Too ruthless? Chu Tianxiong chuckled. Remember this, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Womanly compassion will only hasten your death. Think about it, once Chu Ingzhou dies, who will your father be able to rely on? In the entire Chu family, besides you, who else can inherit the family business? At that time, with the Chu group's trade secrets in your hands, and me lending you a helping hand behind the scenes, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to bring down that hypocrite Chu Tianque? Chu Tianxiang stabbed Chu Ming hard in his most vulnerable nerve. Chu Ming's hand holding the phone turned slightly white. Reason told him that this was a road of no return. Once he embarked on it, there would be no turning back. But in his mind, Chu Ingzhou's calm and collected face appeared uncontrollably. Good. After a long while, Chu Ming finally managed to squeeze out the word through gritted teeth. I'll do it. Ha ha ha. That's right. Chu Tianxiang laughed heartily with satisfaction. I've already had someone place the items in the rockery under the third locust tree outside the east gate of the manor, a black USB drive and some small parts. Go and get them yourself. Remember, be clean and don't leave any traces. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ming smashed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He stood up and walked to the window. In his eyes, there was endless madness. Chu Ingzhou. All of this will soon be back in my hands. Without further hesitation, he changed into a set of night clothes and slipped out of the room. Chapter 112 Small Toys. The next morning, Chu Ingzhou woke up on that incredibly soft bed. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 7 in the morning. After washing up and changing into clean casual clothes, he pushed open the door and went out. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw Fang Songjun and Chu Tianque already sitting at the dining table. The table was laden with all sorts of exquisite breakfast items. Xiao Zhou, you're awake? Come and have breakfast. Fang Songjun saw him and immediately greeted him with a smile. Chu Tianque also put down the newspaper in his hand and his gaze fell on him. Dad, Mom. Chu Ingzhou gave a casual greeting and sat down at the dining table. I have to go back to school after I finish eating. I have classes in the morning. Leaving so soon? A hint of reluctance flashed in Fang Songjun's eyes. Xiao Zhou, this is your home. You can come back whenever you want. Chu Tianque said in a deep voice from the side. Chu Ingzhou nodded and didn't say anything more, just quietly ate his breakfast. Just then, Chu Ming came down from upstairs. He changed into a sharp suit, with a perfectly appropriate smile on his face. Good morning, Dad, Mom, and older brother. He took the initiative to greet everyone. Chu Ingzhou frowned slightly. Something's not right. The system's crisis awareness is being triggered by rewards. Chu Ingzhou calmly withdrew his gaze and continued to slowly sip the porridge in his bowl. However, a sense of vigilance had already begun to creep into my heart. Although Chu Ming's disguise was perfect, the fleeting madness deep in his eyes did not escape his notice. This dog, driven to the brink, is finally about to jump over the wall. After finishing breakfast, Chu Ingzhou stood up. I'm finished eating, I'm leaving now. Xiao Zhou, I'll have the driver take you. Chu Tianque immediately said. No. Chu Ingzhou waved his hand. I've asked a friend to pick me up. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the villa amidst the complicated gazes of the Chu family members. At the entrance of the Chu family manor, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting silently. Boss. Tina respectfully opened the car door for him. Go back to school. Chu Ingzhou leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The car started smoothly and merged into the morning traffic. Boss, Miss Lin just sent a message. Tina's voice came from the front row. We have new leads regarding Chu Tianxiang, whom you asked me to investigate, and the mysterious account behind him. Chu Ingzhou slowly opened his eyes. Explain. We traced the flow of funds in that account in reverse. A secret military base located in the Golden Triangle region has been discovered. Tina looked somewhat serious. This base is ostensibly a security company, but in reality, it is a black market stronghold for training mercenaries and conducting illegal arms deals. And Chu Tianxiang is one of the financial backers of this base. In addition, we also intercepted a piece of intelligence. Just last night, a batch of high-precision plastic explosives and remote-controlled fuses were secretly transported from this base to Jinghai. Plastic explosives? Chu Ingzhou's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He immediately thought of the unusual deathly aura emanating from Chu Ming that morning. It seems that Chu Tianxiang has already begun to take action. Chu Ming was a pawn he planted in the Chu family. Very good. Since he wants to play, then I'll play along with him to the end. He picked up his phone and, in front of Tina, dialed 2 numbers. The first one is Black Tiger, the underground leader whom he had personally eliminated and then brought back under his control. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. On the other end of the phone, Black Tiger's voice carried an undisguised mix of fear and respect. I have a task for you. Chu Yingzhou's voice was devoid of any emotion. Take all your men and keep a close watch on the Chu family manor. Especially the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Ming. I need to know immediately who he met, where he went, and what he took today. Yes, Mr. Chu. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Black Tiger dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately agreed. After hanging up, Chu Yingzhou dialed a second number. Yi Jingshan, the high-ranking general in the Yi family. Hello, Mr. Chu. On the other end of the phone, Yi Jingshan's voice sounded somewhat uncertain. General Yi, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Mr. Chu, just say the word. As long as it's within my power. Yi Jingshan immediately expressed his opinion. I need you to temporarily block all seaports and air routes of Jinghai City under the guise of military exercises. From this moment forward, for the next 24 hours, not a single fly will be allowed to fly out of Jinghai. Clear. Yi Jingshan agreed without any hesitation. He didn't ask why. At Chu Yingzhou's level, everything he does must have a profound meaning. All he has to do is execute unconditionally. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yingzhou put it back in his pocket. A vast and inescapable net has been quietly spread across the entire city of Jinghai. Tina. Chu Yingzhou's gaze fell upon the rapidly receding street scene outside the window. Go to Shengtang Group. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, at the headquarters building of Shengtang Group, Lin Shuriwei stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the financial statements in her hands. Almost overnight, all of Shengtang's businesses were paralyzed. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Chu Yingzhou appeared at the doorway. Boss. Lin Shuriwei turned around, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. It seems we're in big trouble. Trouble? Chu Yingzhou walked to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. In my eyes, this has never been a problem. He turned his head and looked at Lin Shuriwei. Didn't you ask me before how you wanted to prove yourself? Now, I'll show you. He took out his phone and dialed a number in front of Lin Shuriwei. It is Shi Tianhan, chairman of Xinghe Group. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. On the other end of the phone, Shi Tianhan's voice carried a hint of fear. He had already learned through his own channels that the Qinglong Group was doing everything it could to suppress Shengtang. And the Tang dynasty is now Mr. Chu's property. Mr. Shi, don't be nervous. Chu Yingzhou's voice still had that lazy tone. Spread the word for me. I, Chu Yingzhou, the fourth largest shareholder of Xinghe Group, will officially assume the position of the new chairman of Shengtang Group. Furthermore, Xinghe Group will inject 100 billion into Shengtang Group. Based on this, we will establish a new business alliance. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. The name of the alliance will be M. Grand. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 113 Overnight Change, Emperor Arrives. When the 4 words Emperor Alliance resounded loudly, the entire business district of Jinghai City began to tremble. Major financial media outlets have started publishing content about Geely Alliance on their front pages. Emperor Alliance? What is that? Has Galaxy Group gone mad? 100 billion in cash. Even if they sold the foundation of their headquarters, they couldn't raise that much money. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Just who is this Chu Yingzhou? The 4th largest shareholder of Xinghe Group? I've never heard of him before. Shengtang Group, isn't that just an empty shell on the verge of bankruptcy? Lin Shuriwei may be a capable woman, but she couldn't possibly get Xinghe Group to invest such a huge sum. Countless phone calls rang frantically among the major wealthy families late at night. One business tycoon after another was now like an ant on a hot pan. Shengtang Group, chairman's office. Lin Shuriwei was still wearing her smart business suit, sitting quietly at her desk. The phone in front of me hasn't stopped ringing since just now. But she didn't answer any of them. Mr. Lin, this is the list of all the phone calls received tonight. A girl who looked like a secretary placed a list in front of her. Lin Shuyue merely glanced at it indifferently. At the very top of the list are several large companies that were among the first to announce the termination of all cooperation with Shengtang Group. At the end of the list, there were a few names that surprised her. Lu Guodong, president of Jinghai City Commercial Bank. Zhou Jianhua, president of the Jinghai branch of China Construction Bank. These individuals were the bank leaders who spearheaded the withdrawal of loans from Shengtang Group just a few days ago. Tell them that if they want to talk, they can. Lin Shuyue parted her red lips slightly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Be in line downstairs at Shengtang Building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If they see me, they're lucky. If not, tell them to get lost. Yes, Mr. Lin. The secretary acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Lin Shuyue stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the city's dazzling night view. Boss, your move has really stirred up quite a storm. She muttered to herself. The next day, early morning. At the entrance of the Shengtang Group headquarters, a spectacle that can be described as a once-in-a-century occurrence has appeared. A row of top-of-the-line luxury cars, usually only seen in financial news, were parked on the side of the road like schoolchildren being punished. Several bank presidents, including Lu Guodong and Zhou Jianhua, stood anxiously outside the building. They don't even have the right to go in. President Lu, do you think that General Manager Lin will really meet with us today? Zhou Jianhua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How should I know? Lu Guodong replied irritably, inwardly cursing his clueless credit manager 1,000 times over. Withdrawal of loan? Now look at them, they have Xinghua Group standing behind them. As everyone waited anxiously, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the Shengtang building. The car door opened, and Xu Yingzhou's figure appeared in everyone's sight. They walked straight into the building. Lin Shuyue was already waiting in the hall. Boss. Xu Yingzhou nodded. How's it going with the Azure Dragon Group? It has entered bankruptcy liquidation proceedings. Lin Shuyue handed over a document. As you instructed, our Emperor Alliance has joined forces with several capital firms to acquire all of Qinglong Group's high-quality assets at the liquidation auction at the lowest possible price. Very good. A cold glint flashed in Xu Yingzhou's eyes. This was just the first step in his revenge. Just then, two major pieces of news once again ignited the entire internet. Wang Badian, a leading figure in Jinghai, publicly announced on Weibo that he had joined the Disha Alliance and praised its founder, Xu Yingzhou, as a dragon among men and a pillar of the nation. Following closely behind, Yi Nantian, a veteran who had retired for many years, also publicly expressed his support for the Emperor Alliance through a military spokesperson. These two pieces of news left the entire Xia kingdom speechless. If Xinghua Group's investment of hundreds of billions of yuan only shocked the business community, therefore, Wang Badian and Yi Nantian's public endorsement was a declaration of fact to everyone. The power behind this newly established Emperor Alliance has exceeded everyone's imagination. The four words Emperor Alliance became a dark cloud hanging over the heads of all the powerful and wealthy in Jinghai City overnight. However, Xu Yingzhou, the creator of all this, had already left the Shengtang Group. He sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, looking at the encrypted message Black Tiger had just sent him on his phone, his face gradually darkening. Mr. Chu, this has been verified. Xu Ming has obtained a batch of high-precision plastic explosives and remote-controlled fuses through illegal channels. According to reliable sources, he plans to detonate a bomb at the family reunion banquet hosted by the Chu family tonight, creating an accident to eliminate you and the Chu family head together. What a shrewd Xu Ming! He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all that remained in his eyes was a chilling coldness. He dialed Yi Jingshan's number. General Yi, Jinghai City needs a cleaning up. Under the guise of military exercises, blockade all sea, land, and air routes. By tonight, I will turn Jinghai City into a true impregnable fortress. Not even a fly can get out. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jinghai City, at a hidden stronghold. Bang! Chu Tianxiang slammed his fist hard onto the alloy table in front of him. What did you say? All the roads are blocked? He stared intently at the blood-covered intelligence officer in front of him. Yes, Second Master. The land, sea, and air are all under blockade, the reason being, a temporary military exercise. The intelligence officers' voices were trembling. Military exercise? A look of confusion flashed in Chu Tianxiang's eyes. What a coincidence! His original plan was to wait for Chu Ming to detonate the bomb at the banquet. After creating chaos, he led his elite mercenary squad, which he had hired at a high price from the Golden Triangle, to storm the Chu family manor and wipe out Chu Tianque and that bastard in one fell swoop. Then, taking the core secrets of the Chu group, he fled far away. But now, all avenues of retreat have been blocked. They were trapped like turtles in a jar. Second Master, what do we do now? If we don't find a way to break out soon, once the military realizes what's happening, we'll really be trapped. A mercenary captain, reeking of blood, spoke in a deep voice. Chu Tianxian's expression shifted between light and dark. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I can't wait any longer. Pass on my order, the operation is to be moved forward. Charge the Chu family manor. A frenzied killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since we can't get a refund, then we won't. Today, either Chu Tianque dies, or I perish. Chapter 114 A Grand Banquet. Night fell over the entire city of Jinghai. Deep within the Yunlong Mountains, the Chu family manor was brightly lit. A grand banquet is being held here. It was not only to celebrate the return of Chu Yingzhou, the eldest grandson of the Chu family who had been separated for 20 years. Furthermore, it was to announce to the entire city of Jinghai the identity of the next generation heir of the Chu family. One after another, top-of-the-line luxury cars merged into the private driveway that stretched for several kilometers. Those who received the invitation and came here were all true top-level elites in Jinghai City. The appearance of any one of them would normally cause quite a stir. But at this moment, they are all gathered together, just to witness the return of a young man. Inside the banquet hall, elegantly dressed women mingled, and glasses clinked in a lively atmosphere. Melodious classical music flowed through the air, and the champagne tower reflected a dazzling light. Chu Tianque and his wife Fang Songjun were radiant as they moved among the guests. They received congratulations from all directions. Congratulations, Chairman Chu. Congratulations, Chairman Chu. Finding the eldest son is truly a joyous occasion. Yes. I just caught a glimpse of him from afar, and that young Mr. Chu is truly a handsome and talented man, with the bearing of a dragon and phoenix. The Chu family has a promising future, their potential is limitless. Chu Tianque listened to these flattering remarks with a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the figure surrounded by a group of wealthy socialites. Chu Yingzhou. He was wearing a well-fitting white suit today, with 2 buttons casually undone at the collar. He possessed a touch more of the elegance of a noble young man. That already excessively handsome face, under the dazzling lights of the banquet hall, was enough to drive any woman crazy. Yingzhou, do you prefer champagne or red wine? Young Master Chu, let me toast you. My name is Li Sisi, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Young Master Chu, can I add you on WeChat? A group of usually haughty heiresses were now acting like starstruck fans. Each of them used every trick in the book to try and attract Chu Yingzhou's attention. Chu Yingzhou simply smiled politely. He showed no interest whatsoever in these beautiful women. His gaze swept subtly across every corner of the banquet hall. Finally, the image settled on the figure standing in the shadows of the corner, holding a wineglass. Xu Ming. He was dressed in a sharp suit today, and his hair was neatly combed. But deep within those eyes lurked a suppressed madness. Chu Yingzhou put down his wine cup. It seems the fish have taken the bait. Just then, a small commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. Patriarch of the Wang family, Elder Mr. Wang Badian has arrived. Mr. Yi Nantian, a distinguished member of the Yi family, has arrived. As the MC announced in a loud voice, 2 elderly people who held significant positions in Jinghai City arrived together. The entire banquet hall fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the doorway. Chu Tianque quickly led Fang Songjun to greet them. Elder Wang. Elder Yi. What brings you 2 here in person? It truly honors the Chu family. Wang Badian and Yi Nantian usually live a secluded life, and they can't be invited to casual banquets at all. Today, he actually came in person for his son's family reunion banquet. That's an incredibly generous gesture. Wang Badian laughed heartily, his voice full of energy. Tianque, you're being too polite. My brother Chu is coming home, how could I, as his older brother, not come to support him? Brother Chu? Chu Tianque's mind went blank for a moment. Before he could react, Yi Nantian spoke up as well. As the maternal grandfather, I naturally had to come and attend my grandson-in-law's family reunion banquet. Grandson-in-law? This left not only Chu Tianque, but all the guests present completely dumbfounded. Wang Beishan's brother Chu? Yi Nanshan's grandson-in-law? Could they all be talking about Chu Yingzhou? This idea exploded in everyone's mind. The personal endorsement of these two pivotal figures has definitively confirmed the alliance's powerful backing. While everyone was still in shock. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly came from a corner of the banquet hall. Immediately afterwards, all the lights in the entire hall went out. Ah! What's going on? Is there a power outage? Screams erupted from the crowd. In the darkness, Chu Yingzhou's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. It's here! Almost at the same instant the lights went out, several lithe black figures sneaked in from a corner outside the banquet hall. The muzzle of the gun with the silencer in his hand was precisely aimed at several Chu family bodyguards standing at the door. Put! 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 A few soft, muffled thuds. Those bodyguards fell to the ground. The blood spread silently. Don't move! Anyone who moves will die. The sound echoed throughout the banquet hall. With this warning, the emergency lights suddenly turned on. In the dim light, a dozen mercenaries dressed in black combat uniforms with their faces painted had completely taken control of all the exits of the banquet hall. The gun was pointed at all the guests present. The banquet, which had just been filled with singing and dancing, instantly turned into a scene of carnage. Ah! Murder! A socialite screamed in terror when she saw the bodies of her bodyguards on the ground. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The socialite's screams abruptly stopped. A bloody hole appeared on her forehead, and her eyes were filled with endless terror. I said, whoever dares to move will die. The mercenary captain at the head of the group slowly lowered his gun, wisps of smoke still rising from the muzzle. His gaze swept across the entire room. Now, is there anyone else who wants to try? The entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone was so terrified by the bloody scene that they fell silent. They had never seen such a horrific scene before. The powerful and famous people who are usually high and mighty. At this moment, they were like lambs to the slaughter in front of these desperate criminals. Chu Tianque. The mercenary captain's voice rang out again. Our boss would like to invite you over, for a chat. Chu Tianque stared intently at him, his anger blazing. That beast Chu Tianxiong finally couldn't hold back anymore. Ha, looks like you're not stupid after all. The mercenary captain grinned maliciously. Come with us, Patriarch Chu. Perhaps, if our boss is in a good mood, he might spare your body. Fang Songjun, who was standing next to Chu Tianque, was already pale with fright. She gripped her husband's arm tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a figure slowly walked out from behind Chu Tianque. Shall we chat? Chu Yingzhou's voice was very soft. You bunch of small fry, you think you're worthy? The mercenary captain's pupils suddenly contracted. The dozen or so mercenaries behind him also pointed their guns at each other. They aimed at that reckless young man. How was chapter 115? Did you like it? However, Chu Yingzhou seemed completely oblivious to the dark gun barrels. He walked step by step toward the mercenary captain. That composure made everyone present feel breathless. This young man must be crazy. Kid, I admit you've got guts. The mercenary captain revealed a cruel smile. However, in the face of overwhelming firepower, courage is the least valuable thing. As he spoke, he actually slowly raised the muzzle of the gun in his hand. Now, kneel down. Otherwise, the next second, your head will explode like a watermelon. However, Chu Yingzhou did not stop in the slightest. Do you believe it or not? Will your head explode before you fire the gun? Upon hearing this, the mercenary captain was taken aback. He then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you telling me a story? Who do you think you are? Superman? The mercenaries behind him also burst into laughter. But their laughter had not yet subsided. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out without warning in the banquet hall. But it wasn't the mercenary captain who fired the shot. Instead, from a corner on the second floor of the banquet hall, a bullet, whistling with death, pierced the forehead of the mercenary captain, who was still laughing wildly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The mercenary captain's smile froze instantly. His eyes still held endless astonishment and confusion. The next second, a cloud of blood exploded from the back of his head. His body went limp and collapsed. Team, Captain? The remaining mercenaries were completely dumbfounded. They didn't even see where the bullet came from. Sniper! There's a sniper! A mercenary behind him instinctively looked for cover. However, it was too late. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of gunshots rang out from all directions of the banquet hall. The mercenaries who were so arrogant just moments ago have now become sitting ducks. Blood kept bursting from his body, and then he collapsed limply. Less than 10 seconds. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. What on earth is going on? Just then, figures dressed in black combat uniforms appeared by the railing on the second floor of the banquet hall. They were equipped with the most advanced military equipment. That aura of iron-blooded killing intent was many times stronger than that of the mercenaries. The leader strode down the stairs and stood before Chu Yingzhou. Mr. Chu. It's an elite team sent by Yi Jingshan. Chu Yingzhou nodded and looked towards a corner of the banquet hall. Xu Ming was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He gripped the remote control fuse in his pocket tightly. How so? How could my second uncle's elite mercenary squad be so easily defeated? Just how many more tricks is this bastard hiding? Xu Ming. Xu Yingzhou walked towards him step by step. Now, do you still think you have a chance? Xu Ming suddenly pulled the remote control fuse out of his pocket and roared. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll take you all down with me. His face was contorted with rage. I'm strapped with a bomb. A bomb big enough to level the entire manor. None of you will survive. Upon hearing this, the guests, who had just calmed down, retreated again. Bomb? This madman, he actually wants to take everyone down with him? Chu Tianhua and Fang Songjuan's faces also turned deathly pale instantly. Amin. Are you crazy? Put those things down right now. Fang Songjun screamed in disbelief. However, Xu Ming seemed not to hear at all. In his eyes, there was only Chu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. He roared and was about to press the red button. But just as his finger was about to touch the button, a flash of silver light. Ah! Xu Ming let out a scream. His right wrist, which was holding the remote control, was pierced through to the root by a kitchen knife. He was pinned firmly to the wall behind him. Fresh blood flowed down the hilt of the knife. Xu Yingzhou had already appeared in front of him. He looked at Xu Ming's distorted face. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The moment the words left his mouth, Xu Yingzhou's hand had already gripped Xu Ming's neck. He lifted him off the ground with one hand. The feeling of suffocation made Xu Ming's legs kick wildly in the air, and his face turned a deep purplish red. He looked into Xu Yingzhou's emotionless eyes, and for the first time, genuine fear appeared in them. Let him go. A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Chu Tianxiong, supported by several remaining soldiers, walked in step by step. A dagger was stuck in his abdomen, and his clothes were stained with blood. Clearly, he was also seriously injured in the battle outside. His gaze was fixed on Xu Ming, whose neck was being gripped by Chu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou, I admit, I underestimated you. Chu Tianxiong was panting heavily. Release my nephew, and we can call it even. To wipe the slate clean? Xu Yingzhou smiled. Second uncle, haven't you figured out the situation yet? From the moment you decided to take action against me, this game was no longer in your control. He turned his head and glanced out the window. Listen. Your death knell has already tolled. The moment he finished speaking. Boom. 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 A series of orderly footsteps suddenly resounded from outside the manor. Immediately afterwards, beams of blinding light pierced through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the banquet hall. It's a military searchlight. Listen up, everyone. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. The chilling warning sound came from all directions through loudspeakers. Through the window, one can see that the entire Chu family manor is now completely surrounded by rows of heavily armed soldiers. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Tianxiong's face completely lost all color. No. It's impossible. The garrison in Jinghai, how could this be? He couldn't understand why the military would intervene so quickly. Moreover, it was such a thunderous and overwhelming display. I forgot to tell you. This banquet today was specially prepared for you in Chuming. How about it? Do you like it? How is that possible? How do you know? Chu Tianxiong stared intently at Chu Yingzhou. I know everything you've done. This whole setup is all for you. Chu Yingzhou looked at Chu Tianxiong. Well, my dear second uncle, is there anything else you want to say? Chu Tianxiong glared at him fiercely. As expected of someone from the Chu family, your methods are not bad. But if you think you have me cornered, you are sorely mistaken. Chapter 116 Family Head Seal. I knew this day would come. The Chu Group's true core secrets, including all overseas accounts, secret channels, and incriminating information that could bring the entire Chu family to ruin, have long been transferred by me. Seeing Chu Tianqua's face change drastically, Chu Tianxiong revealed a morbid, maniacal laugh. That's right. It's in the Golden Triangle. That place is a place that your Chu family's power can never reach. Everyone there is a fugitive. It is an underground kingdom that I, Chu Tianxiong, built single-handedly over 20 years. Chu Yingzhou, aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Chu Tianxiong grinned maliciously. If you're so capable, go to the Golden Triangle and take the stuff back from my loyal men. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I guarantee that within 24 hours, the Chu group will be completely wiped out from this world. Chu Tianqua's face turned deathly pale. He knew better than anyone what those core secrets Chu Tianxiong spoke of meant. That would be enough to uproot the entire Chu family. Chu Tianxiong. You beast. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, and he pointed at Chu Tianxiong's nose and cursed him. However, Chu Tianxiong acted as if he hadn't heard. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Yingzhou. That was a kind of madness where everyone was fighting to the death. He bet that Chu Yingzhou wouldn't dare gamble the future of the entire Chu family with him. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were focused on Chu Yingzhou. They wanted to see what choices this young man, who seemed to control everything like a god, would make when faced with a desperate situation. However, Chu Yingzhou simply listened quietly to Chu Tianxiong's roar. Then he smiled. The Golden Triangle? He shook his head. Second uncle, have you forgotten? There is no place in this world that I, Chu Yingzhou, dare not go. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Chu Tianxiong. I will personally retrieve your things. As for you. Chu Yingzhou paused, his voice turning icy. Right here, just watch carefully. Watch as your so-called underground kingdom crumbles before my very eyes. The moment the words fell, an elderly figure slowly walked in from outside the door. It was none other than Chu Yunshan, the old master of the Chu family, who was pulled back from the brink of death by Chu Yingzhou. Although his face was still somewhat pale, his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. You beast! A furious roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Who gave you the audacity to touch the prodigy of the Chu family? Just moments ago, Chu Tianxiong was incredibly arrogant, but the moment he saw the old man, the color drained completely from his face. Dad, how could you? He simply couldn't understand how the old man he had cursed with 7-day death could be standing here unharmed. Aren't you disappointed that I'm not dead yet? With Chu Tianqua's support, Chu Yunshan walked step by step into the arena. My Chu family has never produced a beast like you who murdered his father, killed his relatives, and betrayed his family. Thump! Chu Tianxiong could no longer hold on, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Dad! I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. It was Chu Tianqua. He forced me to do this. He stole everything that should have been mine. He wept uncontrollably, trying to pin all the blame on Chu Tianqua. However, Chu Yunshan didn't even bother to look at him again. His gaze shifted to Chu Ming, who was already terrified out of his wits. And you wretched child. Chu Yunshan's voice was icy and chilling. You have lived a life of luxury in my Chu family for 20 years, yet you are ungrateful and instead recognize a thief as your father, attempting to overthrow the family. From this day forward, you two are no longer descendants of the Chu family. He slammed his dragon-headed cane down suddenly, making a dull thud. Uncle Fu! This old servant is here. The old butler immediately stepped forward and bowed to receive the order. Pass on my orders. Xu Yunshan's voice resounded throughout the entire banquet hall. Convene a family assembly at the ancestral hall immediately. Remove Chu Tianxiang and Xu Ming, these two unworthy descendants, from the Chu family genealogy. Furthermore, these two individuals, along with all those involved in the rebellion, shall be handed over to the authorities for prosecution. The Chu family will never tolerate evil. These words were piercing to the heart. This plunged Chu Tianxiang and Xu Ming into an abyss of no return. No. No. Grandpa. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Xu Ming let out a shrill scream and struggled desperately. Chu Tianxiang was utterly desperate, he knew he was finished. Take him away. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tianqua's eyes, and he waved his hand. The bodyguards outside rushed in immediately and dragged the two people, who were still groaning, out. A rebellion that threatened to overthrow the entire Chu family was thus completely quelled. In the banquet hall, no one dared to underestimate this eldest grandson of the Chu family who had just returned. Xu Yunshan walked up to Chu Yingzhou, his eyes filled with endless satisfaction. Good boy, well done. He patted Chu Yingzhou on the shoulder. From this day forward, you are the rightful heir of the Chu family. The future of the Chu family is entrusted to you. Chu Tianqua also stepped forward and took out a completely black seal with dragon patterns carved on it from his pocket. It was handed to Chu Yingzhou. Xiao Zhou, this is the patriarch's seal of my Chu family. The holder of this seal can see the head of the family as if he were the head of the family, and can mobilize all resources under the Chu family. From now on, it belongs to you. Xu Yingzhou looked at the seal that symbolized the highest power of the Chu family, but did not immediately take it. I'll take it on, sure. But my rules are different from before. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Does anyone have a problem with this? The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Those members of the Chu family who usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly did not even dare to raise their heads at this moment. From this night onward, the fate of the Chu family has changed. And this young man, who looks no more than 20 years old, is the new generation of the Chu family. King. Xu Yingzhou then reached out and grasped the heavy family head seal in his hand. He turned around and glanced at the guests. Please forgive my rudeness today. The banquet shall continue. The turmoil at the family reunion banquet has come to an end. However, the whole incident caused a huge uproar in the upper echelons of Jinghai City. Xu Yingzhou, the eldest grandson of the Chu family, quelled the internal strife with swift and decisive measures and forcefully took over the power of the Chu family. The news spread to all the wealthy families overnight. Then, an even more bombshell announcement completely ignited the entire business world. Xu Yingzhou, the newly appointed head of the Chu family, made a decision on the second day after taking over the family's power. He announced that all of the Chu family's businesses, including Tianyu Entertainment and Shanghai Real Estate, the two core sectors, would be merged into the Emperor Alliance that he founded. Chapter 117 Assassin Netherworld. When this news came out, the entire city of Jinghai fell silent. Originally, the Emperor Alliance had already become a rising force that no one dared to underestimate, thanks to the Star River Group's investment of hundreds of billions and the public support of the Wang and Yi families. Now, with the complete integration of the Chu family, this behemoth, into the family, the strength of the Emperor Alliance instantly surged to a terrifying level. Capital, connections, power. When all these things come together in one person's hands, he thus became the undisputed king. From that moment on, Jinghai City entered the Emperor era. The headquarters building of Shengtang Group, no, it should now be called Dihao Group. In the chairman's office on the top floor, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire room. Xu Yingzhou leaned back in the large executive chair, toying with the dragon-patterned seal in his hand. Across from him, Lin Shuriwei, dressed in a smart business suit, was giving a clear and organized report on her work. Boss, the Chu family's 37 billion yuan in working capital has all been injected into the alliance account. After Shanghai Real Estate merged with our original real estate business, we now control more than 60% of the real estate market share in Jinghai City. Tianyu Entertainment has also completed its integration with Xingmang Entertainment, and the new Dihao Entertainment has become the absolute leader in the domestic entertainment industry. She paused, her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkling with excitement. The current Emperor Alliance has exceeded 500 billion in total assets, making it the undisputed number one hegemon in Jinghai City. Xu Yingzhou listened to these numbers, but his face remained completely expressionless. All of this was just the first step in his plan. Thanks for your hard work. He spoke calmly. Lin Shuriwa looked at him, a captivating smile curving her lips. It is my honor to serve you, boss. She closed the document in her hand, but her expression suddenly became serious. However, boss, there is one more thing I must report to you. Explain. There's new information about the military base Chu Tianxiong has in the Golden Triangle that you asked me to investigate. Lin Shuriwa lowered her voice a few decibels. That base, called Blood Wolf Camp, is one of the most powerful mercenary organizations in the Golden Triangle region. Its leader, Blood Wolf, is a ruthless and vengeful outlaw. Chu Tianxiong is their biggest financial backer. By sending Chu Tianxiong to prison, we have effectively cut off their source of income, causing them incalculable losses. Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow. So, they want revenge? That's right. Lin Shuriwa nodded, her expression serious. According to the intelligence we intercepted, Blood Wolf already considers you a thorn in their side. Just last night, he dispatched the Blood Wolf Camp's top ace assassins to infiltrate Jinghai. She paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. This assassin's codename is Ghost. Ranked 10th on the international killer list. He only has one mission. Lin Shuriwa raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with worry. To assassinate you. Xu Yingzhou nodded and said. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. Lin Shuriwa then left the office. Xu Yingzhou looked out the window at the Jinghai Sea. The Netherworld, is that it? 1 week later, at the First People's Hospital of Jinghai City. The area outside the VIP ward on the top floor had already been cleared out. Yi Nantian and Mo Yifan, along with Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, the two brothers of the Yi family, stood guard at the door with tense expressions. Inside the room, steam rose from a huge white jade bathtub. Yun Wanner leaned quietly against the tub wall, her flushed cheeks appearing even more charming and alluring in the misty steam. Are you ready? Yun Wanner softly hummed in agreement, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Although she had already experienced it once, her heart still raced uncontrollably at the thought of what was about to happen. Xu Yingzhou said no more. He opened the needle box and picked up a 3-inch long silver needle. This time, he did not use the same domineering 9 Palaces rejuvenation needle as before. Yun Wanner's body couldn't withstand a second round of that kind of ordeal. He was going to use a gentler acupuncture technique, the Tai Divine Needle. This acupuncture technique focuses on clearing and regulating the flow of qi, strengthening the body's foundation, and warming and nourishing the heart meridian. This is most suitable for Yun Wanner's current state of depleted vitality. It might be a little itchy or numb, just bear with it. Xu Yingzhou's voice carried a soothing quality. The moment he finished speaking, the silver needle in his hand had already become a blur. It pierced Yun Wanner's smooth, jade-like back. A warm current slowly flowed into her limbs and bones. The medicine nourished her heart, which had nearly failed. Yun Wanner couldn't help but let out a soft moan of comfort, and her body relaxed as well. She could clearly feel her body rapidly regaining its vitality. Time passed, second by second. Xu Yingzhou's expression was extremely focused, and fine beads of sweat once again appeared on his forehead. This set of Tai Divine Needles, although not as energy-intensive as the 9 Palaces rejuvenating needles. But the control over one's mind requires even greater skill. The depth of each stitch must be precise, down to the last detail. Through the steam, Yun Wanner looked at the man in front of her, her eyes already filled with infatuation. An hour later. Xu Yingzhou slowly withdrew the last silver needle and let out a long sigh of relief. All right. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The first course of treatment is over. He turned around, intending to grab the bath towel draped over the screen. Suddenly, the sound of water came from behind. A warm, soft body pressed tightly against her from behind. No. Don't go. Yun Wanner's voice carried a hint of shyness. Xu Yingzhou froze for a moment. He could feel the girl's burning skin and her heart. He slowly turned around. You. Xu Yingzhou was about to say something. Yun Wanner had already tiptoed and gently pressed her soft red lips against it. It carried the scent of medicine, and the fragrance of a young girl. Ding! Target detected, Yun Wanner, affection plus 40%. Current favorability rating, 90%. Congratulations, host. Your favorability rating has reached the threshold, successfully unlocking the platinum treasure chest. Start now? The system notification sound in his mind stirred Xu Yingzhou's emotions. Activate. Without the slightest hesitation, he silently recited it in his heart. A dazzling platinum light, 100 times brighter than the golden treasure chest. It exploded in his consciousness. The light faded, revealing a golden book exuding an ancient aura. It floated silently in front of him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ancient Martial Arts Inheritance God Level. Ancient Martial Arts Inheritance Divine Level contains the essence of ancient martial arts, allowing the host to master the methods of internal energy cultivation, open the 8 extraordinary meridians, and achieve a qualitative leap in strength. Note, this inheritance is a unique reward and cannot be replicated. Chapter 118 Ghostly Assault. Boom! A torrent of exquisite information instantly flooded into Chewing Zhou's mind. It is a complete set of internal energy cultivation techniques. A vortex slowly formed in his dantian. This is internal energy? Chewing Zhou was overjoyed. He would be even more confident if he encountered that assassin. After a long while, their lips parted. Yunwaner's cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed. She buried her head deeply in Chewing Zhou's arms. Chewing Zhou looked at the shy girl in his arms, chuckled, and picked her up horizontally. The ground is cold, go back to bed. He gently placed Yunwaner on the soft bed and covered her with a blanket. Get some rest, I'm leaving now. You're not staying tonight? Yunwaner tugged at his sleeve and asked softly. No, thank you. Chewing Zhou ruffled her hair. Your maternal grandfather and the others are still waiting outside. After saying that, he turned around and opened the door. Outside the door, Yi Nantian and Mo Yifan were waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Chewing Zhou emerge, the two immediately came to greet him. Mr. Chu. Waner, she. It's all right now. Chewing Zhou waved his hand. The treatment went smoothly, so let her rest well. Great. That's wonderful. Yi Nantian was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Mr. Chu, you have saved our Yi family once again. This kindness. Mr. Yi, you're too kind. Chewing Zhou interrupted him. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he strode away. The night was as dark as ink. Chewing Zhou did not send Tina to pick him up. I was walking home alone. He needs some time to digest the ancient martial arts heritage he has just acquired. Following the methods recorded in the mental cultivation manual, I tried to circulate the faint flow of energy within my dantian. Wherever the internal energy passed, a sense of comfort spread throughout the body. Even the energy expended from the acupuncture treatment is rapidly recovering. However, just as he reached a path, a sense of crisis crept up on him from behind. He suddenly turned to the side. Laugh. A flash of silver light grazed his neck. A strand of hair fell to the ground. Wow, so fast. Chewing Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even see how the other person made their move. Without a second thought, Chewing Zhou instantly retreated several meters. It was at this moment that he finally saw the figure of the attacker. It was a woman wearing a black, tight-fitting leather outfit. Her long, golden hair was revealed. She held a strangely shaped serpentine dagger in her hand, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly coated with a potent poison. That face was breathtakingly beautiful. A high, straight nose and deep-set eyes. Yu Ming is actually a stunning blonde bombshell? Ha! With a thick Xiongguai accent. He seemed surprised that his attack would miss. But it only lasted for a moment. She transformed into a black shadow once more and lunged forward. The snake-shaped short blade in his hand was thrust towards Chewing Zhou's heart. This woman's speed and strength far surpassed any opponent Chewing Zhou had ever encountered before. Chewing Zhou's internal energy surged at that moment. His perception of danger reached a whole new level. He instantly pulled out a uniquely shaped military dagger from behind his back. Mitsubishi Army Spur. This was specially sent to Yi Nantian by the Yi family for self-defense after they treated him last time. The military dagger was entirely black, with 3 blood grooves that gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the streetlights. The moment he drew his military dagger, the black, ghostly figure pounced in front of him. That's too fast. If it were the previous Chewing Zhou, he probably wouldn't even have had time to react. But now, Chewing Zhou instantly channeled the warm internal energy from his dantian into his right arm. Instead of retreating, he advanced with the Mitsubishi military dagger in his hand, slashing upwards. Bite. A crisp, metallic clang. Yu Ming felt an immense force coming from the snake blade in his hand. The web between his right thumb and forefinger was instantly shattered. He was sent flying backward, taking 7 or 8 steps before he could barely regain his balance. How is that possible? This man, how can his strength be so great? This power has far exceeded the scope of humanity. Chu Yingzhou tightened his grip on the military dagger, his heart pounding with excitement. Is this the power of internal energy? With just a touch of internal energy, his strength and speed experienced a qualitative leap. He could clearly sense that if he had used his full strength in that attack, Yu Ming's arm would probably be ruined. Chu Yingzhou's voice rang out in the night. That was a good opportunity, but unfortunately you didn't seize it. Yu Ming's right hand was still trembling uncontrollably. This man is nothing like the intelligence report described. He's just an ordinary college student. Escape! This thought sprouted in Yu Ming's mind. With a light touch of his toes, he vanished into the darkness deep within the path. That speed was astonishing. Chu Yingzhou did not give chase. He knew that with his current abilities, it was unrealistic to catch up with a top assassin in the dark. There's even a possibility of being defeated in return. Chu Yingzhou put away the Mitsubishi military dagger in his hand. He let out a long sigh of relief. Tonight, I'm destined to be sleepless. He did not return to Donghu Villa, but went directly to the headquarters building of Dihao Group. The chairman's office on the top floor was brightly lit. Lin Shuriyue was still wearing her smart business suit. When she saw Chu Yingzhou come in, she immediately went to greet him. Boss, are you alright? Fine. Chu Yingzhou waved his hand. The next step of the Emperor Alliance's plan can begin. Lin Shuriyue was stunned for a moment. Boss, you mean? To move into the fields of new energy and high technology. Chu Yingzhou spoke in an icy tone. I want to see the tentacles of Emperor Alliance spread to every corner of the world in the shortest possible time. Lin Shuriyue's heart skipped a beat. The boss is getting serious. Clear. She nodded heavily, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, boss, doing this will inevitably affect the interests of established conglomerates both domestically and internationally. They will not sit idly by and watch us rise. I know. What I've been waiting for is for them to make their move. It's time for a change of owners. Just then, Chu Yingzhou's personal cell phone, which was on the table, suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number. Chu Yingzhou frowned slightly. This number has an extremely high level of encryption, and it is clearly not something an ordinary person could possess. He swiped to answer the call. On the other end of the phone came a female voice with a heavy Xiongua accent. Chu Yingzhou. It's the Netherworld. Chu Yingzhou's eyes sharpened. You actually dared to call. He. Yu Ming let out a laugh. I admit, I underestimated you. You are the first person I've ever been able to survive and defeat since my debut. Chapter 119, Heading to the Golden Triangle. However, our game has only just begun. She paused. I have a very interesting hostage in my hands right now. You should know a girl named by Duo, right? Chu Yingzhou narrowed his eyes. White fluff. How could she? An overwhelming killing intent erupted. You're asking for it. Don't get so angry, Mr. Chu. The underworld held a hint of amusement. The person is in my hands now, unharmed. However, if you had arrived any later, I can't guarantee anything. What do you want? Chu Yingzhou's voice was so cold it was almost icy. It's very simple. Come to the Golden Triangle, to the headquarters of the Blood Wolf Camp. I came alone. Use your life to save hers. After saying that, the call was abruptly ended without waiting for Chu Yingzhou's reply. Chu Yingzhou's fingertips turned white as he crushed the phone in his hand. The Golden Triangle. Blood Wolf Camp. Okay, very good. It seems that it's time to settle some debts together. Lin Shuriyue stood to the side, not daring to breathe. She had never seen Chu Yingzhou like this before. Boss. She spoke cautiously. Chu Yingzhou turned around. I'll temporarily entrust all matters concerning the Emperor Alliance to you. I need to leave for a while. Where to? Lin Shuriyue asked subconsciously. The Golden Triangle. Chu Yingzhou uttered 3 words calmly. Lin Shuriyue's pupils suddenly contracted. The Golden Triangle? She instantly understood what that phone call meant. Boss. You can't go. That's a den of dragons and tigers. It's the lair of blood wolves. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. For the first time, she objected to Chu Yingzhou's decision. Danger? Chu Yingzhou smiled. There is no place in this world that I, Chu Yingzhou, dare not go. He walked up to Lin Shuriyue, reached out, and gently smoothed her furrowed brows. Don't worry, a mere blood wolf camp can't stop me. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he didn't linger. Lin Shuriyue opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Once this man has made up his mind, no one can change it. She could only pray silently in her heart. After leaving the emperor group, Chu Yingzhou did not go home, but drove directly to the Yi family manor. He needs to borrow the power of the Yi family. When Yi Nantian learned that Chu Yingzhou was going to the Golden Triangle alone, this old man, who had spent his life in the military, also showed a rare solemn expression. Nonsense. He slammed his hand on the table. Xiao Zhou. Do you even know what the Golden Triangle is? It's a true lawless land, a paradise for outlaws. The Blood Wolf Camp is a local tyrant there, with a complex web of influence, and even Interpol can't do anything about them. Going alone? Isn't that just suicide? The Yi brothers, Yi Jingshan and Yi Jinghai, also looked disapproving. Mr. Chu, please reconsider. We can discuss this matter at length. Just give the order, and I will immediately mobilize the military region's special forces to cooperate with your operation. Yi Jingshan said in a deep voice. Chu Yingzhou simply shook his head. It's too late. The other side has hostages, and I must get there as quickly as possible. I'm not here to discuss anything with you. His gaze swept over everyone present. I need the fastest private jet, the most detailed map of the Golden Triangle region, and a defense map of the Blood Wolf Camp. Yi Nantian fell silent. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. You rascal, you look exactly like your grandfather when he was young. Never mind. He seemed to have made up his mind. Since you've already made up your mind, this old man will go crazy with you this once in a while. He turned his head and shouted sternly at Yi Jingshan. Gingshan! Arrive! Pass on my order. Immediately activate the highest level of authority for Operation Falcon. Mobilize the Southwest Military Region's most elite Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade to stand by at the border. Furthermore, utilize all of the Yi family's hidden networks in the Golden Triangle. Within 24 hours, I want to see detailed information on every member of the Blood Wolf Camp, from top to bottom, as well as a 3D map of the base's defenses, presented to Mr. Chu. Yes, sir. Yi Jingshan stood at attention and saluted, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. This time, the old man is serious. Small boat. Yi Nantian then looked at Chu Yingzhou. Do you remember the dragon-patterned medical plaque that Lao Mo gave you before? That's more than just a medical prescription, he said in a deep voice. It can also mobilize the Yi family's secret forces all over the world. Dragon Guard. Once you reach the Golden Triangle, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, just show this token. The Dragon Guard will protect your safety at all costs. Chu Yingzhou nodded solemnly. Thank you very much, Elder Yi. After explaining everything, Chu Yingzhou prepared to set off. Yun Wanner was already standing at the door at some point. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she was staring at him intently. Do you really have to go? Chu Yingzhou walked up to her, reached out his hand, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wait for me to come back. He leaned down and placed a kiss on the girl's smooth forehead. Then, she resolutely turned around and boarded the private car to the airport. 10 hours later, in the Golden Triangle, the night was as dark as ink. A Gulfstream G650 private jet without any markings landed at a makeshift airfield. The cabin door opened, and Chu Yingzhou stood at the top of the gangway. A wave of damp air hit me. This is the Golden Triangle. A place forgotten by God and ruled by the devil. Outside the airport, an inconspicuous Toyota pickup truck had been waiting for a long time. A dark-skinned, muscular middle-aged man stepped forward immediately upon seeing Chu Yingzhou. He bowed respectfully. Mr. Chu, I am the head of Dragon Guard in the Golden Triangle region, codename Rattlesnake. Where is the stuff? Chu Yingzhou's words were concise and to the point. They're all in the car. The Rattlesnake opened the car door. In the back seat of the car, there was a black tactical backpack. Inside, there were detailed information and deployment maps of the Blood Wolf camp, which the Yi family had sent overnight. It also has all kinds of state-of-the-art military equipment. Night vision goggles, satellite phone, high explosives, and even a specially modified Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle. Xu Yingzhou changed into a black combat uniform and strapped a Mitsubishi military dagger to his leg. He then tucked a P226 pistol with a silencer into his waistband. His entire being transformed into a Shura who had returned from hell. Mr. Chu, the headquarters of the Blood Wolf camp, is located in Skull Valley, 30 kilometers away. The rattlesnake handed over a map. That's their stronghold, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are at least 300 mercenaries patrolling the perimeter, and the interior is heavily guarded, filled with various sentries and surveillance equipment. According to our latest intelligence, Miss Bai is being held in the deepest part of the base, in a water dungeon that has been converted from a dungeon. Chapter 120, Rescue begins. Xu Yingzhou looked at the location marked with a red circle on the map. I see. He put away the map and slung his tactical backpack over his shoulder. Wait for me here. After saying that, he opened the car door and his figure instantly disappeared into the vast night. The rattlesnake looked in the direction he had left, opened its mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Xu Yingzhou sped through the rugged mountains and forests. The internal energy from ancient martial arts allowed him to reach an inhuman level in terms of speed and endurance. In just 20 minutes, he had arrived at the outskirts of Skull Valley. Hiding in a secluded high vantage point, Xu Yingzhou set up the Barrett rifle. Through the high-powered scope, the entire Blood Wolf camp base was laid out before us. Just as Rattlesnake said, this place is a heavily guarded military fortress. For any special forces unit, infiltrating without alerting the enemy would be an almost impossible task. However, Xu Yingzhou is no ordinary person. He took a deep breath and slowly channeled his inner energy into his eyes. The whole world has changed. Everything was rapidly forming in his mind. He was looking for an opportunity. At this moment, he noticed an iron gate on the east side of the base's perimeter wall, which allowed vehicles to enter and exit. Every 15 minutes, a patrol truck passes by. In those brief 5 seconds when the truck passed by and the iron gate opened, his only chance was to seize the opportunity. Xu Yingzhou put away his sniper rifle, and his figure once again became a blur. They stealthily moved in that direction. Time passed, second by second. 10 minutes later. A military truck, accompanied by the roar of its engine. It slowly drove towards the iron gate. Xu Yingzhou held his breath, suppressing his breathing. It blends completely into its surroundings. Creak. The iron gate slowly opened. Now. Just as the truck was about to pass through the iron gate. Like a black lightning bolt, Xu Yingzhou slid into the base, hugging the bottom of the truck. The whole process went unnoticed by anyone. Successful infiltration. Xu Yingzhou hid in the shadows, quickly adjusting his breathing. The real test is yet to come. He had to get past the guards to find the water prison. However, just as he was about to take action, an alarm sounded. Enemy attack. Enemy infiltrates. Attention everyone. Seal all exits. Oh no. We've been discovered? Xu Yingzhou frowned. Where exactly did I go wrong? In the tallest building in the center of the base, a huge searchlight suddenly shone. The beam of light locked onto Xu Yingzhou. Immediately afterwards, a mocking voice echoed throughout the valley. Xu Yingzhou, welcome to my hell. On the radio, Yoming's familiar voice came through. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. Countless footsteps were converging on his location. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out. Bullets rained down on Xu Yingzhou. Without a second thought, Xu Yingzhou lunged to the side. It rolled several times on the ground and hid behind a shipping container. Boom! The spot where he had just been was kicked up by bullets, sending dust flying everywhere. Found him. In the container area on the east side. Bomb him. Bomb him to pieces. On the radio, Yu Ming spoke with a morbid excitement. Da-day-day-day. Several heavy machine guns mounted high up began to roar. The seemingly sturdy container was instantly riddled with holes by the heavy machine gun fire. Countless bullet holes, emitting wisps of smoke. Xu Yingzhou hid behind the container, feeling a chill run down his spine. Under such intense firepower, he simply couldn't hold out for long. We must break through. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he pulled 2 high-explosive grenades from his tactical backpack. Pull out the safety pin and silently count to 3. Then, with a sudden kick, it was thrown out in 2 different directions. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions rang out instantly. The positions of those 2 heavy machine guns were completely engulfed by fire and thick smoke. Screams rose and fell. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion, Xu Yingzhou moved again. He leaped out from behind the cover like a cheetah. At this moment, the P226 pistol in his hand transformed into the scythe of death. Bang! 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 With each shot fired, a mercenary fell. The gun, in his hands, seemed to become an extension of his body. Point and shoot. Every shot is accurate. In just a few breaths, he killed all of the dozen or so mercenaries who were at the forefront. This terrifying marksmanship caused the mercenaries who had been so aggressive to instinctively stop in their tracks. This man, what kind of monster is he? Useless. They're all useless. Over the loudspeaker came a furious roar from Yuming. Charge! Whoever kills him will receive a $10 million bounty. The position of deputy commander of the Blood Wolf camp is his. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. The mercenaries roared and surged towards Xu Yingzhou once again. Xu Yingzhou knew very well that his bullets were limited. Once he gets caught up in a human wave tactic, death is the only outcome for him. At this critical moment, buzz! A deafening roar of engines suddenly erupted from the base's entrance. Immediately afterwards, a heavily modified Hummer SUV smashed right through the iron gate. They sped towards Xu Yingzhou's location. On the roof of the vehicle, a Gatling gun was spinning wildly. Day. Flames spewed out. The bullets created a metallic storm, instantly tearing the mercenaries rushing towards Xu Yingzhou to shreds. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Where did these reinforcements come from? The Hummer performed a beautiful drift and came to a steady stop next to Xu Yingzhou. The car door opened, and a tall, graceful figure jumped out of the driver's seat. Her long golden hair danced in the night wind, and her tight black leather outfit accentuated her stunning figure. It was Tina. She was carrying a silver Desert Eagle, and the professional secretary smile she usually wore was gone from her face. Boss, get in the car. Xu Yingzhou was taken aback. How could he forget that the female secretary Shi Tianhan gave him was no ordinary person? Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped over and jumped into the back seat of the Hummer. They took over the Gatling gun, which was still emitting blue smoke. Hold on tight. Tina gave a low shout and slammed her foot on the gas pedal. The Hummer roared once more and charged headlong into the depths of the base. Stop them. Stop them for me. Over the loudspeaker came a furious scream from Yuming. Chapter 121. Leave the rest to me. Countless mercenaries tried to stop this steel behemoth with their own flesh and blood. However, what awaited them was a Gatling gun in Xu Yingzhou's hand. Day. Wherever they went, they swept away everything in their path. Blood mist continued to bloom in the night. Boss, the water dungeon is on the 3rd basement level of that building over there. Tina skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, dodging bullets coming from all directions. He shouted loudly at Xu Yingzhou. Very good. A cold glint flashed in Xu Yingzhou's eyes. He pointed the Gatling gun at the barrel of the gun. Aiming at that building. Bomb it flat. Central base, control room. Yuming stared at the Hummer crashing recklessly on the monitor screen. For the first time, fear appeared on that stunningly beautiful face. Why was the inescapable trap I laid torn to shreds in an instant? How could that man be so ridiculously strong? Just then, one of the subordinates in charge of monitoring suddenly let out a terrified scream. Chief. Something's wrong. A large number of unidentified armed men have appeared on the outskirts of the base. What? Yuming dashed to the other screen in one stride. All around the base, a dense crowd of people was pouring out of the mountains and forests. They were well equipped and highly trained, and silently completed the encirclement of the entire base. It's the Dragon Guard. Yuming's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. This time, it's really over. Just then, a deafening explosion came from above her head. Boom! The entire control room began to shake violently. Dust and gravel began to fall continuously from the ceiling. It's Chewing Joe. He actually used a Gatling gun to break the building's load-bearing structure. Chief! Run! This place is about to collapse. The men screamed in terror and scrambled away. Yuming looked at the man on the screen who was charging toward the entrance to the underground water prison, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Instead of fleeing, she slowly walked to the control panel. I picked up a red phone. Hello. A hoarse male voice came from the other end of the phone. The mission has failed. The voice of the underworld carried a hint of relief. I know. The man on the other end of the phone didn't seem surprised. You did a good job, at least you led him to the golden triangle. Leave the rest to me. Yuming was stunned for a moment. You're coming too? He. The man let out a low laugh. I arrived a long time ago. Now, the game is just beginning. 3 underground levels, a water prison. The dark, damp air was filled with the smell of rust and blood. Duo was tied to a cold iron pillar, her whole body already soaked in dirty water. Her cute little face was covered in tears. Chewing Joe, you big jerk, if you hadn't come, I really would have died here. She sobbed helplessly. Just then, the heavy iron door of the water dungeon. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open from the outside. Boom! A ray of light shone in from outside the door. Duo subconsciously squinted her eyes. When she saw the figure standing against the light, tears, which could no longer be held back, streamed down my face. Chewing Joe. She mustered all her strength and let out a cry. Chewing Joe looked at the girl tied to the iron pillar, and the killing intent in his heart surged once more. He rushed over in one stride and gently tugged with his slender fingers. The chains binding her snapped instantly. It's all right now. He took off his combat jacket and wrapped the girl tightly in his arms. I am coming. Wa'ada. You big bad guy. You're only just arriving. Duo nestled in his arms, her small fists pounding against his chest. He released all his fears. Chewing Joe didn't speak, he just held her quietly. Just then, a cold wind suddenly swept up from behind him. Careful! Duo let out a gasp. Chewing Joe's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Without even turning around, he held Duo in his arms and suddenly darted to the side at an incredible angle. Laugh! A cold silver light pierced his back and then into the wall behind him. It's the netherworld. She had been lying in ambush here all along. You reacted very quickly. Yuming slowly emerged from the shadows, blood still dripping from the serpentine dagger in his hand. She glanced at Duo, who was being protected in Chewing Joe's arms. Unfortunately, you are destined to die here today. She had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a series of click sounds came from all directions of the water dungeon. Immediately afterwards, dozens of dark gun barrels emerged from the hidden compartments in the wall. The entire water dungeon was transformed into an airtight death cage. This is a trap. A deadly trap tailor-made for Chewing Joe from the very beginning. Chewing Joe, it's over. A cruel smile appeared on Yuming's face. Now, tell me, how do you want to die? Chewing Joe held Duo, who was already terrified and pale, in his arms. However, there was no trace of panic on his face. Finish? He shook his head. No. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. The game has only just begun. The moment he finished speaking, a deafening explosion occurred. Suddenly, the sound rang out simultaneously from all directions of the base. Boom! 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 The entire base began to shake violently. Grotesque cracks began to appear on the wall. What's going on? Yuming's expression changed drastically in an instant. She stared intently at Chewing Joe. It was you? What did you do? Nothing. A cold smile curved Chewing Joe's lips. I just casually placed a few little gifts on the load-bearing pillars of this tomb before coming in. Now, it seems it's time to detonate them. You're insane. You're a madman. Yuming was completely panicked. She never imagined that this man could be so crazy. He's going to take the entire base down with him. Now, tell me, Miss Yuming. Chewing Joe carried Duo and walked towards her step by step. How do you want to die? just as the Blood Wolf Camp base was engulfed in flames. On a mountain peak dozens of kilometers away from Skull Valley, a man in a black trench coat was holding up a high-powered telescope, watching the towering flames. Zhou is interesting. He put down the binoculars and turned around. Behind him, a black-armed helicopter hovered silently in mid-air. Let's go. He spoke calmly. Let's go see our old friends. Chapter 122, Giving You Freedom. Amidst the blazing flames of the base ruins, Zhou carried by Duo as they walked out of the collapsed passage. Outside, the rattlesnake and dragon guards had already surrounded the place. Mr. Chu. When the rattlesnake saw him come out, it immediately came to greet him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the unharmed girl in his arms. Take her back to the plane and find a doctor to examine her. Zhou handed by Duo, whom he was holding, to Tina, who had arrived. Boss. Tina looked at the specks of blood on his body, a look of worry flashing in her eyes. I'm fine. Zhou waved his hand. His gaze swept over the ruins. Don't let a single member of the Blood Wolf Camp escape. Yes. Rattlesnake accepted the order and turned to lead the dragon guards to begin the final cleanup. Just then, Zhou's satellite phone rang. It's an unfamiliar encrypted number. He answered the phone. Hello. Zhou, we have finally met. A hoarse male voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Who are you? Who I am is not important. The man chuckled softly. The important thing is that you will soon be begging me. He paused, his voice turning cold. Do you think you've won? No, the game has only just begun. I forgot to tell you. Those core secrets that Chu Tianxiong had are now in my hands as well. Want to take it back? Come find me. I'm waiting for you. The call was abruptly ended. Zhou silently hung up the phone. Boss, what's wrong? Tina asked cautiously. Zhou did not answer, but slowly raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. Jinghai City, Chu Family Manor. Inside the study, Chu Tianque looked at the encrypted document in his hand. The above details the mysterious enemy Divine Punishment. Divine Punishment. Chu Tianque squeezed out those two words through gritted teeth. This organization is like a ghost hiding in the shadows of the world. It has no fixed base, but its reach extends to every corner of the globe. Assassination, subversion, financial attacks, they'll stop at nothing. They are the true destroyers of the world order. Now, this terrifying organization has set its sights on the Chu family and on his son. Someone come here. Chu Tianque's voice was hoarse and cold. Yes, master. Uncle Fu appeared silently behind him. Pass on my orders. Activate the Chu family's highest-level Skynet plan. At all costs, I need to know all of Heavenly Punishment's strongholds and personnel in Jinghai City. Furthermore, immediately send people to bring Qin Yan, Lu Yan, Yun Waner, all the women related to the young master to the manor for the highest level of protection. I will never allow anyone to suffer even the slightest harm again. Yes, master. Uncle Fu accepted the order and turned to leave. The Golden Triangle, an abandoned airport. Zhou stood in front of the gangway of the Gulfstream G650, looking at Bai Duo, who had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms. Take good care of her. He gently placed the girl into Tina's arms, who was already waiting there. Boss, aren't you coming back with us? Tina asked worriedly. No, thank you. Zhou shook his head. His gaze fell upon the jungle shrouded in night. I still have some things to take care of. But your body. I'm fine. Zhou interrupted her. Have Rattlesnake send a team to escort you back. Remember, as fast as possible. Yes, boss. Tina knew she couldn't change her boss's decision. He could only nod solemnly. The plane took off, its roar shattering the silent night sky of the Golden Triangle. Zhou stood there, watching the plane disappear into the clouds, before slowly turning around. Come out. He spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure slowly emerged from the shadows not far away. It is the Netherworld. She changed into clean clothes, but her stunningly beautiful face showed a hint of dishevelment. How did you know I was here? From the moment that person called me, I knew you hadn't left. Xu Yingzhou's tone was unreadable, revealing neither joy nor anger. You are not a member of Blood Wolf. You are the one who was punished by heaven. Yoming's body trembled violently. What do you want? Yuming gripped the snake-shaped short blade in his hand tightly. Xu Yingzhou looked at her and suddenly smiled. I don't want anything. I just want to make a deal with you. Trade? Yuming was stunned. That's right. Xu Yingzhou walked towards her step by step. Help me find your hideout in the Golden Triangle. In return. He paused, his voice taking on a seductive tone. I can help you break free from the control of divine punishment. To give you your freedom again. Free? From a young age, she was divinely punished and trained to be a killing machine. Her life never belonged to herself. She dreams of escaping this kind of life. But why should I believe you? Yuming stared intently at him. Just because. Xu Yingzhou's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next second, he had already appeared behind Yuming. A hand gently rested on her snow-white neck. Because I can kill you anytime. The blood in my body almost froze in that instant. That's too fast. She didn't even see how the other person moved. Now, tell me your choice. Very good. Yuming gave him a deep look. I agree to your terms. She paused. However, don't be too happy yet. My life no longer belongs to myself. If I find things are not right, I may betray you at any time. Interesting. To Yuming, Xu Yingzhou's smile was more dangerous than the knight in the Golden Triangle. Those who betray me usually don't have a good ending. Their methods are far beyond your imagination. In order to control us, heavenly punishment will plant a strange poison called heart-eating goo in our bodies. This poison is a mixture of dozens of rare poisonous herbs and will take effect every 7 days. When it takes effect, thousands of ants will devour our hearts, causing unbearable pain. Only the leader has the unique antidote. That's why no one in the organization ever dares to betray us. Because betrayal means a torment more painful than death. Xu Yingzhou stepped forward and grabbed her slender wrist. What are you doing? Yoming's body tensed instantly, and the snake-shaped short blade in his other hand was about to stab out instinctively. Chapter 123 Heart-Eating Goo. However, Xu Yingzhou simply looked at her calmly. Divine medical skill quietly began to operate. A gentle surge of internal energy traveled along his fingertips and entered Yoming's body. He could clearly see a strange, grayish-black energy lurking near Yoming's heart meridian, constantly eroding her life force. It really is the heart-eating goo. Xu Yingzhou released his grip. I really can't cure this poison. However, he then changed the subject. If we can get the formula and concoct the antidote, it won't be too difficult. Yuming was stunned. She had consulted countless doctors, but none of them could help her with her condition. How many secrets does this man in front of me still hold? The recipe? That's something only the leader can have, unless. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Kill the leader. Then let's go. Xu Yingzhou's face returned to that lazy smile. Before that, show me around the place. Yuming looked at him for a long time before slowly nodding. The moment the two made the deal. Whoosh! 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 Several whooshing sounds rang out. It's a crossbow bolt. It glowed with a green light, clearly indicating that it had been poisoned. Careful! Yuming reacted quickly, shoving Xu Yingzhou away. The snake-shaped short blade in his hand danced into a ball of silver light. She deflected all the crossbow bolts aimed at her. However, even more crossbow bolts rained down on Xu Yingzhou. They've blocked all his escape routes. Xu Yingzhou's eyes suddenly turned icy cold at this moment. The Mitsubishi military dagger in his hand drew an eerie arc in the night. Jingle bells! He deflected all the crossbow bolts with a military dagger. Just then, more than a dozen figures dressed in black combat uniforms sprang out of the jungle. It's the cleaner of divine punishment. The cleaners are the organization's enforcement team specifically responsible for eliminating failures and traitors. Each one of them is a killing machine that crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The leader was carrying a huge machete. He had a ferocious black dragon tattooed on his arm. Yoming's gaze sharpened. They recognized him as the leader of the enforcement team Heilong Dixin. Yuming, you failed. DXIN spoke in a hoarse voice. According to the organization's rules, you should commit suicide to atone for your sins. Now, do we have to do it ourselves? Snort. Yuming snorted coldly and gripped the snake-shaped short blade in his hand tightly. My fate in the underworld belongs only to myself. Court death. DXIN stopped talking nonsense and suddenly waved his hand. Kill them. More than a dozen cleaners rushed towards the two of them at the same time. That overwhelming killing intent almost froze the air. Stay close to me. Xu Yingzhou's voice rang in Yoming's ears. The next second, the ancient martial arts technique suddenly activated. Xu Yingzhou vanished from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind DXIN. The Mitsubishi military dagger in his hand, carrying an unparalleled force, pierced straight for the opponent's back. What? DXIN was terrified. He turned around abruptly, holding the machete horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! A loud bang. DXIN felt an irresistible force coming from him. The machete in his hand was actually knocked away by the force of the impact. He was blasted backward by that terrifying force. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out in mid-air. With just one move, he severely injured the scavenger's captain. This scene left the remaining scavengers speechless. Everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks. Xu Yingzhou gave them no chance. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his figure once again became a blur as he charged into the crowd. Snap! He easily snapped the neck of a street cleaner. Bang! Another cleaner's chest was dented by his punch. At this moment, Xu Yingzhou transformed into a true humanoid beast. Every strike inevitably takes a life. Less than a minute. The battle is over. Apart from DXIN, who is still barely clinging to life on the ground. No cleaner will survive. Xu Yingzhou slowly walked up to DXIN. Now, can we have a proper talk? Who are you? Our leader will not let you get away with this. DXIN's eyes were filled with fear. Your leader? I'll go find him sooner or later. Xu Yingzhou squatted down. However, the important thing now is that you will soon become a dead man. No. Don't kill me. DXIN panicked completely. If you let me go, I can tell you a secret. Oh? Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it, and maybe I'll be in a better mood and let you go. DXIN spoke in a trembling voice. I just overheard you discussing a poison formula. Xu Yingzhou frowned. Go on. I know where the recipe is. Where? Yuming asked impatiently. DXIN suddenly stopped and looked at Xu Yingzhou. You must promise me that you will share the antidote with me, and you must not take my life. Xu Yingzhou's gaze gradually turned dangerous. You're trying to negotiate with me? You're not worthy. He pressed down hard with the triangular bayonet in his hand. A thin line of blood appeared on DXIN's neck. Your choice now is to tell me, or I'll kill you and find someone else myself. He swallowed hard. This great demon king really was going to kill him. I'll tell you, the recipe is in one of the casinos under the heavenly punishment umbrella. Xu Yingzhou, unsure whether it was true or not, looked at Yuming behind him. Yuming nodded, his voice extremely low. The casino he mentioned is called Roulette of Fortune, which is Heavenly Punishment's representative business in the Golden Triangle region. People in the underworld all know that it is not only a den of iniquity, but also a window for Heavenly Punishment to issue missions and solicit business. Xu Yingzhou looked at DXIN, who was still barely clinging to life on the ground. The triangular bayonet in his hand lightly grazed the bloodline on his neck. Not bad, your secret is actually somewhat useful. DXIN was instantly overcome by a strong will to survive. He saw the killing intent in Xu Yingzhou's eyes. Mr. Chu, spare me. I still know. I'll give you a quick death. Xu Yingzhou interrupted his final plea. The black, triangular bayonet pierced his neck. There was no expression on Yoming's face. This man was more cold-blooded than she had imagined, but also reliable. If someone is truly soft-hearted, even the underworld would have to consider finding a different partner. Xu Yingzhou wiped the blood off his military dagger. Take me to that casino you mentioned. Yuming shook his head. I can't go. The Wheel of Fate is guarded by core members of Heavenly Punishment, among whom are people who know me. Once I appear, our relationship will be immediately exposed. She paused, then added. You'll have to go by yourself. Chu Yingzhou shrugged. All right. Chapter 124 The Roulette of Fate. Half an hour later, a dilapidated Toyota pickup truck stopped in a ravine a kilometer away from the Wheel of Fate. Chu Yingzhou changed into the outfit that Yu Ming had prepared for him. A flashy beach shirt, loose shorts, and flip-flops. He also wore a pair of large sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked like an ordinary tourist who came to the Golden Triangle to have fun. The rules of the roulette will only recognize the chips, not the people. Yu Ming handed him a travel bag filled with US dollars. Once you're inside, exchange all that money for chips. The bigger the commotion you make, the easier it will be to get in touch with their core members. New. Chu Yingzhou took the travel bag and weighed it in his hand. Wait for my good news. After saying that, he opened the car door. Their figures quickly disappeared into the night ahead. Yu Ming watched his departing figure. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to place her bets on this man. The Roulette Wheel of Fate. The casino, built in the valley, is brightly lit at night. At the entrance, rows of heavily armed guards chatted and smoked. The defenses are just so-so. Chu Yingzhou murmured. Then, carrying the travel bag, he swaggered inside. Sir, please exchange your chips here. A sexy dealer wearing a high-slit cheongsam immediately came forward. Chu Yingzhou held the travel bag in his hand. It was simply left on the counter at the exchange counter. With a whoosh. The zipper was unzipped, and bundles of brand new US dollars instantly filled the entire counter. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the surrounding area. Even the croupier, who was used to big events, was taken aback. They've all been replaced. Chu Yingzhou spoke calmly. Also, book me the most luxurious private room and find a few of the prettiest girls to drink with me. Yes, sir. The dealer immediately realized what was happening and put on the most enthusiastic smile. Soon, millions of dollars in cash were exchanged for a pile of colorful, high-value chips. Chu Yingzhou casually picked up a few chips worth 100,000 each and tossed them to the dealer as a tip. Then, surrounded by several sexy and alluring bunny girls, they walked into the deepest part of the casino. That face, mostly obscured by sunglasses, attracted countless greedy gazes. But he didn't care at all. His purpose in coming here this time is to make a high profile. The more high profile, the better. On the second floor of the casino, in a secluded monitoring room, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit was watching Chu Yingzhou's every move through the screen. Brother Leopard, a new face has arrived downstairs, and he's quite generous. One of his men whispered a report in his ear. The man known as Brother Leopard is the manager of this casino. He squinted, scrutinizing Chu Yingzhou on the screen. Have you investigated his background? I checked, and he's a tourist from the mainland with no special background. Tourists? A cold smile curled at the corner of Leopard's mouth. Since he's such a fat sheep, we can't let him leave so easily. He paused, then gave instructions to his men behind him. Have the dealers give this distinguished guest a good welcome. Also, go and call over some of our best experts to keep this gentleman entertained. Yes, Brother Leopard. In the VIP suite on the top floor, Chu Yingzhou leaned back on the soft sofa. He was surrounded by women on his left and right, with the table in front of him laden with top-quality foreign wines and fruit platters. Several bunny girls giggled and kept feeding him grapes. Boss, is this your first time visiting the Golden Triangle? Boss, you're so handsome. If you get tired of playing, would you like to come to our room to rest for a bit? Chu Yingzhou simply smiled and remained silent. His gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private room and looked down at the bustling casino lobby. Danger sense activated. The casino's surveillance system instantly created a three-dimensional image. A bit boring. Chu Yingzhou pushed away the two women in his arms and stood up. Let's go down and play a few rounds. He was holding a glass of whiskey. Surrounded by several bunny girls, I walked down to the second floor. He walked up to the simplest dice table. Place your bet now. Place your bet now. The dealer shook the dice cup in his hand and shouted loudly. Gamblers placed their bets, some betting on big, some on small. Chu Yingzhou simply listened quietly to the sound of the three dice colliding in the dice cup. With the help of his inner strength, the final number on the dice was already clearly presented in his mind. Open. 4, 5, 6, 15 points, big. The dealer uncovers the dice cup, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. A new game begins. Just as the dealer was about to drop the dice, Chu Yingzhou handed over a chip worth 100,000. It was gently pushed into the leopard area. Bet on the surrounding dice. Still 3 sixes. The odds are 1 to 180. The gamblers around him all looked at him as if he were an idiot. Even the dealer was taken aback. Sir, are you sure? Open it. Chu Yingzhou spoke calmly. The dealer shook his head and said no more. The dice cup is lifted. 6. 6. 6. 3 bright red dots are lit up. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar erupted. Holy crap! A leopard! It really is a leopard. My God! This is incredible luck. A stake of 100,000 has turned into 18 million in the blink of an eye. The dealer's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He immediately reported to the monitoring room upstairs through his headset. In the monitoring room, Brother Leopard's face also darkened. Damn, what incredible luck! He growled into the microphone. Change him. Let A Chang go. Use some tricks to make him give back all the money he won, with interest. Soon, the dealer at the dice table was replaced by a man with a sinister look in his eyes. This man was none other than Ah Chang, the casino's most skilled conman, adept at listening to the dice and changing the dice. A new game begins. Ah Chang shook the dice cup with flashy movements. However, in Chu Yingzhou's eyes, the dice cup was no different from a transparent one. Ah Chang dropped the dice and used a magnet hidden in his sleeve to change the number of points on the dice. Chu Yingzhou then pushed out all the chips that were piled up like a small mountain in front of him. 3 ones. Ah Chang suddenly froze. He stared intently at Chu Yingzhou. Is this young man also a con artist? His immediate thought was to change his strategy. However, it was too late. Open it. What, can't accept defeat? Ah Chang gritted his teeth and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, had no choice but to bite the bullet and lift the dice cup. 1. 1. 1. The entire venue erupted in cheers once again. Another win. My God. Is this some kind of gambling god descended to Earth? This time, no one thought he was just lucky. Chapter 125. This casino, from this day forward, belongs to me. Everyone looked at the calm young man with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. 18 million, in the blink of an eye, turned into more than 3 billion. This isn't gambling, this is robbery. Bang! In the monitoring room, Brother Leopard slammed his fist on the screen. Useless. They're all useless. He stared intently at the young man on the screen. He's cheating. He must be cheating. Guards! Get him out of here. Seize him. I want to chop off his hands myself. Casino lobby. Just as Chu Yingzhou was about to take back the mountain of chips. Wait! A loud shout, like a thunderclap. Leopard Brother emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a dozen burly men in black armed with submachine guns. In an instant, the entire dice table was surrounded by a huge crowd. The noisy atmosphere in the hall came to an abrupt halt at that moment. All the gamblers instinctively stepped back, looking at the middle-aged man with the goatee. The show is about to begin. Brother Leopard? When Ah Chang saw his savior arrive, he quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and went over to him. Leopard Brother didn't even glance at him. He kicked this good-for-nothing wretch aside. Kid, you've got some nerve. A sinister smile played on Leopard's face. You dare to cheat in my establishment? Are you tired of living? Chu Qian? Chu Yingzhou picked up the champagne next to him and took a small sip. Where's the evidence? Evidence? Leopard was amused by his arrogant attitude. What I, Brother Leopard, say here is the evidence. He suddenly waved his hand, and the dozen or so burly men in black instantly stepped forward. The dark muzzles of guns were all pointed at Chu Yingzhou's head. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. Leopard's voice was icy and chilling. First, leave your hands behind, then get out of here. Secondly, I'll chop you up and throw you into the Mekong River to feed the fish. You choose one. The bunny girls were terrified, their faces turning pale, and they screamed and hid to the side. Only Chu Yingzhou remained calm and composed. He put down his glass, his gaze passing over the dark gun barrels and landing on Leopard's face. Your choice is too boring. He shook his head, a playful smile curving his lips. How about we try a different game? How to play? Leopard frowned. Shu Yingzhou pointed to the dice cup on the table. Let's gamble again. Let's bet on the size of this round. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. If I lose, my life is yours. But what if I win? Shu Yingzhou's gaze swept around the casino behind Brother Leopard. This casino belongs to me from this day forward. Do you dare to bet? Boom. These words caused an uproar throughout the entire casino lobby. Would you risk your life to gamble on a casino worth billions? Leopard was also stunned. He hadn't expected this. This young man actually proposed such a crazy bet. Is it a sign of complete confidence, or the last struggle of a trapped beast? How? Don't you dare? Shu Yingzhou spoke with provocation. Or are you saying that you don't even have the courage to gamble your fate on this wheel of destiny? Trying to provoke me? Leopard Brother was so angry that he laughed instead. Good. What an arrogant brat. He had been in the Golden Triangle for so many years and had never seen anyone so reckless. Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. He snatched the dice cup from Ma Chang's hand and slammed it heavily on the gambling table. I'll shake it myself. I want to see what kind of incredible abilities you have. He turned and roared at his men behind him. All of you, put your guns away. Today, I'm going to make this kid admit defeat fair and square. Yes, Brother Leopard. The atmosphere reached its peak in that instant. All the gamblers craned their necks, afraid of missing a single detail. Leopard Brother started shaking the dice cup in his hand frantically. He brought out the best in all the skills he had learned in his life at this moment. The dice made a chaotic clattering sound inside the cup. Bang! Leopard Brother slammed his fist down. The dice cup landed heavily on the gambling table. Kid! Place your bet. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. He was 100% certain that this time, he would roll. Shu Yingzhou smiled. He reached out and gently pushed the mountain of chips in front of him toward the big area. Then, he looked up at Brother Leopard. I bet big. Leopard's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid is definitely bluffing. I actually smashed 2 of the dice. It's a small win no matter what. Drive. What are you standing there for? That's it. Open it now. Let's see if it's a gambling god or a gambling bastard. The surrounding gamblers began to urge them on impatiently. At this moment, Brother Leopard was extremely pleased with himself. He suddenly flipped the dice cup over. Kid. You guessed wrong this time. I threw out. His roar abruptly stopped. The entire casino lobby seemed to have been put on pause. All eyes were fixed on that gambling table. 2 of the 3 dice had already been smashed to dust by Brother Leopard's terrifying strength. However, the last die remained perfectly intact in the center of the table. Even more bizarrely, the 2 crushed dice were covered in powder. As if controlled by some mysterious force, 2 incredibly clear patterns were pieced together on the table. 2 sixes. And the only intact die, with its top side facing up, was a bright red one. A little. 2 sixes, plus a 1. It's 13 o'clock. Big. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Leopard Brother's smile froze. No. It's impossible. He muttered to himself. How is this possible? The dice were all smashed, how could they possibly still show a number? And, what's more, it's fucking stupid. Big. This was completely beyond his comprehension. This is simply witchcraft. How about it? Shu Yingzhou broke the deathly silence. He picked up the glass of champagne and swirled it gently. Brother Leopard, now, is there anything you want to say? Gulp. Leopard swallowed hard. The surrounding gamblers erupted in a thunderous roar of surprise. My God! What am I seeing? The dice can still roll numbers even when they're broken? This must be a deity. This must be the god of gamblers descended to earth. He won. He actually won. He bet over 3 billion on Brother Leopard's entire casino. Insane. Absolutely insane. From today onwards, he is my idol. All eyes were on the calm-looking young man. Who are you? Leopard's voice trembled slightly, a tremor he couldn't quite conceal. Having spent so many years in the Golden Triangle, what kind of gambling masters haven't he seen? But he had never seen such supernatural methods before. Chapter 126 Thales. Does it matter who I am now? Xu Yingzhou put down his wineglass and stood in front of Brother Leopard. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to keep your promise right now? He gestured around. Everything here now belongs to the Chu family. As soon as Xu Yingzhou finished speaking, Leopard Brother's face turned extremely ferocious. How could he be willing to give up the fruits of his life's hard work like this? A bet? Leopard Brother pulled out a pistol from behind his back and pressed it against Xu Yingzhou's forehead. What kind of bullshit bet is this? On my turf, I'm the rule. Boy. I don't care what kind of sorcery you're using. Today, you must die here. Men. Get him. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. The dozen or so burly men in black behind him finally realized what was happening. One by one, they raised their submachine guns, the muzzles once again closing in on Xu Yingzhou. The gamblers who had been watching the spectacle were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The bunny girls were so frightened that they screamed and collapsed to the ground. Kid. In your next life, open your eyes wider. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. Leopard grinned maliciously. However, Xu Yingzhou remained completely calm. He simply shook his head, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. It seems you still don't know what you're really facing. The moment the words fell, Xu Yingzhou suddenly vanished from the spot. Where are they? Leopard instinctively let out a gasp. The dozen or so burly men in black holding submachine guns were also dumbfounded. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air right under their noses? In that very instant of their horror, a figure appeared behind the burly man closest to him. It's Xu Yingzhou. With fingers drawn like a knife, he lightly slashed at the back of the burly man's neck. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The burly man collapsed to the ground. His eyes were wide open, but he was already dead. Xu Yingzhou's steps did not falter in the slightest. Each flash inevitably leaves behind a cloud of blood mist. Bang! He threw a punch, and a burly man's chest caved in a visible arc. He was sent flying backward, crashing into a row of gambling tables. Click! He turned sideways and delivered a whip kick, snapping the neck of another burly man. At this moment, Xu Yingzhou is transformed into a Shura who has returned from hell. Less than 10 seconds. Those dozen or so burly men in black who were just moments ago looking fierce and menacing were now all lying in pools of blood. Not a single one survived. Everyone stared at the hellish scene before them. Is this even human? This guy is a killing machine. Leopard was completely dumbfounded as he stared at the young man standing in the center of the corpse. I felt a chill rush straight to the top of my head. His prized gunman guard was wiped out by a mere kid. Now, do you still think your rules are effective? Xu Yingzhou slowly turned around and walked towards him step by step. You stay away. Leopard was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Sir! I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind to your greatness. Please spare my life. He scrambled backward as fast as he could. Spare you? I gave you a chance. He walked up to Brother Leopard and looked down at him. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The moment the words left his mouth, Xu Yingzhou had already lifted his foot. Then, it fell heavily. Snap! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Leopard Brother's right knee was crushed to pieces by Xu Yingzhou's kick. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, inhuman in its shrill form, echoed throughout the entire casino. My legs! My legs! Leopard Brother clutched his twisted leg and rolled around frantically on the ground. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. Divine punishment will not let you off the hook. Leopard Brother stared menacingly at Xu Yingzhou. Xu Yingzhou shrugged. Do you think I would have come if I cared about your feelings? You did this on purpose. Bingo, you guessed right. Too bad there's no reward. To Leopard Brother, Xu Yingzhou's smile was nothing short of devilish. He looked at the terrified gamblers and staff around him. From today onwards, this place will belong to the Chu family. Anyone who has a problem can stand up and speak up. Who dares to object? Having witnessed this man's methods firsthand, they felt even breathing was a luxury. Xu Yingzhou stopped talking and turned to walk upstairs. In order to obtain the recipe for the heart-eating goo, Yu Ming infiltrated the top floor. That's the territory of the leader of heavenly punishment. He has to go and take a look. The roulette wheel of fate, at the top. This place was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling and extravagant casino lobby downstairs. Cold marble floors, Gothic pointed domes. Abstract oil paintings hang on the walls, creating an atmosphere of oppression. Yu Ming knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Just now, a man kicked her so hard that she lost all ability to resist. That terrifying force. It felt as if it was going to shatter her internal organs. In front of her, a tall, muscular white man, over 2 meters tall, was walking towards her step by step. He was Thales, the deputy to the leader of divine punishment. A monster who made a name for himself in the assassin world with pure physical strength. TSK, the 10th ranked netherworld is nothing special. Thales grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his face displaying an undisguised lewd smile. He walked up to the underworld and squatted down. Rough fingers pinched her smooth chin. This face, this figure, you're absolutely gorgeous. Tell me, what would it look like if I slashed your beautiful face a few times? Or. His gaze moved downwards, brazenly sweeping over her voluptuous figure. I'll take you back to my room and show you what a real man is like. A chilling aura emanated from the netherworld's eyes. But he couldn't move his body. What? You're not convinced? Thales looked at her defiant expression, as if she would rather die than submit. The desire to conquer intensified. He reached out his other hand, about to tear at the tight leather jacket covering Yu Ming's chest. At this very moment. Bite. The doors of the private elevator behind Yu Ming slid open to both sides. A tall, upright figure stepped out of the elevator. You dare touch my people? Thales turned around abruptly. Then he met a pair of cold eyes. Yu Ming, on the other hand, felt relieved this man had never disappointed her. Who the hell are you? Thales released the netherworld, stood up, and his massive body exuded an aura of oppression. Xu Yingzhou glanced at him but ignored the big, dumb guy. Looking at Yu Ming sitting on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face turned cold. You have 3 seconds. Disappear from her sight. Chapter 127 Heavenly Punishment Leader. Disappear? Thales scoffed. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm Thales, the vice leader of divine punishment. You want me to disappear? Who do you think you are? Having said that, he actually charged towards Xu Yingzhou. The speed was completely inconsistent with his size. Yu Ming was just deceived and was hit directly on the shoulder. Die, kid. Thales' fist was aimed straight at Xu Yingzhou's face. If Xu Yingzhou were to actually take a punch, his title as the school's most handsome man would probably have to change hands. Xu Yingzhou remained indifferent, his right fist clenched tightly. Bang! A dull thud. Thales' punch was actually caught by Xu Yingzhou. How is this possible? Thales' maniacal laughter froze instantly. A piercing pain shot through my finger bone. He tried to pull his hand back, but found that his fist was stuck and he couldn't move it. Not bad strength. Xu Yingzhou looked at him. Unfortunately, it's too slow. The moment the words fell. Snap. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Xu Yingzhou gently pinched. Thales' fist was crushed to pieces. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire hall. Thales collapsed to his knees in agony. Xu Yingzhou slowly walked up to Thales and looked down at him. It seems you didn't hear what I just said. Now, I'll say it again. He lifted his foot and gently stepped on the intact arm. Roll. Snap. Another sound of bone cracking. Thales' other arm was also mercilessly broken by Xu Yingzhou. After doing all this, Xu Yingzhou slowly turned around. He walked toward the blonde bombshell who was still kneeling on the ground. He reached out his hand. Can you still stand up? Yu Ming looked at his face, which had a faint smile on it. After a long while, she finally placed her icy hands on it. Xu Yingzhou gently pulled her up from the ground. Just as the two stood up, a mocking applause rang out. Suddenly, it came from the shadows deep within the hall. Slap, slap, slap. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. A man wearing a black trench coat. Slowly emerging from the darkness. He wore a silver mask, obscuring his features. But those eyes were as lifeless as an abyss. It is the leader of heavenly punishment. His gaze passed over Chu Yingzhou and landed on Yu Ming. Yu Ming, I really underestimated you. They even brought men along just to get the formula. Yu Ming's body suddenly stiffened. Leader! Leader! Yu Ming instinctively wanted to explain, but found his throat dry and he couldn't utter a single word. She knew all too well the leader's methods. Within the realm of divine punishment, discipline is as strict as iron. There is only one consequence for betrayal. That is a torment more terrible than death. This time, she led a group of people into the core area of the headquarters without authorization. Whatever the reason, they have already crossed the red line. It's over. This was the only thought in Yu Ming's mind. Chu Yingzhou didn't even glance at the masked man. His hand still firmly gripped Yu Ming's wrist. He could clearly feel the subtle tremors transmitting through his skin. Chu Yingzhou frowned slightly. He didn't like this feeling. His people should not be afraid of others in his presence. Chu Yingzhou finally spoke. Looks like you're his boss? If my subordinates make mistakes, I will naturally discipline them. The masked man did not answer Chu Yingzhou's question. His gaze remained fixed on Yu Ming. But it's not up to an outsider to interfere. It is not up to an outsider to trespass on my property and hurt my people. He took a step forward. An invisible pressure was squeezing in from all directions. Yu Ming's breathing suddenly stopped. This is the oppressive feeling of a leader. It's nothing like the pure violence of Thales. However, Chu Yingzhou, who was under immense pressure, acted as if nothing was wrong. He released Yu Ming's hand, then gently pushed her back, shielding her behind him. Outsider? Chu Yingzhou smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. From now on, this is no longer your place. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. As for her, she is one of my people, not your subordinate. I think you might have misunderstood something. The moment the words left his mouth, the hall fell into a deathly silence. The masked man's body finally showed a slight change. The killing intent from Night Owl plus 100. Danger detection, warning. Deadly threat detected. In Chu Yingzhou's mind, the system's notification sounds rang out frantically. He. The masked man let out a low laugh. Interesting. For many years, no one has dared to talk to me like that. Young people, confidence is a good thing. But overconfidence is foolish. He raised his left hand, which was wearing a black leather glove. A silver device on my wrist flashed with a faint light. To reward your courage, I've decided to let you and your new subordinates experience the hospitality of divine punishment. Buzz. A piercing alarm suddenly went off. All the alloy doors and windows around the hall leading to the outside. At the same time, it was completely sealed off by a heavy metal gate. Click. 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 The overhead lights went out one after another, plunging the entire space into darkness instantly. Only a few red emergency lights shone ominously in the corner. The entire trading hall was transformed into an airtight metal can. The leader has activated purgatory mode. The voice of the ghost was filled with terror. She knew all too well what this meant. This is the highest level of defense mechanism at the heavenly punishment headquarters. Once started, the internal air will be completely removed within 10 minutes. It also releases high concentrations of nerve gas. No one can survive unless they have the leader's authority. Danger detection, warning. High concentration of neurotoxin detected. Irreversible damage to humans expected within 3 minutes. Chu Yingzhou's eyes narrowed. He could already smell a faint, sweet, fishy odor in the air. Now, do you still feel like this is your place? The masked man's voice came from the darkness. For him, the battle was over. No matter how skilled this young man is, in the face of absolute technology and a closed environment, it's nothing more than a trapped beast's struggle. All he needs to do is enjoy watching his prey slowly die in despair. Chu Yingzhou ignored his shouts. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his mind racing. Neurotoxins? He instantly analyzed the composition of the toxin. It's tricky. But it's not unsolvable. He turned his head and whispered quickly in Yoming's ear. Hold your breath, slow down your pace, and pinch the web between your thumb and forefinger of your left hand with your fingernails to slow the spread of toxins. Chapter 128 Blood of God. Yuming was taken aback for a moment, but out of inexplicable trust in Zhou, she immediately did as she was told. A sharp pain shot through her tiger's mouth, clearing her confused mind somewhat. A futile struggle. The masked man seemed to have seen through Zhou's little tricks. This is a kiss of heaven specially made to entertain distinguished guests. Inhaling even a tiny bit will be fatal, even for a god. Yeah? Zhou's voice was exceptionally clear in the darkness. You mean this cheap poison gas can kill me? The masked man was stunned. Not up to standard? This was his prized creation, which he acquired at great expense from an underground biological laboratory. It seems you're nothing special after all. Zhou continued. I thought it was something groundbreaking, but it turns out it's just some low-end gadget. He was using conversational tactics to try and extract more information. At the same time, his gaze precisely locked onto a direction in the darkness. Behind that wall are the ventilation ducts of the central air conditioning system. What do you know? The masked man was indeed enraged. Ignorant fool. Heaven's kiss is just an appetizer. My recipe is the blood of God that can create miracles. It's the blood of God that can change the world. Blood of God? Zhou's heart stirred. It seemed this was what made this leader different from ordinary people. It should be a genetically modified reagent that has been developed. However, compared to Zhou's ancient martial arts, they are all trash. Kid, I won't let you die so easily. The masked man's voice came from a certain direction. He sought an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou in this confined space. To Zhou's surprise, the darkness and poison gas had no effect on him. Danger perception, warning. Target is approaching at high speed from the left rear. Zhou trusted the system's judgment, hugged Yuming tightly, and rolled around on the spot. Laugh. A cold glint flashed across his back. Had he been even a second slower, Zhou would likely have been the one to die. That was fast. It seems the blood of God he mentioned wasn't some fake or substandard exhibit. The response is good. The man was somewhat surprised, standing not far away and playing with the specially made dagger in his hand. It has a bluish luster. It's obviously poisoned. It seems you're extraordinary too. That makes things more interesting. He reveled in the thrill of his prey's death throes. Zhou placed Yuming in a relatively safe corner and then slowly stood up. The toxins had begun to affect his nerves. A slight double vision appeared in my field of vision. We must finish this quickly. Can your blood of God allow you to breathe in a vacuum? Zhou suddenly asked a strange question. The masked man frowned. What's the meaning? It doesn't mean anything. Zhou moved his wrist and his knuckles cracked. I just want to tell you that your proud purgatory mode is, in my opinion, full of flaws. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly moved. They didn't rush towards the masked man. Instead, they charged toward Thales, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. The masked man was taken aback, not understanding what he wanted to do. Zhou kicked Thales' massive body. Call. Thales, who weighs over 300 pounds, was kicked hard by Zhou into the wall. The masked man's pupils suddenly contracted. He tried to stop it, but it was too late. Boom! A loud bang. Thales' body smashed a huge hole in the wall. The ventilation ducts hidden behind the wall were suddenly exposed. The strong pressure difference caused violent convection between the air inside and outside the pipe. Wah-ah! A piercing whistling sound rang out, as if the poisonous gas in the hall had found an outlet. It poured madly into that hole. You! The masked man was both shocked and furious. He never imagined that the other party would use this method to break into his gas chamber. This young man is not only incredibly strong, but his combat intelligence is also frighteningly high. In such a short time, he actually came up with the idea of using Thales' weight to break through the wall. It disrupts the entire pressure balance. Now, we are standing on the same starting line. Zhou's voice came through. The masked man turned around abruptly, only to find his vision blurred. Zhou has already disappeared from the spot. Not good. The masked man was terrified and stabbed behind him with his sword. However, he made a mistake. A cold hand gripped his wrist, which was holding the knife. Not bad strength. Unfortunately, it's still too slow. Snap. The masked man's wrist, which was holding the dagger, was held by Chu Yingzhou at an odd angle. Break it directly. Ah! A sharp pain shot through him, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He wanted to retaliate, and had just raised his other hand. Chu Yingzhou delivered a precise chop to his elbow joint. Snap. Both arms were instantly rendered useless. This young man has a good understanding of human anatomy. It's reached an absolutely terrifying level. Every attack he made landed precisely on the most vulnerable joints and nerves. How is this possible? The masked man roared, enduring the excruciating pain. Chu Yingzhou did not answer. He kicked the masked man in the back of the knee, sending him crashing to his knees. Then, he reached out and ripped the silver mask off the other person's face. Beneath the mask was the face of an ordinary middle-aged man. Where is the recipe for the heart-eating goo? Chu Yingzhou looked down at him. Want the formula? Only if I'm dead. The man is still being stubborn. Chu Yingzhou was too lazy to waste words with this guy and picked up the poison dagger. I don't have much patience. You should know me. I know where to cut to keep you in the greatest pain while keeping you conscious. You'll remember this feeling for the rest of your life. Seeing Chu Yingzhou's calm gaze, the man completely broke down. He has met countless ruthless people, including himself. But from the moment he seized power, he was no longer the daring and fearless night owl he once was. I'll talk. I'll talk. He screamed in terror. The recipe is on a miniature USB drive, right here, in the crevice of my teeth. Chu Yingzhou pinched the man's mouth and pried it open forcefully. He reached out and searched around, and seemed to sense that something was wrong. He punched the man's left cheek, breaking several back teeth that sprayed out of the man's mouth. One of them was a black object. Very good. Chu Yingzhou put his things away and stood up. He glanced at Thales, who had helped him a lot. The other person died the moment they hit the wall. Then, he walked towards the shadowy corner of the wall. At this moment, Yuming stared at him blankly. My mind went completely blank. All of this happened too fast. Can you still stand up? Chu Yingzhou reached out his hand to her again. Chapter 129 The Ross Family. Yuming stared blankly at him. This time, she did not hesitate. She reached out and grasped that warm and strong hand tightly. Chu Yingzhou helped her up. I casually pressed a few acupoints on her neck with my fingers. You inhaled some toxins, and you may experience some aftereffects when you get back, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After saying that, he turned and walked out through the huge hole. Where are you going? Yuming followed behind him. Chu Yingzhou did not turn around. I'll help you find the recipe. The roulette wheel of fate, the top floor office. This is the core of the entire casino, and even the entire Heavenly Punishment Organization, in the Golden Triangle region. Chu Yingzhou kicked open the office door, which was made of pure steel, and walked straight in. The netherworld followed closely behind. The office was empty, but the cigars on the desk were still emitting wisps of smoke. Chu Yingzhou immediately targeted the huge alloy safe in the corner. He stepped forward without even attempting to crack the password. He simply reached out and gently stroked the cold metal door. Internal energy was quietly circulating. With a crisp crack, the seemingly indestructible alloy lock core was shattered by his force. Chu Yingzhou casually opened the heavy safe door. Inside, there was none of the dazzling jewels I had imagined. There were only rows and rows of gold bars neatly stacked. It glowed with an alluring light in the dim light. Above the gold bars, a black folder lay quietly. Chu Yingzhou picked up the folder directly. He casually flipped it open. The first page contains a detailed organizational chart. Divine Punishment. At the very top of the architecture diagram, a family crest is prominently displayed. It was a blooming golden rose. The Ross family. One of the most mysterious financial giants in the United States. A truly colossal entity capable of influencing the world order. And divine punishment is the black glove they keep hidden in the shadows. To handle all their dirty, shady dealings. Chu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. The Ross family. He felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind. He quickly remembered. Not long ago, Lin Shuriyue reported to him on the progress of the Emperor Alliance global expansion. I've mentioned it before. The Alliance's operations in Europe threatened the interests of a local conglomerate known as the Ross family. The other party had tried to contact them through various channels. Warnings were issued to the Emperor Alliance. However, Xu Yingzhou didn't take it to heart at the time. Do you think you can scare us off on our own turf, you outsider? Lin Shuriyue simply ignored it. Unexpectedly, we've matched up again so quickly. A cold smile curved Xu Yingzhou's lips. He casually tossed the brochure about the Ross family aside. Continue browsing the other contents of the folder. Finally, he was at the bottom of the folder. An ancient recipe was found, recorded on special parchment. Heart-eating goo. Above, the method for refining this strange poison is recorded in detail using an obscure and difficult-to-understand ancient script. It consists of 34 rare poisonous substances produced in extremely lean places. It takes 49 days of feeding a special kind of goo worm to refine it. Those afflicted by goo will have their heart meridians gradually devoured by the goo worms over time. He eventually died in endless agony. Divine punishment uses such methods to control its subordinates. However, Xu Yingzhou only glanced at it briefly. He had already deduced no fewer than 10 antidote solutions in his mind. Xu Yingzhou closed the folder and looked at Yu Ming, who was standing silently to the side. Almost. Give me an hour, and I'll be able to prepare the antidote. After you are detoxified, you will be free. Free? Yu Ming stared blankly at the man before him. What did you say? She knew the terror of the heart-eating goo better than anyone else. That was the ultimate shackle that the Divine Punishment Organization used to control them. This man did it in less than a minute. So, he can concoct an antidote? How is that possible? I don't have time to explain to you. Xu Yingzhou ignored her shock, took out his phone, and dialed Lin Shuriyue's number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Boss. Shuriyue, I have a new task for you. I'm in the Golden Triangle. I just took over a casino called Roulette of Fortune. You should have heard of it. Now, I'm handing it over to you. Send your most capable people to take over. I want you to use this as a base to open up the entire black market in the Golden Triangle as quickly as possible. I want to plant the flag of Emperor Alliance in every corner of this place. Lin Shuriyue, on the other end of the phone, remained silent for a moment. Roulette of Fortune. That's the Heavenly Punishment Organization's money printing machine in the Golden Triangle. The boss, he actually managed to take it all down in such a short time? Understood, boss. Lin Shuriyue didn't ask any more questions. Her voice was filled with undisguised excitement. We guarantee the mission will be completed. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou glanced at the wall clock. Let's go, we don't have much time left. He pulled up Yu Ming, who was still in a daze, and turned to walk outside. Where are we going? Yu Ming was pulled along by him, following closely behind. Buy medicine. Xu Yingzhou's answer was simple and direct. Half an hour later, in a small border town in the Golden Triangle region, a place teeming with all sorts of people. This place is teeming with outlaws of all skin colors. Xu Yingzhou pulled Yu Ming into a seemingly inconspicuous traditional Chinese medicine shop. The owner of the pharmacy was a lean, elderly Chinese man. He was lying in a rocking chair, listening to traditional opera with his eyes half closed. Seeing the two enter, he merely raised his eyelids lazily. Buying medicine? Xu Yingzhou handed over a pre-written prescription. The old man took the prescription, glanced at it, and his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Blood-staining chrysanthemum, 9-leaf clover, heartbreak flower. His heart trembled with each name he uttered. Everything recorded here is highly poisonous. Moreover, several of them are legendary items that have long since disappeared. Young man, is this prescription of yours meant to save lives, or to kill? Yes, we have both. Xu Yingzhou's answer was ambiguous. The old man remained silent for a moment, then gave Xu Yingzhou a deep look. These medicinal herbs of yours are too rare, my little shop can't possibly have them all. He paused, then pulled out a rusty iron plate from under the counter and handed it to Xu Yingzhou. However, I know a place where I might be able to find it. Go 30 li to the east, there is a black market called Ghost Market. Take this sign and find a man called Ghost Hanjiang, and tell him that I sent you. He might have what you're looking for. Chapter 130. From this day forward, you are free. Shu Yingzhou accepted the iron plaque without asking any questions, simply saying thank you in a low voice. Then, he pulled Yu Ming along and turned to leave. Watching the two figures disappear through the doorway, the old man finally let out a long sigh of relief and lay back down in the rocking chair. Young people these days are becoming increasingly unfathomable. The ghost market truly lives up to its name. This is the largest underground black market in the Golden Triangle region. They traded everything that was forbidden: arms, drugs, intelligence, and even living people. When Shu Yingzhou pulled Yu Ming in, it immediately attracted countless greedy eyes. A handsome young man from the east was accompanied by a stunning blonde woman with a voluptuous figure. This combination is the perfect prey here. Hey kid, let us have some fun with the girl next to you, and we'll let you live today. Several burly men with scorpion tattoos on their bodies surrounded them, grinning maliciously. However, Shu Yingzhou spoke calmly. Where is Ghost Han Zhang? The burly men were stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Has this kid gone mad? He still wants to see Master Zhang? Kid, I advise you to worry about your own life first. The burly man at the head of the group stretched out his large, fan-like hand and was about to grab Shu Yingzhou's shoulder. But his hand had not yet touched the hem of Shu Yingzhou's clothes. A flash of silver light. Ah! The burly man let out a piercing scream. His entire arm was severed cleanly at the root by a snake-shaped short blade that appeared out of nowhere. Fresh blood gushed out. It's the Netherworld. As a top assassin ranked 10th, dealing with these small fry is easier than chopping vegetables. Those desperate thugs who had originally wanted to get a share of the spoils. Upon seeing this, everyone instinctively took a step back. This woman is not to be trifled with. Yu Ming sheathed his short blade, his icy blue eyes filled with killing intent. She took a step forward. Now, can you tell me where Ghost Han Zhang is? Just then, a sinister voice came from behind the crowd. Hee hee, what a show of power. On my ghost market turf, did the person who injured me ask me for permission? The crowd automatically parted to both sides, and a gaunt old man dressed in a tang suit slowly walked out. He was also holding 2 walnuts in his hand. It was none other than the master of this ghost market, Ghost Han Zhang. Behind him were more than a dozen bodyguards in black. The powerful aura silenced the entire black market. Ghost Han Zhang looked at Shu Yingzhou. His eyes narrowed slightly when he caught a glimpse of the iron plaque in his hand. So it was an important guest introduced by Old Manly. I wonder what business you have with this old man. Shu Yingzhou handed over the prescription. I want all of these medicines. Ghost Han Zhang took the prescription and glanced at it only once. He looked up and re-examined the young man in front of him. This prescription contains only highly poisonous substances. And this young man actually asked to pay for everything? Young man, you've got quite the nerve. Ghost Han Zhang handed the prescription back to him. Do you know what the total price of all these items is? Name your price. Great. That's awesome. Ghost Han Zhang clapped his hands and laughed. I'll give you a 20% discount because of Old Manly. He held up 5 thin, bony fingers. $500 million, one price. In addition, I also want this woman next to you to spend the night with me. His cloudy eyes roamed unabashedly over Yu Ming's voluptuous figure. The moment the words fell, a murderous glint flashed in Yu Ming's eyes. However, Shu Yingzhou acted first, pressing down on her shoulder. He looked at Ghost Han Zhang and suddenly laughed. 500 million? He took a chip out of his pocket and casually tossed it in front of Ghost Han Zhang. That was the highest denomination chip in the roulette of fortune, $100 million. Here, there are 1 billion. He paused, his voice gradually turning cold. I'll give you double the money. But Shu Yingzhou looked at his hand that was playing with walnuts. These hands of yours belong to me from this day forward. What did you say? The smile on Ghost Han Zhang's face froze instantly. The dozen or so bodyguards behind him also raised their submachine guns in unison. The atmosphere was extremely tense. You little brat. You're fucking asking for it. Ghost Han Zhang was furious. He'd spent his entire life in the Golden Triangle and had never seen anyone so arrogant. Kill him. Leave the woman alive. I'll give her to you as a reward after I've had my way with her. He roared the order. However, the moment the words fell, Shu Yingzhou had already moved in front of Ghost Han Zhang. They gripped his thin neck tightly. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Ghost Hand Zhang didn't even make a sound. His head tilted to the side at an odd angle. His eyes were wide open, but he was already dead. And the dozen or so bodyguards behind him. It wasn't until now that I realized it. However, it was too late. The ghostly figure weaves among the crowd. With each slash of the serpentine dagger in his hand, a cloud of blood mist inevitably followed. Less than 10 seconds. The battle is over. The entire ghost market was shrouded in a bloody aura. Those desperados had never seen anything like it before, and they all retreated. Xu Lingzhou released the corpse from his hands. Anyone else want to give it a try? No one dared to answer. Xu Lingzhou took Yoming's hand and headed straight for the warehouse at the deepest part of the ghost market. The collection of Ghost Hand Zhang is stored there. Half an hour later. The ghostly private apartment. This is one of her secret hideouts in the Golden Triangle. The decoration is simple. There's no sense of home here. For Yuming, safety and a place to rest are enough. Xu Lingzhou will collect the medicinal herbs from the ghost market. They were placed one by one on the table. Then, the final mixing began. Yuming stood aside and watched. This man cleared away all obstacles for her in less than half a day. Her heart was melting little by little. An hour later, Xu Lingzhou put the last ingredient into the pot. A strange fragrance instantly filled the entire room. He handed the bowl of still steaming medicine to Yuming. Drink it. From this day forward, you are free. Yuming stared at the bowl of dark, black medicine, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This is her only chance. She was also her only hope to escape the past. Without hesitation, she picked up the medicine bowl and drank the scalding hot liquid in one gulp. Well. The moment the medicine enters the body, a heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout her entire body. She felt as if her internal organs were being burned by raging fire. Puff! A mouthful of black blood gushed from her mouth. Yoming's body slumped down. Chapter 131 Nova. Xu Lingzhou caught it steadily. He slowly infused a gentle stream of internal energy into her body. It helped her resist the domineering effects of the medicine. After the excruciating pain subsided, a feeling of relief washed over me. Yuming felt that he had finally broken free from the shackles that had bound him for more than 20 years. Her limbs exuded a sense of lightness. She could feel that the chilling aura that had been lingering near her heart meridian had completely dissipated. Slowly opening her eyes, she was faced with an excessively handsome face. He was looking at himself quietly, his eyes now like a deep starry sky. How are you feeling? Xu Lingzhou pulled her back from her brief daze. Yuming opened his mouth, only to find his throat extremely dry. She instinctively tried to sit up, only to realize that she was lying in a warm embrace. Her face turned bright red instantly. She struggled to get up, but Xu Lingzhou gently pressed her down. Don't move. You've just been detoxified, and your body is still very weak. As Xu Lingzhou spoke, he hugged her even tighter. Feeling the warmth emanating from that broad chest, Yoming's heart began to pound violently. She was an orphan from a young age and was chosen by the Heavenly Punishment Organization. She underwent hellish training and became a heartless killing machine. Her codename, Netherworld, signifies that her life consisted only of darkness and death. She had no idea what it felt like to be cared for. Little did they know that being held in someone's arms felt so warm. My eyes welled up with tears uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Xu Lingzhou looked at her, somewhat amused, and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You're free now, you should be happy. Free. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. She stared at the man in front of her, mesmerized. From this day forward, you are no longer the Netherworld. Xu Lingzhou looked into her eyes. Tell you your name. Name? Yuming was stunned. How long has it been since she last used her own name? So long that she herself had almost forgotten about it. After a long while, he finally uttered it in an almost murmured voice. Nova. Nova. Xu Lingzhou nodded. A very nice name. Nova. In her native language, it means new life. Nova looked at the smile on Xu Lingzhou's face. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she leaned forward and pressed her red lips firmly against his. Ding! Target detected, Nova Ghost, affection plus 50%. Current favorability rating, 90%. Congratulations, host. Your favorability rating has reached the threshold, successfully unlocking Platinum Treasure Chest X1. Xu Yingzhou's body stiffened for a moment. He then turned the tables and took the initiative. After a long while, their lips parted. Nova's cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed. Those icy blue eyes shimmered with tears, filled with captivating emotions. Xu Yingzhou, from the moment you saved me, my life belongs to you. From now on, wherever you go, I will follow you. Even if it's hell. Xu Yingzhou's heart stirred as he looked at her. He didn't say anything, but lowered his head and kissed her again. The night outside the window grew even deeper. Inside the apartment, one room is enchanting. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains. When the light shone on Xu Yingzhou's face, he slowly opened his eyes. Nova was still fast asleep beside him, curled up in his arms like a docile kitten. The killer's coldness had long since faded from that stunningly beautiful face. Xu Yingzhou chuckled softly, carefully withdrew his arm, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom. He opened the platinum treasure chest he had obtained earlier. Ding! Platinum treasure chest is being opened. A dazzling platinum light exploded in his consciousness space. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God's Gene Modification Fluid Beginner X1. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of $100 million. Divine Gene Modification Fluid can optimize and modify living organisms at the genetic level, repairing all congenital defects, and has a certain chance of awakening special talents. God's Gene Modification Fluid. This is practically tailor-made for Yunwaner. With this, he was absolutely certain that he could completely eliminate the possibility of Yunwaner's relapse. Suppressing his excitement, Xu Yingzhou took a shower and changed into clean clothes. When he came out of the bathroom, Nova was already awake. She was only wearing Xu Yingzhou's white shirt, revealing her two long, straight legs. It was exposed to the air without any cover. Her cheeks flushed slightly when she saw Xu Yingtian. Morning! Morning! Xu Yingzhou walked up to her, bent down, and placed a kiss on her forehead. Pack up, we should head back. Go back where? Go back to Jinghai. Go back to our home. 10 hours later, at Jinghai International Airport. A Gulfstream G650 private jet landed smoothly on its private tarmac. The hatch opened, and Xu Yingzhou took Nova's hand. He slowly walked down the gangway. Nova changed into a beige dress, her long golden hair casually draped over her shoulders. The sharp aura that belonged to a top assassin was completely concealed. Outside the airport, a row of black Rolls-Royce Phantoms had been waiting for some time. Lin Shiyue was wearing a smart black business suit. She walked quickly towards us, wearing high heels. Boss, welcome back. When she saw the blonde beauty next to Xu Yingzhou, those beautiful phoenix eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. But she didn't ask any more questions, she simply handed over a document she was holding. Boss, while you were away, a small problem arose in Jinghai City. Explain. The Ross family has arrived in Jinghai. Lin Shiyue's voice carried a hint of solemnity. They sent Isabella Rose, the third in line to the family. They specifically requested to see you. The Ross family? Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. He was naturally familiar with this ancient conglomerate that wielded terrifying influence overseas. I never expected them to come knocking on our door so quickly. It seems they already know that the heavenly punishment has been destroyed. She wants to see me? Yes, boss. Lin Shiyue nodded. Isabella Rose is the third daughter of the Rose family patriarch, who is most favored and is also known for her ruthless methods within the family. Her personal visit this time is probably not well-intentioned. I've investigated. On the surface, she came to Jinghai seeking business cooperation, but in reality, she is very likely trying to test our Emperor alliance. Interesting. Xu Yingzhou's lips curled up in a smile. Suppression? Jinghai City is now Xu Yingzhou's territory. Where is she now? The presidential suite on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, right across from our Emperor group. Lin Shiyue replied. She has made it clear that she wants to see you, so she wants you to come and visit her in person. Chapter 132 The Ross Family Visits. These words caused a cold glint to flash in Nova's eyes. Should her man visit her in person? Isabella, what an air of grandeur. Xu Yingzhou seemed not to have noticed the provocation in his words and simply smiled. Then let's go see him. He turned his head and looked at Nova beside him. Perfect timing, let me show you how beautiful the night view of Jinghai City is. Lin Shuriwa looked at her boss's nonchalant demeanor. The worry in my heart also quietly dissipated. He is Xu Yingzhou. How much trouble can a mere third daughter of the Ross family cause? Boss, is there anything I can prepare for you? Need not. Xu Yingzhou waved his hand. Just have the convoy wait downstairs. After saying that, he took Nova's hand and got into the lead Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Shuriwa watched the convoy disappear into the distance, her phoenix eyes gleaming with wonder. The Ross family? It seems the waters of Jinghai City are about to be stirred up again. However, she liked this feeling. Hilton Hotel, penthouse presidential suite. In a luxurious room, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, stands a woman in a silver evening gown. Holding a glass of red wine, I looked down at the dazzling night view of the city below. She had long, silver hair as white as moonlight. His features were so exquisite, like God's most perfect sculpture. A pair of deep blue eyes, profound and cold. She is Isabella Ross, the third princess of the Ross family. Your Highness. An old butler wearing a tailcoat. He appeared silently behind her and bowed respectfully. The person you are waiting for has arrived downstairs at the hotel. Oh? Isabella's red lips curved into an intriguing smile. It's faster than I expected. She turned around and put down the wineglass in her hand. Let him come up. I want to see what kind of person this Eastern man is who can integrate the entire underground forces and business landscape of Jinghai City overnight. Yes, Your Highness. The old steward accepted the order and turned to leave. Isabella walked to the huge leather sofa and sat down gracefully. She believes that she will have complete control over today's meeting. The name of the Ross family commands respect anywhere in the world. She didn't believe that a nouveau riche from the Eastern world would dare to show any disrespect to the Ross family. Soon, the suite door was pushed open. The old butler led a man and a woman in. When Isabella saw the man's face clearly, a hint of amazement flashed in her usually calm blue eyes. What a handsome Eastern man! That face was even more handsome than Hollywood's top male stars. The innate nobility about him created a fatal attraction. However, when her gaze fell on the blonde woman beside him, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She knew that woman. Netherworld is ranked 10th on the international assassin list. A ruthless female demon who kills without blinking an eye. How could she be with this man? Isabella began to feel wary. Xu Yingzhou ignored her scrutiny and walked straight to the sofa opposite her to sit down. He also pulled Nova to sit next to him. This intimate gesture made Isabella's gaze grow even colder. You are Xu Yingzhou? Isabella spoke first, with an innate arrogance. It's me. Xu Yingzhou was simple and direct. Miss Isabella has come all the way from Europe to see a nobody like me. I am truly flattered. Mr. Chu is too modest. Isabella gave a formulaic smile. To be able to integrate the entire Jinghai City and establish the Emperor Alliance overnight, Mr. Chu's methods are nothing like those of an unknown nobody. She paused, then changed the subject. I am here on behalf of the Ross family to discuss a collaboration with Mr. Chu. Cooperate? Xu Yingzhou smiled. I wonder, Miss Isabella, how would you like to cooperate? It's very simple. Isabella leaned forward slightly, releasing her superior aura without reservation. Our Ross family is very interested in Mr. Chu's Emperor Alliance. I hope that Mr. Chu can transfer 51% of the Alliance's shares to our Ross family. In return, the Ross family can give you an opportunity to enter the European market and make you our family's spokesperson in Asia. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of condescension. Of course, we won't let you suffer a loss. We will acquire this 51% stake at a price that will satisfy you. For example. She extended a slender finger. $10 billion. The moment the words were spoken, the entire presidential suite seemed to fall silent. $10 billion to acquire 51% of the shares of Emperor Alliance? It should be noted that the current Emperor Alliance has integrated the forces of the Chu family, Xinghe Group, Shangtang Group, and other parties. Total assets have long exceeded 500 billion. Moreover, this is only the value on paper. What it represents is the undisputed rule over the entire Jinghai city. Isabella is now asking for $10 billion. This is no longer a simple business negotiation. This is a blatant insult. She didn't take Chu Yingzhou or the Emperor Alliance seriously at all. In her view, $10 billion plus the empty title of Asia representative for the Ross family, is enough to make any Eastern nouveau riche grateful and kneel down to kiss her toes. Nova, standing to the side, had a terrifying killing intent flashing in her icy blue eyes. The serpentine dagger in her hand was already faintly visible in her palm. As long as Chu Yingzhou gives the order, she will make this ignorant woman in front of her die on the spot. However, Chu Yingzhou seemed not to have noticed the insult in those words. He remained as lazy as ever, leaning back on the sofa, and even poured himself a glass of red wine. $10 billion? He gently swirled the wine in his glass, gazing at the deep red liquid within. Miss Isabella, are you joking with me? Joke? Isabella's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Mr. Chu, I think you may not understand the situation yet. I'm here to talk to you today not because you're so great, but because I've given you this opportunity. The Ross family's patience is limited. I hope Mr. Chu will cherish this opportunity. Otherwise, what awaits the Emperor Alliance is annihilation. This is an open threat. Chapter 133 Get Out of Xia Kingdom. Chu Yingzhou downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Step by step, he walked up to Isabella. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. Chu Yingzhou was a head taller than her, and with a slight lowering of his eyes, he could see her snow-white neck. The scent of her perfume mingled with the smell of alcohol on Chu Yingzhou's body. Do you know? The thing I hate most in my life is being threatened. Isabella tried to back away, but found that her body was restrained. There was a hint of panic in those usually cold blue eyes. What do you want to do? Let me tell you. I'm from the Ross family. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Yingzhou gently lifted her chin. The Ross family? Chu Yingzhou smiled. This is my territory. He paused, then leaned close to her ear. I'll give you 3 days. Take your people and get out of Jinghai and Xia Kingdom. Otherwise. Chu Yingzhou stared into Isabella's eyes. I guarantee that you, princess, will disappear without a trace in Jinghai. The moment the words fell, a murderous aura erupted from Chu Yingzhou. Thump! The old butler behind Isabella suddenly collapsed to his knees. Isabella herself turned deathly pale. That was the true smell of blood, something Isabella had only ever experienced from her own father. You dare threaten me? She used all her strength to squeeze out those words. Chu Yingzhou took a step back, took Nova's hand, and walked towards the door. Remember, you only have 3 days. Until the door slowly closed behind them. Isabella collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Your Highness! Are you all right? The old butler rushed over, stumbling and crawling. Isabella stared blankly in the direction of the door. This man! Just then, her personal cell phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. It was an encrypted video call from the family headquarters. Isabella took a deep breath. I forced myself to calm down and pressed the answer button. On the screen appeared an old man with a full head of silver hair and a dignified face. She is the current head of the Ross family, her father Alexander Ross. Isabella, how are the negotiations going with Jinghai City? Isabella opened her mouth. What should she say? He said that not only did he fail to subdue the other party, but he was also terrified by them? If this gets out, she and the entire Ross family will become a laughingstock all over the world. Father. Isabella spoke with difficulty. We may have run into a little trouble. Trouble? Alexander's brow furrowed. Is there anyone in that barren land in the east who can cause trouble for the Ross family? He refused our kind offer. Isabella downplayed the issue. And he also. What else did he owe? He also said that we should get out of Xia Kingdom within 3 days. After saying this, Isabella lowered her head. Arrogant brat. Alexander's voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of coldness. Don't worry, my daughter, I have prepared the most suitable knight for you. He will help you get all the justice. After saying that, Alexander hung up the phone. Just then. Tap, tap, tap. A series of rhythmic knocks sounded outside the presidential suite. Isabella took a deep breath, stepped forward, and opened the heavy door. Outside the door stood a tall, handsome man. Her brilliant blonde hair was meticulously combed, and her azure eyes were like the purest sky. A straight, prominent nose, perfectly shaped lips. He possessed almost all the best qualities of a Western handsome man, as evidenced by his custom-made Armani suit. This only made him appear even more noble and imposing. Hisoka? A look of surprise flashed in Isabella's eyes. What brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Hiso Taylor, the sole heir of the Taylor family. He was also Isabella's nominal fiancé. Isabella had mixed feelings about this man. She loathed his arrogance, his hubris, and his deep-seated womanizing. But she had to admit that ever since she got engaged to him, this once dissolute playboy has indeed toned down considerably. They even exhibited an almost obsessive possessiveness towards themselves. My dear Bella, I heard you came to Jinghai, how could I not come to see you right away? Hisoka had an exaggerated smile on his face. He opened his arms, wanting to give Isabella a warm hug. However, when he looked at that pale, pretty face, the smile on his face froze instantly. A raging fire ignited in his deep blue eyes. Who did this? Hisoka's voice turned icy cold in an instant. He grabbed Isabella's wrist, and the oppressive aura of a superior burst forth without reservation. Tell me, who dares to make you suffer such injustice? I don't care who he is, I guarantee he will pay the heaviest price for his stupidity. Seeing Hisoka's furious state, Isabella suddenly had a sudden realization. Shifting the blame eastward. This was the father's plan. She knew very well that, given Hisoka's vengeful nature, he would never tolerate his fiancée being humiliated in this way. And that Eastern man named Chuingzhou, though mysterious and powerful, was ultimately just one person. How could he possibly compete with the Taylor family, or even the Ross family, which have been established for hundreds of years? She took Hisoka's hand in return. Those beautiful blue eyes were brimming with tears. Hisoka, I'm so scared. She perfectly captured the most vulnerable side of a woman. It's an Easterner named Chuingzhou. He not only humiliated me, but also, he threatened me, and the entire Ross family. Chuingzhou? Hisoka's brows furrowed into a deep frown. The founder of Emperor Alliance? That's right, it's him. Isabella nodded, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. Hisoka, he is terrifying, he is like a demon. Devil? Hisoka looked at the trembling body in his arms. His anger was almost burning away his reason. He gently patted Isabella's back. Don't worry, dear Bella. In this world, there is no one I, Hiso Taylor, dare not trample on. He released Isabella, took out his phone, and dialed a number directly. Find me a person named Chuingzhou. I need his current location. Send it to my phone within 5 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Bella, wait for me here. Chapter 134 Hisoka, the suicide patient. Hisoka leaned down and placed a kiss on Isabella's forehead. I'll be back soon. When I come back, you will hear good news. After saying that, he didn't linger and strode out of the presidential suite. Isabella watched his retreating figure disappear through the doorway, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chuingzhou. You'll soon find out what happens when you offend the Ross family. Half an hour later, at Jinghai University, downstairs in the men's dormitory building. A blatantly flamboyant Bugatti Veyron, accompanied by a furious roar of its engine. It stopped directly in front of the dormitory building. The car door opened, and Hiso Taylor stepped out, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. He looked up at the dormitory building, his eyes filled with disdain. That guy named Chuingzhou actually lives in a place like this? How dare a lowly commoner, who isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes, lay a hand on his woman? Go. Hisoka coldly gave the order to one of his bodyguards. Bring that scumbag named Chuingzhou down from upstairs. I want to break his legs with my own hands. Yes, young master. A black bodyguard, over 2 meters tall and as muscular as a bear, responded with a sinister grin. He then walked directly toward the dormitory building's main gate. However, he had not yet stepped onto the steps. A figure had already appeared silently at the entrance of the dormitory building. Looking for me? Chuingzhou leaned against the doorframe, holding a can of chilled cola in his hand. He looked at the scene downstairs and a playful smile appeared on his face. With such a grand entrance, anyone who didn't know better would think it was the president of some country. Hisoka's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at the young man standing in the doorway. That's him. Although he had only seen the photo in the documents, he recognized him at a glance. It was this Asian man who caused Bella to suffer such a great injustice. A flame of jealousy instantly ignited in Hisoka's chest. You are Chu Ingjo? Hisoka's voice was icy and chilling. Chu Ingjo didn't answer, but simply pulled the tab on the cola and took a big gulp with a sizzle. Tisk, it's so hot, don't get so irritable. His arrogant attitude completely enraged Hisoka. Charge them. Hisoka stopped talking nonsense and suddenly waved his hand. Break his limbs. Drag him down like a dead dog. The black bodyguard grinned maliciously, his large, fan-like hands flashing. He reached straight for Chu Ingjo's neck. In his view, dealing with this skinny Eastern boy was easier than crushing an ant. However, just as his hand was about to touch the hem of Chu Ingjo's clothes, Chu Ingjo had already appeared beside the black bodyguard. He used the coke can in his hand as a weapon and smashed it hard into the burly man's temple. Bang! A dull thud. The aluminum can, in that instant, unleashed a force comparable to that of a hammer. The burly, bear-like black bodyguard didn't even utter a sound, just rolled his eyes. He fell straight backward. The massive body crashed to the ground with a dull thud. He fainted on the spot. Hisoka's sinister smile froze completely. The bodyguards behind him also instinctively took a step back. Look at that indifferent young man with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. One move. He defeated a top-tier bodyguard weighing over 300 pounds with just a soda can? Is this guy even human? I've said it before, don't get too angry when it's hot. Chu Ingjo casually tossed the deformed aluminum can into the nearby trash can. He walked down the steps one by one. Otherwise, you're likely to get heat stroke. Seeing the young man strolling leisurely, Hisoka's heart skipped a beat. You stay away. He retreated, his bravado masking his inner fear, while roaring at the bodyguards behind him who were still stunned. What the hell are you all standing there for? Charge! Fire! Shoot him dead! The bodyguards snapped out of their daze and quickly pulled out their pistols. However, it was too late. Chu Ingjo's ancient martial arts technique suddenly activated. He transformed into a blur, barely visible to the naked eye, and charged into the crowd. Bang! With a swift chop, he precisely struck the wrist of a bodyguard holding a gun. Snap! A cracking sound rang out, and the pistol flew out of his hand. Immediately afterwards, Chu Ingjo kicked another bodyguard in the stomach. The man flew backward, his body bent, and crashed into the Bugatti Veyron, which was worth tens of millions. It even dented the sturdy car door. Less than 10 seconds. The battle is over. The top bodyguards that Hisoka brought were all lying sprawled on the ground. Clutching his severed limbs, he wailed in agony. Only Hisoka remained, still standing in the same spot. He looked at the young man standing in the center of the corpses, his clothes spotless. This man, he's a monster. Now, it's your turn. Chu Ingjo slowly turned around and walked towards him step by step. You stay away. Hisoka was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. He was no longer the arrogant and domineering person he used to be. My father is the head of the Taylor family. My fiancée is a princess of the Ross family. You can't touch me. He tried to use his family background to force Chu Ingjo to back down. The Taylor family? The Ross family? Chu Ingjo walked up to him and looked down at him. Is it that impressive? The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Ingjo had already lifted his foot. Then, it fell heavily. Snap! A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, inhuman in its shrill form, echoed throughout the entire campus. Hisoka's right knee was crushed to pieces by Chu Ingjo's kick. My legs! My legs! Hisoka clutched his twisted leg and rolled wildly on the ground. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. Chu Ingjo showed no pity whatsoever. He crouched down and grabbed Hisoka's brilliant blonde hair. They lifted his face off the ground. You really enjoy breaking people's legs? How are you feeling now? I was wrong, please, let me go. Hisoka begged for mercy incoherently. Chu Ingjo smiled. He reached out and gently patted the handsome face that was contorted with pain. Go back and tell Isabella, and the Ross family behind her. My patience is limited. This is the first and last warning. If there's a next time. Shu Yingzhou paused, his voice turning icy. I will personally visit and have a proper chat. Chapter 135 The Thorn Plan. After saying that, Shu Yingzhou let go of Shisua's hand, letting his face fall back onto the cold cement floor. After doing all this, he slowly stood up. Without even glancing at the group of useless people on the ground, he turned and walked into the dormitory building. Only Hisoka remained, completely unconscious. In the days that followed, Hiso Taylor, the sole heir of the Taylor family, had his leg broken at Jinghai University. This news immediately ignited the entire upper echelons of the United States. Countless eyes are focused on the city of Jinghai. Hilton Hotel, penthouse presidential suite. Smack! Isabella smashed a vase to the ground. Her stunningly beautiful face was now contorted with rage. Useless. They're all useless. She pointed at the old butler kneeling on the ground. An heir to the Taylor family, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, was beaten like a dead dog by a wild monkey? Your Highness, please calm your anger. The old butler buried his head deep in the carpet. That Shu Yingzhou, he's practically a monster. Young Master Shisua's men couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Monster? Isabella was so angry she laughed. Does a monster think it can challenge the prestige of the Ross family? She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the headquarters building of the Dihao Group. Pass on my orders. Immediately launch Operation Thorns. I will use all the power of the Ross family in Asia to completely crush the Emperor Alliance. Business, finance, the underworld. I don't care what methods you use. She paused for a moment, then continued. Within 3 days, I will make the 4 words Emperor Alliance disappear completely from this world. I want that ignorant Eastern man to kneel before me and lick my shoes like a dog. Yes, Your Highness. The old steward accepted the order and scrambled out of the room. Under the cover of night, Jinghai is ablaze with neon lights, just like always. However, beneath this prosperous facade, a storm was about to break. The chairman's office on the top floor of the Dihao Group headquarters building. The lights were on full display. A layer of frost covered Lin Shiyue's usually calm face. Behind her were dozens of top traders and information analysts from the Emperor Alliance. Sitting in front of the computer, my fingers flew across the keyboard. President Lin, Black Rose Capital, a subsidiary of the Ross family, has once again launched an attack on the stock price of our Emperor Entertainment. Within 10 minutes, the sell-off volume has exceeded 30 billion. President Lin, of our alliance's 32 core partners, 27 have just unilaterally announced the termination of their cooperation. The remaining 5 are also facing comprehensive suppression from the European market. President Lin, a large number of negative news stories about our group have suddenly appeared online. Forged financial statements, safety hazards in projects, malicious market monopoly, all sorts of accusations are being leveled at us. Our public relations department is on the verge of collapse. One bad news after another came in. Project Thorns. Is this the Ross family's operation? No. Lin Shiyue walked to her desk and picked up the encrypted phone. The call was answered almost instantly. Boss. How is the situation? On the other end of the phone came Shu Yingzhou's familiar voice. Lin Shiyue took a deep breath and gave a brief report. However, only a soft laugh came from the other end of the phone. That's it? Lin Shiyue was stunned. Boss, you will eat as much as they throw away. Shu Yingzhou maintained his usual nonchalant tone. If a partner leaves, we'll find a better one. We'll just consider negative news as free advertising for us. Shiyue, remember, our Emperor Alliance does not need anyone's charity or pity. If you want to tear a piece of flesh from us, you'd better be prepared to lose all your teeth. Tell your subordinates to proceed according to the original plan. This show has only just begun. I want to see if the Ross family has enough blood to flow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiyue stood there in a daze. After a long while, she slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. She turned around and looked at her subordinates behind her, who were already in a state of panic. Pass on my orders. Initiate the heaven-devouring plan. Attention all traders. Buy up all the shares the Ross family is dumping without limit. I'll make sure they have nothing left, not even their underwear. Yes, Mr. Lin. Meanwhile, at Jinghai University, the library. Chewing Joe was leaning against the window when he tossed the phone he had just hung up on the table. I'm flipping through a monograph on quantum mechanics. Sunlight cast shadows on his handsome profile. The financial crisis outside did not attract his attention at all. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Wang Badian who called. Brother Chu. Something terrible has happened. As soon as the call connected, Wang Badian's powerful roar came through. Those little brats from the Ross family, are they after you? Damn it, they've got some nerve, daring to mess with me. Brother, I just got word that they're not only targeting you in the stock market, but they've also joined forces with several overseas underground forces to make a move against the people around you. Where are you now? Are you safe? I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Chewing Joe was amused by his alarmed expression. Brother Wang, don't be nervous. They're just a few flies, they won't last long. You. Wang Badian was taken aback by his arrogant attitude. You brat. Don't take this lightly. The Ross family is ruthless and heartless. They. Brother Wang. Chewing Joe interrupted him. Just enjoy the show. Within 3 days, I'll make them get out of Jinghai. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Badian was left on the other end of the phone, listening to the busy tone. This kid dared to hang up on me? Hilton Hotel, penthouse presidential suite. Isabella watched as the stock prices of all the major industries under the Emperor Alliance plummeted. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Your Highness, everything is under your control. The old butler respectfully refilled her glass of red wine. That monkey from the east is probably in a terrible predicament by now, kneeling down and begging for mercy, right? Not enough. Isabella shook her head. I want this eastern monkey, even if I have nothing. I want him to crawl up to me like a dog and kiss the tips of my shoes. Just then, the suite door was pushed open. Hyso Taylor was wheeled in from outside in a wheelchair. His right leg was still in a thick cast. His face was filled with a sinister look. Chapter 136 Collapse. My dear Bella, it seems you have avenged me. Hisoka looked at the data on the screen and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, that alone is not enough. He turned his head. I want him dead. I want to see him chopped into mincemeat with my own eyes. Isabella frowned slightly. But she nodded nonetheless. Regardless, this guy is still using her fiancé's title. Don't worry, Hisoka. He won't live past tonight. She has already used the power of her family. They contacted the top assassin organization in the Eurasia region, the Oracle. Tonight, they will send out their top aces to take Chewing Joe's head. The headquarters building of Dihao Group. Lin Shuriwa looked at the red line on the computer screen, which was almost vertically rising at a 90-degree angle. A slight smile curved at the corners of his lips. Close the net. The sound reached the ears of every trader. The next second, the entire financial market in Jinghai City was completely ignited. At the same time, major exchanges around the world experienced astonishing activity. A mysterious fund named Emperor has opened its bloodthirsty maw, carrying terrifying funds that would make any country take notice. Buy. Regardless of cost. Sweep up every single Geely Group stock in the market. Short sell. Immediately short sell all of the Ross family's businesses. All of them. Maximize leverage. Use all our reserves. Today, I'm going to turn the Ross family's stock price into worthless paper. Lin Shuriwa transmitted the message clearly through an encrypted channel to the secret trading rooms of Emperor Alliance located around the world. Trillions of dollars poured into the market, creating a massive wave. What? Emperor Alliance, have they gone mad? Where did they get so much money? That's impossible. The Ross family's command center in Asia is in complete chaos. The usually arrogant Wall Street elite sat silently in their seats. His face was completely bloodless. Quickly. Request reinforcements from headquarters. We need more funds. Immediately. Right now. The blonde, blue-eyed fund manager roared. He knew very well that if he lost this battle, he would probably be thrown into the Pacific Ocean by the Ross family to feed the sharks. However, it was too late. Just 10 minutes. All of the companies under the Dihao Alliance that were targeted by short sellers saw their stock prices rebound, and some even broke through historical highs. The Ross family collapsed completely. Hundreds of billions of dollars in assets were evaporated in just 10 minutes. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Isabella's smile froze completely. She stared intently at the screen filled with red. No. It's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. She muttered to herself. Your Highness. Headquarters, a call from headquarters. The old butler scrambled over and handed over a red satellite phone. Isabella answered the phone with trembling hands. Father, father. Isabella. Alexander roared from the other end of the phone. All of the Ross family's businesses in Asia have been devastated in just 10 minutes. Our century-old foundation is finished. Completely finished. Now, immediately, right now. Get back to Europe. Never set foot in the East again without my permission. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was abruptly hung up. Isabella was stunned, as if struck by lightning. It's over. Just then, the suite door was pushed open again. Several men dressed in black suits, with cold expressions, walked in. The man at the head was none other than Uncle Fu, the old steward of the Chu family. He walked up to Isabella, bowed respectfully, but his face carried an undeniable air of authority. Miss Isabella. Our master invites you. Jinghai University, male dormitory. Xu Yingzhou had just closed the book on quantum mechanics and stretched. It seems that the earth-shattering battle that was recorded in financial history had nothing to do with him. He picked up his phone, glanced at the time 8 p.m. It was still early before the 3-day deadline he had given Isabella. But he wasn't going to wait any longer. It's time to put an end to some things. He changed into a clean set of casual clothes and slowly walked downstairs. That incredibly flamboyant Bugatti Veyron is still parked in the same spot. The dent on the car door was particularly glaring. Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems some people don't have very good memories. He ignored the sports car and walked straight to the school gate. Just then, his phone vibrated again. It was a text message sent from an unknown, encrypted number. Eastern Suburbs, Abandoned Factory, Warehouse Number 3. Your person is waiting for you here. Remember, come alone. Xu Yingzhou looked at the text message, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He put away his phone and, without hesitation, hailed a taxi on the roadside. Master, go to the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped about 1 kilometer away from the factory. Xu Yingzhou walked alone into the ruins. The iron gate to warehouse number 3 was ajar. Xu Yingzhou pushed open the door and entered. The room was empty except for a dim incandescent light. In the very center, a man in a black trench coat stood quietly with his back to him. Hearing footsteps, the man slowly turned around. An ordinary face, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd. But those eyes were surprisingly sharp. You are Xu Yingzhou? So, you're the assassin Isabella hired? Xu Yingzhou's tone was unreadable, revealing neither joy nor anger. I am Kells, a second-level divine messenger of the Oracle. The man slowly pulled a Nepalese kukri from under his trench coat. The blade gleamed coldly under the light. Someone is willing to pay $100 million to save your life. So, you're here to die? A playful smile curved Xu Yingzhou's lips. Kell's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never seen such a reckless target since he debuted. It seems you are very confident in your abilities. Kells held the knife across his chest. However, your confidence is worthless in front of me. The moment the words fell, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. The next second, he had already appeared behind Xu Yingzhou. The military knife in his hand was aimed straight at Xu Yingzhou's nape. The force of this strike was enough to split a fully grown brown bear in two. Xu Yingzhou quickly retreated, swinging his triangular military dagger towards the hilt of his sword. Clang! The clanging of metal echoed in the empty space. The mockery in Kell's eyes gradually faded, and his right hand, holding the military knife, trembled slightly behind his back. How can the strength of this Xia Kingdom person be so terrifying? It seems we need to finish this quickly. Chapter 137 Divine Oracle? Just trash. Just as Kell's Nepalese kukri was about to touch the back of his neck, Xu Yingzhou swiftly grabbed it with his backhand. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking. Kell's arm, which was holding the knife, was actually broken backward by Xu Yingzhou. Ah! Kells is already among the top of the second-level divine messengers. Combined with the movement techniques secretly passed down by the Oracle organization, it is enough to instantly kill any opponent of the same level. But in front of this man, he couldn't even see the other man's movements clearly. A divine oracle, a second-level divine messenger? Xu Yingzhou released his grip, letting Kells clutch the twisted arm and collapse to the ground in agony. Is that all the strength you have? It seems that your so-called divine oracle organization is nothing but a bunch of trash. You're actually a martial arts practitioner? Kells roared, enduring the excruciating pain. He had heard rumors about ancient martial artists from the Xia kingdom through divine oracle, but he never expected to encounter them on this mission. Xu Yingzhou stepped on his chest. Did I give you permission to speak? The terrifying force caused Kell's sternum to crack. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. What kind of organization is the Oracle? Where are your bases in Asia? I won't tell. Kells gritted his teeth. The glory of the messenger of God must not be defiled. Kill me. Kill you? Xu Yingzhou smiled. You're getting off too easy. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly increased the force of his feet. Snap. Snap. Kell's sternum was broken inch by him. Ah. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. In just a few seconds, Kell succumbed to Xu Yingzhou's interrogation. The Oracle is an ancient organization that has been passed down for thousands of years. We are dedicated to maintaining the balance of the world. Kells recounted everything in fits and starts. Our headquarters in Asia is on a private island in Japan called Amaterasu Island. Very good. Having obtained the information he wanted, Xu Yingzhou nodded in satisfaction. It seems your God has not protected you. Having said that, he stopped talking nonsense and instantly slashed the man's throat with the Mitsubishi military dagger in his hand. Fresh blood gushed out. After doing all this, Xu Yingzhou took out his phone and dialed Wang Beishan's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Chu. How's it going on your end? Do you need me to send someone over to help? Wang Beishan's voice was full of energy. No need, Brother Wang. There is some garbage at the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs that needs to be disposed of. Send a few people over, and make sure they're clean. Rubbish? Wang Batian was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Ha ha ha. Great. No problem. Don't worry, brother, I guarantee I'll make sure you can't find a single hair on your head. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yingzhou put it back in his pocket. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then turned and walked out of the warehouse. Amaterasu Island? It seems some people are still courting death. Just as he was about to step out of the warehouse, another cell phone suddenly rang. It is Lin Shiyue. Xu Yingzhou swiped to answer the call, and Lin Shiyue's excited voice immediately came from the other end. Boss. We won. A resounding victory. Oh. Xu Yingzhou paused for a moment. Tell me about it. Boss, your devouring heaven plan is simply a stroke of genius. Lin Shiyue's voice trembled slightly with excitement. We have used the 100 billion reserve funds you injected in advance to lay a tight net in major financial markets around the world. The moment Operation Thorns was launched, Black Rose Capital, a company under the Ross family, launched a frenzied short-selling attack against us. But they never dreamed that this was exactly what we wanted. Not only did we not resist, but we also took advantage of the situation to guide public opinion, create panic, and let the stock price plummet. At the lowest point, we used less than 30 billion yuan to buy up all the stocks they dumped, along with all the circulating shares on the market. Lin Shiyue became more and more excited as she spoke. And this is just the beginning. Just when they thought victory was in their grasp and were preparing to close the net, we launched a general offensive. The stock prices of all businesses under the Emperor Alliance surged simultaneously, breaking through all previous historical highs. At the same time, we launched a devastating short-selling attack on all of the Ross family's core businesses in Asia. Energy, shipping, high technology. In less than 30 minutes, more than 80% of their industries collapsed. Hundreds of billions of dollars in assets evaporated completely in just half an hour. We not only swallowed all their short-selling funds, but also reverse-acquired several of their core businesses in Asia. Lin Shiyue took a deep breath. Boss, from today onwards, the name of the Ross family will cease to exist in Asia. They have been completely kicked out of the game by us. The entire plan was meticulously crafted, with each step linked to the next, and it was ruthless to the extreme. New. Integrate the acquired industries as soon as possible and incorporate them all into the Emperor Alliance. Xu Yingzhou gave the order in a calm tone. I don't want to see anything with the Ross mark in Jinghai City anymore. Understood, boss. Lin Shiyue nodded heavily. Just as Xu Yingzhou was about to hang up the phone vibrated again. It was a secure, encrypted line to the Chu family manor. The caller ID showed it was Uncle Fu. Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. You handle things with Sheng Tang first. He said something to Lin Shiyue, then hung up the phone and answered Uncle Fu's call. Hello. Young master. On the other end of the phone came Uncle Fu's respectful voice. As you instructed, the third young lady of the Ross family has been invited to the manor. Now, I am in the living room of the main house, awaiting your judgment. New. Xu Yingzhou glanced at the warehouse behind him, turned around, and got into the car. Return to the Chu family manor. The Chu family manor was brightly lit under the cover of night. In the living room of the main house, Isabella Rose was fidgeting on the leather sofa. Her silver evening gown was still stunning. But the arrogance of the past is long gone. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there. 1 hour, or 2 hours. Uncle Fu, the seemingly kind and amiable old butler, never appeared again after inviting her here. She was like a forgotten exhibit in a corner. At that moment, the living room door opened. A tall, upright figure walked in from outside the door. It was Xu Yingzhou. Chapter 138. Humiliating me? If you're a man, give me a quick death. He changed into a comfortable black casual outfit and was holding a can of chilled cola in his hand. When his gaze fell on Isabella, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop a few degrees. Her body tensed up uncontrollably. Xu Yingzhou sat on the sofa opposite Isabella. Then, in front of her, he pulled the tab on the Coke. Sizzle. Xu Yingzhou. She finally couldn't hold back and spoke first. What exactly do you want? Kill me, or humiliate me? If you're a man, give me a quick death. Kill you? He shook his head. Miss Isabella, I think you may have misunderstood something. From the very beginning, you were not my enemy. The reason I'm keeping you around isn't because you're so important, but simply because I think you're still somewhat useful. You. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, but she couldn't utter a single word. Xu Yingzhou picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the huge projection screen in the living room. What do you think has sustained your Ross family's century-old legacy? He abruptly asked a question. Isabella was stunned. Is it money? Is it power? Or is it your laughable, so-called noble bloodline? Xu Yingzhou's voice echoed slowly in the living room. No, none of those are true. What truly sustains a family or an empire is power. It is an absolute power that can instill fear and despair in all opponents. He looked at Isabella. And you, clearly, haven't figured out what you're really facing. Just then, the projection screen suddenly lit up. An encrypted video call request popped up. The caller ID picture was a blooming golden rose. The Ross family crest. Isabella's pupils suddenly contracted. It's my father. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in her heart. Father is here. The devil's time has come. It seems your reinforcements have arrived. Xu Yingzhou picked up the remote control and pressed the answer button in front of Isabella. The video call was connected. An old face appeared on the projection screen. It is Alexander Ross, the current head of the Ross family. Father. Isabella was so excited that she stood up straight from the sofa. Alexander gave her a brief, indifferent glance. Isabella's heart sank. She couldn't believe her eyes. Alexander stared at the young man sitting on the sofa, drinking a cola. The old man, who could cause a financial earthquake in Europe with a stomp of his foot, stood up from his seat. He bowed deeply. Dear Mr. Chu. On behalf of the entire Ross family, I extend my sincerest apologies to you for all the trouble my foolish daughter has caused you. Isabella stood there in surprise. My mind went completely blank. Father. He actually. Is he bowing and apologizing to this Asian man? How is this possible? Father. What are you doing? Why are you doing this to him? Shut up. Alexander interrupted Isabella with a loud shout. He stared intently at his daughter. You idiot! Do you know how many times you almost ruined our entire family? He roared. Just now, all of the Ross family's businesses in Asia have been devastated. Our century-old foundation is completely gone. All of this is because you offended him. Every word Alexander said was like a heavy hammer, striking Isabella's heart hard. It shattered her proud heart into pieces. It's over. It's all over. She slumped back onto the sofa, utterly dejected, her eyes devoid of any light. As the instigator of all this, Xu Yingzhou acted as if nothing had happened. Mr. Alexander. He spoke calmly. It seems you are a bit smarter than your daughter. Alexander forced himself to force a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Mr. Chu, my daughter is ignorant and has offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and spare her life. As for the Ross family's businesses in Asia, since we are outmatched and have lost, we accept it. He paused, a hint of pleading in his voice. We only ask that Mr. Chu leave a trace of blood for our Ross family, do not exterminate them. This once powerful financial tycoon is now humbly begging for mercy from his enemies. As Isabella listened to her father's humble words, her last line of defense completely collapsed. She finally understood just how terrifying the being she was facing truly was. That's not a person. That is God. A demon god who can easily decide the life and death of a century-old family. Xu Yingzhou listened to Alexander's pleas, but his face remained calm and composed. He finished the last sip of his cola, crumpled the can into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Then, he slowly stood up. I can spare her life. That's fine too. We'll leave a way out for your Ross family. Alexander's eyes suddenly shone with tremendous light. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. But Xu Yingzhou changed the subject. I never do business at a loss. He walked to the projection screen, his deep eyes staring directly at the aged face on the screen. I need your Ross family to do one thing for me. In exchange, I can consider a completely new cooperation with you. Cooperate? He knew all too well that when the balance of power was completely tilted, so-called cooperation was nothing more than a polite way for the strong to talk to the weak. Essentially, that's called annexation. Mr. Chu, what do you need us to do? Alexander spoke with difficulty. Xu Yingzhou walked up to Isabella. Isabella at this moment had lost all of her previous arrogance. I've heard that your Ross family controls 70% of Europe's energy supply and the most advanced chip lithography technology? Isabella's body trembled violently. Energy channels and chip technology. That was the very lifeblood of the Ross family. It was the foundation upon which they depended for survival and influenced the entire European landscape. This devil, he actually wants to touch this? Mr. Chu Yu. Alexander was completely panicked. If losing industries in the Asian region only cripples them, then losing them is a different story. So, handing over these two things is like having your spine removed. From this day forward, the Ross family will be completely reduced to a vassal of the Imperial Alliance. How? You don't want to? Chapter 139 opens up for the Imperial Alliance. Or do you think that your daughter's life and the future of your entire family are not worth as much as this petty gain? Isabella's body trembled violently. I. Alexander opened his mouth. I have no choice now. Refusal would mean the Ross family would be completely wiped off the face of the earth in an instant. And agree. At least, they can preserve the family bloodline and prolong their lives. Good. After a long pause, Alexander finally managed to squeeze out the word through gritted teeth. His voice seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. I promise you. From today onwards, all of the Ross family's energy channels and chip technology in Europe will be open to the Imperial Alliance. We are willing to become the bridgehead for the Imperial Alliance to enter Europe. After he finished speaking, he slumped into the chair. Isabella, in utter despair, closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. Very good. Xu Yingzhou nodded in satisfaction. Now that the cooperation has been reached, Miss Isabella, you may leave. He turned around and gave a brief instruction to Uncle Fu beside him. Uncle Fu, see the guest out. Yes, young master. The old butler bowed respectfully and gestured for Isabella, who was still slumped on the ground, to please. Miss Isabella, please. Isabella slowly opened her eyes, which were already filled with a deathly stillness. She struggled to stand up from the sofa. As she walked out of the gate of the Chu family manor, she felt as if she had just walked through hell. She turned around and glanced at the manor, which lay dormant in the night like an ancient behemoth. The image of that man, with his indifferent and cold eyes, resurfaced in my mind. A fear originating from the depths of her soul instantly engulfed her. She knew that from tonight onwards, the image of this man will become a nightmare she can never escape for the rest of her life. A shadow that looms over her life, never to dissipate. Under the cover of night, the Chu family manor is ablaze with lights, as bright as a starry river. A grand celebration banquet is being held here. The main focus of this banquet is the newly established Emperor Alliance. Xu Yingzhou was lounging lazily on the huge leather sofa in the main seat of the banquet hall. His gaze swept calmly across the area below. The banquet hall was filled with the true elites of Jinghai City. Shi Tianhan, chairman of Xinghe Group. Wang Badian, the head of the Wang family. Yi Nantian, a founding member of the Yi family. These three are powerful figures who can make Jinghai City tremble with a stomp of their feet. At this moment, however, they were all willing to sit below Xu Yingzhou. Below them are the heads of the major first-class families in Jinghai City. A business tycoon and a newly promoted core executive of the Emperor Alliance. Lin Shiyue. The former Wall Street queen was now standing beside Xu Yingzhou, dressed in a smart black business suit. The atmosphere, in a subtle silence, had reached its peak. Finally, Xu Yingzhou slowly put down the wine cup in his hand. Smack! A soft sound made everyone in the banquet hall hold their breath. All eyes were immediately focused on the young man. I have invited you all here today for two reasons. First, let's celebrate the establishment of the Emperor Alliance. He looked around the room. From today onwards, the surname of Jinghai City will be Chu. These words were extremely domineering. However, not a single person present dared to raise any objection. This young man in front of me has the right to say that. The second thing. Xu Yingzhou's gaze fell on Lin Shiyue. Rewards will be given based on merit. He stood up and walked to Lin Shiyue. In front of everyone, he personally pulled out the seat next to him for her. Starting today, Lin Shiyue will assume the role of global CEO of Emperor Alliance, fully responsible for the operation and management of all industries under the alliance. Her decision is the same as my decision. Boom! Global CEO. This man actually handed over such a huge corporation to a woman? Lin Shiyue's heart also trembled suddenly. She stared blankly at Xu Yingzhou. This is more than just a job. This is a sign of trust in her. What? CEO Lin, aren't you going to sit down? Xu Yingzhou looked at her and teased her with a smile. Lin Shiyue took a deep breath. She sat gracefully in the chair next to her. I, Lin Shiyue, am willing to give my life for my boss. From this moment on, the name Lin Shiyue will carry significant weight throughout the entire Xia kingdom. The atmosphere of the banquet was once again brought to a climax. Countless congratulatory messages poured towards Lin Shiyue. However, Xu Yingzhou had already returned to his seat. The celebration banquet lasted until late at night. After the last guest respectfully took his leave, the entire Chu family manor finally returned to its former tranquility. Xu Yingzhou went alone to the lakeside behind the manor. A cool night breeze stirred ripples on the lake's surface. It also stirred the stray hairs on his forehead. A figure appeared silently behind him. It's Nova. She changed into a black, tight-fitting leather outfit. Her long, golden hair shimmered faintly in the moonlight. The man's tall, straight back was reflected in those icy blue eyes. She didn't speak, but stood quietly behind him. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Xu Yingzhou did not turn around. Nova responded softly. What are you thinking about? Nova remained silent for a moment. I'm wondering, does someone like me really deserve to stand by your side? She was a murder weapon. His hands were covered in blood. Her life was destined to be nothing but darkness and death. But this man pulled her out of the abyss and gave her a new life. Don't you deserve it? Xu Yingzhou slowly turned around and looked at her. Why don't you deserve it? He walked up to Nova, reached out, and gently stroked her beautiful face. Nova, remember, from the moment you decided to follow me, your past was already dead. The netherworld of the past has nothing to do with you anymore. Right now, you are just Nova, just my woman. That's enough. Nova looked into his deep eyes and her heart completely collapsed. She suddenly threw herself into Chewing-Zhou's arms. Boat. She buried her face deeply in his chest. Just then, an old figure slowly emerged from the woods not far away. It's Uncle Fu. Young master. Chewing-Zhou gently patted Nova's back in his arms to reassure her. Then, he looked at the old man. Uncle Fu, is there anything I can help you with so late? Chapter 140 First Class Divine Envoy. Uncle Fu's face was solemn. Young master, we have just received a piece of encrypted intelligence from overseas. He paused, then lowered his voice even further. It's about Divine Oracle. Oracle? Upon hearing those two words, a cold glint flashed in Chewing-Zhou's eyes. Even Nova, who was in his arms, tensed up instinctively. They were all familiar with this mysterious assassin organization. The second-level Divine Envoy, Kells, had left a considerable impression on Chewing-Zhou. Although he ultimately dealt with it easily, Chewing-Zhou knew very well that it was by no means the full strength of the Divine Oracle. Explain. Uncle Fu took a deep breath, took out a tablet computer from his pocket, and handed it over. Young master, please take a look. According to intelligence intercepted by our Skynet system, just half an hour ago, the Oracle organization issued a top-level assassination mission. The target of this mission is you. Furthermore, those who will carry out this mission are no longer the previous level 2 or 3 divine messengers. Uncle Fu's face was full of worry. But rather, within the Oracle organization, the one whose status is second only to the throne of gods. First-class divine messenger. First-class divine messenger. These 4 words made Nova's pupils contract sharply. As a former top assassin, she knew better than anyone what those 4 words meant. Within the strict hierarchical system of the Oracle organization, divine messengers are divided into 3 levels. Level 3 divine envoys are responsible for handling ordinary assassination missions, and their strength varies greatly. Second-level divine messengers, like Kells before them, are already the backbone of the organization. Each one of them is a top-tier expert capable of taking on 100 opponents. There are only 7 level 1 divine messengers in the entire Divine Oracle organization. They are the true pinnacle of the assassin world. He is the Grim Reaper walking among humans. According to legend, each of the first-level divine messengers. They all possess terrifying power that surpasses human limits. They were even dubbed walking divine punishment. Since his debut, he has never made a mistake. That's interesting. Chewing-Zhou looked at the introduction about level 1 divine envoy on the tablet computer. Code name, Judgment? Yes, young master. Uncle Fu's voice grew increasingly solemn. This judgment is the most mysterious of the 7 first-level divine messengers. There is very little information about him. All that is known is that his last action was 3 years ago, when he single-handedly destroyed a warlord force in the Middle East with thousands of armed men. After that, he disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Unexpectedly, this time, the organization has actually reawakened him for your sake. Uncle Fu looked at Chewing-Zhou, his eyes filled with worry. Young master, this person is definitely not a good person. We must prepare as soon as possible. Chewing-Zhou didn't say anything, but simply closed the document. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. If he doesn't come, then so be it. He paused, and a terrifyingly cold glint flashed in his eyes. If he dares to come, I'll show him what a real judgment truly is. After saying that, he took Nova's hand and turned to walk towards the villa. Let's go back. It's late, time to rest. Nova looked at his tall, straight back and felt inexplicably calmed down. Yes, what is a mere first-level divine messenger? Meanwhile, in Japan, a private island floats deep in the Pacific Ocean. Amaterasu Island. This is the Asian headquarters of the Oracle organization. At the very center of the island, inside an ancient shrine, a man dressed in a black kimono is kneeling before a statue of a god with a ferocious face, quietly wiping the samurai sword in his hand. The blade is long and narrow, entirely black, and gleams with a cold, eerie light under the dim lamplight. Just then, a figure dressed in ninja attire appeared. It appeared silently behind him. He knelt on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. Your Honor. Target confirmed to have entered Jinghai City. Everything is under your control. The man wiping his katana paused slightly. He slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face. Jinghai City, the headquarters building of the Dihao Group. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Xu Yingzhou leaned back lazily in his boss's chair. He has spent most of his time at school these past few days, experiencing the long-lost campus life. It was as if all the bloodshed and turmoil before were just a dream. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Enter. Lin Shuriyue, in a black business suit, perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. She walked in, wearing high heels. There was a strange look on that stunningly beautiful face. "Boss, there's a strange person outside. He said he wanted to see you." "A strange person?" Xu Yingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't have an appointment or any identification. But the security guard at the front desk said that even though there were more than a dozen of them, they couldn't stop him. Lin Shuriyue looked somewhat grave, worried that they were people who had come to assassinate Xu Yingzhou. The Chu family security force consists of elite soldiers who retired from the most elite special forces. They couldn't even stop a single visitor? Interesting. Let him come up. I'd like to see who this person is. Yes, boss. Lin Shuriyue accepted the order and turned to leave. Less than 2 minutes later, the office door was pushed open again. A young man dressed in a blue robe appeared at the door. The young man looked to be in his early 20s, with a handsome face. But there was an inescapable arrogance between his brows. Behind him, he carried an ancient longsword wrapped in black cloth. It stands out as an oddity in this modern, high-tech skyscraper. As soon as the young man entered, his gaze immediately locked onto Xu Yingzhou, who was sitting in the boss's chair. He looked him up and down. "You are Xu Yingzhou?" The young man's voice was clear, aloof, and carried a unique charm that seemed out of place in the world. "It's me." Xu Yingzhou remained as lazy as ever. "What's up?" The young man did not answer his question, but instead walked into the office on his own and looked around at the luxurious furnishings. Even in this mundane place, it is decorated with a certain elegance. He finally turned his gaze back to Xu Yingzhou. "My name is Ling Jianchen, and I come from Kunlun Sword Pavilion." Kunlun Sword Pavilion? Xu Yingzhou searched his memory but found no information about the name. Yet his face also carried a hint of evil. His left eye was completely blood red. "New." He slowly sheathed his katana. "Pass the word down. Tonight, I will make the entire capital tremble with the coming of God."